In the year 2046, following humanity's first encounter with extraterrestrial life, individuals found themselves scattered across unfamiliar planets overnight. I regret to inform you that you are currently situated on several planets within the Sagittarius star system. Allow me to remind you, do not inquire about how to return, for your immediate concern is merely surviving. In order to aid your survival, I have equipped you with a small gift in the form of a multi-functional collection and construction hammer. I urge you not to underestimate this tool, as it shall serve as your most reliable companion for an extended period. However, before you embark on your quest for resources, a word of caution: you are not the only beings inhabiting these planets. But perhaps my warning is superfluous after all. Humanity can often exhibit greater cruelty towards its own kind than towards other life forms. Lastly, the hammer features a button that may yield something of interest to you. At the base of a vast crater, Lin Mo gazed at the myriad of information projected onto his spacesuit's visor, preparing to press the button on the hammer as indicated by the last piece of information. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted from above him. Lin Mo looked up in the direction of the noise and beheld a shower of meteors streaking across the sky, crashing into the opposite crater wall. The immense destruction wrought by the meteor impact stirred up a cloud of dust, swirling like a tempest. Sounds and dust. Before Lin Mo could express gratitude for not being beneath the opposite wall, the sight of the dust caused him to furrow his brow. Though he was somewhat oblivious, he understood that the presence of dust necessitated air. Realizing this, he turned his gaze back to the opposite wall, noting that the dust was quickly dissipating, indicating that while the planet possessed an atmosphere, it was notably thinner than that of Earth. Yet, even this knowledge stirred concern within him. The presence of air likely implied the existence of water vapor. And water is the essence of life. Even with a sparse atmosphere, life could very well exist here. No wonder the small print on his visor mentioned the presence of other life forms. It seemed he must exercise greater caution moving forward. With the understanding that this planet likely harbored other beings, Lin Mo refocused and pressed the button on the multi-functional collection and construction hammer. Soon, a projection emerged from the hammer, and Lin Mo attempted to adjust the reflective metal piece on his spacesuit, only to find nothing visible on it. This indicated that the projection was likely only viewable to him. If it was a personal projection, it must hold significant importance. Indeed, the projected content revealed several entries: resources, crafting, trading. Following these were a few locked icons, and upon clicking one, he encountered a single line indicating it was locked. Since it remained locked, Lin Mo proceeded to explore the resources section. The resources section resembled an inventory from an online game, displaying numerous empty slots, though at present, it was completely devoid of items. Lin Mo then opened the crafting section. Water bottle, iron 01, oxygen tank. Iron 01, cobalt 01, a basic sleeping bag. Fabric 01, iron rod. Iron 01. All items were the most urgent and fundamental necessities for Lin Mo and his companions. He scrolled down further, and, like the locked section above, it seemed other means were required to unlock them. Next, Lin Mo accessed the trading section. It appeared similar to a game trading post interface with a listing feature. Although there were no corresponding currency prices, specific items could be designated for barter. Lin Mo conducted a brief search. Mutated pair X1 requires iron X20 for trade. Mutated pair X1 requires iron X20 for trade. Mutated pear X1 requires iron X20 for trade. Mutated strawberry X1 requires cobalt X10 for trade. Mutated apple X1 requires chromium X5 for trade. Looking at the search results, Lin Mo was surprised that others had already begun to act so swiftly, though the prices seemed exorbitantly opportunistic. However, he quickly understood that in this place, where laws and ethics held no sway, survival was the only priority. Even he was not exempt. Harboring any altruistic notions in this lawless environment would only hasten his demise. But then again, where did these individuals procure such fruits? Moreover, the consistent price of 20 units of iron for a single pair suggested it was likely the same person. If he pursued this line of thought, could it be that someone had been teleported directly beside the fruit trees? If that were indeed the case, might others possess resources beyond mere food? Should these suppositions hold true, those individuals would inherently hold an advantage. Coupled with the hammer's capabilities, Lin Mo felt a chill run down his spine. If these individuals were allowed to develop first, and the hammer could be upgraded to create more advanced tools, would he and his fellow interstellar miners not become mere laborers for them? After all, they could expedite the upgrading of tools, potentially monopolizing certain resources with superior equipment. In such a scenario, Lin Mo and his companions would be compelled to expend their labor for survival, ultimately hindering their own ability to enhance their hammers. Having reached this conclusion, Lin Mo recognized the urgency of accelerating his pace. Returning to the trading section, he noticed a small option on the side, allowing for private transactions with specific individuals. This was somewhat convenient, but how could he acquire the necessary personal information to engage in such trades? As Lin Mo pondered this, he suddenly noticed an icon resembling a speaker had appeared on his visor. Moments later, lines of text materialized before his eyes. World speaker, I am so thirsty and hungry. Who will help me? Where am I? Why is there not a soul around? Damn it, this prank has landed on me when I get out. I'll flay the culprit. Can anyone tell me how to mine? There are bugs. Huge bugs. Help. Reading through the messages, Lin Mo attempted to send a message of his own, and indeed, he saw a prompt indicating a link on the visor's interface. Quickly, his thoughts materialized in the prompt box, accompanied by a note. Note, World speaker, each individual may send only one message per day. Seeing that each person was limited to a single message per day, Lin Mo decisively canceled the transmission. Such critical information was too valuable to waste. Furthermore, he noticed another piece of information. The world speaker did that imply the existence of a local speaker? It appeared that this messaging system had some connection to his mind, as he merely contemplated it, and the words world speaker on the visor transformed. Planet speaker Wang Daniel. I've fallen into a swamp. Is there anyone who can pull me out? I will reward you handsomely. Yuan Hua. My father is the governor. Can anyone assist me with mining? Once I'm out, my father can offer you a job. Smith. Oh God. Can anyone tell us what we need to do to escape this cursed place? Xioya. Is there a kind brother who can spare me some food? I'm so hungry. Lin Hua. Everyone be cautious. There are bugs here, ah? Initially, Lin Mo had merely speculated, but Lin Hefa's message confirmed his suspicions this planet indeed housed other life forms that posed threats to humanity. However, Lin Mo had no intention of establishing contact with these individuals at present in a realm governed by the law of the jungle. One could never predict what might transpire. It would be wiser to focus on utilizing the hammer to advance his own position, lest he become a mere laborer for those who monopolized resources. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings. The characters of the planet speaker had already faded away, revealing the desolate landscape at the bottom of the crater once more. Logically, a crater formed by a meteor impact should contain an abundance of ores, yet after scanning the area, Lin Mo found nothing. Prompting his curiosity, could the ores be concealed underground? Wearing a spacesuit made movement cumbersome, and the differing gravity from Earth soon left Lin Mo feeling parched and fatigued. The lower right corner of his visor displayed an icon akin to a mobile phone's battery indicator, though it indicated his remaining oxygen supply instead. At this moment, Lin Mo had consumed 1/3 of his oxygen, suggesting that physical exertion depleted it more rapidly than remaining still. Yet, having uncovered no resources, anxiety crept in regarding his survival in the days to come. Would he perish before even having the opportunity to trade with those who held resource advantages? Remaining stationary might allow him to prolong his oxygen supply, but with no resources to barter for sustenance, it would only lead to a slow demise. After contemplating, Lin Mo glanced ahead and then back, pondering which direction to take. Just as he hesitated, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Resource detection synthesizer activated. Chapter 2. The first creation. Beep. Resource detection synthesizer activated. A plant has been detected ahead of the host. Its fruit could serve as sustenance for the host. A resource detection synthesizer. What other plants and fruits are there? Lin Mo, intrigued by the announcement, glanced at his headset, only to find it unresponsive. Could it be that this function is not integrated with the headset? To ascertain the nature of this device, he turned to look behind him. Detection in progress. Nothing is detected behind the host. Please do not waste your efforts. Of course, the host may upgrade the system to expand the detection range. which might yield some rewards. Realizing that the device had limitations in its detection range, Lin Mo shifted his gaze to the right. There was no option to scale the circular mountain's wall with his current equipment. Detected a block of ice in a pit not far to the right of the host. However, the host currently lacks a container to collect it. In order to verify the accuracy of the voice in his mind, Lin Mo began counting his steps. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 21, as he reached 21. A gentle slope appeared before him. Upon ascending, he discovered a plant bearing fruit hidden behind the slope. In no wonder he had seen nothing earlier. It was concealed after all. Upon closer inspection, the plant bore a striking resemblance to an ornamental orange tree found on Earth, of ordinary floral size, with a few scattered branches bearing black oranges no larger than quail eggs. Lin Mo reached out and plucked one as the functional hammer emitted a signal. Several notifications appeared on the right side of his headset. Resource bar, mutated orange 1. Resource bar, mutated orange 1. Resource bar, mutated orange 1. By the time Lin Mo had harvested all the fruit, another voice echoed in his mind. Host, the mutated orange plant can be decomposed into wood. Of course, you may choose to ignore it, and perhaps in 300 days, you may still gather a few mutated oranges. Lin Mo pondered whether he could even survive for 300 days and decided to place the mutated orange plant into the resource bar and clicked to decompose it. Wood 1. When Lin Mo checked the functional hammer again, he found he had managed to acquire 6 mutated oranges and 1 unit of wood. The dark, unappealing oranges made him question their edibility. But just then a voice resonated in his mind, directly addressing the mutated orange. Mutated orange, a fruit from a mutated small tree of the Rutaceae family, non-toxic and can replenish some hydration and trace vitamins, albeit with an unpleasant taste. Lin Mo was surprised by the intelligence of the resource detection synthesizer system and clicked to consume one. Suddenly, the mutated orange was thrust into his mouth without warning. How sour! The intense flavor of the orange peel mingled with the tartness of an unripe orange made it difficult for Lin Mo to swallow. Nevertheless, given the current situation, having something to quench his thirst was a blessing. He was relieved he had consumed a mutated orange rather than a mutated watermelon. Otherwise, the sudden delivery to his mouth would have been rather alarming. While he was eating, Lin Mo opened the world and planet horns to see if anyone else possessed the resource detection synthesizer like he did. To his astonishment, not a single person mentioned anything akin to it. In fact, there were pleas for help from individuals who had mistakenly consumed toxic mushrooms. If everyone had the resource detection synthesizer, then that person would not have been poisoned. This indicated that he was the sole owner of this system in this world. However, his brief moment of joy was interrupted by a beeping sound from the lower right corner of his headset, followed by a notification. Oxygen levels below 50. Upon seeing the oxygen warning, Lin Mo opened the manufacturing interface on the functional hammer. Oxygen tank. Iron 01, Cobalt 01. It seemed he needed to mine those 2 minerals next, or else he might suffocate before starvation took him. With that thought, Lin Mo sprang into action. There was no need to check behind him, as that direction led back to where he had come from. Thus, he focused on detecting ahead and to the right. Detected a meteorite crater not far ahead of the host. There are some rubble, which might be useful if the host wishes to build a stone house. Lin Mo mused that this was not Earth, and what use would a stone house be with just a few stones? He resolutely turned his attention to the right, first observing the area with his eyes. The right side was considerably flatter than the uneven terrain he had encountered earlier. If he could get there, he might find a vantage point to see a larger area. Detected a relatively new meteorite impact crater to the right of the host. Searching around might yield items of interest to the host. Without hesitation, Lin Mo proceeded to the right. After approximately 30 steps, he ascended a high slope. The scene before him opened up magnificently. It turned out that this high slope was the edge of a meteorite crater. Standing atop it, he could see clearly for about a kilometer in every direction, although further views were obstructed by other craters and lighting conditions. According to the previous prompt, the detection range could only be expanded by upgrading the system, so this time, it likely wouldn't extend too far. Lin Mo glanced down at a nearby spot, and indeed noted that around the meteorite crater lay some glimmering objects. He surmised these must be the items the system referred to. and he approached to strike a piece of black rock interspersed with some limestone with his functional hammer. As the limestone crumbled, the black rock vanished beneath the hammer's strike. Resource bar. Iron 1. Seeing another similar mineral nearby, Lin Mo continued to hammer away. Resource bar. Iron 1. With 2 units of iron added to his inventory. Lin Mo turned his gaze to the silvery white mineral across the pit. It had been shining just like the iron moments ago, indicating it too was likely a resource that he approached, expecting to simply strike it like the iron. But to his surprise, it took 3 strikes before the silvery white mineral broke away. Resource bar. Cobalt. Lin Mo's face lit up with joy. As the system had indicated, this place indeed contained the items he required. Now that he had iron and cobalt, he could manufacture a new oxygen tank, allowing him to endure several more hours of activity despite the increased consumption of oxygen. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo pressed the button on the hammer to begin crafting the oxygen tank for future needs. Host, there are still usable resources around you that have not been collected. If you miss them, you may find yourself filled with regret. More resources? Enough to invoke regret? Lin Mo hastily set down the hammer and began to search the area, circling the impact crater until he discovered a grayish-white mineral covered in dust. It looked somewhat similar to the cobalt, yet its structure was distinct. Lin Mo struck it 4 times with the hammer before it finally broke apart. Resource bar. Titanium 1. Goodness. It was a metal not even utilized in the basic manufacturing bar, indicating its significant importance. However, if he could not use it now, why did the system say he would regret not taking it? Did it pertain to future matters? No. When he encountered the ice block, the system had directly informed him of the lack of a container, whereas with this titanium, it warned him of regret, suggesting it was undoubtedly useful to him now. Lin Mo decided to check the manufacturing interface on the hammer again. Yet he was met with nothing of value, and upon attempting to investigate the lock mechanism, he received the same notification that it remained locked. Shifting gears, he opened the trading bar and searched for information regarding titanium, finding only a few individuals selling it at a price of 20 units of iron, far too steep for anyone to purchase. This made him question his assumptions that moment. Lin Mo recalled the world horn on his headset and quickly activated it to see if he could obtain any useful information. World horn. No way, this is just like the survival game I played. Buying iron ore at a high price. Interested parties, please private message. Is there a kind soul willing to give me a bottle of water? I'm so thirsty in this desert. Haha, I just defeated a monster and got some gear. I have an abundance of food and water. Just message me directly. Those looking for a handout can scram. As the daily speaking limit was imposed, the world horn was gradually filled with valuable information. However, Lin Mo refrained from engaging with the traders, instead drawn to the message about obtaining gear from defeating monsters. Gear? What kind of gear? When Lin Mo attempted to chat with that person, he found his request was outright rejected. With no alternative, he opened the planet horn. Planet horn, Chungang, if there is ice around. Hurry and collect it. When it melts, you 1T lack for water. Nicholas. Oh my, that water looks extremely murky. Is it safe to drink? Zhang Fugue. I'm about to die, and this foreigner is still being picky. If there is no water at all, I might as well drink my own urine. As he observed this group of people discussing outdated information, Lin Mo prepared to close the planet horn when the chat room suddenly erupted. Song Jian, let me ask you all something. Fire axe blueprint. What is this thing? Shengong? Li Kai. What the heck? How come I don't have this? Xiao Dahai what? Dude, where did you get a blueprint from? Observing the chat room ignited by the design blueprint, Lin Mo attempted to click on the design draft sent by Song Jian. Indeed, just like in an online game, marked items could be directly examined for their information. Fire axe, design blueprint. Upon use, one can learn to craft a fire axe with no prerequisites. The crafting requirements are as follows. Fire axe wood 1-1, iron 2-1. After perusing this design blueprint, Lin Mo suddenly recalled something. However, he did not hasten to exit the chat room, but instead awaited further useful intelligence. Or, what is so special about a mere design blueprint? You can easily obtain it by killing bugs. What is the fuss? Zhao Dahai. So that is how it is. I want to go kill bugs too. Boar. Haha, I'm not underestimating you lot. But before you possess the strength, I suggest you prepare your dinner first, lest you become the bug's dinner. Haha. Lin Mo lingered in the chat room for a while longer, but upon seeing no additional useful information, he exited, and oh wonder someone in the world chat mentioned that monsters drop equipment. It turns out this was the meaning behind it. He wondered if his titanium and the design blueprint had any correlation. At that moment, Lin Mo recalled something he had thought of when he first saw the fire axe design blueprint. His system seemed to be called the resource detection synthesizer until now. He had only been utilizing the resource detection feature, and it appeared that he had never used this synthesizer. Could it be? With this thought, Lin Mo tentatively whispered, "System, open the synthesizer." Ding, the synthesizer is now open. Please select the item to synthesize. A crafting interface, larger than the projection of a hammer, materialized before Lin Mo's eyes, and he was immediately taken aback by the dazzling array of items displayed. Goodness, they were even categorized. Lin Mo scrolled down under the tools section. Fire axe, wood 1-1, iron 2-1. Iron pickaxe, wood 1-1, iron 2 and shovel, wood 1-1, iron 2-1. Large iron hammer, wood 1-1. Iron 2-1. When Lin Mo glanced at the survival category, the first item caught his eye. Simple survival pod. Iron 2-1, titanium 1 with simple survival pod, the most basic shelter for interstellar miners. Although very rudimentary, it allows you to remove your spacesuit and enjoy a good night's sleep, and it will replenish your oxygen tank upon entry. Replenish oxygen. Lin Mo's face lit up with joy. With this simple survival pod, he wouldn't need an oxygen tank at all. He could directly create a survival pod, which was far more reliable than constantly swapping out oxygen tanks. Furthermore, with this item, he would have a place to sleep at night without worrying about a shortage of oxygen while he slumbered. It was simply delightful, just as Lin Mo was reveling in his happiness. He suddenly remembered an issue. While the item was certainly impressive, it seemed he lacked a design blueprint. As if sensing Lin Mo's confusion, the system's voice echoed once more. In the resource detection synthesizer, synthesis can occur without a design blueprint. Note, items with unlocked prerequisites cannot be crafted. Lin Mo now comprehended everything. The term unlocked likely pertained to the hammer, and as he progressed, more items would probably become available for crafting, as opposed to being limited to only the most basic items. Other expanded items, such as the fire axe or prerequisites for upgrading the hammer, would likely be found among the design blueprints dropped by the bugs. After piecing this together, Lin Mo no longer hesitated and directly selected Simple Survival Pod. Material satisfied. Would you like to confirm synthesis? Confirm. System notification. Iron-1, titanium -1. System notification. Simple Survival Pod X1. Crafting successful. Gazing at the survival pod before him, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Are you sure this isn't a metal coffin? Chapter 3. Freedom of food. Lin Mo stared at the iron box resembling a coffin, feeling too lazy to critique it. Nevertheless, considering it was a survival pod, he opened the hatch to investigate. The interior was exceedingly basic, with only a single button to open and close the hatch. Lin Mo pressed the button to close the hatch. Whoosh! The moment the hatch sealed, the system within the pod began to announce. Hatch closed. Pressurizing the interior. 50-100. The internal safety mechanism has been activated. If anyone inside wishes to exit, please voice unlock the safety, and then press the hatch opening button. Internal pressure is normal. The oxygen tank is being replenished, estimated to be full in 5 hours. 5 hours? Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Currently, his oxygen remaining displayed 40, and he required a 60 refill while inside the survival pod, which was far too slow. The most pressing issue was that he still had no dinner secured. He couldn't possibly rely on the 5 minuscule oranges he had just foraged. That simply wouldn't suffice. Thus, he would need a new oxygen tank to scavenge for resources. With this thought, he exited the survival pod and activated the functional hammer in his hand. Oxygen tank. Iron 1-1. Cobalt 1-1. Material satisfied. Would you like to confirm manufacture? Confirm. Materials consumed. Iron -1. Cobalt -1. Oxygen tank. Manufacture successful. Lin Mo opened the resource bar to inspect the new oxygen tank, which now bore a replacement tag .to test if he could exploit a bug with the survival pod. He placed the oxygen tank with 40 remaining into the pod, then placed the survival pod back into the resource bar. If this could replenish oxygen, he could scavenge for resources while simultaneously replenishing oxygen. Once the oxygen tank was nearly depleted, he could simply toss it into the survival pod for a refill, then retrieve the replenished one for use. However, much to his dismay, Lin Mo ultimately discovered that once the survival pod was placed in the resource bar, the oxygen tank would no longer replenish. Yet, it was entirely fruitless. He found that as long as the survival pod remained outside, the replenishment of the oxygen tank would not cease. This meant he could leave the survival pod in place, go and scavenge for resources, and return to switch tanks when his oxygen was running low. This raised another concern. Would the survival pod be lost or stolen? From the information gleaned from the world chat and planetary announcements, it seemed no one had yet encountered each other. This implied that even if someone was assigned to the same planet, their distance would undoubtedly be considerable. Armed with this information, Lin Mo surveyed the interior of the ring-shaped mountain. Assuming he could walk, it would take him a day to circle it, and the sidewall soared at least 100 or 200 meters high, rendering climbing up or down nearly impossible with his current tools. Therefore, from this perspective, it appeared relatively safe. With all this in mind, Lin Mo no longer hesitated and placed the survival pod down, using the placement button in the resource bar to position the survival pod on the slope of the highest crater. This way, as long as he didn't wander too far, he would be able to spot the survival pod even if he got lost. After arranging everything, Lin Mo returned to his previous position. Due to the obstruction of the ring-shaped mountain, he couldn't see the star's position in this planetary system. However, he discerned that it was slightly dimmer than before. It seemed he needed to hasten his efforts to gather sufficient food before nightfall, or else he would have to rely on those oranges to stave off hunger. Lin Mo resumed his search for resources he had initially approached from the left side, and based on his previous orientation, he now had 3 directions to explore. Ahead of the host is a plant. Do not approach it, as its sap is highly corrosive and it emits toxic gas during its flowering phase. To the right of the host is a promising area, where there is a large block of ice and a small amount of ore. Behind the host, aside from a pile of rubble, there is nothing worth your effort. Upon seeing the system's detection results, Lin Mo wasted no time and headed directly to the right. After approximately 20 steps, amidst several iron ores, he discovered a substantial block of ice nestled at the bottom of a nearby crater. Lin Mo first collected the iron pieces. Resource bar. Iron 1, resource bar. Iron 1, resource bar. Iron 1. He then opened the manufacturing option on the functional hammer and selected water bottle. Water bottle. Iron 3-1. Material satisfied. Would you like to confirm manufacture? Confirm. Resource bar. Iron -1. Water bottle. Manufacture successful. Once he had crafted the water bottle, Lin Mo struck the ice block with his hammer. Resource bar. Ice 1. Automatically placed into the water bottle. Lin Mo retrieved the filled water bottle from the resource bar and opened it, discovering that the ice had melted into water. However, it appeared somewhat murky, with numerous impurities at the bottom of the bottle. Nevertheless, given the current situation, having water to drink was already quite fortunate. Lin Mo refrained from drinking for the moment. The terrain here was significantly flatter, and he could observe some conditions around him with the naked eye. The crater ahead was teeming with plants, while to the right, something was glimmering, resembling ore, and behind him lay a barren expanse. If Lin Mo did not possess a system, he would undoubtedly have first explored the plants to see if he could gather any fruits before checking the glimmering objects to verify if they were indeed ore. However, Lin Mo still wished to consult the system's detection results. Ahead of the host lies a multitude of plants, which appear to be a promising choice, but in reality, these plants bear no fruits. Their surfaces adorned with sharp thorns and potent toxins. Even decomposing them for wood would not be a suitable option. A cluster of silver-winged moths perched on withered branches to the right of the host. Please refrain from disturbing them, for you may very well be torn to shreds. Lin Mo, upon reading this information, sighed in relief, realizing how close he had come to falling into a trap without the system's guidance. Behind the host lay a promising location, one that harbored the items he sought, and with the right tools, he might uncover unexpected treasures. Unquestionably, Lin Mo had no choice but to proceed in that direction. After taking a dozen steps, he found himself in a barren expanse, and just as he began to wonder if he had veered off course, something tripped him. Looking down, he discovered a sweet potato. slightly smaller than a basketball, emerging from the ground. What a surprise! This creature had caused a stumble, and it was quite substantial. The smile broke across Lin Mo's face as he recognized this as the item the system had mentioned. He swiftly dug around it with his hands, and soon another sweet potato surfaced. With these 2 sweet potatoes, he wouldn't just survive the night. He could easily last several days. Although eating sweet potatoes raw wasn't ideal. Given the current circumstances, having food was already a significant boon. Lin Mo grasped one in each hand. Resource bar. Mutated sweet potato 1. Resource bar. Mutated sweet potato 1. Once Lin Mo had extracted the sweet potatoes, he noticed that beneath them lay a network of well-developed roots belonging to a plant, buried quite deep. Could this be the unexpected bounty the system referred to? However, how was he to excavate something so deeply rooted? Chapter 4. Weapon Synthesis and Information in the Chat Room. Lin Mo examined the pit before him. Using his hands, he would likely take hours to make any progress. Moreover, clad in a spacesuit, any damage would be counterproductive. At that moment, he recalled the tools mentioned by the system, that if only he had a shovel for this depth. He remembered that his synthesizer contained 1 dot without hesitation. He opened the synthesizer. Shovel. Wood 1-1. Iron 2-1. Material sufficient. Confirm synthesis. Confirm. System notification. Wood -1. Iron -1. Shovel successfully crafted. Lin Mo held the shovel, finding it perfectly balanced in his grip. He immediately began to dig into the sweet potato pit, quickly accumulating a mound of earth around him, revealing the hidden treasures beneath. Intertwined within the roots of the plant, he discovered a fluffy, cotton-like substance filling the hollow spaces. He reached down and grasped a handful. Resource bar, fabric 1. Resource bar, fabric 1. Resource bar, fabric 1. After clearing away the cotton-like material, Lin Mo briefly examined the plant's information, noting that, akin to the mutated oranges, it would not yield fibers for another 200 days. He decided to uproot this well-rooted plant for decomposition. Resource bar, wood 1 now. Lin Mo had water, food, and even a place to sleep that if he were to ration wisely, he could last at least a week, effectively escaping his immediate peril. However, he was acutely aware that this situation was only temporary. The appearance of the silver-winged moths served as a stark reminder that more dangerous extraterrestrial creatures could be lurking nearby. Prompting him to prepare some defensive weaponry, he opened the synthesizer once more, and a dazzling array of synthesis options reappeared before him. He scrolled down to the weapon category. Standard knife, iron 1-1. Basic weapon, capable of dealing with unarmored small creatures. Standard armor, iron 1-1, fabric 3-1. Basic protective gear can reduce damage from small creature attacks. Wooden spear, wood 1-1, iron 1-1. Basic weapon, can pierce the bodies of small creatures. Wooden bow, wood 1-1, fabric 3-1. Basic weapon, can inflict damage on small creatures from a distance and penetrate certain biological shells to some degree. Note, shooting accuracy requires a certain level of proficiency and must be used with arrows. Hand crossbow, iron 1-1, fabric 3-1. Basic weapon, can inflict damage on small creatures from a distance and easily penetrate certain biological shells. Note, requires arrows for use. After reviewing the descriptions, Lin Mo chose the hand crossbow without hesitation. Given its firing mechanism, he could quickly familiarize himself with its operation, unlike the bow, which required a certain level of skill to wield effectively. He selected the hand crossbow, iron 1-1, fabric 3-1, material sufficient. Confirm synthesis. Confirm. System notification. Iron -1, fabric -1. Hand crossbow successfully synthesized. After crafting the hand crossbow, Lin Mo proceeded to select arrows. Arrows X10 wood 1-1, iron 0-1. Noticing that the materials were lacking in iron, Lin Mo glanced at the darkening sky, which had grown significantly dimmer since earlier. Coupled with the already poor visibility within the crater, he could barely see a few hundred meters ahead. Consequently, he decided to head back. However, with the system at his disposal, he planned to take an alternate route, hoping to gather some iron resources along the way to ensure he could craft the necessary arrows. Resolved, Lin Mo began his return journey. Utilizing the detection information, he collected iron X3, wood X1, mutated grapes X3, and silicon X1. By the time he returned to the survival pod, The darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. To play it safe, he first synthesized the arrows. Arrows, X10 wood 2-1. Iron 3-1. Material sufficient. Confirm synthesis? Confirm. System notification. Wood -1. Iron -1. Arrows, X10, successfully synthesized. With the arrows in hand, Lin Mo fitted one onto the hand crossbow. He cocked it back, aimed through the aperture, and pulled the trigger. With a whoosh, the bolt struck the gray rock he had targeted, creating a fissure that sent dust flying. Curiously, Lin Mo approached to inspect, noting that the bolt had penetrated over an inch into the rock. And oh wonder, the description claimed it could easily pierce the shells of small creatures. TO test, if the arrows were recoverable. Lin Mo attempted to pull out. Resource bar. Arrow, and realizing he could retrieve the arrows, Lin Mo felt encouraged to practice. Upon entering the survival pod, he found that the outside world had succumbed to complete darkness, though a faint light illuminated the interior. Taking advantage of this glow, Lin Mo retrieved 2 mutated oranges and a sweet potato, taking a few bites while opening the chat room to check on other situations. World announcement: high prices for titanium and aluminum ore. Please private message if you have any. The colors of the fruits in this world are so strange. Some say they are toxic. Can anyone tell me if they are edible? I haven't eaten anything for a day. Simple survival pod. Blueprint, selling cheap. Priority for aluminum ore or exchange for other high-value blueprints. Reading through these messages, Lin Mo exclaimed in astonishment. He had only just begun utilizing titanium ore, while others were already trading in aluminum. The pace of development was indeed surpassing expectations. Hey brother, what is a high-value blueprint? I just killed a large cockroach and got a standard armor blueprint. Do you want it? Laughing so hard that survival pod can be upgraded, while your standard armor is something I have a surplus of in the trading hall. Do you think it's worth trading? No way. I'm already researching how to upgrade the hammer, and there are still people debating over a garbage blueprint. After perusing the discussions, Lin Mo gained a clearer understanding of the current situation. The fastest developers remain those with resource advantages, exchanging abundant resources for corresponding blueprints to upgrade and advance to the forefront. IT seemed they were on the verge of discovering the upgrade conditions for the hammer. The second tier consisted mainly of those with decent physical capabilities who were rapidly advancing by utilizing the blueprints acquired from defeating extraterrestrial creatures. The remaining individuals were either ordinary people trading mining resources for survival supplies, or some who had resigned themselves to inaction. Lin Mo found himself positioned between the second tier and the ordinary individuals, with slightly better resources but a development pace comparable to the second tier. Having assessed his current standing, he opened the local planet's chat room once more. Planet announcement: Song Jian, brothers, I just found another shovel blueprint. Anyone interested? Zhao Dahai. Jian, you're incredible. Those bugs are truly unfortunate to encounter you. Song Jian, this is nothing. I've already traded for a full set of gear using blueprints. Killing these bugs is as easy as chopping vegetables. Let me know which blueprint you want, and I'll sell it to you a bargain. Choya, brother Song Jian, you are so impressive. How can you kill so many monsters alone? I haven't even eaten yet, and it looks like it's going to get dark soon. I'm so scared alone that I wish you were here. Song Jian, don't worry, Sister Chioya. Since we've landed on the same planet, it's fate that I've killed quite a few bugs, and even though some of their meat I find very appetizing, it can still provide some energy that if you don't mind, I'll send you some. Chioya, really? Jian, are you serious? Song Jian, of course, I'll pick out some that are still decent. Just initiate a designated trade with me. Chioya, Jiangu, you're truly wonderful, but unfortunately, I have no resources to offer you. How about we chat privately later? If you feel lonely, I can keep you company. Song Jian, sure, let's chat privately. Li Kai, Jiangu, you must not prioritize romance over friendship. How about we share some resources among us brothers? Zhao Dahai, exactly, Jiangu. The brothers have no idea how we'll get through tonight. If you have any leftover resources, please send them my way. Song Jian has left the chat room. Chia has left the chat room. Boer, spectacular, truly spectacular, just for a morsel of food. We witness such a circus performance that IT is simply marvelous. Zhao Dahai, you, a stinking foreigner, what pretense of superiority are you putting on? Li Kai, indeed, you're only standing there unscathed because you're surrounded by abundant resources. If you're so capable, why not share some of that worm meat with us? Boer. Huh. Did I teleport those resources to you in barren areas? Boer. Moreover, if I hadn't informed you that the design blueprint was dropped by the worms, it is uncertain whether you would have survived until now, that it's truly bizarre why I'm stuck on this planet with a bunch of fools. As the local chat room threatened to devolve into a tedious argument, Lin Mo decided to exit, having gleaned little of value. Nevertheless, his exploration through the two chat rooms yielded some insights. Most notably, he discovered information about the upgrade for the survival pod. Upon seeing it earlier, he had opened his synthesizer to take a glance. Initially, he could see nothing, but after the rudimentary survival pod was synthesized, an additional piece of information appeared under the survival category. Rudimentary living pod. Rudimentary survival pod 1-1. Iron 2-5, titanium 0-2, aluminum 0-1. Upon seeing the required materials, Lin Mo felt a sudden clarity, and no wonder those individuals were shouting high prices for titanium and aluminum in the world announcement. And it seemed there was even someone willing to trade a crucial design blueprint for aluminum. This was the crux of the matter. However, the resources required for this upgrade were substantial, and it appeared that both titanium and aluminum were rare commodities, likely difficult to procure. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo opened the trading interface to list the grapes he had gathered on his way back. Mutated grapes X1 requires aluminum X1. After all, he was not currently lacking in food, and trading a grape for a piece of aluminum would be quite worthwhile. Chapter 5. The first encounter with alien creatures. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Mo was awakened by a series of explosive sounds that struck him as somewhat familiar. He donned his spacesuit and opened the hatch to take a look. Once again, it was the cliffside. A meteorite had struck it today. Lin Mo felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had not awakened to find himself surrounded by worms. However, the previous night had indeed provided him with some new insights. After all, it was his first night spent on this planet, and even though he rested in the survival pod, he had refrained from sleeping out of caution. Moreover, approximately 3 hours after nightfall, he had heard sounds of rocks scraping together. Coming closer before fading away, he surmised that some crawling creature had passed by. Then, 2 hours later, he heard a sound akin to the fluttering of insect wings. But it quickly dissipated. Since the survival pod had no windows for observation, Lin Mo would open the hatch a crack every 10 minutes to look around. Upon finding nothing, he would return to the survival pod to check the reactions of others in the chat room. Many participants mentioned similar occurrences, though some who had slain worms claimed these were merely small insects and not worth fearing. Of course, there were also those calling for help, stating they had encountered monsters. However, such reports were in the minority, quickly dismissed and ridiculed by those who had slain worms. As the night wore on, Lin Mo could no longer hold out and finally fell asleep. Now awakened by the booming impact of meteorites against the cliff, he had no intention of returning to slumber. Checking the time, it appeared that a day on this planet was not too dissimilar to that on Earth. It was approximately 6 in the morning, leaving ample time for him to gather enough resources to meet his needs. After all, subsisting solely on raw sweet potatoes was not a viable option. Furthermore, he needed to search for materials for the survival pod upgrade. He felt a connection between the hammer upgrade and the survival pod, much like how advanced tools could only be crafted in survival games after meeting certain conditions. With this resolved in his mind, Lin Mo began to plan his route for the day. He had traveled in a forward right direction yesterday, but today he intended to approach from behind. Although the system had initially indicated that there was nothing in that direction, he wished to explore further afield. Once decided, he conducted a final check of his oxygen tanks. Point 1 was the standard oxygen tank from a spacesuit, and the other a backup tank manufactured by his hammer. Both tanks were fully replenished after a night in the survival pod. With that, he could pack away the survival pod and focus entirely on resource gathering, planning to set up camp later in the evening. Lin Mo walked 50 or 60 steps backward, arriving at the location the system had previously described as barren. This spot differed significantly from yesterday. The meteorite crater was uneven, obstructing his view, so he had to rely on the system for detection. The host front only contains a few scattered stones. If the survival pod is unstable, it may help prop up a corner. This time, Lin Mo altered his stance, and surprisingly, the system's prompt changed accordingly. To the host's left, there are some necessary resources, but it seems there is a pit of mutated scorpions nearby. Approaching recklessly could result in an attack from the scorpions. Mutated Scorpions, Lin Montag muset in Confusion. And the system swiftly generated an image and relevant information about the mutated scorpion before him. Mutated scorpion, approximately 2 meters long, including its tail, with a toxic exterior. Its stinger can easily penetrate basic protective gear and can spray corrosive venom, reaching a maximum distance of about 5 meters. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. This mutated scorpion appeared quite formidable, yet there were resources he needed nearby. Should he simply abandon the pursuit? System reminder. Mutated scorpions are nocturnal creatures that rest in their burrows during the day. If the host approaches cautiously, it may retrieve the desired resources before the scorpion awakens. Nocturnal creatures? This was good news for Lin Mo. Moving carefully and making minimal noise posed no issue for him. However, just to be cautious, he readied an arrow on his hand crossbow. After proceeding cautiously for about 30 steps, Lin Mo discovered a vast pit dug into the outer edge of the meteorite crater, where the light was dim. Thankfully, his target was not located there. Avoiding the surrounding rocks, he stealthily made his way to the other side, where several glimmering silver ores came into view. The silver sheen and familiar structure caught his attention. His eyes brightened. He urgently needed titanium for the survival pod upgrade, and now he had found it. If he could just gather enough iron and aluminum, he could proceed with the upgrade. Avoid waking the mutated scorpion. Lin Mo minimized the force of his hammer strikes. Initially, he would glance back towards the scorpion's pit from time to time, but after several strikes without reaction from the pit, he felt a sense of temporary relief. Resource inventory, titanium 1. Resource inventory, titanium 1. Resource inventory, titanium 1. After collecting 3 pieces of titanium, Lin Mo turned to the 2 common black iron ores nearby, proceeding with the same cautious approach. Resource inventory, iron. Resource inventory, iron 1. Once he had gathered these ores, Lin Mo checked the scorpion's pit once more. The entrance remained quiet, allowing him to fully relax, with resources now in hand. All that remained was, before he could finish his thought, a burst of flames illuminated the visor of his helmet, prompting him to instinctively look up. Several meteorites were streaking across the sky above the crater. This was bad. At that moment, Lin Mo abandoned all pretense of stealth and took off running. Boom! 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 However, he had barely taken a few steps when a series of explosions rocked the entire crater. The irritated, mutated scorpion flicked its tail and swiftly crawled from its burrow to the top of the pit, then opened its jaws filled with fangs and let out a fierce scream. Chasing after Lin Mo, realizing he could not outrun the swiftly moving mutated scorpion, Lin Mo halted. It seemed that the precautionary hand crossbow he had readied would indeed come into play. The mutated scorpion has targeted the host. Be wary of its pounces and subsequent tail stinger attacks. Seeing the System S alert, Lin Mo feigned a leftward escape before darting to the right. The mutated scorpion, sensing its prey, attempting to flee, lunged forward with its pincers. Witnessing the stones crushed beneath the scorpion's weight, Lin Mo thought to himself how perilously close he had come. Enraged by being outmaneuvered, the nearly 1 meter long tail of the scorpion lashed out at Lin Mo. Fortunately, thanks to the system's warning, he managed to sidestep in time, narrowly avoiding a potentially lethal strike. The failed attack only served to further infuriate the mutated scorpion, but Lin Mo had spotted an opportunity amidst the chaos. When the scorpion swung its tail, its body remained relatively stationary, and due to its eyes being positioned to the front, the area behind its body constituted a blind spot, with its tail raised. The scorpion exposed a vulnerable point beneath its stinger. Lin Mo no longer hesitated. With a swift motion, he raised his arm and, aiming precisely at the scorpion's rear, pulled the trigger. The crossbow bolt, propelled by a significant amount of kinetic energy, shot forth, piercing through the scorpion's vulnerable area before its tail even had a chance to fall. Bang! The excruciating pain inflicted by Lin Mo's shot sent the scorpion into a frenzy, thrashing its tail violently against the ground, reducing the struck stones to mere dust. Simultaneously, excrement and blood erupted from the scorpion's ruptured rear. Lin Mo, cautious not to underestimate the creature, noticed how easily the bolt had penetrated the scorpion's tail shell, quickly knocking another bolt to aim at its head. With a sickening thud, the scorpion's body jolted as half of the arrow shaft protruded from its head, and in an instant of silence, it resumed its wild attacks around it. This time, the scorpion's struggles were even more frantic. As it collided with its surroundings, its stinger began to indiscriminately spray venom. However, it seemed that due to the damage inflicted on its rear, the range of its venom was significantly reduced. Fearing the corrosive liquid might splatter onto him, Lin Mo sought refuge in a nearby meteorite crater. Only after the scorpion began to convulse uncontrollably, ceasing its movements, did he cautiously approach to ensure the creature was genuinely incapacitated. He was prepared with a third bolt. Yet before he could pull the trigger, a notification appeared on his headset. Mutated scorpion has been slain. Resource bar, basic living quarters, blueprint 1, resource bar, mutated scorpion flesh 1, resource bar, mutated scorpion flesh 1, resource bar, mutated scorpion flesh 1, a blueprint, and for a basic living quarters? Lin Mo opened the resource bar to examine the newly acquired blueprint, which surprisingly contained several prompts. He clicked to learn, but the headset merely displayed a message indicating he had already utilized the information. Thus, this blueprint held no value for him. Coupled with the system's advisory that the mutated scorpion flesh was inedible, it seemed his endeavor of slaying an extraterrestrial creature yielded no tangible rewards. Not quite. While the blueprint was useless to him, it could be sold. Chapter 6. Discovering new flora. With the thought of selling in mind, Lin Mo activated the trading function of his hammer. Basic living quarters blueprint. Search. Basic living quarters blueprint. Requires 999 X titanium for trade. Just one. Lin Mo stared at the search results in disbelief. Surely this price was no jest. A typical person, even if transported to a titanium mine, will be lucky to mine 99 titanium in 2 days, where would one acquire 999 titanium? Given the rarity of titanium, was this not absurd? Nevertheless, it mattered little. He had no intention of purchasing that. In fact, the more scarce this item was, the more advantageous it would be for him. Lin Mo promptly attempted another search, only to find the same outcome. The trading center possessed only this singular living quarters blueprint. Upon reflection, he understood that it was likely that many of these blueprints had been produced, yet the elite of this world were currently focused on upgrading their living quarters. Based on existing upgrade manufacturing information, those who upgraded first would undoubtedly gain certain manufacturing advantages, such as the ability to create more advanced tools, thereby accelerating both resource expansion and personal development. Consequently, the blueprint had become a coveted item among the elite, a fact that was now clear to him. Having grasped the blueprint's value, Lin Mo listed the basic living quarters blueprint in the trading center. Basic living quarters blueprint requires aluminum X50 for trade. Before finalizing this pricing, Lin Mo checked the availability of aluminum for trade. Given the upgrade frenzy among the elite, aluminum was also in high demand. However, during his search, he noticed that others were intermittently listing aluminum as well. Aluminum X1 requires mutated locust thigh meat X10. He clicked on the information regarding the mutated locust thigh meat, noting that its size was comparable to his mutated sweet potatoes and, crucially, it was edible. This alone made it a valuable commodity. With 10 pieces of locust thigh meat, he estimated it could sustain his food needs for at least 1 to 2 months, given the characteristics of food as a hard currency. When lacking other resources, he could easily trade the thigh meat for what he needed. In essence, discovering an aluminum ore was akin to striking it rich overnight. Lin Mo then recalled the private messaging feature, contemplating whether he could trade some of his other resources for aluminum. However, upon returning to the search page, the aluminum had already vanished. Just then, another batch of aluminum was listed, still requiring 10 locust thighs. But he scarcely had time to view it before it was snatched away. Truly a sought-after commodity. Realizing his blueprint was already listed, Lin Mo decided to go mining, hopeful that his system detection would yield results soon. Even if he found nothing, perhaps the blueprint would sell. Resolute, he began detecting from a location where he had slain the mutated scorpion, since he did not need to detect the path he had taken. He had 3 directions to choose from: left, right, and straight ahead. To the left of the host, there is a large meteorite crater containing numerous ice blocks. If you're lacking moisture, you may replenish there. There are no meteorite craters directly ahead, making it one of the few flat areas within this ring-shaped mountain. It could serve as a camping spot at night. To the right of the host are some minerals, though they seem of little use to you at present. Without a doubt, the right side appeared to be the best choice. The left side's ice blocks were of little use, as Lin Mo currently had a bottle of water in his resource bar. Albeit unpurified and seemingly unclean, he had only taken a small sip the previous night out of desperation, fearing that drinking too much would harm him. With the other two directions considered, the right side was his only option. While the minerals there held no immediate use, they might prove beneficial in the future. After making his decision, Lin Mo confidently proceeded to the right. After approximately 40 steps, he bypassed a meteorite crater and spotted several glimmering minerals. One of the somewhat transparent minerals seemed familiar, recalling his encounter with silicon the night before, while the other two were entirely unrecognizable. Lin Mo picked up his functional hammer and struck one of the silver-gray minerals. After the fourth blow, the mineral broke away from the surface limestone. Resource bar. Magnesium 1. He then turned to the other, darker gray mineral and struck it as well. Resource bar. Chromium 1. Observing the newly collected minerals in his resource bar and comparing them with the system's synthesizer and hammer manufacturing functions, he found no related demand. However, based on past experience, these minerals could be as significant as aluminum. After a brief inspection, Lin Mo continued to scour for resources. This area resembled the previous flat region, with 3 empty directions surrounding him, aside from some ice blocks and useless pebbles. After walking over 100 steps, the detection information finally changed. There's an extraterrestrial creature's excavation cave ahead. Do not approach, or death is certain. To the left of the host is a promising choice with several plants. While they may not be of immediate use, it is wise to be prepared. To the right of the host lies a massive nest entrance, likely left by an extraterrestrial creature during excavation. With no usable resources nearby, it would be a futile journey. This time, Lin Mo opted for the left side, and after 30 steps, he indeed discovered the plants the system had mentioned. As he climbed over the meteorite crater, he initially mistook them for a tangle of weeds, but upon closer inspection through the system's detection, he recognized their value. Mutated dragon sprout, a rose family plant with gene mutations, possessing certain detoxifying properties. After reading the description, Lin Mo wasted no time and began to gather handfuls. Mutated dragon sprout 1. Mutated dragon sprout 1. Mutated dragon sprout 1. Just as Lin Mo was about to strip the area bare, the system provided another prompt. The growth cycle of dragon sprouts is only about a month. If the host marks this location, they can collect here monthly. After careful consideration, Lin Mo realized that his resources were currently sufficient. While he did not have an abundance of edible food, the blueprint and other resources like titanium and fabric could be exchanged for sustenance, making it feasible to last a month. Viewed this way, leaving behind a plant that could be harvested monthly would yield far greater returns than stripping it bare now. Deciding this, Lin Mo promptly ceased gathering and opened the trading center. Mutated dragon sprout. Requires iron X20 for trade. Goodness, that is quite pricey, but he felt fortunate that he had stopped in time. It was indeed a valuable item. However, he refrained from immediately listing it for resource exchange, understanding that, as the system suggested, it was prudent to be prepared rather than wait until he truly needed it and find it unavailable. Using several differently colored stones as markers, Lin Mo continued to gather resources. After several fruitless attempts in different locations, he switched his mining direction and, following the system prompts, discovered 2 iron ores by this time. It was nearly noon. Lin Mo found a flat area to open his survival pod. Replacing the nearly depleted oxygen tank with a spare and began to snack on sweet potato and mutated oranges. He had little appetite in the morning, but after a morning of mining, he felt the need to replenish himself. Once inside the survival pod, Lin Mo dug into the mutated sweet potato. While simultaneously activating the system's synthesizer, he checked the materials still required for upgrading his humble living quarters. Humble living quarters, simple survival pod 1-1, iron 6-5, titanium 3-2, aluminum 0-1. He realized he was merely 1 piece of aluminum short. Contemplating, Lin Mo opened the trading center. only to discover that the prices for the grapes and blueprints he had listed remained unchanged. He pondered whether to adjust the pricing of the blueprints, but soon dismissed the thought that it had only been a morning. There was no need to rush. Moreover, the chatroom icon continued to flash on his headset, prompting him to activate the speaker. In an instant, he was inundated with a flood of private messages. "Brother, could you possibly gift me the blueprint? If you agree, I will fulfill any request you may have when we meet." "Dude, you're asking for too much. Are you unaware of the current price of aluminum? Even the most skilled merchants would find it difficult to procure 50 pieces of aluminum in one go. I sincerely wish to purchase your blueprint. I have 10 pieces of iron that, if you agree, just initiate the trade." "Bro, initiate the trade with me, and I will provide you with materials. You just need to help me upgrade first." "I don't have aluminum. Do you need other ores? Are you there?" After dismissing a slew of irrelevant messages, Lin Mo reached out to a few seemingly reliable contacts. One buyer mentioned he only had 10 pieces of aluminum, but could additionally offer 200 pieces of iron and 10 of titanium. Lin Mo considered this insufficient. Even combining the value of 200 pieces of iron and 10 of titanium would not equate to 40 pieces of aluminum. Judging by the importance of aluminum for future upgrades, he decided to hold out for 50 pieces. Since the offer fell short of his expectations, he remained steadfast. The buyer, however, remained courteous, stating that even if the deal didn't materialize, he could be contacted in the future for fair pricing on good items. After reviewing these interactions, Lin Mo glanced at the chatroom again. World speaker, freshly minted, iron pickaxe, blueprint, increases mining speed by 50 for deeper ores, an absolute gem, trade for just 1 day's worth of food. Those interested initiate the trade. Excavation tool, shovel, blueprint. Only 3 peaches per blueprint. This opportunity won't last long. Survival essential. Fear not the suffocation from lack of oxygen. Humble survival pod, blueprint. Private message if interested. Everything can be bartered. For those who can't afford food or lack oxygen tanks, just promise to repay tomorrow, and I can offer credit. At first glance, Lin Mo thought the idea of credit was risky, as the lender could easily abscond the next day. However, upon deeper reflection, he quickly grasped the merchant's intentions. Fleeing would be futile in this situation. Without food or oxygen tanks, one could only await demise. Thus, unless one struck it rich overnight, they would have to repay their debts diligently. Planet speaker, Song Jian, "Brothers, I'm back." Li Kai, "Brother Jian must have struck it rich again. If you have any junk resources your storage can't accommodate, I can temporarily hold on to them for you." Song Jian, "Haha, I'm here to share some insights. Humble survival pod, blueprint. Any discerning brothers on this planet?" Zhao Dahai, "Wow, this is a great item. I heard from the world speaker that only the top tier can utilize this. Brother Jian, you're amazing." Xiaoya, "Brother Jian, you're so impressive. Can I borrow the blueprint to play with for a few days?" Song Jian, "Haha, Xiaoya, don't rush. I only have one right now. Once I've leveled up, I'll definitely give you one." Xiaoya, "All right, but Brother Jian must keep his word." Bo Air, "A piece of junk that even the second tier doesn't want, and yet there are people who genuinely laugh at this." Lin Mo noticed the local chatroom was devolving into a quarrel, so he prudently muted the speaker and resumed mining. Chapter 7, Deal. At this moment, the left path was not a prudent choice, as a horde of mutated ants was transporting the corpse of some alien creature. Approaching them could very likely result in being torn to shreds. Ahead, in the meteorite crater, there was a cave containing some valuable items, yet it was infested with mutated bats that could drain one's blood if approached. Not far to the right, a pile of stones concealed numerous mutated beetles. Their flesh was edible, but their shells were difficult to penetrate with ordinary tools. Each direction presented alien threats, with 2 paths posing significant danger. Given his current equipment, he was ill-equipped to confront them. Thus, he faced 2 choices. One was to turn back and traverse the previously crossed vast, barren area again to scour for resources, and the other was to risk moving rightward to see if he could pierce the beetle's shells with his hand crossbow. Success would yield new food, but failure could mean a chase from the beetles. Turning back was the safer option, avoiding a direct confrontation with alien creatures. However, it would require wasting considerable time crossing the barren stretch once more, and critically, he couldn't ascertain the conditions awaiting him on that side. The second option promised reward along with risk. It was now up to Lin Mo to decide. After careful deliberation, he glanced at the stone heap on the right and resolved to test the hardness of the beetle's shell. After all, the system had not indicated any life-threatening danger. At worst, he might end up in a bit of a predicament and waste some time. With his mind made up, Lin Mo readied his hand crossbow with an arrow and cautiously approached the stone pile on the right. As he drew nearer, the number of stones on the ground increased, and upon reaching about 50 steps away, he noticed several 3 to 4 meter high piles of stone and could distinctly hear the sound of stones scraping against one another. Clearly, the mutated beetles were nestled within the stone heaps, presenting Lin Mo with a dilemma. Based on his understanding of the crossbow's power, he knew it was impossible to shoot through the stone piles, thus granting the beetles protection from his attack. While pondering a strategy, the proximity triggered a detection message to pop up. Mutated beetle, adult size comparable to a watermelon, highly aggressive, survives on decaying animal flesh, and exhibits reduced vigilance while foraging. They tend to compete fiercely for food. Enlightened by the notification, Lin Mo recalled having acquired some decaying flesh from a mutated scorpion he had slain earlier that morning and was at a loss as to what to do with it. Now, it seemed a perfect opportunity to test it out. With that thought, he retrieved a piece of decaying scorpion flesh from his resource inventory and hurled it into the center of the stone piles. Thud! The sound of the flesh hitting the ground caught the beetle's attention. The beetle nearest to the center initially shrank back cautiously, but upon sensing no immediate danger, it quickly extended its head from the pile, its antennae quivering as it followed the scent of the decaying flesh. Soon, several more beetles emerged from the stone heaps. The first beetle to arrive feasted greedily, while others that arrived later jostled it aside to claim their share. Lin Mo had initially hoped the flesh's toxicity would incapacitate the beetles, but to his surprise, not only did they remain unharmed, they began to brawl over the food, observing the beetles lost in their indulgence or engage in combat over their prize. Lin Mo recognized a prime opportunity. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger at the 2 battling beetles. Whoosh! The sound of the bolt slicing through the air was followed by the sight of the 2 beetles skewered together like a candied hawthorn. Recognizing the rarity of this chance, he swiftly knocked another arrow and aimed at a nearby beetle engrossed in its meal. Whoosh! 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 Lin Mo released 3 arrows in quick succession, piercing 2 of the beetles surrounding the decaying flesh. The third beetle, sensing danger, narrowly avoided his shot. Lin Mo, aware of the need for caution, quickly knocked another arrow, tossing a piece of decaying flesh from his inventory to distract the approaching beetle. The agile beetle was immediately drawn to the bait. Slowing its movements, seizing the moment, Lin Mo shot an arrow. The beetle, bewildered at how a chunk of meat had fallen from the sky, met its end as the arrow penetrated the flesh and lodged itself in its head. A headshot. The beetle struggled momentarily before falling still. Lin Mo, initially worried about whether the arrow's force would be sufficient to breach the beetleless shell, now felt reassured. After confirming that no other beetles were nearby, he proceeded to clean up the battlefield. Having used both arrows to slay the mutated scorpions earlier, he had not been able to recover them. Now, with 5 arrows spent, fortunately, the mutated beetles posed no threat. Aside from the last arrow being corroded by the decaying flesh, the remaining 4 were salvageable. Ultimately, he had 7 arrows left. He could reclaim the second piece of decaying flesh, but the first was beyond recovery. Nevertheless, the haul was considerable. After disassembling the mutated beetles, he acquired 5 mutated beetle meat. While this amount paled in comparison to a locust thigh, it was still sufficient to sustain Lin Mo for a month. After collecting the resources, Lin Mo continued his search for more. Upon circling back to the flat area, he noticed that night had visibly fallen. Finding a suitable spot, he opened his survival pod and began tallying his afternoon's gains. In addition to the beetle meat, Lin Mo had gathered 3 mutated grapes, 1 wood, 6 iron, 5 cobalt, and 1 titanium. Yet he still had not located a single piece of aluminum, leading him to question whether this area even possessed any. However, it matters little now, for I still possess the design blueprints. If all else fails, I can always lower the price and sell them off. with 2 clusters of grapes and a sweet potato in hand, complemented by some freshly caught beetle meat. Lin Mo is determined to treat himself, well, that he then opens the trading center to check his messages, only to find that nothing has sold, that a whole day has passed. Yet Lin Mo finds himself surprisingly unperturbed. Taking a bite of the sweet potato and then a grape, he decides to peruse the chat room to see how others are faring. What greets him is a barrage of private messages from those seeking to acquire his design blueprints at a bargain. Drawing from his experience at noon, Lin Mo has become somewhat accustomed to this, and he promptly clears away these meaningless messages and contemplates whether to send out a world announcement, only to be interrupted as another message notification pings. Just as he prepares to inform the sender that there can be no negotiations without aluminum, he realizes it is the same person he spoke with during lunch. This afternoon, I sold off all my resources and managed to gather 30 pieces of aluminum. This is the highest price I can offer. I truly cannot afford anymore. After reading this, Lin Mo tentatively replies, 35 pieces. Let us proceed with the transaction. Deal? Chapter 8. Intelligence. As Lin Mo gazes at the 35 pieces of aluminum placed in the trading column, a sense of being shortchanged washes over him. Nonetheless, he has no intention of backing out, so he places the design blueprint on the table. After all, if he were to delay the sale for a few extra pieces of aluminum, it might lead to a time when this design blueprint is no longer in high demand, or the supply increases, rendering his efforts futile. Both parties confirm the transaction. Transaction complete. Resource inventory. Simple living cabin. Blueprint minus resource inventory. Aluminum 35. Lin Mo assumed that the trade would conclude there. But to his surprise, the other party sent another private message right after the trade. If it were anyone else, I'm sure they would have tried to raise the price on me. But I didn't expect you to be so trustworthy. Since that's the case, allow me to share some intel with you as an apology for tricking you earlier. Curiosity piqued. Lin Mo inquires about the information. It may not seem significant to you, but I'll tell you anyway. Upgrading the hammer requires defeating elite extraterrestrial creatures. Elite? Lin Mo is momentarily taken aback. But then joy fills his heart as he dismisses the earlier conversation, focusing solely on the upgrade of the hammer. What are you daydreaming about? What good does that information do you? Lin Mo snaps back, asking, how do you know it's of no use to me? Let me explain. Since I made a substantial trade today, I might as well pass the time. Lin Mo ignores the subtle air of superiority in the other person's words. I suspect you are among those who develop by hunting extraterrestrial creatures, which is how you stumbled upon this blueprint. Now, in your quest for resources, you've sold it to me. How do you plan to upgrade to the living cabin? By buying it back with the 35 pieces of aluminum I just traded you, or by continuing to hunt extraterrestrial creatures for drops that I'm sure you're well aware of the rarity of this blueprint. Whether you attempt to buy it back or find another drop, both scenarios are nearly impossible. And only by upgrading to a living cabin can you upgrade the functional hammer. So sharing this information with you holds little significance. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo finally understands. The person opposite him believes he is one of those who develops by hunting extraterrestrial creatures. However, he has no desire to clarify. After all, he cannot allow his secrets to be revealed. And in this world, the less information exposed, the safer one remains. Well, I suppose I was wrong in my assumptions, was I? Lin Mo did not expect the other person to inquire about him. So he casually replied, you're correct. I obtained this blueprint by chance after slaying a monster. But according to your words, doesn't that mean we are unable to upgrade at all? Actually, there is no need for you to worry. Once our first tier has obtained the living cabins and upgraded the hammers, we can then provide the second tier with better tools. Consequently, your efficiency in hunting monsters will increase and the drops of blueprints will naturally rise. Additionally, with the demand decreasing, it will become feasible to buy back the blueprints for upgrades. Lin Mo chuckles upon hearing this. In essence, they're suggesting that he wait until the item becomes widespread before purchasing it back for an upgrade. Fortunately, he no longer requires the blueprint, and there is no need to cling to the aluminum or while waiting for it. Well then, I've provided you with the information, so if you come across anything valuable in the future, feel free to message me directly. My offers will undoubtedly be higher than others. Lin Mo responded with a casual acknowledgement, ending the conversation, and then opened his system synthesizer. Simple living cabin, material requirements, simple survival cabin 1-1. Iron 12-5, titanium 4-2, aluminum 35-1. Materials satisfied. Do you confirm synthesis? Confirm. System notification. Simple survival cabin -1, iron -5, titanium -2, aluminum -1. System notification. Simple living cabin synthesis successful. Before he knew it, the walls of the survival cabin where Lin Mo resided began to fade away until they vanished completely. Suddenly, a new layer of wall appeared, significantly increasing the space to gain a clearer perspective. He opened the cabin door and stepped outside. What he encountered was the iron coffin that he had once found so disheartening. It had now transformed into a structure approximately 2 meters in length. While it may not be a perfect cube, at least all 3 sides measured around 2 meters. This made Lin Mo, who had spent an entire day confined in the iron coffin, feel that this upgrade was truly worthwhile. Previously, in the cramped confines of the iron coffin, even breathing felt suffocating, but upon returning to the living cabin, he found his breaths significantly freer. Most importantly, after this upgrade, a small observation window had been added to the cabin door. Though not large, it allowed Lin Mo to gain some insight into the outside world. In addition, there were several other enhancements, such as improved efficiency for the oxygen tank, which had increased from approximately 5 hours to now 4. The thickness of the cabin walls had also increased, enabling them to withstand attacks from smaller extraterrestrial creatures for a short duration. With the living cabin upgrade complete, Lin Mo opened the synthesizer once more. After synthesizing the survival cabin, he had only just noticed the option to synthesize the living cabin, and now he was curious whether unlocking it would reveal new synthesis options. As he scrolled down the survival category, he indeed discovered new options. Small living cabin, simple living cabin 1-1, iron 720, titanium 210, aluminum 34-5, silicon 2-1, heating device 0-1. Preconditions not met, unable to synthesize. Lin Mo surmised that this must relate to the hammer upgrade. Opening the hammer's basic interface, he found that a previously locked slot was now highlighted. Clicking on a highlighted slot, the lock instantly disengaged, revealing an upgrade option that he chose to upgrade. Required conditions: 710 iron, 5-5 cobalt, 2-5 titanium, 34-1 aluminum, basic weapon, crossbow 1-1, basic armor 0-1, basic tool shovel 1-1, simple living cabin 1-1, hidden conditions not yet unlocked. This item cannot be traded. Resources like iron are not a problem for him, as he currently has ample supplies. With just a bit of food and dragon sprout grass, he could easily trade for the missing ores. Basic armor is also straightforward, so Lin Mo opened the synthesizer and selected the standard protective gear. Standard protective gear, iron 1-1, fabric 2-1, materials satisfied. Do you confirm synthesis? Confirm. System notification, iron -1, fabric -1, system notification. Standard protective gear synthesis successful. Lin Mo donned the standard protective gear and then checked the hammer's upgrade conditions. Indeed, the basic armor section had changed to 1-1 at 8T this moment. His gaze fell upon the final condition. Hidden condition? He recalled the information shared by the person he traded with earlier. Could the hidden condition be related to defeating elite-level monsters? This item cannot be traded. It certainly seemed plausible. But how was he to determine which extraterrestrial creatures were elite level? Suddenly, the system detection activated. The leader of low-level extraterrestrial creatures is classified as elite. They display certain color variations individually and typically do not engage directly in attacks, instead organizing their kind to launch assaults against enemies. Thus, in contrast to the attacks from extraterrestrial creatures, the elite leader tends to remain at the back. As a reminder, the silver-winged moth you encountered yesterday harbored an elite leader within. It appears that a return trip is necessary. Chapter 9. Heavy losses. Materials satisfied. Do you confirm synthesis? Confirm. System notification. Wood -2, iron -2. System notification. Arrows 10, X2 synthesis successful. On the 3rd day of his arrival on the alien planet, accompanied by the familiar roaring sounds of the morning, Lin Mo begins to check his gear in preparation for hunting the elite silver-winged moth. Feeling that 7 arrows may not suffice, he decides to use all the wood he has on hand. Now equipped with a total of 27 crossbow bolts and following last night as practice, he is becoming increasingly proficient in using the crossbow that on his way back. Lin Mo recalls some details, and, combined with the tracks he left earlier, he is confident that he cannot go astray. After approximately an hour of travel, the system prompt finally sounds. A group of silver-winged moths is resting on the dry branch to your right. Be cautious of their wings. They are exceedingly sharp, and your basic armor will not withstand many strikes. Seeing the detection information, Lin Mo understands that he must not allow the silver-winged moths to close in on him. He needs to be agile in his approach. Regrettably, clad in a full spacesuit, one's agility is severely compromised, rendering any attempts at nimbleness futile. It appears that I must seek out a more advantageous terrain. Lin Mo surveyed the vicinity surrounding the location of the silver-winged moth and ultimately decided upon a slope behind a meteorite crater. After making his choice, Lin Mo confirmed that the crossbow bolt was securely placed in the mechanism before stealthily approaching. Upon reaching the slope of the crater, Lin Mo crouched at its edge, carefully observing the distribution of the silver-winged moths. Directly ahead, 2 silver-winged moths rested upon the same withered branch, flanked by 3 on either side, with 5 more crowded onto a solitary dried twig behind them. Estimating a distance of roughly 20 paces, Lin Mo intended to deliver a chilling strike to the 2 in front, but unexpectedly, one of the 5 moths at the rear suddenly took flight. Notably, this particular moth exhibited reddish wings and a distinct head from its counterpart, an elite silver-winged moth. Just as he speculated, the moth ascended higher. Soon in clear view of him, Lin Mo's brow furrowed. He understood that being discovered first would forfeit his opportunity for a surprise attack, leaving no time for further confirmation. Skillfully raising his crossbow, he aimed at the ever-rising silver-winged moth, slightly adjusting the aim point. Thwack! The bolt soared forth. The ascending moth seemed to sense something amiss and veered slightly. Yet the bolt's velocity was extraordinary, piercing through the base of one wing. The severed wing, connected to the moth's muscles and nerves, instantly rendered half of its wings useless. Though it retained the other half, the moth plummeted to the earth like an aircraft with a broken wing. Accompanying its descent was a shrill cry unique to the silver-winged moth, which reverberated through the surroundings, awakening all its kin. Lin Mo lamented the failure to deliver a fatal blow, but did not pause in his actions. As the first bolt was released, he swiftly nocked a second arrow. Observing the moth before him, wings unfurled, he hesitated not, pulling the trigger while drawing a third arrow. Swiftly reloading and firing again, .2 bolts flew. The first moth was struck through the abdomen before it could fully spread its wings, while the second, in the process of unfurling, received a bolt to its head. The remaining 10 silver-winged moths, 3 on each side and 4 behind, took to the air, all heading towards the perceived threat. However, Lin Mo remained unfazed, calmly knocking another bolt as he shot towards the approaching silver-winged moth from the slope below. The leading moth was pierced through the head mid-flight, causing the others to panic and ascend higher. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo released a 5th bolt, bringing down yet another moth, causing the remaining silver-winged moths to flail about like headless flies. Just as Lin Mo prepared to press his advantage, a piercing shriek suddenly restored order among the disarrayed moths. His brow furrowed further as he followed the sound, spotting a moth with a drooping wing commanding its fellow moth from a high perch on a withered branch. The silver-winged moths, now arranged in formation, began their dive towards him. Lin Mo, recognizing the gravity of the situation, aimed at the leading moth and swiftly retreated to evade the high-speed onslaught. Whoosh! The silver-winged moths zipped overhead, slicing through loose stones along the crater's edge. Once they had all passed, Lin Mo counted 7 moths remaining. His position on the slope was now compromised, making it impossible to continue shooting as before. Before he could devise a plan, another shrill cry echoed, signaling the silver-winged moth's tactical maneuver as they split, one group veering left and the other right to flank him. With nowhere to hide, Lin Mo was taken aback by the tactical prowess of these moths, but forced himself to remain composed. Scanning his surroundings, his gaze fell upon the distant silver-winged moth. After observing the recent developments, he was now certain that this injured moth was the elite leader. As the saying goes, capture the ringleader first. This might be his only chance. The silver-winged moths began their dive, their barbed limbs extended, seemingly poised to tear Lin Mo apart. In the blink of an eye, the moths were upon him, yet just as they were about to strike, the rudimentary habitat module unfolded, causing the surrounding moths to collide with it, providing Lin Mo the opportunity to leap out of the crater and sprint towards the elite leader. Having previously experienced the force of Lin Mo's crossbow, the elite moth flipped and jumped from its perch, shrieking commands for its kin to return and attack Lin Mo. The silver-winged moths, disoriented by the sudden emergence of the habitat module, struggled to regroup, with some even becoming ensnared within its walls. Lin Mo, seizing the moment, deftly avoided the elite leader's wings and aimed at its head. Thwack! The bolt flew true, silencing its shriek. The elite silver-winged moth leader was struck down, and as Lin Mo glanced back, he saw the few moths that had just begun to organize fall into chaos once more. Clearly, they were no longer a threat. After dispatching the remaining silver-winged moths over the next several minutes, Lin Mo began to scour the battlefield. Excluding the elite leader, he had accounted for 12 silver-winged moths in total. He had slain 9 with his crossbow. 3 were lodged in his habitat module. 2 were dispatched with a shovel, and 1 had its head severed by his own wing that he proceeded to dismantle them one by one to claim his spoils. Resource bar, silver wing protein 1. Resource bar, silver wing protein 1. Resource bar, silver wing protein 1. In addition to the silver wing protein acquired from the 12 moths, 4 blueprints were also discovered. Resource bar, fire axe blueprint resource bar, bow and arrow blueprint resource bar, basic knife blueprint resource bar, rudimentary habitat module blueprint. The final blueprint for the habitat module held some value, while the others would likely only fetch a few worthless iron ores. After processing the spoils from these lesser foes, Lin Mo approached the position of the silver-winged moth leader. Resource bar, silver wing protein 1. Resource bar, alien biological core elite. This item cannot be traded. 1. Resource bar, small water purification device. Blueprint, a small water purification device? Lin Mo glanced at it, surprised to find a blueprint he had not encountered before, and selected it to view the details. Small water purification device, blueprint. For 5 iron, 2-1 silicon, 1-1 fabric, 1-1 water bottle. Note: this item requires level 2 crafting to learn. No wonder he hadn't seen it before. It could only be learned after upgrading the hammer. After reviewing it, Lin Mo shifted his gaze back to the alien biological core, elite, and accessed the upgrade function on the hammer. Requirements: for 10 iron, 5-5 cobalt, 2-5 titanium, 34-1 aluminum. Basic weapon, crossbow, 1-1. Basic armor, 1-1. Basic tool, shovel, 1-1. Rudimentary habitat module, 1-1. Alien biological core elite, 1-1. It seems the information provided was indeed accurate. Defeating elite extraterrestrial creatures was a necessity. Confirming this, Lin Mo continued to scour the battlefield. Aside from these gains, he had also incurred losses that, in total, he had utilized 13 arrows, recovered 8, while 5 were irreparably damaged by the moth's wings. The habitat module, having served as a shield in critical moments, was severely compromised. Upon inspection, he found the door no longer capable of closure, and several large holes in the walls rendered it unusable. Fortunately, it could still be repaired. Lin Mo glanced at the repair requirements. Repair damaged habitat module. For 5 iron, 2-1 titanium. Goodness, it was nearly half the materials required for the previous upgrade. It appeared that to defeat the elite extraterrestrial creature, he had indeed suffered significant losses. Chapter 10. Hammer upgrade. Catching up to the first wave of progress, the damage to the habitat module left Lin Mo unable to continue scavenging resources for the time being. Given that the habitat module served not only as a shelter at night, but also as a source of oxygen, his immediate priority was to repair it. However, he found himself short on iron, and further upgrades to the hammer required substantial resources. Just as Lin Mo contemplated listing the blueprints he had acquired, he suddenly recalled the individual he had traded with the previous night. Did he not mention having valuable items to offer? Lin Mo decided to send the information regarding the rudimentary habitat module blueprint. To his surprise, the response came swiftly. "All right, I misjudged. I thought you had dropped another habitat module blueprint. Considering our previous collaboration, I'll be honest, this blueprint was worth 100 iron yesterday. but now it's only worth about 50. If you're in a hurry to sell, I can offer you 45 iron. What does that sound? Lin Mo had checked the market prices prior to communicating and knew it was around 47 to 48 iron, but listing it would require waiting for a buyer. The difference of 3 or 4 iron was negligible. Why exchanging those few iron for time? It was truly not a loss. No problem. Let me take a look at these, Lin Mo said as he sent out the design blueprint for the fire axes he had just acquired. Have you poked a hornet's nest? That being said, although I no longer accept these low-tier blueprints, out of respect for our long-standing collaboration, I will reluctantly inquire if anyone else is interested. Please hold on a moment. After about a minute, a message came through again. I've made contact. I'll take 45 iron for the survival pod, and for the remaining blueprints, it's 10 iron each, packaged at 30 iron in total. I've boldly managed to secure an additional 5 iron for you, making it 35 iron altogether. What does that sound? Lin Mo had checked the market price earlier, and indeed, 35 iron for these 3 blueprints was quite generous. However, he was skeptical about the claim of boldly asking. Nevertheless, he replied, "No problem." Upon Lin Mo's agreement, a trade request was sent immediately. Resource bar. Rudimentary survival pod, blueprint-1. Fire axe, blueprint -1. Bow and arrow, blueprint -1. Ordinary tools, blueprint -1. Resource bar, iron 80. By the way, my name is Chien Duo. Don't forget to call me if you come across anything good in the future. Lin Montak. Lin Mo was indifferent to whether Chien Duo was his real name or a nickname. In this world, names had essentially become mere aliases, with their authenticity holding no significance. However, the mention of good things reminded him of a small water purification device blueprint he still had in hand. The reason he hadn't sold it along with the other blueprints was that the synthesizer had yet to feature the small water purification device. In other words, Lin Mo was uncertain whether he could synthesize the item after upgrading his hammer without the blueprint, which was why he had kept it. Fortunately, the answer would soon be revealed. Lin Mo opened the trading center, input the information for titanium, and clicked search. Titanium requires 10 iron for trade. Titanium requires 10 iron for trade. Titanium requires 10 iron for trade. Seeing the price stabilize, he clicked to purchase in bulk. Resource bar, iron -40. Resource bar, titanium 4. Now he had enough iron resources, but upgrading the hammer required 5 titanium, and repairing the living pod needed 1 titanium. Adding his remaining 2 titanium. Buying 4 would be just right. Repairing the damaged living pod. Iron 44.5, titanium 6.1. Material sufficient, confirm repair. Confirm. Resource bar. Iron -5, titanium -1. As a wave of white light scanned the entire living pod. The previously dented and unclosable door gradually restored to its original state, and the large holes in the cabin walls caused by the silver-winged moth slowly shrank until they vanished. The entire process lasted about a minute. Rudimentary living pod. Repair successful. After the living pod was repaired, Lin Mo stepped inside to take a look. It was just like nude. He then opened the upgrade interface for the hammer. Required conditions, 39-10 iron. 5.5 cobalt, 5.5 titanium, 34.1 aluminum, basic weapon, hand crossbow, 1.1 basic armor, 1.1 basic tool shovel, 1.1 rudimentary living pod, 1.1 alien creature core elite, 1.1 material sufficient. Prerequisite conditions met. Confirm, upgrade, confirm. Resource bar, iron -10, cobalt -5, titanium -5, aluminum -1, alien creature core elite, -1. Level 2 functional hammer upgrading, progress 50, 100. A progress indicator flashed on the head-mounted display as the functional hammer rebooted to its initial interface. Level 2 functional hammer, upgrade successful. New basic manufacturing functions include rudimentary single bed, water storage tank, thin clothing, level 2 oxygen tank, and wolf tooth club. Lin Mo briefly glanced at the items the hammer could manufacture. Although there was a noticeable improvement compared to the previous items, they still only ensured basic survival. Clearly, to live better, he would still require blueprints for learning. Since he possessed a synthesizer, the question that had been circling his mind could finally be answered. Lin Mo opened the resource detection synthesizer. Detected host manufacturing level has increased. Resource detection synthesizer is upgrading 50. 100, upgrade successful. Resource detection synthesizer upgrade functions are as follows. 1. Slightly increased detection range. 2. Unlock corresponding level synthesis list in the synthesizer. As expected, the levels granted by this system would rise in tandem with the hammer's level. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo eagerly opened the synthesizer list. He noticed that several previously blacked-out items suddenly lit up, including the small water purification device. This meant that as long as he upgraded the hammer, he could sell any blueprints he found in the future. Confirming this, Lin Mo directly opened the chat window with Qian Duo Duo. Qian Duo Duo, how much do you think this blueprint is worth? Small water purification device. Blueprint. Just seconds later, a message appeared in the chat window. If it's like those fire axes earlier, I can't help you. Sigh, wait a moment. Did you really go and fight the elite alien creature? How did you know I fought the elite alien creature? Items that require a level 2 functional hammer to manufacture can only drop from elite alien creatures. This is common knowledge among the first tier, of course I know. Wait, I feel like you're trying to extract information from me. Forget it. It doesn't matter to tell you. After all, it won't help you much. On the contrary, once you sell me the living pod blueprint, even if you meet the conditions to upgrade the hammer. What use will it be? Wait, you're not planning to buy back the living pod blueprint, are you? Let me tell you to give up on that thought. I've already sold the blueprint. And even if I had it, you probably couldn't afford it. Lin Mo merely smiled at Qianduo's self-talk without offering any explanations, instead following the conversation to inquire about the small water purification device blueprint. Now that I have a new blueprint, can't I use the aluminum left from my previous transactions along with this to purchase it? Are you referring to that purification device? It is indeed rare at the moment. But to be honest, even though it is rare, its value won't be too high. First, you must remember that this is an item that can only be manufactured with a level 2 functional hammer, which means only a small number of people will choose it. Second, it's not an essential item like the living pod. Right now, everyone is just trying to survive, so how many people care about whether their drinking water is clean? Moreover, there are fruits available in the market as substitutes, so its value is bound to be low. After hearing this, Lin Mo realized he had been short-sighted. These first-tier players were not fools. Currently, they could replenish hydration easily with fruits, and they would wait until the second tier had more blueprints available before making purchases, which would likely be cheaper than now. However, regardless of the circumstances, this was still a device capable of purifying water, and its value would certainly surpass that of fire axes. So, how much do you think it's worth? This is the first time I've received this blueprint. Based on a market price of 150 iron, I can offer you 120 iron. The 30 iron price difference made Lin Mo hesitate for a moment, as it was nearly equivalent to the value of 3 ordinary blueprints. However, just a few seconds later, he replied, "No problem, let us trade." There was no choice. He had just seen the market price drop from 150 to 140 iron. If he delayed any further, it might even drop below 120. Resource bar, small water purification device, blueprint, minus resource bar. Iron 120. Now that he had the resources, Lin Mo opened the synthesizer to select the item. Small water purification device. Iron 1495. Silicon 21. Fabric 11. Water bottle 1. Material sufficient. Confirm synthesis? Confirm. System notification. Iron-5. Silicon-1. Fabric-1. Water bottle -1. System notification. Small water purification device. Synthesis successful. Lin Mo looked at the device before him, which was roughly the size of a water dispenser, and wondered if the water in his bottle would vanish. To his surprise, he saw that the transparent storage tank above contained some murky water. To test the purification effect, he quickly made a new water bottle and placed it at the outlet. Pressing the switch, the murky water in the transparent tank rapidly decreased, filling the bottle halfway. Lin Mo pressed the switch again, picked up the bottle, and took a look. The water was crystal clear. He even sniffed it and found it devoid of the strange, earthy taste that often accompanied melted ice. Just then, feeling a bit parched, he tilted his head back and downed half a bottle of water. Wow, that was refreshing. Chapter 11. Upgrade the crossbow, slay medium alien creatures. Lin Mo wiped his mouth, still feeling somewhat unsatisfied. The purified water truly quenches thirst far more effectively than fruits could. Previously, he had relied on oranges and grapes to hydrate, but the sugars in fruits only left him thirstier or with an unpleasant taste. Now that he had the water purifier, as long as he found ice cubes, he could achieve true drinking freedom. Not only that, he had also noticed a shower device in the synthesizer and with a water storage tank from the level 2 functional hammer. He could even enjoy a refreshing shower with clean water. Regrettably, I find myself devoid of iridium ore, and the entire market lacks it as well. Were it otherwise, I could have utilized a heating device for a warm bath. As for the ice, I recall that the system provided a detection message previously indicating a substantial block of ice nearby. However, at that time, I lacked a water bottle to collect it. Now that I possess a hammer capable of crafting a water storage tank, along with a large tank within the synthesizer, I need not worry about capacity any longer. Moreover, water is an essential resource for life, necessitating a considerable surplus. Having pondered this, Lin Mo decided to stow away the habitation pod and set forth. Coincidentally testing the upgraded system's detection range, as soon as he stepped beyond the vicinity of the battle with the silver-winged moth, a notification materialized before him. An item desired by the host is located ahead. Marked for the host's convenience. Lin Mo climbed to the edge of a meteorite crater to survey the area, and indeed noticed a downward-pointing green marker in the distance to his left. My heavens, is this what you call a minor enhancement? Upon a brief estimation, the distance must exceed 200 meters, several times the previous detection range. The most significant advantage is the inclusion of the marker. The meteorite craters in his vicinity are densely clustered, often obscuring visibility, which had slowed his resource collection efforts. Now, with the marker, Lin Mo need only follow in the designated direction. After a few minutes, another prompt from his system appeared. An item desired by the host is ahead, but a medium-sized alien creature is currently prowling nearby. Approaching carelessly may result in a fatal encounter. A medium-sized alien creature. Lin Mo paused, recalling that even the 2-meter-long mutated scorpion, including its tail, was classified as small. How massive must this medium-sized creature be? 3 meters? 4? Or even 5? Rather than acting recklessly, he approached the edge of a nearby meteorite crater. Utilizing its height to observe the location marked, a howl echoed, preceding his visual confirmation of the alien creature. Following the sound, a creature resembling a massive rhinoceros appeared near the ice block. Mutated double-horned rhinoceros. Its form resembles that of a rhinoceros, characterized by its distinctive double horns, measuring nearly 5 meters in length, with tough skin rendering the host's weaponry ineffective against its exterior. Is the strongest weapon among basic armaments, the hand crossbow. Incapable of penetrating its hide, what could possibly be the thickness of this medium-sized alien creature's skin? It is as if it dons a layer of armor. Given the system's warning, Lin Mo grew increasingly cautious and promptly activated the synthesizer. Titanium alloy battle axe, fire axe 01, iron 143.5, titanium 03, a heavy melee weapon capable of inflicting substantial damage on medium-sized alien creatures. However, it is cumbersome, making it challenging to handle highly agile foes. Titanium alloy knife, ordinary knife 01, iron 143.5, titanium 03, a lightweight melee weapon that is nimble and can inflict damage on medium-sized alien creatures, but lacks the capacity for a lethal strike. Titanium alloy bow, ordinary bow 01, iron 143.5, titanium 03, fabric 01, a lightweight ranged weapon suitable for ambushes, capable of firing 3 arrows simultaneously and penetrating the hide of medium-sized alien creatures to cause damage. However, it becomes ineffective in close quarters. Titanium alloy repeating crossbow, ordinary hand crossbow 11, iron 143.5, titanium 03, fabric 02, a lightweight ranged weapon that can fire continuously, penetrating the hide of medium-sized alien creatures to inflict considerable damage. However, it too becomes ineffective in close proximity. Undoubtedly, the repeating crossbow is Lin Mo's finest choice that he decisively purchased titanium and fabric from the trading post. 3 units of titanium, coupled with 2 pieces of fabric, amounted to 50 units of iron in total that he then selected the titanium alloy repeating crossbow. Titanium alloy repeating crossbow, ordinary hand crossbow 11, iron 93.5, titanium 3.3, fabric 2.2, material sufficient. Do you confirm synthesis? Confirm. System notification, ordinary hand crossbow -1, iron -5, titanium -3, Fabric -2. System notification. Titanium alloy repeating crossbow synthesized successfully. Resource inventory. Titanium alloy repeating crossbow 1. Lin Mo retrieved the repeating crossbow from his inventory. At this moment, the crossbow featured a holographic sight atop it, replacing the previous mechanical sight that required a 3-point alignment. Now, he need only align the reticle within the sight with his target. And due to the diffraction effect, visibility and lighting remain unimpeded. Additionally, an arrow magazine protruded from the top, capable of holding up to 10 bolts. The crossbow also boasted an added string, ensuring that its power remained consistent during rapid-fire sequences. Finally, a winding handle was affixed to one side of the crossbow. By simply turning this handle, the internal mechanism would assist in quickly reloading the bolts for uninterrupted fire. Once familiarized with the titanium alloy repeating crossbow, Lin Mo once again focused on the mutated double-horned rhinoceros before him. The system's notification had since changed. The host's weapon can easily penetrate the mutated double-horned rhinoceros's hide. However, caution is advised regarding its brute strength. If possible, aim for the eyes or the abdominal area, which houses numerous vital organs. That was precisely his intention. After filling the magazine with 10 bolts, he approached the double-horned rhinoceros while simultaneously winding the handle. With a satisfying click, the string was taut. Lin Mo positioned himself within 20 paces of the double-horned rhinoceros, lifted the repeating crossbow, and aimed for its eye, pulling the trigger with force. Thwack! The bolt soared into the air, propelled by an immense force that slightly deformed its shaft. After a brief twist, it struck directly into the double-horned rhinoceros's eye. A piercing howl of agony erupted from the creature, which then stomped its front hooves violently. Lin Mo felt the ground tremble beneath him, causing his second shot to veer off course, narrowly missing the rhinoceros's head. That moment, the double-horned rhinoceros spotted Lin Mo and let out 2 furious roars as it charged forward, each step reverberating through the earth. The tremors made it nearly impossible for him to aim at the creature's eye, and his gaze fell upon its nearly half-meter-wide foot. One stomp could spell disaster. Lin Mo, unwilling to take any chances, swiftly aimed for the chest area of the double-horned rhinoceros and rapidly wound the handle. This time, he pressed the trigger and held it down to S. He turned the handle. The bowstring rapidly pulled back, causing the bolts in the magazine to drop into place. When the bowstring reached its full tension, the internal mechanism released, and with the trigger pulled, the bowstring, now unrestrained, launched the bolt forward. As the bolts flew, the handle continued to pull the bowstring, repeating the process until the magazine was emptied, locking the bowstring in place. The mutated double-horned rhinoceros, now halted in its charge, stood rigid before gradually tilting and crashing to the ground. Its chest riddled with bolts. After a few spasms, blood began to seep from its nostrils, and it ultimately succumbed to death. Lin Mo exhaled a sigh of relief as he surveyed the scene before him. The double-horned rhinoceros appeared quite formidable. Little did he expect it to be as vulnerable as those lesser alien creatures in the face of the repeating crossbow. In fact, he felt that several bolts had been wasted, rendering the empty magazine unnecessary. Once assured that the double-horned rhinoceros was lifeless, he began to scavenge the battlefield. Double-horned rhinoceros meat one. Double-horned rhinoceros meat one. Double-horned rhinoceros meat one. Double-horned rhinoceros meat one, in addition to the meat obtained from the double-horned rhinoceros's carcass. He also discovered common armor blueprint. Lin Mo had anticipated that a medium-sized alien creature would drop a higher-grade blueprint, but he was somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, he was grateful for the 10 pieces of meat, which weighed slightly less than locust legs and should fetch a good price. After processing the mutated double-horned rhinoceros, Lin Mo finally made his way to the large ice block. He had already prepared a water storage tank, which he upgraded to a large water tank using the synthesizer. The large water tank boasted a capacity nearing 200 liters that, if filled to capacity, it would suffice for at least a month of use. Excluding bathing, regrettably, the ice in this location was insufficient to fill it completely. Chapter 12. The Chatroom Farce. High price purchase of aluminum ore. Interested parties, please message me. The highest price for all types of ores on the entire network. Brothers who are starving can trade ores for food. All nearby ores have been mined. There are terrifying creatures in the distance. Is there any kind-hearted soul willing to spare me some food? Double bed, blueprint, freshly minted blueprint. Is there a buyer interested? Selling cheap. Various blueprints available for cash. Any blueprints will do, guaranteeing the highest price on the entire network. Can anyone tell me the final hidden condition for upgrading the hammer feature? If true, a generous reward awaits upon success. Collecting all sorts of level 2 blueprints and rare ores. Those wishing to trade can come find me. Lin Mo perused the messages on the global trumpet, and while munching on sweet potato and the silver winged egg protein he had just acquired felt a bit parched. He took a swig from his water bottle, recalling his earlier efforts to purify the ice into water and transfer it into the large water tank. After nearly an hour of labor, he ultimately managed to fill half the tank with purified water. By the time he completed these tasks, it was already noon. After munching on a couple more bites of sweet potato, he noticed that the global trumpet had yielded no useful messages and decided to open the local chatroom's planetary trumpet. Zhao, Dahai. Brothers, have you managed to scrape together a meal today? Li Kai. Still mining. I had a streak of bad luck yesterday and only dug up a few pieces of iron I couldn't even exchange for an apple. And in the end, I had to borrow a meal for the day. Zhao Dahai. You are rather fortunate, having encountered a kind-hearted individual. Li Kai. Kind-hearted? I borrowed from some ridiculous lending scheme, and apart from my mining equipment, everything else has been pawned. They lent me just a meal, and now I must mine an extra piece of iron as interest. Otherwise, they won't return my equipment. Zhao Dahai. Really? That's quite a scam. Li Kai. Enough of this chatter. I have work to do today. Song Jian. Sigh. Why is it that I arrive only to find someone leaving? Zhao Dahai. Brother Jian, we haven't heard from you all day. The brothers have been quite worried. Song Jian. Haha, I'm doing well, but I've indeed encountered a rather troublesome creature this time. Zhao Dahai. Is there an extraterrestrial being that Brother Jian cannot handle? Surely you weren't using your full strength, Song Jian. Haha, it's rare for my brothers to hold me in such high regard. To be frank, I've encountered a mutated double-horned rhino, far more formidable than any extraterrestrial I faced before. One of its legs is like a mountain to me. I battled it for 300 rounds, but ultimately, the difference in stamina was too great, and I had to retreat point 300 rounds. If Lin Mo had not just encountered him, he might have believed Song Jian's tale. Zhao Dahai. Well, even if you retreated, it was a tactical withdrawal. Sooner or later, that rhino will meet its end at your hands, Brother Jian, so it matters not at this moment. Boer. I believe he didn't retreat. Rather, he blew that rhino sky high. Zhao Dahai. I had no idea who had arrived. It turns out to be the Iron Rooster, Song Jian. Never mind, Brother Dahai. No need to pay him any mind that I came to inquire why we haven't seen Chuya today. Zhao Dahai. Indeed, Chuya hasn't logged in today. Perhaps she is still mining. Brother Jian, do you have anything good to share with her? If you have leftover scraps, it would be a waste to throw them away. I can help consume them. Song Jian. Rest assured, I haven't forgotten my brothers. Unlike some, who are miserly, I will remember my brothers when I have something good. Brother Dahai, check the trade. Zhao Dahai. Wow. Thank you, Brother Jian, for the mutated potato. 3 remaining. Li Kai. Brother Jian, I arrived late. Is there any left for me? Zhao Dahai. There is, of course. Check the trade. Li Kai. It's my favorite, mutated cassava. 2 remaining. Thank you so much, Brother Jian. With this, I should be able to repay my debts tonight. Chun Gang. There's so many people in the chat room today. I might as well announce something to everyone. Zhao Dahai. Brother Chun Gang. Do tell. Have you made any new discoveries? Lin Mo had some impression of Chun Gang, who enjoyed sharing bits of knowledge. Although this information might be somewhat outdated for him, he was still eager to hear what Chun Gang had to share. Chun Gang. Actually, I heard from elsewhere that as long as one has a survival pod, oxygen freedom can be achieved. I don't know if it's true. Can anyone with a survival pod clarify? Li Kai. What? Oxygen freedom? Zhao Dahai. Is a survival pod really that powerful? I nearly suffocated while mining due to lack of oxygen. But luckily, I found a piece of titanium and managed to exchange it for an oxygen tank to survive. Li Kai. I nearly suffocated as well, but we can't just take Shin Gang's word for it. We need to consult someone knowledgeable. Zhao Dahai. Indeed, I believe Brother Jian has already completed his upgrade. Why not hear what he has to say? Song Jian. This is indeed true, that if you two need it, you can give me your empty oxygen tanks, and I'll exchange them for 2 pieces of iron to refill them. 2 pieces of iron is a fair deal, considering that an oxygen tank at the trading center requires 5 pieces of iron and an empty tank for exchange. And cobalt is also valued at 5 pieces of iron. In short, synthesizing it oneself would take 6 pieces of iron, making the trade more expensive. Although having an extra oxygen tank is beneficial. For those without a survival pod, it holds no significance that it would be more economical to directly expend 2 pieces of iron to fill a tank instead. Just then, someone suddenly interjected in the chat room. Bo Air, Song Jian, and you too? Chun Gang, I see you two might not want to stick around here anymore. Who told you to disclose such matters? Lin Mo understood immediately. It was evident that Chun Gang and Song Jian had disrupted Bo Air's business of selling oxygen tanks to the lower-tier miners. Yet, even if they hadn't spoken, the world trumpet had already spread the news far and wide. Zhao Dahai and Li Kai would eventually find out, making Bo Air's intervention somewhat tyrannical. However, what he did not anticipate was that Bo Air was not finished. Bo Air, never mind, just to ensure everyone is clear, I shall inform you now that I have officially become a first-tier member and the sole member of this planet. Henceforth, I am the manager of this planet. And from now on, you novices who break the rules will owe me 5 pieces of iron to you hear me? Bo Air, especially you, Song Jian and Chun Gang. Since you revealed the secrets of the first tier, you owe me 10 pieces of iron. Chun Gang, on what grounds do I owe you 10 pieces of iron? You claim to be a manager, but who appointed you? Song Jian, quite right. I merely stated a fact, and besides, this is already circulating on the world trumpet. What does it have to do with me? Bo Air, think you can talk back? From now on, whenever you go to the trading center to sell goods, let's see whether you starve before you can sell your blueprints, or if we do. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback by this, then quickly opened the trading center to check. The results left him cursing Bo Air and his ilk. The prices of resources in the trading center had soared inexplicably, especially rare metals, which had multiplied several times, far beyond what lower-tier miners could afford. The prices of food and medicine were also skyrocketing. Even if some lower-tier miners managed to collect low-priced items for trade, they were snatched up in an instant, and when relisted, the prices had already surged. In contrast, the blueprint from the second tier were plummeting in price, hardly selling at all. Even when they did sell, it was only an occasional sale, far outpacing the rate at which they were released. Consequently, the second tier was left with only a few edible extraterrestrial meats. But even the common varieties were being snatched up immediately, driving their prices higher. Furthermore, as resources in the vicinity continued to dwindle, edible plants and easily obtainable extraterrestrial meats were becoming increasingly scarce, leading to an inevitable rise in meat prices in this scenario, lower-tier miners, lacking food and oxygen, would find it exceedingly difficult to escape the clutches of the first-tier members who possessed vast resources. The second tier might occasionally drop some rare blueprints by chance, but there was no guarantee of consistent useful drops, forcing them to expend their hard-earned resources to buy food at inflated prices. Bo Air allowed everyone a moment to ponder before speaking again. Bo Air, I trust that now you all have no doubts about what I said. Bo Air, the price of oxygen tanks and resources in the trading center is exorbitant. Correct? Well, I can offer them to you at a lower price. If the trading center sells them for 5 pieces of iron, I will sell them for 4 pieces of iron. I also have all other supplies in stock. If the trading center charges 10 pieces of iron, I will charge you 8. How does that sound? Only a fool would think that was a good deal, as the original price was merely a tenth of that. Bo Air was attempting to extract a day's worth of labor from the lower-tier miners in one fell swoop. In essence, those with resource advantages were now looking to harvest from the lower tiers. Bo Air, of course, such a good fortune does not come without a cost. If you wish to join my ranks under Bo Air, you will need to pay a tax of 5 pieces of iron. Those without iron can pay 1 piece of iron per day until they accumulate enough for a week. Bo Air, naturally, I know some of you might be hoping to avoid paying taxes. Well, I wish you luck in finding food. Zhang Fugue, do you really think I care for your exploitative ways? Under the guise of helping local miners, you monopolize resources, claiming that once we develop, we all prosper together, only to buy our resources at low prices and sell them back to us at inflated rates. Chun Gang, your prices are outrageous, practically skinning us alive. I refuse to pay. Boer. Oh, you think you can defy me? I'm a person of the first-tier circle. With a single word from me, I'll see who dares to accept your worthless junk. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo could no longer contain himself. Lin Mo. So what if we don't pay? If you have resources to sell, come find me. Boer. Who do you think you are? Want to follow them to your doom? This blatant intimidation only strengthened Lin Mo's resolve. And no wonder the local chat room was so desolate. It must have been this individual causing the chaos. Lin Mo dismissed Boer and sent out a new message. Lin Mo. For those unwilling to pay taxes and be exploited, come trade with me that I have food and resources available without any entry fee of 5 pieces of iron. Whether you want to exchange or is for food, water, or oxygen tanks, I can accommodate you. Song Jian, count me in. Why should the first tier dictate everything? I refuse to believe we can't survive without them. Song Jian, Zhao Dahai, and Li Kai. What are your thoughts? Chapter 13. A complete break. Zhao Dahai. Regardless of the circumstances, Brother Song Jian has at least bestowed upon us some provisions. Although meager, I am still grateful for this kindness. Boer, oh, so now you're getting sentimental in this chat room. Let me be clear, if you don't pay up today, don't blame me for turning my back on you in the future. Zhao Dahai initially hesitated, but Boer's pressure ignited his anger. Zhao Dahai. Damn it, if that's the case, then I won't pay either. With you as a butcher, am I to settle for piglets with fur? Zhao Dahai, Brother Li Kai, am I right? Zhao Dahai assumed that Li Kai shared his sentiments and quickly sought to bolster his position, only to find the chat room silent for a considerable time. After a while, Li Kai finally responded. Li Kai, Brother Dahai, I apologize, but I believe Boer has a point. We cannot survive outside the first tier. If you don't, Zhao Dahai. Li Kai, even if Brother Song Jian's provisions are scant, you have managed to survive on them, haven't you? Li Kai, yes, but I still have some food scraps left that if you ask Brother Song, I can return to him if he wants. Boer, haha, so your name is Li Kai. Now, that is what I call a wise man. Li Kai, Dahai, why should we trust Song Jian or that Lin Mo? We might end up getting swindled. Zhao Dahai, silence. Without Brother Song Jian, you would have starved long ago. In the struggle for resources, Lin Mo had already found himself at odds with the first-tier individuals. The resources he sought were also in high demand by them, and in greater quantities. Attempting to acquire these resources through Boer would only deplete his own resources significantly, resulting in a fruitless endeavor, ultimately leading to his own exploitation. Thus, even if Boer did not seek trouble today, Lin Mo would inevitably confront direct resource conflicts with the first tier in a few days. Lin Mo, Brother Dahai, rest assured, if you wish to avoid the 5-unit iron membership fee, you could trade with me instead. Meanwhile, others in private messages urged Lin Mo, bro, I assume you're also in the second tier now that there's really no need to make things so tense. Just stay under Boer and eat your fill. Bro, don't say anything rash to I in this world. Lives are as fragile as grass. They can control life and death as easily as squashing an ant. Lin Mo recognized their good intentions, but he had already made up his mind, especially with the lucrative connection to Duo. He had also inquired earlier and found that continuing to trade posed no significant issues. Boer, you impoverished fools. I will give you one last chance that if you don't comply and pay up, don't even think about trading with me in the future. Zhao Dahai, spare me the pretense. I am sticking with Brother Song Jian. Song Jian, indeed, I can also gather some resources. Everyone should know that I am in the second tier. In fact, Song Jian had already had a private conversation with Lin Mo, believing that Lin Mo was also part of the second tier, thus they could barely sustain themselves together. Boer, so, you don't want to stick with me? Fine, since you all want to rebel, let me make it clear. If you want to associate with that Lin, then don't come to me for trades that don't wait until no one is willing to take your goods before you come begging to me. Zhang Fuge, even if you beg, I one-team mine for you again. Chen Gang, neither will I. Zhao Dahai, regardless, Brother Jian saved my life, so I will follow him. Li Kai Dahai, what are you thinking? Do you even know the background of Lin Mo? Boer is the only big shot in the first tier on this planet. Lin Mo is at most a second-tier lackey. What does he have to offer for your resources? Zhao Dahai, I don't care about that. I've decided to go with Brother Jian and Brother Lin Mo. At that moment, Many onlookers gathered, watching the absurd drama unfold, including a fair number of miners harboring resentment towards Bohr. However, when faced with Bohr's means of controlling resources, these miners ultimately chose to remain silent. After all, Bohr's formidable strength was something they had witnessed firsthand. Moreover, for these lowly miners, being exploited by someone with vast resources was still preferable to blindly supporting a complete stranger whose background was unknown. Bohr, so only 5 of you wish to leave, huh? Lin Mo found no humor in that. What did 5 matter? Lin Mo, I understand that many miners may not know me well and thus hesitate to speak up. But that's inconsequential as long as you have resource trading needs. You can approach me to buy your resources that I cannot promise to offer the highest purchase price in this world, but I can assure you that my prices will certainly be more reasonable than Bohr's. This appeal to defect infuriated Bohr. Bohr, let us see who dares. Lin Mo, whether they dare or not is not for you to decide. Can you really prevent them from trading privately? After saying this, Lin Mo took his leave with the 4 others from the planetary loudspeaker. Chapter 14. Arrangements and Gifts. After leaving, Lin Mo gathered the 4 into a small chat room. Lin Mo, brothers, let us each briefly introduce our situations. Zhao Dahai. I'm merely a lowly miner, but unfortunately, there are many alien creatures around, so I don't dare venture far, resulting in me mining very little each day. As of now, I only have 2 units of iron and some food that Brother Jin sent. Zhang Fugue. I'm also a lowly miner, but I previously found a titanium ore, which allowed me to accumulate over 10 units of iron. If Brother Lin needs it, you can have it all. Chen Gang. I'm slightly better off than those 2, thanks to abundant resources in the early stages. I've collected quite a bit of fruit and traded for some resources. However, I've already picked all the nearby fruit, and I plan to mine enough to get the design blueprint for a survival pod before consuming my reserves. Song Jian. I'm at the bottom of the 2nd tier. While I could take down some small alien creatures, it's just enough to fill my belly, and I heavily rely on resources from those traders to continue developing. Lin Mo. So what were you all doing before arriving here? Zhao Dahai. Brother Lin, why do you ask this? Song Jian. Just say it. Whether we can go back or not is another matter. What is there to hide? I was in business before I came here. Lin Mo thought to himself, no wonder this one is so sharp. He was a businessman. Zhao Dahai. I used to be a chef, but unfortunately, there is no fire here. Chun Gang. I was a researcher at a certain institute, specializing in biology. Zhang Fugue. I'm a rural kid. Only knowing how to farm, I feel there are many vegetables and grains that can be cultivated here, but I lack the tools to dig. Lin Mo committed these details to memory. Lin Mo. Now that everyone is shared, I can also tell you that I, like Chun Gang, am also part of the 2nd tier. The reason he refrained from stating that he could reach the 1st tier was to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, one cannot silence people's mouths, and he indeed did not possess the abundant resources of the 1st tier. So positioning himself as a top figure in the 2nd tier felt more appropriate. Lin Mo, of course, my situation is likely better than Brother Song Jian's, that, as I mentioned earlier in the local chat room. I can exchange food resources with you, including water sources, just to emphasize it's clean water like this water bottle filled with purified water. Zhao Dahai. Zhang Fugueha. Chen Gang. There is actually clean water in this world. Brother Lin, how did you manage that? Song Jian, being the most knowledgeable among the 4, was momentarily stunned upon seeing the purified water. Song Jian, Brother Lin, are you truly from the 2nd tier? Lin Mo, I can barely be considered a top figure in the 2nd tier. Zhao Dahai. So the top of the 2nd tier is actually this impressive? Zhang Fugue. Surely. Being able to kill alien creatures means you can fill your stomach, not to mention those top figures. Lin Mo. Indeed, I didn't call you all here just to learn about your situations. I also made some arrangements to help you improve your circumstances. Which of you, Dahai or Fugue, is willing to kill alien creatures? Zhao Dahai. Brother Lin, I'm willing. Zhang Fugue. Brother Lin. I only know how to farm. Although I have some strength, I've never killed even a chicken that I'm a bit scared to kill alien creatures. Zhao Dahai. I've killed pigs, cows, and sheep, no problem. Lin Mo. Then I'll have Song Jian teach Dahai some techniques that I'll give you this set of ordinary tools, ordinary armor. With these, the alien creatures around you won't be able to stop you from mining further afield. These two sets of items were just resources Lin Mo had synthesized from the trading center, worth very little, only 12 units of iron. Lin Mo considered it an investment. However, seeing that Lin Mo was giving away such valuable items, Zhao Dahai glanced at them, realizing that he could only purchase them as finished products, which would cost at least over 20 units of iron, almost half the design blueprint for a survival pod. Even if he had the money, he would hesitate to spend it, let alone not having that amount. Seeing such a precious gift being offered, he hurriedly declined. After much persuasion from Lin Mo, Zhao Dahai was nearly brought to tears before he finally accepted. Lin Mo, here I gift you the set of iron hoe and basic armor, fu gui. Aren't you knowledgeable about farming? You understand grains and vegetables well, so do explore and excavate these plants further to see if you can cultivate them artificially. For this matter, you may seek advice from Chen Gang. Zhang Fu Gui, initially filled with regret for missing an opportunity, found himself on the verge of tears alongside Zhao Dahai. Lin Mo continued to persuade him to accept the gift before revealing the arrangements involving Chen Gang and Song Jian. As a researcher in biology, Chen Gang intended to assist Zhang Fu Gui in cultivation while simultaneously investigating the domestication of edible alien organisms. Naturally, he would personally take responsibility for procuring the necessary materials for the research. Lastly, regarding Song Jian's arrangements, although Lin Mo wasn't truly part of the second tier, he could still analyze the predicaments faced by that group. Lacking sufficient resources to upgrade their living quarters, they were relying on tools provided by the first tier for labor. Upon realizing Song Jian's habitual use of an axe, he gifted him a titanium alloy battle axe. The production cost of the titanium alloy battle axe is approximately 30 units of iron. However, due to its potential to upgrade to a level 2 functional hammer, and the scarcity of individuals capable of learning the expensive level 2 design, its market price has skyrocketed to 75 units of iron. Song Jian, of course, could not fathom that this was Lin Mo's doing, especially since not many from the first tier had managed to reach level 2, but the closest individuals on their planet to such advancements were still Bo-Air. And if even Bo-Air couldn't accomplish it, how could others? Thus, Song Jian assumed that Lin Mo had purchased a finished product from the trading center, glancing at the price of 75 units of iron, which nearly equated to his entire fortune. Song Jian felt a surge of excitement and found himself at a loss for words. Noticing Song Jian's silence, Lin Mo took the initiative to speak. Lin Mo, did you not engage in 300 rounds with the dual-horned rhinoceros? I believe with the titanium alloy battle axe in your hands, the dual-horned rhinoceros won't last even a round. Chapter 15, Selling Dragon Sprouts and Crafting a Double Bed. After arranging for 4 individuals, Lin Mo embarked on his afternoon collection. This time, he chose a different direction, heading towards the center of the entire crater. Upon leaving the area that had been completely looted, the system's notifications chimed in. As the host continues forward, several dead mutated oranges can be seen. By dismantling them, you may obtain some wood. Inside the left crater lies a cave inhabited by an alien organism, with rare minerals clinging to its walls. Unfortunately, it is too far to detect whether there are any alien creatures within. In close proximity to the host's right, several iron ores can be found. But aside from that, there seems to be nothing of value. Once the detection results emerged, markers swiftly appeared in Lin Mo's field of vision. He contemplated the situation to upgrade his living quarters. One essential component was required. Small living quarters. Simple living quarters 1-1. Iron 2220, titanium 010, aluminum 33.5, silicon 1-1, heating device 0-1. Indeed, it was the heating device. The synthesizer contained a crafting plan for the heating device. Though the materials were exceptionally rare, heating device, iron 2210, silicon 1-2, iridium 0-1. Iron was already accounted for, and while silicon was produced in limited quantities, at least it could still be procured from the trading center in the first tier. However, iridium was unattainable from either source. Hence, when the system notification indicated the cave on the left, he resolved to investigate it, regardless. Yet before doing so, he could collect from the iron ores on the right. As the distance was not far, resource bar, iron 1, resource bar, iron 1, resource bar, iron 1. After acquiring 3 more pieces of iron, Lin Mo swiftly proceeded to the left towards the cave of alien organisms. When he was about 10 meters from the marked point, the detection message popped up again. The host is quite fortunate. The alien organism within the cave has perished, leaving only a skeleton behind for exploration. Death? Lin Mo felt a twinge of doubt. How could the alien creature be dead? Was there another human nearby? With that thought, he readied the crossbow in his hands. Cautiously, he crept from the edge of the crater to the entrance of the cave. Relieved to find no human footprints nearby, it appeared he had been overthinking. However, while there were no human tracks, numerous prints resembling those of mutated scorpions were scattered about, both large and small. Lin Mo paid them little mind. After all, the alien creature inside the cave was already dead, and he only needed to gather the minerals. Fortunately, the cave was not deep, and the dim light was sufficient for him to see. Coupled with the system's markers, he easily located the minerals. Resource bar. Magnesium 1. Resource bar. Chromium 1. Resource bar. Titanium 1. Resource bar. Cobalt 1. And soon reached the innermost part of the cave. At this point, the surrounding area was devoid of minerals, leaving only the skeleton of an alien creature resembling a snake. The skeleton was quite large, over a meter in height. It appeared this cave served as the creature's nest. He approached and touched the bones, which bore no trace of flesh, clean as a specimen in a museum, indicating it had been dead for some time. But at that moment, the system provided another prompt. Skeleton of an adult mutated python. Mutated python, a large alien organism with strong offensive capabilities, capable of easily dispatching medium-sized alien creatures. Even many large alien organisms are no match for it. So formidable. Could it have died from illness? Lin Mo, still puzzled, surveyed the surroundings but found nothing of note, deciding to exit the cave while taking advantage of the dim light. As he approached the entrance, the light grew brighter. The multitude of tracks underfoot led him to speculate. Could the owners of these prints have consumed the mutated python? Remembering that Chun Gang was a biological researcher, he sent a private message to inquire. Chun Gang, based on your description, I could provide a brief analysis. The footprints you mentioned likely belong to a type of insect. Insects are classified by their forelegs, mid-legs, and hind legs. Typically, 3 pairs of legs are distributed around the thorax. From the spacing of their footprints, we can roughly infer the size of the insect's body. Taking Chun Gang's words to heart, Lin Mo searched around. Ultimately, he found some clear prints on the periphery of the cave entrance, which were neither too large nor too small, serving as a perfect reference that he estimated the distances. The widest span of 3 legs was nearly 1.5 meters, while the shortest was just over 1 meter. Along with the spacing between the legs, that he promptly relayed this information to Chun Gang. Chun Gang, I conducted a simple analysis. This ratio closely resembles a type of spider. However, based on your description, this spider-like organism would likely measure around 2 meters in length. 2 meters. Lin Mo recalled the size of the mutated scorpion, and they seemed to be roughly comparable. This suggested that it was also a small alien organism. But how did it manage to defeat the mutated python? Was it sheer numbers? There were indeed numerous tracks at the cave's entrance and exit, but he still found it hard to believe that a species capable of effortlessly slaying medium-sized alien organisms could fall to a swarm of small alien creatures. Unable to reach a conclusion for the moment, Lin Mo set the matter aside and continued to scavenge for resources. The system had already marked any nearby resources of value. He felt compelled to gather those that were useful and along a close route. Ultimately, before darkness fell, he collected an additional 12 units of iron, 4 units of wood, 4 units of cobalt, 3 units of titanium, 1 unit of aluminum, 1 unit of silicon, 2 units of fabric, and 4 mutated pairs. Lin Mo found a suitable spot to deploy his living quarters. Then he opened the synthesizer and crafted a set of tables and chairs from 2 pieces of iron, placing the food from his resource bar atop them. Indeed, this felt right. Although he lacked utensils to serve the food, simply being able to sit at a chair to dine was already a luxury for him at that moment. During his meal, Lin Mo followed his usual routine and activated the intercom to gather intelligence. Aside from the incessant purchasing advertisements that were bothersome, one distress message caught his attention. Help. After eating some mushrooms, my stomach hurts terribly. I offer 5 units of titanium and 5 pieces of fabric for an antidote. Typically, he had little interest in such distress messages. After all, there were plenty of people who might live or die after arriving here. He was no savior to tend to everyone's plight. However, while crafting the tables and chairs earlier, he had noticed the double bed. Double bed. Iron 35-3, fabric 2-3. He needed one more piece of fabric. Moreover, the market price for the antidote was merely 5 units of titanium. Why not purchase it directly from the market? However, upon searching the trading center for antidotes like dragon sprouts, he found that they had all been taken down. Soon after, others relisted them at 20 units of titanium for trade, leaving it up to buyers' discretion. This was nothing short of price gouging. Knowing that people were desperate to survive, they had jacked up the prices. Lin Mo did not feel particularly sympathetic. Rather, he pondered the situation. The only ones benefiting from such prices were the unscrupulous merchants. If it were to lower the price, the other party could simply match it. Ultimately benefiting the merchants again that it would be wiser to trade according to the materials that person had suggested, allowing him to earn an additional 5 pieces of fabric beyond the usual yield, an assured profit. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo clicked on that person's trade offer. Resource bar, mutated dragon sprout -1. Resource bar, titanium 5, fabric 5. After happily accepting the items, he opened the synthesizer. Double bed. Iron 35-3, fabric 7-3. Material satisfied. Would you like to confirm his synthesis? Confirm. System notification. Iron-3, fabric -3. System notification. Double bed synthesis successful. To avoid the inadequacy of space for a double bed, Lin Mo tidied up the tables and chairs, and then, in a flash of white light, the already prepared double bed appeared before him. The roughly 2-meter space barely accommodated the bed, yet he had no time to ponder over such matters. Impatiently, he leapt onto the soft bedding, which evoked memories of the comforting sensations of sleep he had experienced before. After lying there for a while, he felt that the living quarters were still too cramped. The confined space felt stifling, making it difficult to even arrange some basic items. If only it could be a bit larger, there would be room in the corners for a shower and wastewater treatment facilities. Combined with the spacious bed and furniture, it might at least resemble a home. Chapter 16. Selling titanium alloy armor. Instant profit of 200 iron ore. Titanium alloy armor. Standard armor 1-1. Iron 32-5. Titanium 9-3. Fabric 4-1. Material sufficient. Do you confirm synthesis? Confirm. System notification. Standard armor -1. Iron -5. Titanium -3. Fabric -1. System notification. Titanium alloy armor synthesis successful. The encounter with the skeletal remains of a large alien creature that afternoon prompted Lin Mo to reassess the risks he faced, leading him to upgrade his standard armor to titanium alloy armor. According to the description, titanium alloy armor could withstand multiple attacks from medium-sized alien creatures, although it would still be vulnerable against larger alien entities. It at least ensured that Lin Mo would not face unexpected dangers when scavenging resources from medium-sized aliens. For the larger ones, he could rely on the system to avoid them in advance. Moreover, it was evident that he was not the only intelligent person on this planet. Everyone knew that titanium alloy armor could save lives, and given the scarcity of those who could learn to craft such armor, it was currently in high demand. Thus, he planned to follow in Song Jian's footsteps, engaging in some business while upgrading, especially since he had the system at his disposal. With this advantage, he intended to make the most of it. After selling 6 silverwing protein eggs, Lin Mo acquired enough materials to craft 3 sets of titanium alloy armor. Standard armor. Iron 27-1. Fabric 6-1. Material sufficient. Do you confirm bulk synthesis? Confirm. System notification. Iron-3. Fabric -3. System notification. Standard armor bulk synthesis successful. Titanium alloy armor. Standard armor 3-1. Iron 24-5. Titanium 9-3. Fabric 3-1. Material sufficient. Do you confirm bulk synthesis? Confirm. System notification. Standard armor -3. Iron -15. Titanium -9. Fabric -3. System notification. Titanium alloy armor bulk synthesis successful. Without hesitation, Lin Mo promptly listed the titanium alloy armor in the trading center. Currently, the recent transaction price for titanium alloy armor in the trading center was around 200 iron. Subtracting the design costs, the total came to 56 iron. This meant that for every piece sold, he stood to earn a profit of 144 iron. This was far more lucrative than selling titanium alloy battle axes. It should be noted that titanium alloy battle axes were considered good selling weapons. Yet they only yielded a profit of just over 30 iron, and many were piled up in the trading center, making it uncertain when funds could be recouped. Titanium alloy armor requires iron X 200 for trade. Titanium alloy armor requires iron X 200 for trade. Titanium alloy armor requires iron X 200 for trade. All three pieces were listed by Lin Mo. To his surprise, as he listed the third piece. The notification of the sale of the first piece chimed. Resource bar, titanium alloy armor -1. Resource bar, iron 200. 10 minutes later, the notification chimed again. Resource bar, titanium alloy armor -1. Resource bar, iron 200. Goodness. It was indeed a hot commodity. Lin Mo gazed at the surging iron in his resource bar, unable to suppress his astonishment. Just then, the notification chimed once more. He had begun to hesitate about whether to craft a few more pieces to sell, as the profits were simply delightful. However, when he opened the notification, it turned out to be Zhao Dahai applying for a trade. Lin Mo did not refuse, but instead inquired first, Brother Dahai, have you encountered any difficulties? Zhao Dahai, I am here to thank you. Brother Lin, if it weren't for the set of tools and armor you gifted me, how could I have achieved such bountiful results? After saying this, he placed his items in the trading bar. Fire axe, design blueprint, mutated earthworm dried X3, mutated pear X3, wood X3, iron X3. Lin Mo stared in bewilderment. You gave me these items, what will you eat? Zhao Dahai, Brother Lin, you needn't worry about me. I kept one dried earthworm for myself, and with the supplies that Jiange gave me before, I can last a few more days. Seeing Zhao Dahai's message, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle. The dried earthworm didn't seem to weigh much more than those fruits. Relying on such scant resources to survive for a few days was hardly feasible. Having learned from his earlier experience, he knew how to interact with Zhao Dahai now. He pretended to be angry and said he would take back the equipment and sever ties, prompting Zhao Dahai to retract his trade request. Meanwhile, Zhao Dahai looked at the pile of items that were incredibly valuable to him, feeling even more grateful rather than resentful toward Lin Mo after chatting with Zhao Dahai. The notification chimed again. Zhang Fugua, Brother Lin, I've initiated a trade with you. Why haven't you accepted? Zhang Fugua, if it weren't for the iron hoe you gave me, I wouldn't have been able to dig up so many sweet potatoes and fabric. Please accept my trade, or I won't be able to sleep tonight. For Zhang Fugua, Lin Mo chose to appeal to emotions and reason, explaining that only by developing faster could he truly assist him. Having learned from past experiences, Lin Mo anticipated that Song Jian would also message him. Sure enough, an hour later, a message from Song Jian arrived. Song Jian, Brother Lin, guess what I found? Simple survival pod, design blueprint. Lin Mo did not expect this guy to be so fortunate. Although the survival pod was currently not worth much, it could still fetch around 40 iron. What a good find. Did he manage to slay a dual-horned rhinoceros? Song Jian. It's all thanks to the titanium alloy battle axe you gifted me. Without this sharp tool, how could I have taken down a medium-sized alien creature? As he spoke, he initiated a trade with Lin Mo naturally. Lin Mo would not agree, but it seemed Song Jian was prepared. Song Jian, Brother Lin, I knew you wouldn't accept the gift, so I want to trade the blueprint for resources. Seeing this, Lin Mo finally consented to the trade, but he was upset by Song Jian's rapid change of heart. What do you want in exchange? Song Jian, Brother Lin, you have purified water, right? I became increasingly thirsty after eating those fruits, and I can't dare to drink the melted ice water, so I've been parched for quite a while. Please trade all the blueprints for purified water. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder he was a businessman. He was bringing business to himself, and replied with a smile. If you exchange the blueprints for water, are you expecting me to buy water to drink? Without waiting for Song Jian's response, Lin Mo took the initiative. How about this? Give me the empty bottles you have, and I'll provide you with a few bottles of water. Let us make it 5 bottles for backup, and I'll trade the remaining value of the blueprints for iron. Song Jian. Then let us do as Brother Lin suggests. I've heard that the big shots in the first tier are all selling high-level equipment now, and the demand for iron and titanium is enormous. Brother Lin, You are making me water bottles and exchanging them for iron. So I'm the one benefiting here. Song Jian did not hesitate, and as he spoke, he placed his 3 empty water bottles in the trade bar. Lin Mo had some prepared water bottles on hand. So he placed them directly into the trade bar and then calculated the remaining value, adding 20 iron and clicked trade. Resource bar, water bottle, full, -5, iron -23. Resource bar, water bottle, empty, 3. Simple survival pod, design blueprint, 1. After the trade was successfully completed, Lin Mo reviewed his accounts. The survival pod had significantly depreciated, and he could sell the blueprint to Qian Duo for around 40 iron. He accounted for 37 iron for Song Jian, which, although 3 iron less, was still more than what Bo Air had offered. Adding the 5 iron profit from the water, he earned a total of 8 iron. This was, in fact, the first time since arriving in this world that he had profited by acquiring resources from others, a cause for celebration. Although this small group consisted of only 5 people, including Lin Mo, he believed this was merely the beginning. Chapter 17. A coincidental discovery of ore. On Changang's side, Lin Mo proactively inquired about the situation. Being a science and engineering type, he preferred straightforward communication without unnecessary formalities that could become bothersome. Since he had never killed an alien creature before, Chang'ang had been living a miner's life at the bottom, albeit with slightly better conditions due to the abundance of resources around him at the start. Now, with Lin Mo providing various samples of alien creatures and ensuring 3 meals a day, basic research could finally commence. Seeing his knowledge put to use, Chang'ang appeared even more excited than Lin Mo. After resolving matters within their small group, Lin Mo once again opened the trading center to search. Iridium. Confirm search. Searching. Please wait. We apologize, but this item is not listed in the trading center. Seeing the search results, Lin Mo could only place his hopes on tomorrow's resource gathering. Meanwhile, within a cave on Planet 24, Wei Song was groaning and holding his stomach as he leaned against a cave wall to rest. He had just suffered from intense stomach pains after mistakenly consuming several mushrooms that grew within the cave. With great difficulty, I managed to glean some information about an antidote from the planetary broadcast, only to find that the dragon bud grass was swiftly removed from the trading center moments later. By the time it was relisted, it had skyrocketed in price. With no other options available, I resorted to seeking assistance through the world broadcast. Fortunately, someone soon agreed to sell me a stock. Otherwise, I might have succumbed to poisoning by now. After consuming the dragon bud grass, the pain in my abdomen had subsided enough for me to attempt to resume my mining activities. To my dismay, as I stood up, my foot slipped. In an instant, I lost my balance and tumbled into the deep pit within the cave. Due to the absence of light, I had only explored the vicinity of the cave entrance and was entirely unaware of what lay deeper within. After colliding with the cave walls several times, I felt my body grow weightless, as if I were plummeting downward. Moments later, just as I thought I would splatter upon impact, I landed with a splash. My body sank, but I soon felt a slight cushioning effect, and I began to float. Upon opening my eyes, I was greeted by the sight of countless fireflies illuminating the vast cavern, allowing me to clearly see that I was submerged in a pool at the center of the cave. Using my hands as paddles, I easily climbed ashore. That moment, the surrounding fireflies seemed to sense a threat and quickly fled to avoid me. With fewer fireflies, the light began to dim, but I noticed something on the cave wall, reflecting a red glow in the firefly light. What could that be? The area ahead is not a favorable destination. Beneath the meteorite crater lies a treacherous quicksand pit that is difficult to escape once ensnared. To the left, there are some ice blocks. If water is scarce, that would be a suitable place to replenish. To the right, there are some rubble. If the host needs to construct a stone dwelling, those may be utilized. Gazing at the prompts, Lin Mo silently made his way to the left. Ice is certainly more useful than useless stones. It was already the afternoon of the 4th day. Earlier, I had made a point to shout out on the world broadcast, and then I checked the trading center once more, but there was still no news regarding the iridium or... The only piece of good news was that the 3rd titanium alloy armor I crafted yesterday had sold. However, due to a decline in demand and an increase in sellers, the price of titanium alloy armor began to drop today. As dusk approached, the selling price per piece had plummeted to 150 iron. Of course, this price still yielded a profit. Subsequently, I crafted 3 more pieces using 160 iron, and by the end of the day, I had sold one that this alleviated my worries. At least I wouldn't face a loss. My resource collection for the day was also decent, totaling 10 iron, 6 cobalt, 3 wood, 3 titanium, 1 aluminum, and 3 mutated pairs, along with a design blueprint for titanium alloy armor. Although the price of titanium alloy armor was continuously declining, the blueprint remained quite valuable. After all, possessing this item would enable mass production of armor for profit, keeping its market price above 380 iron. Duo was able to provide Lin Mo with the resources he desired right away. Complemented by exclusive intelligence from the top tier, the two ultimately settled on a deal for 350 iron. This time, Duo also shared insider information. Recently, news of Bull's actions had spread within the top tier. Some believed that Lin Mo and his group posed no significant threat, while others felt this was a blatant disregard for the authority of the top tier and called for a trade blockade. However, no conclusion had been reached yet, so Duo merely hinted at the situation, preparing him for the possibility of adverse developments. Lin Mo was somewhat curious. Aren't you part of their faction? Why are you passing me intel? Duo. To me, money is merely a tool, and their level of greed has rendered them slaves to it. They would even sell the noose that would strangle them for the sake of wealth. Aren't you any different? Duo. I merely possess a slightly greater sense of integrity than they do. Besides, who would intentionally go against money? Recently, quite a few have fallen victim to medium-sized alien creatures. Your survival thus far makes you my valued client. Goodbye. Lin Mo concluded the conversation, realizing that Duo's willingness to relay information was rooted in his potential for profit, just as he settled down to rest. Wei Song was experiencing a dramatic turn of events within the cave. After numerous strikes with his functional hammer, a notification finally appeared on his head-up display. Resource bar. Iridium 1, Chapter 18. The Troublemaker. Resource bar. Iridium 1. Wei Song had never encountered such a mineral, nor had he even heard of it before. Previously, he only knew that aluminum ore was quite valuable. Finding a piece could lead to overnight wealth. Now, this iridium ore left him bewildered and uncertain. So he instinctively sent the information about the iridium to the largest local buyer, Bull, that he thought that even if this iridium wasn't as valuable as aluminum, it would at least help him recoup his expenses for the antidote. However, after waiting for over an hour, he received Bull's reply. Bull, although iridium ore is rare, it is of little use. You can search the trading center yourself. It is worth less than aluminum that I can offer you 30 iron, which is already the highest price. With that, he sent Wei Song a trade request. Wei Song felt a pang of disappointment. Little did he know the true value of iridium ore. He only possessed a meager survival pod to barely scrape by and was entirely unaware of the conditions for future upgrades. Nevertheless, he searched the trading center as Bull suggested, and indeed found no results. This led him to believe Bull's words to a significant extent, coupled with the depletion of his savings from purchasing the antidote. He was now quite hungry, and 30 iron could buy him several meals. Wei Song contemplated this and agreed to the trade request. However, having mined for so long and being the first to encounter such a rare mineral made him reluctant to part with it. As he placed the iridium ore in the trade slot, he tentatively asked, Wei Song, boss, could you possibly add a bit more iron? This way, I could at least afford an extra meal. At that moment, Bull was reclining in his living pod, casually propping up his legs. Today, he had finally acquired the core of an elite alien creature, allowing him to upgrade to a level 2 functional hammer and also score a small living pod design blueprint from a second tier. This meant that if he obtained this iridium ore, he could leap from the bottom ranks of the first tier to become a formidable presence, or even ascend to the upper echelons. After all, as far as he knew, only a few individuals in the entire first tier possessed small living pods. From then on, his influence in the first tier would be immeasurable. Seeing Wei Song place the iridium ore in the trade slot, Bull began to fantasize about his future dominance in the first tier. But upon regaining his focus, he noticed that Wei Song had not accepted the trade, but was instead attempting to negotiate for more iron. This was unacceptable. Bull was well aware that once these impoverished individuals got a taste of success, they would become insatiably greedy, jeopardizing his business. Bull, right now, It's worth 20 iron if you utter another word. It will drop to 10 iron, and you won't even be able to afford a single meal. Seeing Wei Song had placed the iridium ore in the trade slot, Bull knew he had the upper hand. So he employed his tried-and-true tactic. Wei Song, boss, please don't be angry. Just 30 iron, can I agree to that? Bull thought to himself that iridium ore was practically priceless, and acquiring such a premium resource for just 20 iron was a tremendous profit. Thus, he ignored Wei Song and simply placed 20 iron in his own trade slot. Now, all that was needed was for both sides to confirm the trade, and it would proceed seamlessly. 30 iron would become 20 iron. This left Wei Song in a state of hesitation, but with his stomach growling, he reasoned that filling his belly was the priority. Just as he was about to confirm the trade, a message popped up on the planetary broadcast that he had kept open. Zhao Dahai, brothers, I Zhao Dahai am back. Wei Song recognized Zhao Dahai as one of the members of the small group that had caused quite a stir yesterday. This piqued his curiosity. What could Zhao Dahai possibly be back for? Could it be that he, too, was in dire straits? Wei Song speculated that this was likely the case. Otherwise, why else would he return? It seemed that another round of groveling and begging for assistance was about to unfold. Just as Wei Song thought this, he was prepared to disregard it and continue with his trade. Zhao Dahai. Simple survival pod. Look at this, does anyone know the value? Wei Song was momentarily stunned. Just yesterday, Zhao Dahai was scavenging for scraps, and now he had a survival pod. Many shared Wei Song's thoughts, and the planetary broadcast quickly became lively. Li Kai. Brother Dahai, did you strike it rich with aluminum ore? Zhao Dahai. What aluminum ore? All of this was thanks to the help of my brother Lin and brother Jian. Li Kai. Brother Lin? You mean Lin Mo? Zhao Dahai, yes. That's him. Li Kai. How is that possible? Was he already under a trade blockade by Bull? Zhao Dahai. Whether or not he is under blockade, I can't say. What I do know is that I'm living a much better life now. Zhang Fugay. That's right. I used to have to split my meals into two just to eat. Now I can eat until I'm stuffed up. By the way, I also upgraded to a simple survival pod. Zhao Dahai. Exactly. From now on, we are all miners free from the shackles of oxygen. Upon hearing that two previously humble miners had suddenly risen to prominence, the chat room erupted with excitement. Taiju. My goodness, Dahai. Now that you've made it big, don't forget your brothers. Yuan Hua. Dear brothers, could you spare some food? When I return, I'll have my father bestow upon you the title of State General. How does that sound? Wei Song, recalling the mention of Brother Lin by these two, was reminded of Lin Mo, who had boldly confronted Bo Air the previous day. He had had no prior knowledge of this individual, but he distinctly remembered Lin Mo's words from that day. Lin Mo, I understand that many miners may not be well acquainted with me, which is why they hesitate to speak up. However, this is of little consequence. As long as you have resources to trade, you may approach me for acquisition. That I cannot promise that my offer is the highest in the world, but I can assure you it will be more reasonable than your current prices. Lin Mo, whether you dare or not is not for you to decide. Can you truly prevent them from trading privately? With Zhao Dahai and Zhang Fu Gui's newfound status, Wei Song found himself hesitating regarding the transaction with Bo Air. Meanwhile, Bo Air was growing impatient. Bo Air, you are wasting too much time. It's only worth 15 pieces of iron now. I advise you to trade immediately, or when I speak again, it will be worth no more than a meal. The sudden emergence of an alternative choice, paired with this blatant threat, ignited an unprecedented anger within the previously docile Wei Song. Indeed, whether to dare or not was not solely Bo Air's prerogative. Could he truly prevent him from trading privately? With that, he canceled the transaction. Chapter 19. Trading resources, bidding farewell to the cramped living quarters. Transaction canceled. After a brief moment of shock, Bo Air began to threaten in private chat. Bo Air, I can still give you one last chance. Trade with me immediately, or do not wait until you starve while holding on to goods no one dares to accept. Bo Air, if you trade with me now, I can offer you 20 pieces of iron. Otherwise, do not expect me to cease your food exchange. Ignoring Bo Air's threats, Wei Song closed the private chat and sought out Zhao Dahai to relay his intent to trade to Lin Mo. Lin Mo was about to retire for the night when he noticed the headset's speaker flashing vigorously beside him, prompting him to check. What is going on, Dahai? Zhao Dahai. A brother wants to trade something with you. He asked me to inquire. Oh, please bring him into our chat room. Within a minute, Wei Song entered the chat room. Wei Song, esteemed Lin Mo, I have a piece of, or I've never seen before. Would you be interested in acquiring it? Lin Mo donned his headset and read the message, feeling somewhat puzzled. What kind of, or is so mysterious? Lin Mo, please show it to me. Wei Song, iridium, this is it. Wei Song, to be honest, I just consulted Bo Air, and he said this looks rare, but is actually worthless. He would only offer me 30 pieces of iron. At that moment, Lin Mo was entirely oblivious to what Wei Song was saying. His attention was solely focused on the dark red ore. After searching for clues for days, he never expected to encounter such a find under these circumstances. Wei Song, I felt that was a bit low, so I hesitated, and because of that, he threatened to cut off my food exchange. Seeing the high chatting in the room reminded me of you. Esteemed one. Once Lin Mo regained his composure, he glanced at what Wei Song had mentioned, an iridium ore, which was scarce even among the top-tier resources, was only being offered for 30 pieces of iron. Bo Air truly thought he could deceive people with such nonsense. Regardless, this ore was certainly worth far more than aluminum. Offering only 30 pieces of iron, while trying to discount it by 10, was simply outrageous. After some contemplation, Lin Mo decided to respond. I will acquire this, and my price will undoubtedly exceed Bo Air's. If you have any urgent items you need, do not hesitate to ask. And I will convert the remaining value into commonly traded minerals. Seeing Lin Mo offer a higher price than Bo Air, along with the promise to prioritize his needs, Wei Song promptly sent a trade request. However, the transaction box indicated a previous transaction record from the day before. Wei Song, esteemed Lin Mo, could it be that you were the one who sold me the antidote yesterday? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed sold a dragon bud to someone yesterday. Could it be that you were the one poisoned? Upon realizing that Lin Mo was the one who had saved his life, Wei Song's trust in him grew significantly. Wei Song, I'm deeply grateful for your life-saving kindness. Esteemed Lin Mo, how about this? You provide me with some meals to fill my stomach, so I can mine, and I will forego the remaining value. Lin Mo found this situation rather serendipitous. However, he did not engage further in Wei Song's proposal. Instead, he directly placed the urgently needed food items in the trade bar. Sweet potatoes, remaining quantity 100, x1. Beetle meat, remaining quantity 100, x3. Silver wing protein x3. Mutated pears x3'd. He then converted the remaining resources into the most widely traded iron ore. Wei Song stared in astonishment at the array of food in the transaction bar, along with 500 pieces of iron. How much? 500 pieces of iron. Setting aside the value of the food, the iron alone was more than 10 times Bo Air's offer, and the most crucial aspect was that Lin Mo's demeanor was far more amiable than Bo Air's. He distinctly remembered that Bo Air referred to everyone as poor wretches, regardless of the company. Although they were indeed poor, they still deserved dignity, did they not? In comparison, he couldn't help but feel relieved about his choice. Promptly clicking to confirm the trade. Seeing Wei Song satisfied, Lin Mo also confirmed the transaction. Confirm transaction, resource bar. Mutated sweet potato, remaining quantity 100-1. Mutated beetle meat, remaining quantity 100-3. Silver wing protein-3. Mutated pear-3. Iron -500. Resource bar. Iridium 1. Having sold a considerable amount of iron ore from his titanium alloy armor, Lin Mo was left with 89 pieces of iron after paying for the iridium ore, plus 2 unsold titanium alloy armors, which was sufficient for now. With the iridium ore secured, he had no time to ponder further. Sitting upright in bed, he activated the synthesizer and selected the heating device. Synthesizer activated. Heating device. Iron 8910, silicon 22, iridium 11. Material sufficient. Confirm synthesis? Confirm. System notification. Iron -10, silicon -2, iridium -1. System notification. Heating device synthesis successful. Resource bar. Heating device 1. Select small living quarters. Small living quarters. Simple living quarters 1-1. Iron 7920, titanium 310, aluminum 35.5, silicon 0-1. Heating device 1-1. After acquiring the remaining materials needed, small living quarters. Simple living quarters 1-1. Iron 11720, titanium 1010, aluminum 34.5, silicon 1-1. Heating device 1-1. Material sufficient. Confirm synthesis? Lin Mo, slightly exhilarated, exclaimed, Confirm. System notification. Simple living quarters-1, iron-20, titanium-10, aluminum-5, silicon-1. System notification. Small living quarters synthesis successful. As the system's prompt echoed in Lin Mo's mind, the living quarters before him underwent a dramatic transformation. The walls of the cabin swiftly receded, expanding the space several-fold. From an initial 2 meters, it had grown to 6 or 7 meters. Consequently, the living quarters now boasted an approximate area of 50 square meters. Not only could he fit all the facilities he previously envisioned within, but there was also ample space for additional installations. Besides the increased space, the walls now featured numerous observation windows, allowing him to inspect any unusual sounds outside without having to venture out each time. The thickness of the walls and oxygen production efficiency had also improved, making them less susceptible to damage from medium-sized alien creatures. Most importantly, this upgrade unlocked certain prerequisites for new blueprints in the synthesizer, such as the solar power system, which would be exceedingly useful to Lin Mo. Additionally, he gained access to basic lighting equipment, exoskeletons, and other practical facilities and gear. Given that Lin Mo was currently in the dark of night, he planned to synthesize the solar power system first thing in the morning, focusing instead on creating the lighting equipment and exoskeleton tonight. He promptly procured the necessary materials: basic lighting equipment, silicon 2-2, aluminum 29-1, material sufficient. Confirm synthesis? Confirm. System notification. Silicon-2, aluminum-1. System notification. Basic lighting equipment synthesis successful. Lin Mo retrieved the lighting equipment from the resource bar, discovering it to be a simple flashlight. Fortunately, it provided adequate brightness. This way, he would no longer have to worry about lighting when entering deeper caves, and could even continue resource gathering at night. Next, he turned to the exoskeleton. Basic exoskeleton. Titanium 5-5. Magnesium 2-1. Iron 59-20. Material sufficient. Confirm synthesis? Confirm. System notification. Titanium-5, magnesium-1, iron-20. System notification. Basic exoskeleton synthesis successful. Lin Mo eagerly donned the exoskeleton to test it out. Due to the cumbersome nature of the spacesuit, he previously squandered a substantial amount of time traversing to the next resource collection point. Now, adorned in his new attire, he moved with remarkable swiftness. For the same target location, he could reach his destination in at least half the time. Coupled with the assistance of the exoskeleton, he felt not fatigued but rather invigorated, conserving a considerable amount of stamina. In simpler terms, his efficiency in gathering resources tomorrow could potentially double. Chapter 20. Slaying the camouflaged lizard, abundant harvest. Continuing forward, he observed several withered branches of mutated pears, stripped bare of fruit, consumed by nearby extraterrestrial creatures. To his left lay a poor choice, where a few toxic alien plants thrived. Approaching them recklessly would result in exposure to their corrosive gas that a group of medium-sized extraterrestrial beings lingered on his right. Should he wish to tempt fate, he could venture there. Upon rising that morning, Lin Mo synthesized a solar power system, utilizing 20 units of iron, 10 units of cobalt, and 5 units of silicon. Once he deployed the habitation module, he would have a relatively stable power supply during the day, and any surplus energy could be stored within the system. To fully charge the power system, he chose to explore the surrounding area centered around the habitation module. With the aid of the exoskeleton, his collection efficiency soared. He had just received a system notification indicating the final location surrounding him. Once he explored this vicinity, he could proceed with the habitation module to the next site. With the system's markers, Lin Mo swiftly located the withered branches of mutated pears and began to dismantle them. Resource log. Wood 1. Resource log. Wood 1. Resource log. Wood 1. He then circled to the right. But before he could spot any extraterrestrial beings, the system's alert preceded him. Camouflaged lizard. A mutated lizard-like creature of considerable size. Exercise caution regarding their disguises. Their skin constantly alters its camouflage to blend with the environment, serving to entice prey or evade predators. Had it not been for the warning, Lin Mo might have stumbled directly into this meteorite pit. Now, With the alert in mind, he scrutinized the shadows cast by the stones just 10 meters away. Noting something amiss, upon closer inspection, several camouflaged lizards, their colors perfectly merging with the surrounding meteorite pit, lay motionless on the ground, their eyes concealed in the shadows, patiently awaiting their next meal. Drawing upon his experience from slaying the dual-horned rhinoceros, Lin Mo readied his finely strung crossbow, aiming an arrow at the chest of the camouflaged lizard. Do not target their bodies. Such an attack will not inflict critical damage and may provoke them into a frenzy. Aim for their vulnerable heads with your bolts. Adjusting his position slightly and aligning the crosshairs of his scope, he pulled the trigger. Thwip! The arrow was released. The camouflaged lizard seemed to sense a hint of danger. Yet before it could react, the bolt had already penetrated its skull. The lizard convulsed violently for a moment, then its skin gradually reverted to a dull yellow, until it lay still. The struggle of this camouflaged lizard has alerted the surrounding lizard horde. Swiftly eliminate the remaining lizards or face the consequences of their frenzy. Noting that the system alert posed no immediate threat to his life, Lin Mo activated the rapid-fire mode of his titanium alloy crossbow. He positioned the crossbow at the edge of the meteorite pit, cranking the loading handle with his left hand while aiming at the heads of the camouflaged lizards that had just stirred. Flip, flip, flip. 3 bolts were fired, 2 struck true, while 1 veered slightly off course. The startled camouflaged lizard turned crimson, its jaw joints flaring open like a fan, seemingly preparing to alert the other lizards, only to have its head pierced by another bolt. Lin Mo had no time to admire this perilous scene. His crossbow continued to unleash a relentless barrage. 1 bolt after another flew toward the agitated camouflaged lizards. 5 arrows in rapid succession. 3 hit their mark, 1 went astray, and another struck the body of a lizard. Squeak! The lizard that had been struck emitted a high-pitched, rodent-like shriek, awakening the remaining 7 camouflaged lizards. Lin Mo had just stowed 10 bolts from his resource log into the quiver when he looked up to see 9 camouflaged lizards charging toward him. Having encountered extraterrestrial beings multiple times, he felt no panic at this unexpected situation. Instead, he remained calm. Switching his crossbow to single-shot mode, he aimed at the eyes of the foremost camouflaged lizard and pulled the trigger. Thwip! The lizard, in a frenzied sprint, had its head forcefully pinned to the ground, its body propelled forward by inertia, crashing heavily down. This all happened so swiftly that the lizards behind had no time to react. Colliding into the first point, one led to another, resulting in a chaotic pileup involving 4 camouflaged lizards, while the 4 on the sides narrowly escaped. Meanwhile, Lin Mo's crossbow continued its assault. Single-shot mode offered better control. 2 arrows were released, eliminating the lizards on the left. The remaining 2 on the right posed little threat. Sensing the formidable adversary before them, the camouflaged lizards attempted to flee. Lin Mo would not let them escape. Another 2 arrows were loosed, instantly piercing the heads of the 2 lizards. Thus, all camouflaged lizards were either slain or left disoriented from the collision. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo swiftly dispatched the remaining threats and began to scavenge the battlefield. Resource log, Lizard Meat 1, Resource log. 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 Leather 1 Resource log. Leather 1 Resource log. New Fire Axe Blueprint. Rudimentary Survival Pod, Blueprint, Titanium Alloy Tools, Blueprint, Heating Device, Blueprint, Large Water Tank, Blueprint, Basic Exoskeleton, Blueprint. Lin Mo was astonished to discover that medium-sized extraterrestrial beings also yielded high-level blueprints. Previously, he had assumed such rewards were exclusive to elite extraterrestrial creatures, but now it appeared otherwise. Coupled with the prior introduction to the silver-winged moth, a possibility struck him. Could it be that medium-sized extraterrestrial beings also had corresponding elite leaders? If so, everything made sense. As the silver-winged moth was a small extraterrestrial creature, its elite leader could drop blueprints of a higher tier. This implied that the rewards from small elite leaders were comparable to those for medium-sized extraterrestrial beings. If medium-sized extraterrestrial beings had a chance to drop blueprints for level 2 functional hammers, then their elite leaders might drop blueprints for large extraterrestrial beings. With this hypothesis in mind, Lin Mo felt an urgent desire to experiment. After all, Should his theory be confirmed, he could significantly increase his chances of acquiring advanced blueprints and subsequently profit from them. Having come to this realization, Lin Mo reclaimed the usable bolts from the camouflaged lizards. Out of 15 bolts, 6 were damaged beyond recovery. Consequently, he crafted an additional 20 bolts for backup. After dismantling the camouflaged lizards, he prepared to depart, only to be greeted by another system notification. There are still undiscovered items nearby the host. He turned back and searched the vicinity, ultimately discovering something buried in the soil at the edge of the meteorite pit. Lin Mo brushed away the dirt. Resource log. Unhatched camouflaged lizard eggs 1. Resource log. Unhatched camouflaged lizard eggs 1. Camouflaged lizard egg. Of little use. But if hatched, it could yield a juvenile camouflaged lizard, which poses minimal threat. Astonished to find extraterrestrial eggs, Lin Mo muttered to himself, recalling that Chun Gang was still in need of live specimens for research. He decided to hand over the 2 eggs for his study. Chapter 21. Transaction Blockade, the final deal with Qian Duo. Having concluded his exploration around the habitation module, Lin Mo returned to the module, intent on relocating for further exploration while also checking the stored power of the system. Swoosh. Identity verification. Hatch door opened. Hatch door closed. Airlock chamber pressurizing. Now, the hatch of the small habitation module featured an airlock chamber, similar to a lock on a river, responsible for transitioning vessels to different water levels. This ensured that the internal pressure of the habitation module remained constant, eliminating the need for Lin Mo to endure pressurization every time he entered or exited. Airlock chamber pressurization complete. Internal hatch can be opened. The porthole is brightly illuminated, and indoor lighting has been automatically adjusted. Lin Mo glanced around the brightly lit small habitation module, reminiscing about the iron coffin he had previously occupied and the capsule hotel barely large enough for a single bed. The contrast was stark. After synthesizing the solar power system that morning, the module was now well lit, far superior to the solitary emergency light he had relied upon at night. How delightful. He removed the helmet from his spacesuit. The enticing aroma of cooked meat wafting through the room, prompting him to instinctively gravitate toward the heating device. With the upgrade of the habitation module, not only had the synthesis conditions for essential facilities such as solar power and exoskeleton been unlocked, but also those for items like dining utensils. Coupled with the warmth provided by the heating device, he now enjoyed the benefits of hot water and fully cooked meals. He retrieved the pressure cooker from the external heater, the fully cooked insect meat emanating an irresistible fragrance. Lin placed the insect meat onto a plate. After taking a bite, his eyes lit up, in stark contrast to the previous raw dishes imbued with a metallic tang. The thoroughly cooked beetle flesh is exquisitely tender and smooth. If adorned with a hint of seasoning or sauce, it would be utterly divine. Alas, the unfortunate reality is that even salt is currently unavailable, let alone any sauces. After a brief taste, Lin Mo approached the power supply system for inspection. Charging. 97. Noticing it was about to reach full capacity, he decided to eat first before departing. During the meal, he inevitably needed to sell the spoils from earlier, so he activated the speaker on his headset, only to be unexpectedly inundated with private messages from Qian Duo. Qian Duo, what have you been up to? Qian Duo, where are you? Respond to me promptly. Qian Duo, this is infuriating. If you don't reply soon, I'll stop caring about you. Lin Mo found himself somewhat bewildered by the barrage of messages. What could have happened to warrant such urgency? Unperturbed, he leisurely uploaded the blueprints acquired from the vanquished camouflaged lizard. Large water tank, blueprint, basic exoskeleton, blueprint, heating device, blueprint. Take a look and provide a price. Qian Duo, you still have the leisure to sell goods? Qian Duo, you've now been barred from trading by the first tier. Any member of the first tier, or its associated merchants, is prohibited from engaging in transactions with you, or they will be expelled from the first tier as circle. Lin Mo felt a twinge of curiosity about how they enforced restrictions on private trading among the first tier members. Noticing Lin Mo's lack of immediate response, Qian Duo seemed to have guessed his thoughts. Qian Duo, you truly cannot escape this time. The first tier now requires all members to upload their trading records. And we have a record of your transactions. Moreover, you may not have noticed, but there is a coordinate marker at the front of our private trading chat. Lin Mo glanced at the position Duo mentioned and indeed found a marker. 24. On closer inspection, it appeared there was also a series of numbers, 0746. When he looked at the coordinates of Duo and the others in his small group, he discovered that their coordinates aligned. While Duo-S was 060006, are you saying that this 24 is the coordinate of my planet? Duo, to my knowledge, that is indeed the case, combined with the subsequent numerical code. Your personal information can be verified. Lin Mo could not help but set down the beetle meat in his hand. This revelation was indeed unexpected, seeing that the other side had fallen silent. Duo also returned the raw sweet potato he was holding to his resource inventory. Duo, this is all because you snatched the iridium from Bo last night. That it is said that this iridium was procured for a prominent figure in the first tier. And given the iridium mine's scarcity, you have not only offended the head of the first tier, but also other members of the first tier. Lin Mo felt increasingly speechless. Bo merely sold that brother 30 units of iron and even attempted to haggle. I paid a higher price. What is wrong with that? Duo. Regardless, Bo is a member of the first tier, and he monopolizes all the resources on your planet. This is a consensus for the first tier to divide this world. Besides, I still can't understand why a second-tier henchman like you would want to acquire iridium. This resource is of no immediate use to you, is it? Duo, it's rumored that you're also selling purified water. Are you hiding something from me? Realizing that Duo was beginning to harbor suspicion, Lin Mo found it increasingly difficult to conceal certain matters and decided to come clean that I have. In fact, upgraded the function hammered, of course. He refrained from mentioning the small habitation module, as the value of its design blueprint is certainly beyond what the second tier can afford. Thus, even if he were to disclose it, Duo would likely not believe him and would only grow more suspicious. Duo, I knew something was amiss when you were selling the habitation module blueprints. While others hesitated over whether they could still obtain one, you were solely concerned with how much to sell it for. Clearly, you have already upgraded the habitation module. Duo, so that is why you snatched Bo's business. Preparing to pave the way for further upgrades of the habitation module, my guess was correct. Wasn't it? Lin Mo chose not to dwell on that topic, but instead inquired, so now that I am blocked, does that mean you cannot trade with me either? Duo. The first tier requires all members to submit trading records related to 24 starting tomorrow. If any are found incomplete or missing, they will be directly expelled from the first tier and subjected to equivalent restrictions. So, today will be our last day for trading? Duo. Precisely, you can understand it that way. Although you are my major client, I cannot forsake my identity within the first tier for the sake of one client. Moreover, you are aware of the rules of this world. Those who control vast resources can crush you like an ant at will. Duo, you cannot fathom the immense wealth of the first tier. Opposing them leads to nothing but dire consequences. Very well, shall we commence our final transaction? Lin Mo understood that Duo was advising him out of goodwill. But as the saying goes, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. He had no intention of being in the same boat as someone like Bo and had never contemplated retreating. Duo, your higher tier blueprints are still worth something. Today, I'll make an exception and not profit from you. Are you looking to convert everything into iron? Or do you require other resources? I can directly exchange any resources you desire. Lin Mo could discern Duo as good intentions. He likely felt that without a channel to offload his goods, Lin Mo would soon be surpassed by others, and all the advantages he had displayed would vanish. For instance, once even the most basic miners began utilizing habitation modules, the price of food would skyrocket compared to the current resource prices. And individuals like Lin Mo, constrained by the trade blockade, would end up in a situation worse than those basic miners. Let us convert everything into rare ores. I don't need iron at the moment. Lin Mo was not speaking idly. He had sold 2 pieces of titanium alloy armor that morning, and his iron inventory had now reached 375 units, considering the output from his small group. He figured he would not be lacking in this common resource for the time being. Duo. Then let us convert it directly into titanium, cobalt, aluminum, and silicon. Let us proceed with the transaction. Lin Mo uploaded his blueprints and then checked the quantities of resources offered on the other side. Titanium 100, cobalt 50, silicon 50, magnesium 30, aluminum 20, fabric 10. After a brief calculation, he found that Qianduo had indeed been truthful. Calculating everything at market price. Thank you. If the opportunity arises, I shall repay you. Chapter 22, No Turning Back. Choosing to take risks. Naturally, Qianduo did not take Lin Mo's words to heart. After all, the fate that awaited those blocked from trading was all too predictable, and the promises of these individuals were hardly worth taking seriously. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had begun his afternoon exploration. This time, he intended to venture even further. With the power supply system fully charged, he no longer needed to deploy the habitation module and explore around it. There are abundant ice blocks in the crater ahead. If you lack water resources, you can go collect them. To the left, at a considerable distance, there is a nest of mutated scorpions. Defeating the mutated scorpions inside will yield nothing but wasted effort. To the right, however, is a promising location where several mutated apple trees can be found, providing ample fruit. Lin Mo first collected the ice blocks before heading to the apple trees on the right. Resource inventory. Mutated apple 1, resource inventory. Mutated apple 1, resource inventory. Mutated apple 1, resource inventory. Wood 1, resource inventory. Wood 1, resource inventory. Wood 1. After purifying the water resources, Lin Mo had harvested nearly half a box of clean water, 9 mutated apples, and 3 units of wood. Originally, he had planned to directly list these seemingly insignificant resources on the trading center. However, due to the trade blockade, Lin Mo had no choice but to retain them for emergencies. After all, his small group relied on him for sustenance. And with individuals like Wei Song potentially seeking refuge, albeit a slim chance, it was prudent to be prepared. With this thought, Lin Mo felt invigorated. He utilized the exoskeleton to its fullest extent. Locations that previously took 10 minutes to reach now only required 3. And he immediately began collecting resources. The path ahead is not advisable. A large extraterrestrial creature lies in wait for prey. If you proceed now, death is certain. To the left, while the crater appears to contain numerous plants to collect, it is in fact riddled with traps laid by extraterrestrial creatures that if you enter, you'll be trapped until you starve. Never venture to the right. It leads only to a dead end. This was the first time Lin Mo encountered deadly dangers in all 3 directions. Retracing his steps would likely waste at least a day just on travel. Given that it was already afternoon, he feared that after spending the night, he would only be able to exit the previously explored area by the following afternoon while avoiding this perilous zone. This would amount to a significant waste of time, leaving Lin Mo feeling hesitant. What he lacked most at this moment was time. Yet if he did not circumvent the dangers, he would have no choice but to force his way through one of the 3 treacherous paths. The area to the right was clearly a death trap, so he immediately dismissed it. The left was similarly unwise, being a trap set by extraterrestrial creatures, where entering would lead only to starvation. Thus, the only option left was to continue forward. However, a colossal alien creature obstructed Lin Mo's path, and given his current abilities, he was ill-equipped to confront such a formidable being. Hence, the warning indicated that venturing forth would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Upon contemplating this, Lin Mo suddenly paused. It struck him. If his fate were indeed sealed, the message would have been more straightforward, akin to the third option, outright advising him against proceeding rather than inundating him with an excess of information. Could it be? Lin Mo once again scrutinized the surroundings ahead. The path ahead is perilous. A large alien creature lies in wait for its prey. Should you attempt to approach now, your death is assured. Indeed, proceeding now would spell certain doom. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo tentatively inquired, "When may I venture forth?" The alien creature also requires rest. It will succumb to slumber during the peak afternoon heat. You may act then, as expected. Upon receiving this prompt, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. He opened a local chat room to assess the recent happenings. Planet broadcast, Li Kai. Have you heard? Lord Boer has instituted a trading embargo. No one is permitted to trade with that Lin fellow. Yuan Hua. I've heard, but what good does the embargo do? Even Zhang Fugui and Zhao Dahai have survival pods now. While we toil away as miners for bow air, merely scraping by for a morsel of food and a canister of oxygen. This life is unbearable. Li Kai, Brother Yuan, you are mistaken. Do not be deceived by the current bravado of those FEW in time. When trade routes are severed and their goods cannot be sold, the common folk will rise in revolt, and that Lin fellow will find himself abandoned by all, left to fend for himself. Yuan Hua. But what does that have to do with us? Li Kai, Zhang Fuge. Ha! Brother Yuan speaks the truth, no matter how miserable our lot. It does not affect your meals. Have you suddenly taken an interest in our plight? Li Kai. You Zhang Fugue, you've only been flaunting what Lin has provided for a few days. Just wait until you've exhausted the resources around you. Let us see how you flaunt then. Zhang Fugue. No need for your concern. You should worry more about whether the or you mine today will even suffice for a meal. Zhang Fugue. Baked sweet potato. Remaining quantity. 100. Apologies, I must die now. Farewell. Yuan Hua. 100% remaining? Is it already cooked? Taiju. Brother Fugue, where did this baked sweet potato come from? Zhang Fugue has left the chat room. Not only Yuan Hua, but even the others observing the chat room were bewildered, astonished by the origin of this item. Of course, this included Li Kai. Upon seeing the baked sweet potato, he was momentarily dumbfounded. Could it be that Zhang Fugue had discovered a method to create fire? He quickly shook his head. Impossible. Even Lord Boair could only consume raw meat and uncooked vegetables. How could Zhang Fugue possibly be enjoying cooked food? Meanwhile, Yuan Hua was already salivating at the sight, and seeing Zhang Fugue bolt away, he could only ask Li Kai. Yuan Hua. Brother Li Kai. That baked sweet potato is making me so hungry. Do you have any leftover food to spare? When I return, I shall have my father bestow upon you the title of food officer. Li Kai. I can barely manage a meal a day for myself. How could I possibly have enough to share with you? If you wish to eat, go mine for it yourself. Lin Mo shook his head in disapproval. Lin Mo, for those struggling, feel free to seek me out for supplies. I assure you all will be well fed. Baked sweet potato, suppressed beetle meat. Those who wish to partake, come to me. After dispatching this message, he exited the chat room. The time was drawing near. Lin Mo opened his resource panel for a final inspection of his weapons and gear. Arrows, 25, titanium alloy armor, intact, titanium alloy crossbow, equipped arrow quantity, 10. Lin Mo practiced aiming at an empty spot, ensuring no mishaps would occur during use, before once again accessing the system for information. The path ahead is fraught with danger. A large alien creature is presently in slumber. Attack its nostrils with poison-tipped arrows. Chapter 23. Successful poisoning and unexpected gains. Who? From a distance, Lin Mo could hear the thunderous sound of snoring. He cautiously climbed to the edge of a nearby meteorite crater for observation. Before him lay a massive black-furred lion with two heads resting within the crater. This crater measured over 10 meters in diameter, with a depth of approximately 3 meters. Such a colossal pit could barely accommodate the two-headed lion, underscoring the creature's immense size. Mutated two-headed lion, Felidae, Panthera, a large alien species. Its razor-sharp claws can easily shred titanium alloy armor, and its fur is as hard as steel, rendering titanium weapons nearly ineffective against its hide. When it runs, its speed is astonishing, and having two heads vastly expands its field of vision, with the eyes on each head alternately opening to maintain vigilance while resting. As expected, one of the lion's heads abruptly lifted, its gaze sweeping the vicinity with the intensity of lightning. Fortunately, Lin Mo reacted swiftly, burying his head once more before the lion could take note of him. The two heads alternated between opening their eyes to maintain watchfulness. How was he to proceed? Lin Mo waited a few minutes, observing as the snoring grew louder and closer once again, before cautiously lifting his head. He noted that the head that had just been raised was now resting on the ground, and the approaching snores emanated from this direction. Seizing this opportunity, he conducted a quick assessment. The other head required over 10 seconds to complete a full sweep. With a significant portion of that time spent observing Lin Mo, this meant he had merely a few seconds to aim and shoot, a tremendous challenge for him. Next was the matter of the poison-tipped arrows. This was easily resolved. He opened his resource panel and retrieved the mutated scorpion's carcass. If memory served, this flesh was highly toxic and corrosive. He extracted several crossbow bolts from his quiver and coated one of the arrowheads with the rotting flesh, quickly allowing it to turn black. Fortunately, the metal tip was not rapidly corroded, suggesting that its potency would remain largely intact. To be safe, he coated 5 arrows in total. He then activated the rapid-fire mode of the crossbow. If one arrow failed, he would fire 2, then 3.8 T. This moment, another system prompt appeared. The mutated two-headed lion is about to awaken. Please take action within 10 minutes. Upon seeing the alert, Lin Mo lifted his gaze to the two-headed lion once more. During the time he had been applying the poison to the arrowheads, the nearby head had already begun to stir, and it was likely only moments away from resuming its slumber. This was, therefore, his last and only opportunity. Who? The two-headed lion flicked its tail, and the head nearest Lin Mo suddenly changed its position, causing him to lose his prepared aim at the lion's nostrils. This was an unexpected turn of events. That moment, the other head lifted, prompting Lin Mo to quickly avert his gaze. Time was running out, and he could no longer afford to wait for the two-headed lion to change its sleeping posture. He had to move closer to the creature. While this decision carried greater risk, he believed that fortune favors the bold, that a closer position would enhance the accuracy of his shot at its nostrils. Having come to this conclusion, Lin Mo dared not squander any more precious moments, and he focused on the edge of the crater directly in front of the lion's head. There, the stones scattered along the way loomed like mountains before him. As he observed the lion's head turning away, he cast aside all reservations and dashed across the stones. Crack! The sound of crushed stones echoed loudly, alerting the surveying two-headed lion, which quickly pulled its head back. In that split second, Lin Mo's vision was locked onto the slumbering lion's head. He swiftly positioned the crossbow atop the crater's edge, his eyes glued to the scope, his right hand moving until the reticle was aligned with the lion's nostrils. Ow! Thud! 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 The thunderous roar coincided with the release of the crossbow bolts. The slumbering lion's head jolted awake, two fearsome faces towering above Lin Mo, baring their fangs as they glared at him. With a thunderous crash, the lion's body leaped from the crater, its forepaw striking at the location of its nose point. One of the poison-tipped arrows shattered instantly, and the remaining wooden-tip shot toward Lin Mo like a bullet. Bang! The arrowhead embedded itself into the hard earth of the crater's edge, sending debris flying and dust swirling. Lin Mo barely had time to react before the lion's claws came crashing down, gouging a massive chunk from the earthen edge. Boom! A boulder grazed his scalp, crashing down into the crater with a resounding thud, sending shockwaves through the ground, before Lin Mo could gather his wits. Another paw from the two-headed lion swung his way. This time, it was perfectly aimed precisely at his position. Considering the boulder that had just flown past, he feared his fate would be even more dire. Just as Lin Mo braced for the worst, expecting to meet his end at the claws of the two-headed lion, he was met not by the beast's talons, but by a deafening roar. Ow! Lin Mo cautiously peered through the gap created by the lion's strike, and to his astonishment, the paw that had been aimed at him withdrew after the roar. It seemed as if the lion had become entranced, its focus shifting to one of its own heads, which had become bloodied and mangled, transforming its already fearsome visage into something even more terrifying. At this moment, he finally perceived the anomaly. The nostrils of the two-headed lion were oozing black, pus-like blood, and the flow only intensified. Originally, during that critical moment, he had not completely failed with his arrows. This moment, the two-headed lion was struggling more violently than ever, its entire body leaping up momentarily before crashing down forcefully onto the ground, as if such an act might alleviate its pervasive agony. Soon, the lion's vigor waned, and its massive form collapsed with a resounding thud into the meteorite crater, its front paws weakly flailing at the air a few times before falling still. Poisoned and deceased, mutated two-headed lion, a large extraterrestrial creature, perished from poisoning, rendering its toxins ineatable. However, its hide could be decomposed into leather and fabric. With the system's confirmation, Lin Mo began to clear the battlefield with a sense of excitement. After all, this was a large extraterrestrial creature, with a probability of dropping blueprints for level 3 functional hammers. Although he could not utilize them himself, he could certainly sell them at the auction house, or even shamelessly trade with Chien Duo again. However, the outcome left him somewhat disappointed. He only obtained a single double-bed blueprint. This was a level 2 blueprint, lacking significant value. Aside from those in the first tier who might find it useful, nearly no one else could make use of it. Coupled with the high drop rate of such items, the blueprint was priced similarly to level 1 blueprints. After acquiring the blueprint, Lin Mo proceeded to dismantle the corpse of the two-headed lion. Resource log, leather 1, resource log, leather 1, resource log, leather 1, resource log, fabric 1, resource log, fabric 1, resource log, fabric 1. Fortunately, the two-headed lion's body was sufficiently large, yielding a considerable amount of leather and fabric. Lin Mo conducted a final check of the resource log. Resource log updated. Leather 50, fabric 50, each piece of leather was worth at least 5 pieces of iron, which amounted to 250 pieces of iron. A piece of fabric was worth 10 pieces of iron, totaling 500 pieces. In sum, he reaped 750 pieces of iron from this endeavor. Viewed in this light, the venture was not a loss. Presently, titanium alloy armor had become difficult to sell, yielding less than 50 pieces of iron per item, extending the return period significantly, with an estimate of 3 days to sell a single piece. In contrast, the 750 pieces of iron he earned from this trip was quite substantial. With this thought in mind, he prepared to venture forth in exploration once more. Yet, he had not yet departed from the area. Resources are still available for the host to collect here. Although temporarily of no use to the host, they are a rare resource. Rare? Lin Mo paused, surveying his surroundings. After he dismantled the two-headed lion, it had turned into a mere skeleton, so it did not hinder his observation. However, upon looking around, aside from a pile of dung left by the two-headed lion in the corner, there was nothing else. Could it be that the system referred to this dung as a rare resource? He was aware that dung could serve as fertilizer after accumulating for some time, but surely it was not considered a scarce resource. He approached the dung pile, which resembled a small hill, and examined it closely. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly noticed something emitting a green glow atop it. Frowning, he reached out to touch it. The green object resembled a stone. With a slight exertion of force, he extracted a piece of bluish-green or speckled with yellowish spots. Resource log. Uranium 1, Chapter 24. Hoarding opportunities. Roasted sweet potatoes sell like hotcakes. Uranium. Is this intended for me to synthesize an atomic bomb? Lin Mo mumbled half-jokingly, then searched through the synthesizer, only to find nothing of use. Just as the system had indicated, it was indeed of no immediate benefit to him. Nevertheless, he was certain that once conditions were unlocked in the future, uranium would prove to be an invaluable resource, as it was a primary fuel for nuclear energy. After placing the uranium back into the resource log, Lin Mo continued his exploration. A favorable location lies ahead for the host, abundant in collectible ores. The left side is not a wise choice, as it offers only ice blocks and a heap of food remnants left by extraterrestrial creatures. To the right, the meteorite crater conceals several small extraterrestrial creatures. Upon detecting intruders, they will utilize their foul-smelling bodies to drive them away. The portions that can be consumed after killing them still emit an unbearable stench, rendering them of little value. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Mo did not encounter any larger extraterrestrial beings. However, with the exoskeleton, he managed to collect a significant amount of resources. Resource log updated. Iron X20, Titanium X9, Silicon X5, Fabric X2, Wood X6, Mutated Pear X18, Locust Legs X6. He retained several low-level blueprints that were useful to his small group, discarding the rest into the trading center. A.S. darkness enveloped the evening. He utilized a flashlight to search for 2 more hours. Eventually, he found a relatively flat area to set up his habitation pod. Squeak. Identity verification successful. Hatch door opening. Upon entering through the airlock, the lights in the habitation pod automatically illuminated. The bright hall, compared to previous days, felt somewhat disorienting. He reheated the leftover insect meat from lunch in the heating device, although the taste was no longer as delightful as earlier. Cooked food was undeniably preferable to the raw. While dining, he habitually activated the world broadcast. World broadcast. 240746 0441 0613 0019 0922 0418 has been designated as a trade-restricted target. Any unauthorized trading of the aforementioned coordinates by first-tier members or their subordinates will incur equal penalties. Temporary Joint Committee member of the Interstellar Miners First Tier. What happened to these fellows to warrant a trade restriction? My goodness, who did they offend to be subjected to a trade lock? If they urgently need food and the trading center's resources are insufficient, won't they starve? Exactly. In this world, the first tier establishes the game rules. Those who do not comply face certain death. What if they are in the second tier and cannot starve? Do you think the resources around are infinite? Sooner or later, there will come a day when they are exhausted. When that time arrives, without anything to hunt, you will have to trade resources for food. But the trading center offers plenty of food, because currently, everyone is gathering from easily accessible areas. Moreover, the first tier monopolizes food resources, controlling miners to extract minerals for them, which stabilizes food prices. However, once the nearby areas that are easy to forage diminish, food prices will inevitably skyrocket. Lin Mo nodded silently at these words, recognizing the validity of the analysis. Although he had accumulated a considerable amount of food, it now seemed somewhat insufficient. He opened the trading center and clicked on search. Mutated sweet potato X10. Requires iron X70 for trade. Due to its poor taste when raw and the discomfort from consuming too much, the price of mutated sweet potatoes was only 70% of that of other foods. However, for Lin Mo, this was a different story. With a heating device to transform them into roasted sweet potatoes, not only would the taste improve, but their substantial size could serve as a staple food. Lin Mo purchased 3 sets of mutated sweet potatoes. Resource log. Iron -210. Resource log. Mutated sweet potato 30. He then listed several of the roasted sweet potatoes directly on the trading center. He wanted to see if the processed sweet potatoes would attract buyers. If so, he could stockpile them in large quantities and use the profits to purchase other food, ultimately creating a snowball effect that would grow larger and larger. Roasted sweet potato X1 requires iron X10 for trade. Confirm listing. Since this was a tentative trade, he only listed one item that he then activated the planetary broadcast. Lin Mo, freshly roasted sweet potato, pure and flavorful, just like the taste from Earth. Anyone interested can purchase directly from the trading center. Lin Mo intended to post another message on the world broadcast, but before he could, his private messages exploded. Wang Lao Lu. Hey buddy, you're selling roasted sweet potatoes, but where's your sweet potato? Zhou Guapi. Just one. I almost clicked and it's gone. Are you kidding me? Wu Dalong. I'm selling pancakes. You're selling air, right? Lin Mo never anticipated that roasted sweet potatoes would be so popular. Within mere seconds of broadcasting, they were sold out. In a panic, he quickly listed 10 more. Trade successful. Resource log. Roasted sweet potato -1. Resource log. Iron 10. Trade successful. Resource log. Roasted sweet potato -1. Resource log. Iron 10. This time it was even faster than before. In the blink of an eye, his headset was inundated with notifications of successful trades. Simultaneously, the local planet's chatroom erupted. Wang Lao Lu. Brothers, hurry and grab the roasted sweet potatoes sold by Lin Mo. Li Kai. Wait. Wang Lao Lu. Are you trying to get yourself into trouble? Do you want to be trade restricted? Wang Lao Lu had long harbored a dislike for Li Kai. Ever since Li Kai aligned himself with Bo Air a few days ago, he had been throwing his weight around in the chatroom, often intimidating others with threats of trade restrictions against Lin Mo, creating a toxic atmosphere. Wang Lao Lu. Come on, check my trading record. I haven't engaged in any private trades with Lin Mo. You can't dictate what I do. You sycophant. As Wang Lao Lu spoke, he took another bite of the roasted sweet potato, savoring it with his eyes closed. The flavor was truly delightful, leaving a lingering taste that brought back memories. Whether it was because he had not had a good meal in a long time, or because he had somewhat forgotten the flavors of Earth. He even felt that the roasted sweet potatoes here tasted better than he remembered. Upon hearing Wang Lao's remarks, the others chimed in with enthusiasm. Wu Dalong. To speak candidly, the flavor of these roasted sweet potatoes is indeed delightful, though they pale in comparison to the sesame cakes I used to sell back on Earth. Zhou Guapi. Spare us your boasting, shall we? I've had that sesame cake before, and it is leagues apart from this roasted sweet potato. Lu Haiju, you all speak so highly of it, but where are these roasted sweet potatoes? Wang Laolu. They've likely sold out. I only managed to snag these during the second round. Lu Haiju. How much is Lin Daolao selling these roasted sweet potatoes for? Zhou Guapi. 10 iron for one. That you must realize that raw sweet potatoes are already priced at 7 iron. With only 3 iron for processing. For those of us in the second tier who are nearly weaned off eating raw, this is an exceptional deal. Lu Haiju. I'll offer 13 iron. Whoever hasn't eaten yet. Let's make a direct trade. Zhao Gongzi. 13. What a dreadful number. 30 sounds far better. I shall offer 30 iron. Wang Duoyu. So you think you're all wealthy, do you? I'll bid 100 iron. Zhou Guapi. I've just taken a bite. I'll give you a discount. 90 iron, how about it? Wang Laolu. Enough of the noise. Lin Mo has put up another batch. Li Kai. No purchases allowed. Whoever buys is opposing our bold Dao Lao. Wang Duoyu. Stop your incessant calling. If you manage to buy leftovers, I'll give them to you. Li Kai. All right then, Chapter 25, Comprehensive Acquisition. Witnessing an immediate surge in prices. Resource bar. Roasted sweet potato -1. Resource bar. Iron 10. Resource bar. Roasted sweet potato -1. Resource bar. Iron 10. A batch of 10 roasted sweet potatoes. This marks the 5th batch Lin Mo has sold. Not only has he sold out the previous 50, but he has also pre-ordered another 200.50 roasted sweet potatoes amount to 500 iron. With this resource, he can procure 7 batches of mutated sweet potatoes at the trading center. Coupled with the 3 batches he just acquired, that totals 100. Fortunately, the heating apparatus is equipped with matching facilities, making it a simple task to roast all 100. That all he needs to do is connect the appropriate kitchenware to the heating device. He opens the crafting container and selects the extra-large roasting equipment. Extra-large roasting equipment. Iron 185-2, silicon 55-1. Materials met. Confirm synthesis? Confirm. System notification. Iron-2, silicon -1. System notification. Extra-large roasting equipment synthesis successful. Lin Mo connects this extra-large roasting equipment to the heating device and then thoroughly cleans the 100 mutated sweet potatoes with water before placing them directly into the roaster. Utilizing knowledge gleaned from his previous consultations with Zhao Dahai, the former chef, he adjusts the temperature setting of the roaster, 220 degrees, and the time setting, 90 minutes. Zhao Dahai had informed him that if the sweet potatoes were not too large, 40 minutes would suffice. However, given the size of the sweet potatoes in this world, they require over an hour to roast thoroughly, hence the 90-minute setting. With the professional chef's advice, Lin Mo experimented with a few, achieving a delightful flavor, and even shared some with a small group, which significantly contributed to the explosive sales of roasted sweet potatoes today. After completing all preparations, he informs those who had pre-ordered. In 2 hours, they will be available at the trading center, first come, first served. Those who miss out will have to wait for the second batch. During the roasting process, he remains busy. Planetary horn, Lin Mo, just cooked. Suppressed beetle meat, tender and succulent, incredibly fragrant. For those interested, rush to the trading center, limited to 10 portions. Suppressed beetle meat, X1, requires iron X50 for trade. Confirming listing. The perfectly cooked beetle meat has been stockpiled over the past few days, aimed at attracting outsiders to join through the unique small group supply model. However, it seems that the miners outside are far more intimidated by Bold and attracted by the items he offers, especially since many of these items are inaccessible to the lower-tier miners. Consequently, the outcome has been lackluster. Now, seeing the overwhelming response to roasted sweet potatoes in the second tier, Lin Mo plans to seize this opportunity to expand his influence externally and gradually entice miners to join his ranks. Thus, he intends to sell all the food he has processed. Simultaneously, he sends a message to Song Jian and others in the small group. As long as there are suitable raw materials for processing, they should acquire as much as possible given the market price fluctuations, assuring them that he will personally cover any unsold items. After recently upgrading their survival pods, Zhao Dahai and Zhang Fugue have also amassed considerable resources by collaborating with Lin Mo. Song Jian, originally a second-tier enforcer, has accumulated substantial resources due to not worrying about food and lodging. With the titanium alloy battle axe gifted by Lin Mo, he has risen to become a leading power in the local second tier. Gathering ample resources. Wei Song, previously at the bottom of the second tier, found himself back at the bottom due to consuming the wrong food. However, thanks to Lin Mo's arrangements, Wei Song quickly identified his role, which involves exploiting rare resources found outside the caves in his current terrain. Now that conditions have improved, upon hearing Lin Mo's need to acquire food materials, he wasted no time in taking action. Chun Gang also intended to assist, but was tasked by Lin Mo to continue researching alien life forms and thus did not participate directly. Consequently, the five of them, Lin Mo, Zhao Dahai, Zhang Fugui, Song Jian, and Wei Song, embarked on a shopping spree. While shopping, they received notifications of successful trades. Transaction successful. Resource bar. Suppressed beetle, meat, -1. Resource bar. Iron 50. Transaction successful. Resource bar. Suppressed beetle, meat, -1. Resource bar. Iron 50. In the blink of an eye, all 10 pieces of cooked beetle meat were sold out, and the planetary horn buzzed with excitement. Wang Laolu. To think there are other delightful items. Suddenly, my roasted sweet potatoes seem less appealing. Zhou Guapi. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and grab some. Securing a portion is a profit, and even if we don't consume it ourselves, selling it is still a gain. Lu Haizhu. Haha. While you all were chatting, I managed to snag a portion of suppressed beetle meat. This meat is far superior to anything we've eaten raw. Zhao Gongzi. I got some too. One bite instantly reminded me of the delicacies back on Earth. Lin Mo, please don't limit it. I want as much as you have. Wang Duiyu. Your hands are incredibly quick, but don't worry. If anyone is willing to resell, just message me. Wang Laolu. Here we go again. Lin Mo has put up another batch of silver wing protein lizard porridge. Zhou Guapi, quick grab it. Wang Duiyu. I finally got some. Is this the taste of home? Lin Mo, no. Lin Mo Dao Lao, do you have more? Transaction successful. Resource bar. Silver wing protein lizard porridge -1. Resource bar. Iron 50. Transaction successful. Resource bar. Silver wing protein lizard porridge -1. Resource bar. Iron 50. Amidst the incessant stream of transaction notifications, Lin Mo and his companions managed to hike the prices of various food materials by an additional iron. He then temporarily announced a halt to acquisitions. A brief tally revealed that they had collectively gathered over 500 mutated sweet potatoes, more than 100 pieces of beetle meat, over 100 pieces of lizard meat, more than 50 portions of silver wing protein, over 20 locust legs, and a considerable amount of miscellaneous food items. These were all specialty ingredients identified by Zhao Dahai as suitable for those with unique tastes, ensuring they would not lack buyers. Just then, the first batch of roasted sweet potatoes was ready. Lin Mo called out on the planetary horn and promptly listed them at the trading center. Transaction successful. Resource bar. Roasted sweet potato -1. Resource bar. Iron 10. Transaction successful. Resource bar. Roasted sweet potato -1. Resource bar. Iron 10. He could hardly keep up with the frenzied pace of the buyers. As soon as he listed a batch of 10 sweet potatoes, he barely returned to the listing position before the notification of all transactions being completed flashed up. Soon, all 100 roasted sweet potatoes were sold out. The iron he had just exchanged for resources surged back over 1,000. Rather than continue acquiring more, he began to distribute the payments owed to the small group for their acquisitions. Unexpectedly, he did not anticipate that Song Jian and the others would gather so much stock, and without consuming rare metals, he found his iron reserves somewhat insufficient. Thus, he could only settle payments in batches, ensuring that their livelihoods remained unaffected. After wrapping up these matters, the second batch of roasted sweet potatoes was nearing completion. By Earth's time, it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. Typically, he would have been asleep by now due to lighting issues. But with the solar power system in place, there was no need for concern. Once the second batch of sweet potatoes was ready, Lin Mo notified the group and proceeded to list them for sale. The flurry of transaction success notifications, coupled with the soaring iron reserves in the resource bar, left a smile on his face that he could not suppress. Chapter 26. A New Goal. On the 6th day of his arrival, the familiar sound of meteorites crashing resonated, and Lin Mo promptly rose to open the trading center. Roasted sweet potato X1 requires iron X10 for trade. Quantity, 10 batches, bulk listing successful. This was an additional batch he prepared before sleeping the previous night. Intended for those local brothers who missed out. To his surprise, he was unsure whether the news spread too quickly or if someone related to the planetary horn, resulting in all 100 roasted sweet potatoes selling out before he even had the chance to announce it. Fortunately, there were still freshly baked beetle meats, totaling 20 pieces. This time, he had specifically announced it in the planetary trumpet, then restocked the items. Indeed, they sold out once more. The cost of beetle meat was significantly higher than that of roasted sweet potatoes, with each costing around 30 iron, yet the profit was also substantial, yielding 20 iron per piece. Additionally, beetle meat was abundant, with high proportions of protein and fat, making it more filling than mutated sweet potatoes. Thus, even with a price tag of 50 iron, many prominent figures from the second tier would choose to purchase some as a treat for themselves. After the 100 roasted sweet potatoes and beetle meats were sold out, his private messages were once again inundated. Some individuals, noticing Lin Mo's complete lack of response, resorted to posting in the world trumpet, which could only be done once a day. Is this a joke? I just want a portion of roasted sweet potato. Can't you not compete with me? Roasted sweet potato? Brother, what are you talking about? Are you dreaming? In this world, there's no cooked food. Clearly someone unversed. After upgrading to the second-tier function hammer, there's a heating device. Then why hasn't anyone made roasted sweet potatoes? I've been eating raw food and drinking raw water for several days. And I've been having diarrhea, but if I don't eat, I feel completely drained. Just think about it. Do you know how much the design blueprint for that heating device sells for? No matter how expensive, could it be 1,000 iron? Iron? Brother, are you joking? The price unit for the heating device blueprint is aluminum, and it's an uncountable amount of aluminum. The blueprint for the heating device is not only expensive, it is also extremely rare and drops. It's said that only a handful of big shots from the first tier can create a heating device. Then why don't they sell roasted sweet potatoes? Brother, those big shots from the first tier can directly transmit resources in the mine or orchard. They lack resources, not blueprints. That's true. The first tier lacks resources. Selling roasted sweet potatoes would earn only a few coins after a day of hard work. While they could easily sell goods from their left and right hands, and your roasted sweet potato stove would be nothing in comparison. But I heard that the one selling roasted sweet potatoes is that Lin Mo. Which Lin Mo? The one whose trades are sealed. That's him. I just managed to snag a portion of roasted sweet potato, and the coordinate information matches exactly with the person from the first tier whose trades are sealed. Then isn't this Lin Mo doomed? He's just hanging on by a thread, selling some sweet potatoes, and hoarding resources to get by. I'm not so sure. Not many in the first tier have heating devices. If Lin Mo has this, wouldn't he have surpassed most of the first tier? Lin Mo wasn't intentionally ignoring these messages. Rather, there were simply too many private messages. As far as he knew, he had only seen coordinate information for a maximum of 0967 on a single planet. This suggests that there were only about 1,000 people on that planet. Coupled with varying locations and schedules, private messages naturally weren't abundant. However, the world's population was measured in the hundreds of millions. A few casual clicks could completely flood his private messages. Nevertheless, it could be said that due to the roasted sweet potato incident, Lin Mo had gained a degree of notoriety in this minor-s world. Duo also sent him a private message after hearing about Lin Mo selling roasted sweet potatoes. Duo, are you hiding something from me? The heating device upgraded so quickly. Don't tell me you already have a small living pod. For such private messages that had been communicated multiple times, the headset provided extra reminders, which Lin Mo naturally noticed. However, he chose not to reply to any messages. Such inquiries could potentially expose him, so it was better to remain silent. After handling these matters, Lin Mo began to prepare for his next two objectives. He currently had two goals. One was to acquire resources to strengthen his small group, and the other was to search for rare resources to upgrade his facilities, thereby enabling him to contend with the first tier. That he believed that once he completely surpassed the first tier and established a significant level gap, the first tier's blockade would become utterly meaningless. After synthesizing his small living pod, the synthesis list welcomed the most crucial synthesis plan. The reason he hadn't prepared it immediately was that the material requirements for this upgrade had increased several-fold, and rare metals were also needed. It could be said that it was indeed a significant upgrade. Large living pod, iron 81,000, titanium 109,500, aluminum 47,200, silicon 54,100, copper 01, small living pod 11. He now had enough iron ore, but there were considerable shortages in other resources. Therefore, he planned to have his small group continue gathering resources while he sold the processed food to them at a low price, allowing them to sell it and profit from the price difference. This way, he effectively outsourced the entire cumbersome front-end sales and procurement process, only needing to focus on processing and delivery, greatly enhancing efficiency. With the remaining time, he could continue scouring for resources. After discussing this in the small group's chat room, several members were quite excited. After all, they were all too aware of how profitable roasted sweet potatoes could be. However, some issues still needed addressing. For instance, Lin Mo often lacked the energy to pay attention to messages while exploring. This meant that some crucial messages would be difficult to respond to in a timely manner. Lin Mo had no good solution for this. He certainly couldn't open the trumpet on his headset to reply while encountering alien creatures. Seeing that the chat room had fallen silent, Song Jian stepped forward. Song Jian, if Lin Gu trusts me, I can temporarily take charge of these matters. Of course, I will report any important issues personally. Lin Mo knew he had a background in business and was an expert in this area. Moreover, since he held the production materials, he nodded in agreement without hesitation and instructed the others to direct any concerns to Song Jian. Once he had arranged this, he began his exploration for the day. Ahead, there are minerals needed by the host in the crater, but please be cautious of the small hidden alien creatures underground while collecting. Do not underestimate them. Even the old captain can have accidents. To the left, aside from some remains of medium-sized alien creatures, there is nothing of value. Please stay away from the right. Approaching would be certain death. Chapter 27. The Fortune of the European King. Battling the Wolf King to the death. Resource bar. Aluminum 1. Resource bar. Silicon 1, resource bar. Titanium 1, swish, swish. Lin Mo stowed away the function hammer and aimed his crossbow at the rising mound of earth beneath him. Thud! With a worm the size of an arm breaking through the soil, the crossbow bolt pierced it straight through. Swish! Before he could reposition himself, another worm sprang out from behind him. Lin Mo felt a sudden weight on his body, as if struck, stumbling forward and rolling over, turning to pull the trigger at the shadow behind him. Thud! When he focused his gaze, the worm that had ambushed him from behind was already pierced through by his repeating crossbow. Fortunately, the system had provided an early warning. Otherwise, he would have truly been caught off guard by this alien creature that had emerged from behind. Although he was clad in titanium alloy armor, he still ended up covered in dirt from the worm. Resource bar. Worm meat 1. Resource bar. Worm meat 1. After tossing the 2 worm meats into the resource bar, Lin Mo continued his exploration. The area ahead is not a favorable location. A large alien creature is patrolling its territory. With the host's current strength, venturing there would be tantamount to seeking death. If you're feeling daring, you may certainly try. To the left, there is nothing of value to the host. However, if you particularly need some rubble, you may go pick some up over there. The host is indeed quite fortunate. To the right, there's a large deposit of rare minerals that if you wish to mine it, you will likely have to spend a day here. A day. Lin Mo paused, wondering just how large this mineral deposit was. After walking over 100 meters towards the marked location on the right, he spotted a sizable silver-white aluminum ore exposed on the surface. Just this, he approached for a closer look. Indeed, the aluminum ore appeared substantial, but by his estimation, it would yield at most 3 pieces of aluminum that he attempted to strike the aluminum ore, and after 20 blows, it finally responded. Resource bar. Aluminum 1. Resource bar. Aluminum 1. Resource bar. Aluminum with 3 pieces of aluminum ore fell simultaneously. However, to his surprise, beneath these 3 pieces, there was still more. Resource bar. Shovel. Lin Mo took out the shovel and began to dig into the nearby soil. In no time, the soil was completely excavated, revealing that the few pieces of aluminum ore he had struck were merely part of this massive mineral deposit beneath his feet. He made a rough estimation. This giant aluminum ore likely contained around 100 pieces. Given this perspective, it indeed would require a day's time. However, he currently only had 50 pieces of aluminum. Even with this additional 100 pieces, he would still face a shortfall of 50 pieces for upgrading to the large living pod. Moreover, the demand for other types of minerals was also considerable, so he decided to make this location his resting point for the night. He would first utilize solar energy to charge the power system, then thoroughly explore the surrounding area, and finally return to the living pod before sunset to mine this aluminum or, this way, he could also supply his small group during the mining breaks. After finalizing his plan, Lin Mo unfolded the living pod. He then followed the orders sent by Song Jian, placing 100 pieces of roasted sweet potato into the roasting apparatus and preparing 20 pieces of beetle meat. After setting the timer, he continued scouring for resources. After a thorough exploration and excavation of the surrounding area, he collected a total of iron X22, titanium X6, aluminum X2, silicon X1, magnesium X1, chromium X1, mutated sweet potatoes X3, mutated pears X9, and with X3.4 for lunch, he had a simple meal of roasted sweet potatoes and mutated pears. As he prepared to set off again, the system's prompt finally caught his attention. It seems that resources you seek can be found ahead. But there is a medium-sized alien creature nearby, extremely dangerous. In the distant crater to the left, there are some fragments of iron ore, but no other valuable resources. There is nothing you desire on the right. Going there would merely be a waste of time. Without hesitation, Lin Mo chose to proceed forward. He was not particularly in need of iron ore at the moment, and the iron ore on the left was located quite far away. The time wasted on the journey would be better spent searching for something more significant. Although the warning indicated extreme danger, the system did not declare it a certain death, and he believed it was worth a try. Most importantly, the system mentioned the resources he needed, so he felt compelled to investigate. After walking approximately 60 meters, he encountered the mutated Wolf King, a mutated canid, medium-sized alien creature. Its entire body is covered in black fur. Measuring around 6 meters in length, including its tail, its fangs can easily pierce titanium alloy armor, and its forepaws are venomous and exceptionally sharp, capable of shredding ordinary armor in an instant. Even titanium alloy armor would not withstand several attacks from it. Warning: the Wolf King is the leader of the pack, that if it is not killed in one blow, it may emit a call that summons its pack, which could lead to the host's demise. The mention of the Wolf King made Lin Mo furrow his brow, recalling the system's previous description of elite alien creatures. According to the system, the leader of small alien creatures was classified as elite level. Thus, it was plausible that this Wolf King was indeed the elite leader of medium-sized alien creatures. That it was known that elite monsters had loot comparable to that of large alien creatures, potentially dropping blueprints for level 3 functional hammers. However, similarly, the combat prowess of elite monsters commanding their kin was quite formidable. Just like the previous encounter with the silver-winged moth, had Lin Mo not been pushed to the brink of destruction in his habitation pod, he might well have perished at the hands of those small alien creatures. With this thought, he checked his weapons and equipment. Aside from 50 spare crossbow bolts, he possessed 2 poison bolts from his previous encounter with the two-headed lion. His titanium alloy armor remained intact. Satisfied with his preparations, Lin Mo cautiously advanced. After walking another dozen meters, he spotted a fully blackened, mutated wolf standing atop the edge of a crater, vigilantly surveying its surroundings. It was evident that this was the mutated Wolf King. Hiding in another crater, Lin Mo refrained from making any rash movements due to the Wolf King's elevated position. Instead, he picked up some small stones from the ground and carefully constructed a rudimentary observation hole to assess the Wolf King's weaknesses. The Wolf King did not notice Lin Mo's observation hole, but the change in the surrounding scents heightened its vigilance. The Wolf King lowered its head to search for the source of the scent. Soon catching a whiff from the top of the distant crater, Lin Mo was taken aback by how quickly he had been exposed, realizing he had not yet discerned the Wolf King's weaknesses. It seemed he could only hope that his crossbow would deliver a fatal blow. Feeling somewhat anxious, he double-checked his crossbow, confirming it was properly drawn before focusing on the Wolf King. The creature drew closer, and as the scent intensified, the Wolf King became increasingly alert, consciously quickening its pace towards Lin Mo's direction. Realizing he had to act swiftly or risk losing his opportunity, Lin Mo aimed his crossbow, through the observation hole, aligning his right eye with the scope, fixating on the Wolf King. Just as the crosshair aligned with the Wolf King's head, the creature's powerful leg muscles propelled it towards him. In that instant, Lin Mo pulled the trigger. Thwack! The bolt shot forth, and with a muffled grunt, the Wolf King's body crashed heavily to the ground. After all, having fallen from the heavens and ignited by friction with the atmosphere. To him, these were meteors. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that these meteors appeared to differ significantly from those depicted in the educational videos he had previously watched. Typically, meteors traverse the atmosphere at astonishing speeds, generating temperatures high enough to melt their surfaces. Consequently, even irregularly shaped meteors would emerge from atmospheric friction with their surfaces smoothed out. Yet the meteors before Lin Mo lacked the smoothness typically associated with burning and melting. Instead, they appeared coarse, resembling compressed refuse. Were these truly meteors? In a daze, Lin Mo furrowed his brow, for he had unexpectedly spotted large bones among the meteors. Moreover, he seemed to recognize these bones from somewhere. A mutated giant python? In an instant, he recalled the rare mineral cave he had explored a few days prior. The memory of the mutated giant python skeleton aligned with the bones he now observed amidst the meteors. A chill crept over him. The mutated giant python, a top predator among large extraterrestrial creatures, had been consumed by ground-dwelling insects no larger than 3 or 4 meters. The bones amidst the meteors were no different. What were these meteors if not the remnants of some creature's meal? At that moment, the lingering doubts in Lin Mo's mind began to unravel. The numerous skeletal remains of extraterrestrial creatures he had encountered during his explorations, the peculiar footprints on the ground, and the recently dispersed wolf pack all corroborated the existence of beings far more formidable than the large extraterrestrial life forms. Just as Qin Gang had succinctly analyzed, these beings might possess only the size of small extraterrestrial creatures, yet their combat prowess could surpass that of the larger ones. In summary, the large extraterrestrial beings were as fragile as ants in the presence of such entities. With a clearer understanding of the situation, Lin Mo gathered his wits and commenced the cleanup of the battlefield. Mutated wolf, decomposed. Mutated wolf, meat 1. Mutated wolf, meat 1. Mutated wolf, meat 1. Leather 1, leather 1, leather 1. New resources. Rudimentary living module, blueprint, titanium alloy armor, blueprint. Lin Mo was astonished that several mutated wolves, slain by arrows, had yielded 2 rare blueprints. The rudimentary living module, while long discarded by the first tier, still commanded an exorbitant price exceeding 30 aluminum. Thus, only a select few in the second tier could afford it. The crucial aspect was that the blueprints in the trading center were monopolized by the first tier, and any that surfaced in the second tier were swiftly acquired at high prices. Of course, one could choose not to sell, but that would mean resisting the allure of high-value resources and accumulating enough to upgrade. However, such temptation was not easily resisted by the average person. Therefore, even after such time had passed, the value of the rudimentary living module, blueprint, remained substantial. The second blueprint for the titanium alloy armor was similarly valuable. Despite yielding less profit in the trading center, it was still profitable. Since it was lucrative, the blueprints held significant worth. Lin Mo glanced at the trading center, noting that the current market price was 200 iron. If he sought a quick sale, 180 iron should suffice. Coupled with the profits from wolf meat and leather, today was indeed a stroke of luck. Yet, this was merely an appetizer, for the main event was the Wolf King he had slain. Resource bar, mutated wolf meat 1, resource bar. Leather 1, resource bar. Medium extraterrestrial creature core, elite. This item cannot be traded. 1. Indeed, upon seeing the newly added medium extraterrestrial creature core in his resource bar, Lin Mo could now confirm that this was a prerequisite for upgrading the level 3 functional hammer, and he had already obtained it. From previous discussions with Qian Duo, it was evident that most of the first tier remained trapped at the stage of upgrading to small living modules. This was why they placed such a high value on iridium, ore, and relentlessly targeted Lin Mo's small group. Put it plainly, only a few individuals could upgrade to small living modules, let alone the subsequent large living modules and level 3 functional hammer. However, Lin Mo finally glimpsed the dawn of surpassing the first tier. After stowing away the precious extraterrestrial creature core, he picked up the last drop from the Wolf King. Resource bar. Circuit board blueprint. Learnable with level 3 functional hammer. 1. A level 3 hammer blueprint. After eagerly awaiting the sight of the level 3 hammer blueprint, it had finally arrived. He couldn't help but open the trading center to search. The result left him astounded. Electric pickaxe, blueprint, learnable with level 3 functional hammer. Requires iridium X99 for trade. 99 iridium? Moreover, it was unclear whether it had been snatched up by the first tier or if the drop quantity was indeed scarce. There was only this single level 3 blueprint in the entire trading center. Although he understood that this price was merely to catch the eye, the value of his level 3 blueprint was undeniable, far exceeding his expectations. After all, the circuit board blueprint he had acquired was immensely more significant than the electric pickaxe. With the circuit board, various facilities could be further miniaturized, serving as a core component. Such an important blueprint would undoubtedly be valued on par with that of the small living module. Chapter 29. Each with their own schemes. First tier internal chat room. 12. Where the hell is all the iridium or gone? We are in dire need of that mineral. 9. Unfortunately, I have only one piece left, which I have already fashioned into a heating device. 12. Then shut up and stop bragging. I truly can't comprehend how the earlier members simultaneously obtained both the ore and blueprints. 8. I believe your fixation on your resources is the issue. If you were to allocate more resources to your subordinates, there would be nothing they wouldn't sell. 9. Indeed, otherwise 12 subordinate wouldn't have lost the iridium they had secured. This is an immense disgrace for our first tier. 12. That bull truly deserves it. They ruined my plans just to save 10 iron ore. 8. In my view, the one who truly deserves it is 240746. If they hadn't stirred the pot, even if the subordinates pressured prices down, the iridium would never have slipped from our grasp. 9. Makes sense. That person indeed doesn't play by the rules. However, now that the trading blockade is in effect, it shouldn't be long before they beg for mercy. At that point, we can make them relinquish all their resources, torturing them bit by bit until their demise. 12. Haha, I share your sentiments. This person has hindered my endeavors, and failing to punish them will only embolden others to cause trouble in the future. 3. You may be disappointed. 12. Speaker. 9. Speaker. 8. Speaker, what do you mean? 3. Are you unaware of the recent uproar regarding roasted sweet potatoes? That Lin Mo is utilizing the heating device to engage in trade, massively acquiring mutated sweet potatoes and other ingredients, then transforming them into roasted sweet potatoes and other cooked foods for sale, accumulating resources at an astonishing pace. 12. Speaker, but haven't we already enacted a trading blockade? 3. We have blocked the first tier and its subordinate purchasers, in addition to some in the second tier and lower miners who are constrained by us. However, we cannot control those beyond that. And crucially, they are utilizing the trading center to sell, which no one can restrict. 12. What should we do? 3. The situation has been botched by you and your subordinates, that if the first tier has already confined their group, any further demands may prove futile. 11. The speaker is correct. The leader of that group has developed to a level comparable to our first tier, and one could argue they are nearly at the development level of each of you speakers. In such circumstances, relying solely on a blockade to sanction them is quite challenging. 3. 11. You are known for your clever ideas. Have you thought of a solution? 11. In response to the speaker, this individual's pursuit of the iridium or necessary for the first tier is unforgivable, and they dare to openly defy us, trampling upon our authority. If we allow them to continue growing, it will be detrimental to us, with no benefits whatsoever. Point 12 has a valid point. We need to make an example of them for those who are itching to act. 3. Please continue. 11. In truth, it is quite simple to eliminate them entirely. They lack the vast resources we possess, which is why they seek to exchange roasted sweet potatoes for resources. Thus, we should mimic their approach, flooding the market with more roasted sweet potatoes than they can manage. In that case, not only will roasted sweet potatoes cease to be profitable, but they will incur losses, and we shall see what they have left to trade for their necessary resources. 12. Indeed. Why didn't I think of that? 3. If you could think of it, you wouldn't be 12. Very well. Let's proceed as 11. Sug, I'm sorry. but I can't assist with that. Zhang Fugue. Indeed, Brother Lin, you must devise a solution swiftly. Wei Song. Perhaps Brother Lin is alluding to the absence of high-priced purchases for the mutated sweet potatoes. The trio remained utterly perplexed by Lin Mo's exclamation of excellent. However, the astute businessman Song Jian had already surmised his intentions. Song Jian. Do not fret, for Brother Lin must have devised a strategy to this juncture, Lin Mo articulated, while the severance of our revenue stream is indeed critical. The reality stands immutable. We must act to mitigate our losses. Thus, I intend to fulfill the outstanding orders and subsequently sell the remaining ingredients at market price. Expeditiously, I might add. Zhao Dahai. Are we truly selling the recently acquired stock so soon? Song Jian, trust in Brother Lin Dahai. Do not concern yourself with this matter. The other individuals shared a sentiment akin to Dahai's, albeit they had yet to grasp the situation, observing that Song Jian appeared to comprehend his intent. Lin Mo engaged him in a private discussion, entrusting him with the task. Song Jian succinctly conveyed his thoughts, and the two found their ideas remarkably aligned, given that the current business landscape was untenable. It was prudent to leverage the opposing party's intention to inflate prices to suppress their own aspirations, seizing the opportunity to liquidate swiftly before they could react. First Team Chat Room, 12. Boair. It seems the legislators must intervene personally. That group of imbeciles will likely be left to lament over their unsellable sweet potatoes. Point 12. Do not rush to flatter. Keep a vigilant watch on the prices of ingredients at the trading center. As long as the opposition dares to sell roasted sweet potatoes, I do not wish to see any priced below the current rate. Boair. Rest assured, esteemed legislator, I have dispatched all subordinate merchants to ensure not a single sweet potato falls below 9 iron. 12. That is satisfactory. Considering the small housing pod blueprints you later provided, I shall reluctantly grant you leniency, but heed my warning. Should you falter again in the future, I shall not be forgiving. Boair. Yes, esteemed legislator. Point 12. Now, where the information gatherers, verify whether they are still selling. Snyder. In response to the legislator's inquiry, the individuals previously sealed with Lin Mo are still clamoring on the world broadcast. 12. Good, continue to monitor them. Wilson. Report esteemed legislator. Someone is offering mutated sweet potatoes at 8 iron. Point 12. What are we waiting for? Purchase them at once. Wilson. Yes. Meanwhile, Lin Mo observed his private chat. Song Jian, Brother Lin. The opposition has taken the bait. The sweet potatoes are being snatched up frantically, and a substantial portion has already been sold. Well done. Once all resources are disposed of, procure the following materials for me. Titanium X350. Silicon X20. Aluminum X10. I am aware that these resources are available to you. So do not worry. I will take care of everything. Song Jian did not inquire further. He simply replied with a concise all right in the chat room. After Lin Mo took a shower, he noticed his headset illuminating once more. Assuming Song Jian had successfully procured the resources for him, he clicked on the flashing speaker, only to find himself momentarily stunned. Qian Duo, I have something to inform you. The first team is currently preparing to undercut the price of your roasted sweet potatoes, so brace yourself mentally. Since the last transaction, Qian Duo had not responded to messages. He vaguely recalled the matter of the roasted sweet potatoes and believed she had inquired about it once. But he had ignored her. To his surprise, today she returned to discuss the first team's conspiracy against him. Uncertain whether Qian Duo was friend or foe, he directly asked, What exactly do you intend to do? Qian Duo, can't we just chat if there's nothing else? You used to enjoy extracting information from me. Why the disdain now? Seeing Lin Mo remain silent, Qian Duo continued, Has my intel become outdated? That shouldn't be the case. I recall their plan has only been in motion for less than half a day. State your purpose plainly. If you seek to extract our intelligence, I advise you to abandon that notion. Lin Mo expressed himself forthrightly, yet Qian Duo appeared unfazed. Qian Duo, I did not anticipate you would deduce my objective so swiftly. In that case, I shall not conceal it any longer. I am here to gather intelligence. This was Lin Mo's first encounter with someone so brazenly forthright about seeking information, leaving him somewhat bewildered regarding Qian Duo's motives. Qian Duo, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. In truth, I sympathize with your plight, but I am powerless. The previous dealings nearly ensnared me as well. Had it not been for... Never mind, you wouldn't want to hear that. Forget it, Lin Mo sighed, his frustration palpable. This individual halted at a crucial juncture, clearly wishing to negotiate. Soon after, Duo sent another message. Duo, I possess the information you desire, and you are equally of interest to me. Why not engage in a trade? Chapter 31. Double Agent. Lin Mo ultimately acquiesced to Duo's proposition of acting as an information broker. Though he remained uncertain of her allegiance, he appreciated her willingness to assist him amidst the trading blockade. Naturally, he expected something in return. Specifically, her aid in acquiring copper, but he was on the cusp of securing a large habitation pod, and copper was of utmost urgency. Relying solely on chance encounters like Wei Song's discovery of iridium was evidently an elusive endeavor for his small group. Thus, he intended to leverage this matter as a condition for trading intelligence with Duo. Admittedly, revealing this detail would expose his current level of development, but he surmised it would eventually come to light. Given that the roasted sweet potatoes had already hinted at his possession of a heating device, a prerequisite for the small habitation pod. Upon hearing Lin Mo's condition, Duo paused momentarily. Copper? Wasn't that a material for large habitation pods? She had heard about it from the second legislator. Otherwise, how would she, lacking even a small habitation pod, be aware of copper's significance? Duo, you lack a small habitation pod. What use do you have for copper? After voicing her question, Duo sensed something amiss. Lin Mo had left her with the impression of not owning a small habitation pod following the iridium incident. She had subjectively deduced that he was merely part of the second team. Fortunate enough to have obtained a heating device design, thus securing the iridium in hindsight, Lin Mo's comments merely aligned with her assumptions. Everything was speculation. This scenario had unfolded multiple times since she met Lin Mo. Yet he had always deflected her inquiries. Now, with his desire for copper she wondered if he might have something more significant in mind. Duo contemplated an almost implausible scenario. Lin Mo had not only secured the design for the small habitation pod, but had also acquired the design for the large habitation pod. Otherwise, why would he request her assistance in locating copper? Instinctively, Duo considered rejecting the proposition. After all, only the 3 legislators had access to copper. Even her superior, Legislator 6, did not. Yet, the words that came out were a reiteration of her being under a trading blockade, rendering any direct transaction impossible, let alone with someone who lacked access. Unlike her previous interactions, Duo found herself increasingly unable to decipher Lin Mo initially. She perceived him as a lowly member of the second team, fortunate enough to stumble upon a design and ascend to the middle tier. Subsequently, she viewed him as a top-tier member of the second team, attempting to rival the first team. Now, she found herself looking up to him. Akin to those legislators, he seemed to embody an aura of mystery, and every time Duo felt she was on the verge of uncovering the truth, new uncertainties emerged for the first time. She found herself genuinely curious about a person that moment. Lin Mo's remark struck her like a bucket of cold water. If your first team possesses the capability to seal me off, then I trust that as a member of the first team, you also possess the ability to help me resolve this issue. After all, rules are immutable, but people are not, seeing that Lin Mo would not relent. Duo could only grit her teeth and agree. However, she was at a loss for how to assist him in finding copper ore, and could only resolve to relay the intelligence back before making any further decisions. After concluding her conversation with Duo, Lin Mo resumed his exploration that moment. A piece of good news arrived from Song Jian. The inventory of ingredients had been completely cleared, and he had procured all the necessary materials. Open synthesizer, select large habitation pod, iron 1293 1000, titanium 500, aluminum 168 200, silicon 102 100, copper 01, small habitation pod 11. There remained a shortfall of 32 aluminum pieces, but he had already listed the rudimentary habitation pod design blueprint. Once sold, the gap would be filled. The only remaining challenge was the aforementioned copper ore, which was indeed a matter of chance. Given its rarity, in truth, he approached Qian Duo with a semblance of luck in mind. Now, it would depend on whether his explorations could yield new discoveries. Lin Mo donned his spacesuit once more and commenced his exploration. There are small quantities of iron ore concealed in the meteorite pit ahead. The left side does not harbor any worthwhile resources. Venturing there would be a waste of time. To the right, there exists a cave inhabited by extraterrestrial organisms, which is relatively deep. If you possess a flashlight, you may wish to explore it, as it could contain what you seek. Lin Mo first proceeded to extract the iron ore before heading into the right side cave inhabited by extraterrestrial creatures. As he ventured deeper into the cavern, traversing over 10 meters, he encountered a bend, and the darkness enveloped him entirely, rendering further progress nearly impossible. Following the system's guidance, he activated his flashlight and pressed on for an additional 30 meters. Mutated bat, a genetically altered species of Chiroptera, a diminutive extraterrestrial creature. IT exhibits heightened activity during the night and possesses a light sensitivity, quickly losing its combat capability under the illumination of a flashlight. In the presence of titanium alloy armor, it poses no threat to the host. Lin Mo directed the beam of his flashlight towards the cavern's ceiling, revealing a mass of bats suspended in the shadows. Observing that the bats did not initiate an attack, he chose to avoid unnecessary conflict and continued towards the location marked by the system. After making 2 turns to the right, he stumbled upon a pile of extraterrestrial remains at the cavern's end. Within the bones, something glimmered, invoking a sense of familiarity. Resource bar. Aluminum 1. Resource bar. Aluminum 1. Resource bar. Aluminum 1. 3 pieces of aluminum were promptly credited to him, igniting a flicker of excitement. Despite the seemingly meager quantity, a laborer in the lower tiers would toil an entire day in iron mines without acquiring even a single piece of aluminum. Furthermore, he was in dire need of aluminum or to upgrade his large living module. Having secured the aluminum, Lin Mo prepared to depart. Please observe carefully, host, as there are still usable materials nearby. Noticing the system's prompt, he realized the marker had not disappeared, still indicating the location of the aluminum. He approached the pile of bones and began to dig, unearthing a shedding resembling a spider-like creature. Resource bar. Insect shedding X2. Insect shedding. The exoskeleton of a certain insectoid species, hard and possessing considerable resilience. Offering excellent protective capabilities, suitable for use as armor. Upon closer inspection, Lin Mo noted that the shedding was approximately 1 meter in length. Its limbs bore a striking resemblance to those of spider. Yet it lacked the characteristic abdomen, presenting itself instead as a monstrous entity with only spider-like appendages. Unsure of its significance, he decided to hand over the smaller piece of shedding to Chun Gang for further examination. After exiting the cavern, Lin Mo continued his explorations by nightfall. As he set up the living module, news of copper ore remained elusive. Aside from copper, he had gathered a considerable amount of other minerals. The following day unfolded similarly, though there was a glimmer of good news. The rudimentary design blueprint for the living module he had listed in the auction house had sold. He amassed a total of 29 pieces of aluminum. And with the fragments collected over the past 2 days, the only material still needed for the large living module was copper. Meanwhile, in the first-tier chatroom 12, so, what has become of that Lin Mo lately? Bohr, in response to the esteemed counselor, leveraging your resources to suppress prices, Lin Mo has been silent for several days. Wilson, indeed, esteemed counselor, whether through the World Horn or the 24-planet Horn. There have been no reports regarding the sale of cooked food by that group. As you suggested, it seems they can only cling to their roasted sweet potatoes, weeping in despair. 12, haha. Splendid. Let him ruin my grand plans. What news from the trading center? Snyder, in response to the esteemed counselor, we have managed to drive the price of roasted sweet potatoes down to 6 iron pieces. If they wish to sell, they must part with them for a mere 5 iron, ensuring their ruin. 12. Excellent. Keep a close watch on them. Or you might as well apply some pressure on Lin Mo. Inform him that if he surrenders all his resources and facilities, we shall spare him. Upon hearing this, Bohr grew anxious at the thought of letting Lin Mo's group go. Bohr, esteemed counselor, are we truly to release them? They have significantly delayed your progress. 12. I said spare them, but did I mention that speaker number 3 would also spare him? Upon hearing the counselor's words, Bohr and the other 2 joined in laughter. 12. Enough, proceed as I have instructed. Chapter 32. Information transmission. Astounding the speaker with power. Resource bar. Mutated pair 1. Resource bar. Mutated pair 1. Resource bar. Mutated pair 1. Resource bar. Would 1, just as Lin Mo collected another resource. He noticed the horn on his headset flashing incessantly. At this hour, the small group should have been preoccupied with their own affairs, leading him to suspect it was Chien Duo, perhaps with news regarding copper, or... However, upon opening the message, he couldn't help but frown. Or, Boss Lin from the sweet potato shop. Business must be thriving lately, yes? Lin Mo sneered inwardly. It was likely that this individual presumed he was still selling roasted sweet potatoes. Now that the prices were under their control, they sought to ridicule him, but he initially intended to dismiss the message and close the private chat, but reconsidered, realizing that ignoring such a person would only embolden them further. Indeed, he found himself begrudgingly grateful to Bohr for this assist. Bohr snorted in disdain. Even on the brink of ruin, this individual still engaged in verbal sparring, prompting Bohr to abandon the banter. Bohr, I'm here to inform you that as long as your small group surrenders all resources, including your heating apparatus, I can let you off the hook. Naturally, Lin Mo dismissed Bohr as empty threats. He reiterated his gratitude for the assistance provided by the first tier. Bohr, unable to contain his frustration, pressed on. Bohr, don't think your cleverness will save you. You have 2 days to consider. If you refuse, prepare for your demise. Lin Mo remained unfazed, persistently expressing his gratitude for the assistance from the first tier, which had allowed him to amass such iron. Bohr, await your doom. Bohr has exited the private chat. Exiting the chat in a fit of rage, Bohr rushed to report back to the counselor. Bohr, esteemed counselor, Lin Mo is ungrateful. Not only did he reject your generous offer, but he also claimed to be thankful for our assistance in earning iron. 12. Outrageous. Is this person not in his right mind? Or, perhaps we should wait until the roasted sweet potatoes spoil completely and see how he continues to be arrogant. 12. A sound plan. Let's proceed with that. I shall discuss this with the speaker. First tier, internal chat room. 12. Speaker, Lin Mo truly deserves punishment. He disregarded our offer to spare him in exchange for resources and even mocked us for helping him earn iron. 3. So this fellow still possesses sufficient resources to remain resilient for a while. However, this was an idea proposed by number 11. Let us hear what they have to say. 11. Esteemed speaker, if this is true, I suspect that during the operation arranged by number 12, the subordinates failed to monitor the trading center, allowing him to exploit the situation. Thus, the inflated prices of our food items inadvertently provided him with substantial profits without the need for processing. Enraged, 12 exclaimed, 12, why did you not say this sooner? 11, I had made myself clear. It is your subordinates who have faltered. I truly wonder where you found such dim-witted lackeys. I would sooner have Lin Mo replace them in the first tier than endure their incompetence. 12, your subordinates can't be much better. A bunch of good-for-nothings. I suspect they are colluding with Lin Mo. 11, enough? 3, 12, you ought to thoroughly evaluate your subordinates. And you, 11, this was your suggestion. Now that Lin Mo has not gone bankrupt but instead profited, while it does not impact the larger picture, you are to assist 12 in rectifying this. 12, yes, esteemed speaker. 11, yes, esteemed speaker. After 3 departed the chat room. 11, I have no time to squabble with you. The speaker has made it clear. Regardless of how much he profits, it does not alter the grand scheme. As long as we maintain pressure on the prices of his goods, his survival space will gradually diminish. And when we have developed to a point that utterly overwhelms him, that will be the moment of his demise. 12. So you mean to say I should continue to wait? 11 has exited the chat room. Meanwhile, in another chat room, 6, esteemed speaker, we had just received news from our informants that Lin Mo seems to be in search of copper. 2. Copper. Did you not mention that he lacked the blueprints for even a small living module? What need has he for copper? 6. The matter of the small living module was a misjudgment on our part. Lin Mo's progress has far exceeded our expectations. He must have upgraded to a small living module long ago. We speculate that the reason he seeks copper is that he has obtained the blueprints for a large living module through some means. 2. A large living module. Is it possible that Lin Mo is intentionally spreading false information? 6. Unlikely. The information was obtained by Duo, and Lin Mo stated that if there is any news regarding copper or if someone is willing to exchange resources, he can provide a core design blueprint for a level 3 functional hammer in exchange for copper resources. 6. The level 3 design blueprint has been verified by Duo. It is legitimate. Here are the specific details. Circuit board, design blueprint. Level 3 functional hammer can be learned. That at first, number 2 paid little attention upon hearing that Lin Mo possessed a small living module. However, upon learning that this individual even had blueprints for a large living module, his brow furrowed in concern. After all, among the 12 counselors at the apex of the first tier, only number 1 held blueprints for a large living module, while both number 2 and number 3 had never even laid eyes on one. Thus, when number 6 conveyed the information, number 2 instinctively suspected it to be a ruse by Lin Mo, aimed at sowing discord within their first tier and buying himself time. Yet when number 6 presented the level 3 design schematics provided by Duo, number 2 began to believe it, at least partially. The rarity of level 3 blueprints rivaled that of small living modules, and the core blueprints, such as circuit boards, were as scarce as large living modules. One could say they were precisely what speaker number 1 yearned for. Number 2. How come I only learned of such a significant information gap now? Number 6. It was only because you instructed us to discreetly reach out that we found out. Otherwise, who would dare to imagine that someone classified as restricted has not only surpassed the average members of the first tier, but even outstripped me, a core council member? Number 2. All right. I understand this matter now. Number 6. So, speaker, is it necessary to report this to the first tier? Number 2. Report what? This is information we deduced through private contacts. Releasing it would merely arm number 3 and his group with ammunition. Number 2. Enough. I need to process this information thoroughly. You may withdraw for now. Number 2. Oh, and do not forget my words. Apart from those directly involved in this matter, no one else is to be informed. Number 6. Understood, speaker. Once number 6 departed from the chat room, number 2 promptly opened a private message with number 1. Number 2. Speaker, I heard you acquired 2 copper mines some time ago. Chapter 33. Alien Creatures, Who Truly Are the Outsiders? After dismissing Bo Air, Lin Mo was preparing to continue his exploration when the speaker on his headset flickered again, to it never-ending. He thought it was yet another message from Bo Air. Duo, I've expended considerable effort for you, risking my own future to procure the vital information you seek. If you are uninterested, I shall take my leave. My apologies, I assumed it was that Bo Air again. But wait, what did you just say? Information I desire. The latter part of Chinwood's message sparked Lin Mo's interest. Hold on, are you referring to copper mines? Duo. Why else would I come back to seek you out? Upon hearing Chinwood's affirmative response, Lin Mo, having initially felt elated, now adopted a more composed demeanor. Copper mines are so rare. Why would the first tier assist me in locating them? It exuded an air of conspiracy. Duo. Believe it or not, the information about the copper you desire is now in my possession, and thus, we are partners in this venture. You must answer several questions for me. How can I be sure you're not deceiving me? Duo. I knew you wouldn't trust me. Look at this copper. This is information obtained from my superior. If you choose not to believe it, then that is your choice. Your superior. That must mean they're among the upper echelon of the first tier. How benevolent of them to assist someone classified as restricted. Duo. Should I take my leave then? And can you refrain from trying to extract information from me? Lin Mo felt exasperated. You act like a loudspeaker. Can I be blamed? Fine. It's your turn to inquire. However, do not forget that you must assist me in acquiring the copper mines. Duo. I never agreed to that. But someone will naturally reach out to you regarding this matter. For now, you must answer my question. Where did you acquire your large living module design? Lin Mo pondered for a moment. He could not reveal that he possessed a synthesizer, so he shifted the blame to the alien creatures that I obtained it by defeating alien creatures. You wouldn't sell me the blueprints listed in the trading center. which I cannot afford or acquire. Chin Duo Duo. What about the small living module? That's the second question. Now you must answer one of mine. Chin Duo Duo. All right, ask away. Lin Mo contemplated and voiced his greatest curiosity. How many resources does each member of your first tier possess? Chin Duo Duo. This is likely unrecorded, and I can't speak for others, but I can share my own that I was transported to a titanium mine. And a rough estimate indicates I have several 100,000 units of titanium. Several 100,000? Chin Duo Duo. In the presence of billions, such a quantity should not be deemed excessive. Now, don't try to pry further. It's my turn to ask. Did you also acquire the blueprints for your small living module by defeating alien creatures? Indeed. Now it's my turn. How many members are there in the first tier? Chin Duo Duo. The first tier refers to those who initially possessed vast resources, categorized further by resource quantity and development level into ordinary members, 12 counselors, with 3 speakers managing all members. Why am I explaining all this? There are a total of 1,000 individuals in the first tier. Oh, so your superior is one among the 12 counselors? Chin Duo Duo. I haven't even asked yet. Forget it. It's getting late. I must report back. We will discuss the remaining questions later. You said forget it, but remember next time I'll ask first. Chin Duo Duo. Lin Mo exited the private chat, although today's exploration yielded little. He had not anticipated that the long-absent Chin Duo Duo would bring news of the copper mines. Furthermore, with Chin Duo Duo acting as a double agent, the small group was not entirely transparent to the first tier. He could clarify many matters regarding the first tier. According to Chin Duo Duo, someone would soon contact him regarding the copper mines. Though no specific time was mentioned, Lin Mo found Chin Duo's words relatively credible. After all, they had established a partnership. If he were to disclose Chin Duo's double agent activities, it would result in Chin Duo Duo being expelled from the first tier. Thus, Lin Mo spent the following days exploring while awaiting a private message. Little did he know, he would wait 3 days. Just as Lin Mo began to suspect he had been deceived, unsettling news emerged within the small group. Everyone sensed that the alien creatures had begun to behave unusually. Lin Mo also perceived the situation within the chat room. Over the past few days, the alien creatures had grown exceedingly aggressive, with even the less aggressive alien beings, such as the mutated bats he had encountered previously, starting to attack outsiders proactively. To investigate further, he consulted Chun Gang. Chun Gang had been conducting research and had previously made little progress due to a lack of live specimens. Now, with the lizard eggs provided by Lin Mo, he had made significant discoveries. For instance, upon hatching, the mutated lizard larvae exhibited a high degree of similarity to terrestrial reptilian species. Their movement patterns and survival behaviors aligned with Earth's biological classification standards, with disparities primarily evident in post-development size and the optical camouflage effects of their external skin. Although lacking advanced instruments for more precise analysis, based on Chun Gang's research experience, he speculated that the differences in these creatures might stem from a specific genetic mutation. Thus, rather than being classified as alien creatures, it would be more accurate to regard them as mutated forms of terrestrial life. Recently, the heightened aggression of these creatures had also affected the lizard larvae. Unexpectedly, Chun Gang made a new discovery as a result. Observing that the lizards had become uncooperative in research due to their aggression, he decided to study the insect molt that Lin Mo had inadvertently acquired later. To his astonishment, upon the appearance of the insect molt, the previously aggressive lizard larvae immediately calmed down, exhibiting behavior akin to a mouse encountering a cat, retreating back into their shells. However, when he stowed the insect molt away, the lizard larvae reverted to their previous state of agitation. Upon realizing this phenomenon, Chun Gang commenced extensive research on the insect molt, while simultaneously reporting to Lin Mo, resulting in significant breakthroughs. Meanwhile, within the chat room of Lin Mo's small group, Dahai. Lately, it seems the alien creatures are not as easy to kill. Zhang Fugay. I can't speak for the alien creatures, but the fruits and vegetables I've been harvesting have indeed decreased. Previously, I had enough not only for myself, but could even trade some with Lin to go for food. Now, I barely have enough for my own needs. Song Jian. I share the same sentiment as Brother Dahai. I wonder why the alien creatures have become exceedingly aggressive, making them significantly harder to defeat. almost akin to large alien beings. Wei Song. I thought I was the only one. The fireflies in the cave used to circle around me, and I found it odd that they would collide into me these past few days. Song Jian. By the way, what has Chun Gang been up to? It seems like we haven't seen in a while. I wonder if there have been any changes on his end. Chun Gang. I know now. I finally know. Chun Gang's sudden appearance surprised everyone, as he was typically elusive. Song Jian. Brother Chun Gang. Have there been any changes on your side recently? Chun Gang. You're speaking of the alien creature's agitation, right? I've observed that as well, and I have a monumental discovery to share with everyone. But I wonder if Lindigo is present? Lin Mo had been attentively monitoring the chat room. I'm here. Just go ahead and speak. Don't keep everyone waiting. Chun Gang. That's excellent news. This discovery relates to the samples sent by Brother Lin. The essence of the insect shed is connected to the owner of the footprints found beside the remains of the mutated giant python that Brother Lin observed some time ago. I suspect it was this creature that slew the mutated giant python. This matter has been widely discussed, and hearing it now sends shivers down everyone's spine. Lin Mo could not help but inquire. Are you suggesting that the mutated giant python was killed by this shedding creature? Chun Gang. Although I haven't personally witnessed the scene, I am confident in my conclusion based on other findings related to this insect shed. Upon hearing Chun Gang's words, Lin Mo felt as though the fog was beginning to lift. Please elaborate on your other findings. Chun Gang. In truth, we have been mistaken all along. Rather than labeling the creatures we've encountered as extraterrestrial beings, it would be more accurate to state that the essence of these insect sheds represents the true extraterrestrial life forms. Chun Gang. For they are the outsiders. Chapter 34. The terms of the copper mine trade. Outsiders? This was the first time Lin Mo had encountered this term. From a literal standpoint, the alien creatures he had slain were familiar to him, even sharing some lineage with Earth's life forms. However, the outsiders Chun Gang referred to, specifically the essence of these insect sheds, seemed entirely unrelated to them. Chun Gang. The essence of the insect shed does not belong to any life form recognized on Earth. This statement was nothing short of astonishing. The alien creatures they had previously encountered might have been strikingly similar to some terrestrial species, yet the essence of the insect shed was unequivocally an alien organism. Chun Gang. For now, I shall refer to it as the insect race. Although there is no living specimen here, the remaining shed reveals much. Firstly, its resilience far exceeds any extraterrestrial beings we have encountered thus far. Chun Gang. I will reiterate. This includes large extraterrestrial organisms. Even I was skeptical upon making this discovery and borrowed a titanium alloy battle axe from Song Jian to utilize, coupled with Brother Lin's descriptions of attacking the skin of large extraterrestrial creatures. I am certain that the structure of the insect shed is more robust than those large alien beings. Chun Gang. Such sturdiness pertains only to its exterior. The barbs on its limbs remain incredibly sharp. When considering its essence, I shudder to think of the horror this creature might embody. Upon hearing Chun Gang's account, Lin Mo finally comprehended why the mutated giant python had fallen before such a seemingly disparate creature. The structural composition of life itself varied. What did size matter? After Chun Gang elaborated on all his findings, he ultimately addressed the insect shed's intimidation factor concerning lizards. Chun Gang. I currently lack sufficient information to substantiate my theory. So what follows is merely speculation. I believe the aggression displayed by certain creatures may be linked to a specific scent released by the insect race, a scent that signifies the onset of their hunting. While we, clad in our spacesuits, cannot perceive it, extraterrestrial beings can sense it clearly, which likely accounts for their aggressive behavior. Lin Mo, having frequently provided samples to Chun Gang, understood the situation well. Song Jian. No wonder the second tier's leading forces have suffered considerable losses recently, and some have reported encounters with formidable entities. Could this be what they were referring to? Song Jian had gleaned some information from chat rooms within the second tier, which coincided with Chun Gang's suspicions. Zhang Fugue. If this is the case, does it mean we ought to avoid exploring unknown areas? Zhao Dahai. If that is the case, what will we eat? Wei Song. If necessary, we can rely on our existing supplies. It's better than being devoured by the monstrous creatures Chun Gang spoke of. Lin Mo chuckled at this, saying, There's no need for concern during this period. I will personally take care of everyone's rations. Ultimately, It only amounted to feeding 5 additional people, and since Chun Gang had been supplying him, it was effectively just 4 individuals. 3 meals a day would not impoverish him. Zhao Dahai. Brother Lin, I was merely joking that I made quite a bit of money thanks to you, so it feels inappropriate to eat off your plate. Moreover, I still have enough provisions of my own. Zhang Fuge. I feel the same. I've stockpiled a fair amount of fruits and vegetables, so I certainly won't starve. The 2 individuals who were developing the slowest indicated that they had no issues, and the others naturally echoed their sentiments. Wei Song, who previously provided Lin Mo with iridium ore, had a substantial stock at home, while Song Jian, equipped with a titanium alloy battle axe, was thriving within the 2nd tier and certainly lacked for nothing. As for Chun Gang, being a major contributor, he had no choice but to partake in Lin Mo's provisions. After Chun Gang concluded, Lin Mo made some adjustments to their work. Zhao Dahai was deemed unsuitable for hunting extraterrestrial creatures and was assigned to excavate ice blocks nearby for sale. Lin Mo was now a significant water supplier, thus saving time on resource extraction. Zhang Fugue would experiment with cultivating existing fruit and vegetable plants to explore the possibility of increasing yield or shortening the maturation period. Song Jian would reduce his outdoor time and focus more on exploring other business opportunities. Wei Song and Chun Gang would remain unchanged at this juncture. Lin Mo noticed the speaker on his headset flickering. He glanced at it, recognizing no familiarity with the individual, and even the coordinates did not correspond to any known planet. You must be Lin Mo, right? I've heard you're seeking copper ore. Lin Mo frowned slightly. Few knew of his desire for copper, or could this be the individual that Qian Duo had helped him locate? Who are you? Who am I? I'm the person you seek. Copper ore, yes. Here's the information you requested, 060006. This is your copper. He recognized this sequence of coordinates as belonging to Qian Duo. This meant Qian Duo had not deceived him. He had indeed found the person he was looking for. Given this, I shall not waste time and will proceed directly to the transaction. Transaction? Lin Mo felt a surge of anxiety. What? Are you not here to trade with me? Then there is no need for our conversation to continue. No, I meant to say, I have already presented my goods. What about yours? Shouldn't I see what you have to offer that would warrant my copper ore? Circuit board, design blueprint, level 3 functional hammer learning. Your blueprint is indeed impressive, but regrettably insufficient. You should be aware of the value of copper ore. This is something even many of the 12 counselors of the 1st tier cannot acquire. However, you need not rush to gather ordinary resources as compensation. I have no need for those. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo realized he was dealing with a formidable opponent. This individual had thoroughly investigated him. While he knew nothing about them, he felt exceedingly passive. What do you desire? Actually, it's quite simple, but if you agree to a single condition, which I assure you will be a trivial matter for you, we can trade. The blueprint will be mine, and the copper ore will belong to you. Lin Mo understood that since this person had the audacity to propose such a condition, it must be extraordinary. Yet they claimed it would be easy for him. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to probe. What condition? You must join the 1st tier. Chapter 35. The deal is sealed. Commencing upgrade. You must join the 1st tier. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Mo confirmed he had not misheard. What kind of person are you? Now that he had become an outright adversary of the 1st tier, the sudden suggestion to switch allegiances and join forces with those he had been opposing was not something he could easily accept. Setting aside the improbability of such a transition, the very notion was jarring. Furthermore, he had a small group of followers. These individuals had chosen to endure trade restrictions to follow him. How could he abandon them? Moreover, the 1st tier comprised merely 1,000 individuals sifted from billions. Entry was not as simple as a trip to the market. Given the current animosity, the members of the 1st tier would hardly welcome his inclusion. What basis did this person have to assume they could recruit anyone at will? This was simply unrealistic. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that your concerns will not materialize. All you need to do is nod, and our transaction will commence immediately. Lin Mo did not respond directly, but instead inquired once more, who exactly are you? This is of no importance. However, if you agree, you may soon find out. Very well, I consent to join the 1st tier. Transaction request. Initiating transaction. Circuit board. Design Blueprint, Level 3 Functional Hammer Learning. X1 Copper, X1 Confirm Transaction, Resource Bar. Circuit Board Design Blueprint, Level 3 Functional Hammer Learning. -1 Resource Bar. Copper 1, following the successful transaction. The individual sent another private message. Congratulations on joining the first tier. However, for your safety and that of your companions, as well as to prevent significant disruption within the first tier, your identity will still be regarded as a restricted subject within the first tier S transactions. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo felt a strong urge to berate the individual. What was the point of all that discussion earlier? But rest assured, you can now trade with 060006 without concern. And should you encounter difficulties, you may request her assistance. At last, a semblance of reason had emerged. Lastly, I wish to inform you that the first tier is not as dreadful as you might believe. While some may evoke disdain, there are also individuals who will assist you in relaying information. Lin Mo immediately thought of Qian Duo, although it was indeed this loquacious fellow who inadvertently let slip the secret. He has nonetheless provided himself with substantial assistance in other respects, and the selling price is considerably more reasonable than that of Boer. Furthermore, there were the warnings prior to the trading blockade and the final transaction, as well as this copper mine. Even though Qian Duo may have his own ulterior motives, he undoubtedly received some AID by the time he remembered to inquire about the identity of the person on the other side. The private chat window had already been closed by them. However, considering the copper mine that was now in his possession, this matter seemed rather inconsequential. Open synthesizer, select Large Living Pod. Large Living Pod. Iron 1893 1000. Titanium 500 Aluminum 200 Silicon 102 100, Copper 11, Small Living Pod 11. Material sufficient. Confirm synthesis. Lin Mo had never felt such exhilaration. Confirm. System reminder. Iron 1000, Titanium 500, Aluminum 200, Silicon 100, Copper -1. Small Living Pod -1. In an instant, his small living pod automatically expanded. The originally 6 to 7 meters wide walls unfurled into a holographic preset configuration, with the joints appearing like a skeletal framework in an ionized state, ultimately culminating in silver-gray memory alloy walls beginning to fill in as if 3D printed. Once all the walls and internal structures were complete, a colossal object exceeding 12 meters in width materialized before him. System reminder. Large Living Pod synthesis successful. Lin Mo looked up, and not only had the width of the living pod increased, but it also featured an additional second floor. By calculation, the usable area was nearly 300 square meters. He eagerly approached the pod door, where laser radar scanners on both sides emitted beams that swiftly swept over Lin Mo simultaneously. The display screen on the side of the pod door began to present scanning personnel information. ID 240746. Name code Lin Mo. Identity owner of this living pod. Identity verification successful. Whoosh. Pod door for entry and exit is now open. A massive piece of one-way glass was embedded in the entire pod door, appearing as a mirror from the outside while providing a clear view of the exterior from within. Lin Mo felt an overwhelming sense of technological advancement, yet couldn't help but worry about the strength of the glass. After all, it was glass and might be prone to damage. The system seemed to sense his concern, and information appeared in his mind. Host, this is ultra-high-strength aluminum silicate glass fiber, not ordinary glass, so there is no need to worry about its protective capabilities. I see. It appears the large living pod is equipped with numerous advanced technologies, but he entered the living pod through the airlock. Each individual space inside was appropriately partitioned, no longer resembling the previous configuration, where one could see the bathroom and kitchen upon waking. Moreover, the internal walls had clearly been optimized for decoration, more closely aligning with Earth's architectural style. What is this? An escape passage? Upon reaching a corner, Lin Mo discovered a structure similar to the airlock, yet occupying a larger area, almost akin to a garage. Curiously, he pressed the button on the wall. All-terrain vehicle garage pressure normal. No scanning obstacles detected at external garage door. Garage has been opened. Lin Mo was taken aback to find it was indeed a garage, albeit empty, indicating that he would need to procure the vehicle himself. After exploring the first floor, he found surprises at every turn. The only thing that puzzled him was the absence of various facilities he had previously placed in the living pod. The double bed was gone, and so was the heating device. He initially thought they had been consumed by the living pod, but upon ascending through a vertical ladder, he discovered that all his facilities had been cast aside on the second floor. Additionally, the second floor's decor was even more homely, with windows in the bedroom complete with curtains. The earlier items had all been seamlessly integrated into the living pod, appearing far less out of place. Other areas boasted a plethora of new functionalities. For instance, the exterior walls had been outfitted with a set of dynamic phase change armor, impervious even to large extraterrestrial creatures. The core structure consisted of a composite armor blending various materials, significantly enhancing its protective capabilities. Furthermore, a dedicated oxygen generation chamber had been added, accelerating the oxygen tank refill rate. Now it only took 20 minutes to fill a tank for the latest third-level oxygen tanks. It would only take 10 minutes for the previous second-level tanks. He mused that if he were to enter the oxygen tank business, the refill speed might bankrupt other merchants. After briefly browsing the upgraded large living pod, Lin Mo eagerly opened the main interface of the function hammer. If the large living pod merely enhanced his standard of living, then the upgrade of the function hammer would reflect his developmental level. Anticipation, excitement, and a hint of nervousness surged within him. Fortunately, the upgrade position had been unlocked once more. Upgrade required conditions: titanium alloy weapon crossbow 1-1, titanium alloy armor 1-1, solar power system 1-1. Large living pod 1-1, medium alien creature core elite. This item is not tradable. 1-1. Material sufficient, prerequisites met, confirm upgrade. Confirm, resource bar, medium alien creature core elite, -1, level 3 function hammer. Upgrading, progress 50, 100. As the upgrade progress on the headset reached completion, the holographic projection before him began to condense above the function hammer, ultimately transforming into a point of light that vanished. Function hammer pupil membrane diffraction is upgrading. Quantum link is loading. The surface of the function hammer suddenly exhibited a liquid metal effect, and after a sweep of lasers, it began to gleam with a metallic luster. Only then did Lin Mo gradually discern the appearance of the function hammer post-upgrade. That was entirely different from the previous hammer, now resembling a firearm outfitted with various attachments, except that instead of firing bullets, it emitted a plasma capable of disintegrating matter. Level 3 function hammer, upgrade successful. At the moment of completion, the projection that previously required the headset for mapping was directly cast before Lin Mo's eyes. He accessed the familiar manufacturing panel. Level 3 oxygen tank, iron 89310, cobalt 263, simple furniture set, wood 675, iron 8931, small capacity magnesium ion battery, magnesium 321, chromium 31, iron 8931. The panel now featured an array of electronic-related items, albeit primarily basic products intended for novices lacking design blueprints. The truly valuable items would still require design blueprints for personal learning. Fortunately, with the system synthesizer at his disposal, he had no need for concern, and based on past upgrade experiences, his system would also see an upgrade following the function hammer S enhancement. Sure enough, upon opening the synthesizer, he found host manufacturing level has increased. Resource detection synthesizer is upgrading. Resource topology architecture upgrading. Core module reconstruction progress 5100 upgrade complete. The resource detection synthesizer's upgraded functions are as follows. 1. Detection radius expanded to 5 times the original range. 2. New synthesis paths complying with level 3 manufacturing permissions added. 3. New dynamic map, with detection markers displaying the surrounding environment. 4. New alien creature threat index, assisting the host in assessing danger levels. Upon seeing the system upgrade complete, Lin Mo immediately sought an alien creature to practice his skills. However, before that, he first opened the synthesizer and navigated to the weapon and equipment category. Electromagnetic gun, titanium alloy, ranged weapon, crossbow, 1-1, iron 893-100, magnesium 32-3, electromagnetic bludgeon, titanium alloy, melee weapon, none, 0-1, iron 893-100, magnesium 32-3, magnetic storm grenade, iron 8935, magnesium 32-1, lightweight composite armor, titanium alloy armor 1-1, iron 89350, chromium 3-1, silicon 74-1, electromagnetic gun. A ranged weapon utilizing electromagnetic forces, boasting immense power, with a bullet range exceeding 400 meters. Lin Mo glanced at the description, astonished to find that this upgrade had propelled him from primitive melee weapons into the era of firearms. Material sufficient. Confirm synthesis. Confirm. System reminder. Titanium alloy, crossbow, -1. Iron-100, magnesium, -3. System reminder. Electromagnetic gun synthesis successful. A cascade of vibrant waves enveloped him, and soon Lin Mo held an electromagnetic gun in his hands. Examining it, he found that its grip felt remarkably similar to modern firearms. The scope was fully modular with adjustable magnification, and the firing modes, like the crossbow, included both single and burst fire, but unlike the crossbow, it did not require manual cocking, instead using electromagnetic force for automatic firing. The electromagnetic gun came with 5 magazines, 1 attached to the gun and 4 as spares, each containing 50 rounds. Lin Mo selected the ammunition. Ammunition, 50 rounds iron 793-3, chromium 3-1. Material sufficient. Confirm batch synthesis. Confirm. System reminder. Iron-9, chromium -3, system reminder. Ammunition, 50 rounds, X3, synthesis successful. Lin Mo meticulously loaded 150 bullets into 3 magazines, seeking refuge in a meteorite crater where he disengaged the safety and switched to single-fire mode. He aimed at a stone situated 50 meters away within the crater and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The firearm jolted backward violently, akin to a heavy hammer striking his shoulder. Upon raising his gaze once more, he found the targeted stone reduced to a fine powder. Resource detection commenced. Lin Mo was eager to test the true power of this electromagnetic gun against extraterrestrial creatures. Chapter 37. Instant annihilation of large extraterrestrial beasts. Resource detection completed, displaying results in dynamic map format within host S-field division. Resource markers and biological information extraction complete. Host may view at will. At that moment, a miniature map materialized in the upper left corner of Lin Mo's vision, marking all collectible resources in green. While extraterrestrial beings were denoted in red, he experimented by tapping on the dynamic map. IT rapidly expanded with his touch, unfolding as a holographic projection before him. Lin Mo glanced at several shimmering red dots around him, methodically eliminating the smaller extraterrestrial creatures from his consideration. Just you wait. Approximately 700 meters away, a large extraterrestrial creature was prowling nearby, and it was a familiar foe. Mutated giant python. Large extraterrestrial creature, apex predator in the extraterrestrial food chain, exhibiting extreme exterior strength. Titanium alloy weaponry barely scratches its surface. Its constricting body can effortlessly strangle other large extraterrestrial beings like the mutated two-headed lion, and its jaws can easily crush titanium alloy armor. Threat level 60. Having encountered the remains of the mutated giant python on several occasions, Lin Mo was now determined to witness its true form. Arriving at his all-terrain vehicle garage, he activated the synthesizer, preparing to test his new equipment. Selected all-terrain vehicle, iron 784-200, titanium 0-100, silicon 74-10, rubber 0-4. Acquiring 100 titanium seemed manageable. But what on earth was this biological rubber? Never mind, since the mutated giant python was not far off, I'll test this gun first. Here I come, mutated giant python. Lin Mo sprinted towards the red marker, aided by his exoskeleton. Host has been detected by the mutated giant python. Please evade attacks. As Lin Mo entered the territory of the mutated giant python, a colossal shadow surged towards him. It was the creature itself. Its body was entirely black, adorned with a spiral pattern of yellow stripes. Stimulated by the scent of the insectoid race, it moved with astonishing speed. Within mere seconds, the mutated giant python was upon him. Utilizing the assistance of his exoskeleton, Lin Mo swiftly maneuvered to the left side of the crater. Assuming a prone shooting position, he rested his electromagnetic gun upon a boulder. The mutated giant python, observing its prey lying on the ground with a stick aimed at it, found the situation absurdly comical. Although the creature appeared meager, it would suffice for a temporary meal. Bang, without a moment's hesitation. Lin Mo pulled the trigger, aiming directly at the mutated giant python. The bullet, propelled by electromagnetic acceleration, pierced effortlessly through the python's skin. Upon breaching its surface, the bullet reversed, creating a devastating cavitation effect, shredding the creature's internal organs in an instant. Hiss! The mutated giant python let out a wretched cry, its head snapping back as if in agony, collapsing to the ground. Yet it soon opened its massive jaws wide and lunged towards Lin Mo. Unfazed, he remained steadfast, gun trained at the same spot. The mutated giant python, now enraged, exhibited bloodshot eyes filled with fury. Other extraterrestrial beings nearby, witnessing the rampaging creature, fled in terror, fearful of becoming its next target. Bang! Bang! Lin Mo fired again. The mutated giant python's body abruptly halted, disregarding the two bloody holes in its neck, and charged directly at Lin Mo. What a welcome turn of events, Lin Mo thought, exerting pressure with his right hand to switch the firing mode to fully automatic. Fixing the crosshair on the creature's head, he decisively squeezed the trigger. Bang! 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 Bullets rained down upon the mutated giant python. Once the sound of empty chambers echoed, Lin Mo lowered his electromagnetic gun and looked up. The creature that had moments ago bared its gaping maw now lay lifeless, its body thrashing in its final convulsions, with its skull inexplicably vanished. Looking down, he saw a gruesome mixture of flesh, bone, and brain matter scattered across the ground. Lin Mo wiped his electromagnetic gun clean and began utilizing his newly upgraded Level 3 functional hammer to clear the battlefield. Plasma sprayed from his hand. The body of the mutated giant python began to disintegrate piece by piece. Resource bar, mutated giant python meat 1. Resource bar. Mutated giant python meat 1. Resource bar. Mutated giant python meat 1. Resource bar. Biological rubber 1. Resource bar. Biological rubber 1. Resource bar. Biological rubber 1. Biological rubber. Lin Mo recalled that the all-terrain vehicle required rubber, and to his surprise, he had already acquired some from the mutated giant python. Now, he only needed 100 titanium ores, which should not pose a challenge. He remembered the mysterious individual mentioning that the trading ban had not been entirely lifted, but he could now approach Qian Duo for a transaction. Providing an opportunity to test whether the mysterious person had spoken the truth, he promptly sent a private message to Qian Duo that I have these items for you. Shovel, blueprint. Fire axe, blueprint, locust legs, x20, baked potatoes, x10. Urgently seeking 100 titanium ores. Qian Duo, what are these worthless scraps? Go away, you should seek those shabby merchants. Noticing that Qian Duo did not outright refuse, Lin Mo felt reassured that the mysterious person's words held some weight, and his trading ban had indeed been partially lifted through Qian Duo. When that individual had asked for assistance, he had to cooperate. What is this attitude? Qian Duo, if you don't want titanium, I'm leaving. Transaction request. As Lin Mo clicked to confirm the transaction, he remarked, don't worry if it doesn't T-sell. Consider it collateral for me. I urgently need 100 titanium. I'll retrieve it from you when I have higher level blueprints. Resource bar, shovel, blueprint-1, fire axe, blueprint-1, locust legs 20, baked potatoes, and resource bar. Titanium 100, Qian Duo. These scraps are only worth 800 iron. Remember to reimburse me with an additional 200 iron next time. Lin Mo disregarded the private message and opened the synthesizer. All-terrain vehicle. Iron 784 200, titanium 0 100, silicon 7410, rubber 64, material sufficient. Confirm synthesis? Confirm. System notification. Iron 200, titanium 100, silicon 10, rubber -4. System notification. All-terrain vehicle synthesis successful. A sleek, silver-hued, all-terrain interstellar exploration vehicle materialized before him. The vehicle's angular design was unmistakable, and several titanium alloy roll bars safeguarded the cockpit, complemented by a pair of dynamic anti-roll double wheels, making it capable of traversing various terrains. Lin Mo opened the door, seated himself in the cockpit, and fastened his seatbelt. He pressed the start button, selecting the drive mode and pressing the accelerator. Vroom. The distinct hum of an electric vehicle resonated through the chassis. He had initially assumed this interstellar exploration vehicle would be merely a novelty. But as he pressed the accelerator, he experienced a thrilling push akin to that of a high-performance electric sports car. This speed was astonishing. Fortunately, the terrain in which Lin Mo found himself was relatively flat. Otherwise, a meteorite crater could have sent him and the all-terrain vehicle soaring. After circling the site of the mutated giant python's demise, he had essentially familiarized himself with the vehicle's capabilities. After all, it bore resemblance to the new energy vehicles on Earth, albeit designed for a rugged terrain, offering even more power. However, the nature of the terrain and the off-road characteristics limited the all-terrain vehicle's performance. Just as he contemplated returning to his habitation module, he received a notification. Host has uncollected resources. Lin Mo noticed the prompt and continued to extract resources at the site of the mutated giant python. Soon, a blueprint was added to his backpack. Resource bar. Electromagnetic bludgeon. Blueprint. Learnable with level 3 functional hammer. Another level 3 blueprint. Chapter 38. Seizing opportunities. Will this deal come to fruition? Electromagnetic bludgeon. Utilizing electromagnetic force enhancement. This bludgeon achieves maximum destructive capability, capable of easily shattering the armor of large extraterrestrial creatures and inflicting significant internal damage. Lin Mo perused the description. This was merely an upgraded form of other melee weapons, regardless of whether one wielded swords or axes prior. At level 3, they could only use bludgeons. Given this perspective, he surmised that the demand for this blueprint would be substantial. Thus, its price would certainly be high. After careful consideration, he sent a private message to Qian Duo. Qian Duo, I don't accept scraps. Also, hurry up and repay your debt. Electromagnetic bludgeon. Blueprint. Learnable with level 3 functional hammer. Are you certain you want to accept it? Then farewell. Qian Duo. Wait a moment. Let me reconsider. Where did you acquire this level 3 blueprint? Lin Mo retorted, why do you ask so many questions if you're willing to accept items? Qian Duo, what's the issue with asking? I've heard that recently, extraterrestrial creatures have been particularly aggressive. Many in the second wave, skeptical of danger, have already suffered significant losses. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo scratched his head. They are utterly overestimating themselves. How could I possibly be on par with them? Qian Duo, you only have a sharp tongue. This level 3 blueprint is at least a drop from a large alien creature. And they struggle to defeat medium alien beings in their second tier. Do you really dare to hunt large alien creatures? It seems you truly value wealth over your life. Though Qianduo's words were harsh, Lin Mo felt a flicker of warmth at a loss for words. He finally said, why don't you first give me a price for the items I need? I'm in dire need of various resources. Qian Duo, who cares about you? There is currently no market price for level 3 weapon blueprints that I offer you 100 aluminum. Take it or leave it. Lin Mo was puzzled by this sudden anger. But seizing the opportunity before the trade was completely severed, he quickly agreed. Sell. Exchange for 100 chromium, 100 magnesium, and convert the rest into basic resources. Trade request, resource bar. Electromagnetic dull weapon, blueprint. 1. Resource bar. Chromium 100, resource bar. Magnesium 100, resource bar. Iron 8,000. Qian Duo, wait. In my anger, I almost forgot. You still owe me 200 iron. Perhaps next time. Lin Mo concluded the private chat, clutching the resources as he returned to his living quarters. Having just leveled up, there were still many matters to clarify, so he wasn't in a rush to search for anything. Upon reaching the garage door of his living quarters, he was greeted with vehicle identification successful. Hatch door opened. Lin Mo drove the vehicle into the garage and then verified his identity to enter the interior of the living quarters. In the lobby on the first floor, a luxurious sofa set was neatly arranged, and he removed the helmet of his spacesuit, setting it aside. The IT truly felt a bit like home. He leaned back on the sofa for a moment, contemplating the series of events that transpired today. Now possessing a level 3 functional hammer, the possibilities for synthesis were plentiful, and if utilized wisely, he could amass a considerable profit. For instance, the blueprint he had just given to Qian Duo, he could synthesize electromagnetic dull weapons or other armaments to sell at the trading center, or directly hand them over to Qian Duo for sale. Moreover, With the recent agitation of alien creatures, it was foreseeable that the demand for more advanced weaponry would surge. He could undoubtedly seize this opportunity. If managed well, it could yield a substantial influx of resources. Additionally, the upgrade brought about new requirements for resources. For example, the rubber needed for all-terrain vehicles and the circuit board blueprint that required polymers. Many large facilities needed these two items as synthesis conditions, such as the newly added living quarters friend or foe identification system. In a synthesizer, which required circuit boards to complete that if the friend or foe identification system could be synthesized, the living quarters defense would shift from passive to active. Any unidentified creatures approaching would be automatically locked on and subjected to firepower strikes. Thus, Lin Mo needed to prepare these materials promptly. After contemplating, he opened the synthesizer, select lightweight composite armor. This item employs composite armor to minimize enemy destructive power as much as possible, while high-durability fiberglass reduces impact, providing strong protection against large alien creatures. Before selling weaponry, he needed to upgrade his own equipment first. Lightweight composite armor, titanium alloy armor 1-1, iron 86-7350, chromium 101, silicon 64-1 material sufficient. Do you confirm synthesis? Confirm. System notification. Titanium alloy armor -1, iron -50, chromium -1, silicon -1. System notification. Lightweight composite armor synthesis successful. Transitioning from the previous cumbersome titanium alloy armor to the current lightweight armor, he instinctively felt a significant reduction in weight. Without even discussing the protective capability, the mere reduction in weight was a tremendous enhancement. Furthermore, the composite materials used in the lightweight armor not only matched, but also exceeded the strength of titanium alloy, boasting greater durability and the ability to withstand a certain amount of impact. For instance, while the titanium alloy armor might lead to fractures under certain damage circumstances, the lightweight armor was far less likely to result in such injuries. After donning the armor, Lin Mo marveled at this technological upgrade. He then reopened the synthesizer and browsed through the weaponry section. Currently, there were two main weapon categories, an electromagnetic gun and an electromagnetic dull weapon. Determining which would have a greater market appeal required a specific analysis of the circumstances. Although during the previous prevalence of cold weapons, the titanium alloy battle axe, requiring no additional ammunition, was more favored. As ammunition also had to be synthesized, using ranged weapons meant incurring additional costs. However, the advantages of firearms were now overwhelmingly apparent. Their range and power far surpassed that of traditional cold weapons, making it uncertain whether this would prompt many fighters to switch weapons that if he hastily produced a batch of weapons only to find them unsellable, it would be a costly mistake. Thus, he needed to conduct market research. This meant personally visiting the second tier to gather information, but unfortunately, he was merely masquerading as a member of the second tier and not an actual participant, making it somewhat challenging to infiltrate. However, this was not a significant issue, as he had a key player from the second tier right beside him. Indeed, it was Song Jian. Originally at the bottom of the second tier, Song Jian had soared to prominence after acquiring a titanium alloy battle axe and corresponding armor while following Lin Mo. Now he was thriving within the second tier. Song Jian, Brother Lin, are you looking for me? Due to the recent agitation of alien creatures, Lin Mo had indicated to everyone to avoid unexplored areas. So there was not much happening. He had a few matters to discuss with Song Jian. He was still in the second tier's chat room, right? Song Jian, yes indeed. Now, I'm a mainstay member of the second tier, with ample combat experience. Even though our trades are restricted, they have no reason to expel me from this. That's good to hear. Recently, I've heard that many have suffered losses due to the agitated alien creatures. So I am considering venturing into the weaponry and armor business. If you have time, could you help me gather some information, such as perspectives on melee and ranged weapons? Song Jian was momentarily taken aback, unsure why Lin Mo would want to dive into this murky water at this juncture. He had previously been a merchant, possessing a keen sense for business opportunities. Although prices for weapons and armor had slightly risen due to the alien creatures' agitation, it was far from being an ideal time to conduct business. With the rapid development, too many individuals now possessed blueprints, and titanium alloy weapons and armor had become virtually worthless with minimal profit margins. Selling 10 sets of titanium alloy armor could yield only a few dozen iron after a turnaround of 3 days to a fortnight, and there was even a possibility of incurring losses, which was simply not viable. With the time spent on that, he could have mined hundreds or thousands instead. This business was genuinely untenable. With this in mind, Song Jian, Brother Lin, this business is genuinely unfeasible. Lin Mo understood that Song Jian had his best interests at heart, yet he was also aware that Song Jian was unaware of his capability to craft level 3 weapons. Previously, he had concealed his strength due to the conflict with the first tier, but that was no longer necessary. Brother Song Jian, I appreciate your concern, but please don't rush. Just take a look at this. Electromagnetic gun. Lightweight composite armor. Song Jian, can I not be anxious, Brother Lin? That business truly. Sigh, Brother Lin, what is this? Song Jian found himself bewildered as he realized the weapons Lin Mo had equipped. He clicked to inspect. Electromagnetic gun. A ranged weapon utilizing electromagnetic force for firing, with immense power and a bullet range exceeding 400 meters. Lightweight composite armor. This item employs composite armor to minimize enemy destructive power as much as possible, while high durability fiberglass reduces impact, providing strong protection against large alien creatures. Song Jian, Brother Lin, where did you acquire these? Song Jian still couldn't believe that these were crafted by Lin Mo. At this point, Lin Mo decided to stop hiding that I shall no longer conceal it. These armors, along with the ones I previously gifted you, were all crafted by me. Lin Mo concluded with a smile, inquiring, now do you believe this business is still unfeasible? Song Jian, it is feasible. Of course it's feasible. Chapter 39. First contact. Of course it's feasible. Song Jian replied without a moment's hesitation. After all, who doesn't know that monopolizing a business yields the greatest profits? To this end, he even took the time to glance at the trading center. Not to mention finished products, even blueprints were non-existent. Wasn't this a monopoly? Moreover, there was no need to worry about the first tier driving prices down, as they were entirely absent. Even considering a hypothetical scenario where competitors existed, they would surely be few. Thus, even with a vast supply of the second tier, demand would still outstrip supply, allowing for substantial profits. Most importantly, with the current volatility of alien creatures and the considerable losses among second-tier members. Introducing weapons and armor that could significantly enhance survival probabilities would likely trigger a purchasing frenzy, which he could hardly fathom. Now, as Song Jian turned back to the initial query Lin Mo had posed, he finally grasped Lin Mo's intentions. Song Jian, Brother Lin, are you suggesting that if new weaponry and equipment are introduced, those accustomed to melee weapons and ranged weapons will have differing choices? Lin Mo silently nodded. Truly, he was a merchant with keen insight that I have embraced this idea. Another weapon at our disposal is this electromagnetic bludgeon. You might wish to discreetly gauge the atmosphere within the chat room, and then our small group can secure this business opportunity. Upon hearing Lin Mo refer to we, Song Jian became increasingly exhilarated. After all, he was acutely aware of the substantial profits that come with monopolistic ventures. Reflecting on the considerable time and effort he had expended saving for an upgrade to his rudimentary living quarters, he found himself still lacking a significant amount. At last, a glimmer of hope appeared on the horizon. With this in mind, Song Jian began to offer suggestions. Song Jian, Brother Lin, I propose we acquire the commonly used materials immediately, lest those merchants notice our lucrative sales of protective gear and subsequently inflate the prices of these materials. Song Jian, although we could also raise our prices to capitalize on the buyers, this would inevitably stifle consumer demand, while our profit margins would remain unchanged. Lin Montauk nodded, recognizing the merit in Song Jian's reasoning. Even though he could procure materials from Qian Duo, it was evident that Qian Duo adhered to market prices as well. Thus, it would be wiser to stockpile resources now. All right, let us distribute responsibilities as we did during the sweet potato roasting. You shall coordinate, while the rest will commence gathering supplies. Once the matters were settled, Lin Mo intended to attend to other affairs. Song Jian, Brother Lin, there is one more thing. Speak, Song Jian. In fact, we could consider leveraging this opportunity to sell equipment by reaching out to those in the second tier of mercenaries. If feasible, we could attempt to recruit some individuals to strengthen our small group. Upon hearing Song Jian's reminder, Lin Mo recalled that previously, the first tier was so formidable that no one dared to oppose them. However, now that their growth rate had surpassed that of most core members within the first tier, combined with the effectiveness of their weaponry, the authority of the first tier would inevitably begin to erode. At that point, individuals would naturally choose to join their small group. To be fair, Song Jian's mind was indeed more agile. Excellent. That is a commendable idea. After arranging this matter, Lin Mo began to gather supplies as per Song Jian's suggestion. Naturally, he knew that he must not accumulate resources too swiftly. Otherwise, prices would surge instantaneously. Thus, he planned to collect resources once every hour. After completing the first hour's collection, he commenced upgrading his old equipment, which included a level 3 oxygen tank and a level 2 exoskeleton. With the oxygen tank upgraded to level 3, a single tank would suffice for a normal individual's needs for 12 hours. This, too, represented a business opportunity, albeit one limited to the lower-tier miners, as those with survival pods could sustain themselves. Furthermore, with the current volatility caused by extraterrestrial creatures, the plight of the lower-tier miners had become even more arduous. Therefore, it might not be the right time to pursue this business. After contemplating this, Lin Mo donned his spacesuit once more. Now that he possessed an all-terrain vehicle, his range of movement had expanded significantly. In utilizing this hour to eliminate a few more large extraterrestrial creatures and acquire some blueprints would yield additional resources. Resource detection completed. The results are being presented to the host in the form of a dynamic map. Resource markers and biological information extraction completed. The host may review them as desired. Lin Mo surveyed the area, only to discover that within an 800-meter radius, there were only small to medium-sized extraterrestrial creatures. As for mineral plants, aside from a few aluminum ores, there were only some detoxifying Lanya grass worth pursuing. Thus, he decided to first drive to gather these resources before venturing beyond the 800-meter range in search of larger extraterrestrial beings. The all-terrain vehicle moved swiftly, and with a mere press of the accelerator, he found himself standing before the aluminum ore situated over 200 meters away. Moreover, there was no need for the incessant hammering as before. A simple press of a button would cause the plasma to automatically absorb the aluminum ore. He then proceeded to the location of the mutated Lanya grass, which was approximately 700 meters away. This timing was perfect, as after harvesting the Lanya grass, he could then search for larger extraterrestrial creatures. Resource log. Mutated Lanya grass 1. Resource log. Mutated Lanya grass 1. Resource log. Mutated Lanya grass 1. With 3 Lanya grasses in hand, Lin Mo continued to drive forward. After about half a minute, he noticed 2 red dots on the dynamic map drawing closer, seemingly about to engage in combat, given the current aggressiveness of extraterrestrial creatures. Such skirmishes were not uncommon. Without giving it much thought, he clicked on one of the red dots to investigate. Mutated 2-headed lion. Threat level 30, only 30. Lin Mo recalled the mutated giant python he had just slain, which bore a threat level of 60. While he knew he could not afford to be complacent, he had prepared 500 rounds of ammunition for this outing, ready for any eventuality. Moreover, he considered the possibility that the 2 lions might be engaged in mutual slaughter, allowing him to reap the rewards of their conflict. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became, and he lost interest in the remaining red. He pulled the dynamic map and accelerated straight toward the location. Just as he did, the threat level of the 2-headed lion steadily decreased on the shrinking dynamic map. With a distance of merely a few hundred meters, it was but a matter of pressing the accelerator. Lin Mo parked the all-terrain vehicle in a meteorite crater, then climbed up to the edge of the crater to observe the marked positions of the 2 red dots. What a massive mound of earth! He had assumed that standing on the crater's edge would provide him with a view of the 2 two-headed lions in combat, but instead he was obstructed by weathered rock formations, rendering him unable to see anything. The red dots were positioned precisely behind a mound. Lin Mo climbed the earthen slope, finding the surrounding silence oddly unsettling. The last time he had poisoned a 2-headed lion with a crossbow bolt, its roars had echoed for quite a distance. Yet this time, there was not a hint of commotion from the 2 lions. How strange. Had they already concluded their battle? Peering down the slope, he spotted the 2 heads of one 2-headed lion resting beneath the earthen mound, occasionally twitching as if trying to retreat into a hole beneath the mound. Peculiarly, the lion's eyes were wide open, appearing lifeless. He verify his suspicions. Lin Mo fired a shot at each of the heads. Bang, bang! The bullets effortlessly penetrated the lion's skull, the resulting vacuum effect creating a gaping hole in the back of its head. The previously twitching heads of the two-headed lion suddenly fell still. In the next moment, akin to a severed head displayed at a market, the two lion heads, larger than those of an adult human, rolled around the edge of the mound, still staring at him with wide eyes. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. The sight was rather terrifying, but what had become of the body of the two-headed lion? Glancing down toward the mound, his brow furrowed. Indeed, there was a hole. However, the opening was quite small, incapable of accommodating both heads simultaneously. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the decapitated body of the two-headed lion seemed to have been dragged swiftly into the hole by some force. This suggested that the two-headed lion had been decapitated in a violent manner. A series of new discoveries and confusions led him to entirely dismiss the notion of the two-headed lions fighting each other. Such immense strength that could drag a creature of such size. Could it be the mutated giant python? Cautiously, he descended from the mound, observing the area around the hole. Aside from traces left by the lion's struggle, there were peculiar footprints. Lin Mo recognized them as somewhat familiar and suddenly recalled the cave of the mutated giant python from that day. The style and proportions were strikingly similar. That moment, he sensed vibrations in the surroundings, turning to glance at the hole, only to see the tremors cease. Just then, a black, metallic, scythe-like limb emerged from the hole. Chapter 40. The first confrontation. Host, high-risk creatures have appeared in the vicinity. Please exercise caution. The system's alarm blared at that instant, as three metallic, scythe-like limbs glimmering with a cold sheen shot forth from the shadows of the hole. Bang! Lin Mo instinctively raised his electromagnetic gun and pulled the trigger, swiftly utilizing his exoskeleton to create distance. The bullet struck the joint of the limb, producing sparks of blue and white as the metallic screech echoed within the cave. The shrill cries emanating from the cave sounded like steel needles scraping against glass, an intensely irritating noise. Lin Mo climbed to the edge of the meteorite crater, keeping a watchful eye on the entrance of the cave, which lay 30 meters away. The moment the creature fully emerged, he felt a surge of anxiety. His throat tightening. 8 jointed limbs supported a claw-like head, and where the mouth parts should have been, two pincers extended outward. The most bizarre aspect was its mode of movement. 6 limbs folded and advanced at odd angles, while the remaining 2 hovered in the air, vibrating at a high frequency. What in the world is this creature? Small insectoid, crawling warrior, the lowest tier organism within the insectoid population, responsible for guarding the entire insectoid species. The most basic yet weakest insectoid warrior, possessing an exceptionally high reproductive capacity. It constitutes the fundamental unit of the insectoid army. Typically, it feeds on other creatures and can easily slay large extraterrestrial beings. Its head may possess a weakness. After hearing the system's introduction, Lin Mo activated the fully automatic mode of his electromagnetic gun and squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang! Bullets rained down upon the insectoid's chitinous exoskeleton, erupting in orange-red sparks. Yet the creature continued to advance within 20 meters, seemingly undeterred by the barrage. Its claw-like head suddenly turned to face Lin Mo, and the pair of antennae on its forehead twitched slightly as its entire body propelled forward with alarming speed. This creature's exoskeleton is exceptionally tough. For the first time, Lin Mo felt a sense of pressure, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Click! The empty chamber of the electromagnetic gun signaled a need for a reload. In that brief interval, he rapidly recalled the details from earlier. It appeared that every time a bullet struck, the insectoid's antennae would sway, and the system had indicated that its weakness lay in its head. Could it be? This revelation caused his index finger to twitch slightly, and as he reloaded the electromagnetic gun and aimed again, the muzzle instinctively tilted upward by 3 degrees. In addition, after being struck by its own electromagnetic gun, the movements of the Zerg creatures would also become sluggish. However, before Lin Mo could pull the trigger, the Zerg had already reached the bottom of the crater, and a pair of high-frequency vibrating scythes plunged fiercely into the slope. Instantly, a large chunk of the debris-laden slope was sliced away, causing the entire earthen incline to begin collapsing. Lin Mo's body lost its balance at that moment, and the exoskeleton activated to maintain his center of gravity, with hydraulic oil seeping from several joint positions. Unaware of the condition of the exoskeleton, he swiftly utilized it to evade the collapsing area. Simultaneously, he began searching for the nearest route to the all-terrain vehicle. After all, if the antennae were not the Zerg's weakness, he could still seize the opportunity to escape. Upon noticing that he was still 3 craters away from the all-terrain vehicle, he focused on a stone exposed on the slope side. As his left foot stepped onto the stone step, the hydraulic valve on the exoskeleton of his right leg suddenly bulged, and then the overloaded hydraulic oil burst forth. Having grown accustomed to the exoskeleton, Lin Mo found his right leg suddenly devoid of support. With his left foot not yet firmly planted, he tilted and fell directly into the crater. What had initially been merely a hydraulic vent on the exoskeleton was now filled with soil, rendering it completely inoperable. That a warning flashed on the heads-up display of his spacesuit. Right leg exoskeleton hydraulic oil leaking, power assistance lost. Yet this was not the most critical issue at that moment. The Zerg had climbed halfway up the collapsing edge of the crater, its pincers-like head turning around, finally spotting Lin Mo lying at the bottom. Frowning, Lin Mo exerted his left leg with force, then pushed himself up with one hand while drawing out the electromagnetic gun with the other. He aimed directly at the 2 antennae atop the Zerg's head and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Enjoying the dance were we, observing the Zerg creature halt while incessantly waving its antennae, seemingly attempting to evade his electromagnetic gun's fire. He continued to suppress it with his right hand while rapidly activating the synthesizer. Activating synthesizer, selecting magnetic storm grenades. Magnetic storm grenades. Iron 7632-5, magnesium 32-1. Material sufficient, confirm bulk synthesis? Confirm. System notification. Iron-50, magnesium -10, system reminder. Magnetic storm grenades, bulk synthesis successful. He could no longer afford to be cautious. He swiftly retrieved 3 magnetic storm grenades from the resource bar, removed their safety pins, and hurled them out, while he himself climbed up the crater's edge to take cover. The ionization patterns on the surface of the grenades illuminated the moment they hit the ground, and as the compressed plasma burst through their shells, the dust within a 5-meter radius was dyed a ghostly blue. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwave, accompanied by the embedded steel balls within the shell, erupted in all directions, rapidly stirring up a cloud of dust. As the silhouette of the intact creature emerged from the haze, he suddenly noticed that one of the antennae on the Zerg's head seemed to have been severed. When the dust finally settled, he made yet another discovery. The Zerg, having lost one antenna, exhibited noticeably uncoordinated movements, and its sluggishness was hardly improved from before when he had shot it with the electromagnetic gun. So it truly was the antennae. With that thought, Lin Mo swiftly changed to a new magazine, positioned the electromagnetic gun on the edge of the crater, and switched the automatic setting to single-shot mode. He meticulously focused on the Zerg's antenna through the scope, executing 3 precise shots aimed at the antenna. The first bullet severed half of the antenna, causing the Zerg's pincers like jaws to snap wide open. The second bullet was deflected by the pincers, while the third bullet once again clipped a segment of the antenna. At this point, the Zerg began to resemble a robotic dancer on stage, pausing momentarily after each movement before resuming its actions. Seizing the opportunity during its halt, Lin Mo aimed for the base of the Zerg's antenna with his 4th bullet. Bang! The bullet whirled and sliced through the base of the antenna. The Zerg, now deprived of its antenna, began to stiffen, its pincers moving uncontrollably. Uncertain of what was transpiring, Lin Mo switched back to rapid-fire mode and unleashed the remaining bullets in a torrent. The bullets finally ceased to produce sparks as they struck metal. Dark green blood gushed from the bullet holes, splattering onto the dust and debris with a hissing sound reminiscent of boiling sulfuric acid. Hiss, until the electromagnetic gun's chamber was once again empty. He finally retrieved a magnetic storm grenade from the resource bar and tossed it forcefully. The grenade landed precisely within the Zerg's gaping maw. Boom! A tremendous explosion ripped through the Zerg from within, instantly shattering it into fragments, and the pair of high-frequency vibrating sighs was completely blown away. Witnessing this, Lin Mo hastily took cover until the surrounding corrosive mist was dispersed by the wind. at which point he turned to survey the scene. The crater was left only with the remnants of the Zerg, shattered by the magnetic storm grenade, and in the center, a pool of dark green slime bubbled ominously. He picked up some nearby rubble to test it. The emergence of black Zerg bodily fluids indicated a loss of corrosiveness, while the still bubbling dark green substance suggested that it remained corrosive. However, this did not hinder his cleanup of the battlefield. He merely needed to stay clear of the bubbling mass. Once the system confirmed that the Zerg was deceased, he approached to collect the dropped items with his multifunctional hammer. Upon seeing the items, he couldn't help but feel intrigued. They were resources he had never encountered before. Deceased Zerg crawling warrior, resource bar. Sulfur 1, resource bar. Polymer, biological, 1, resource bar. All-terrain vehicle, design blueprint, learnable with level 3 functional hammer, 1. Although he was still unclear about the utility of sulfur. It was surely a valuable item when combined with this level 3 blueprint. With this in mind, Lin Mo opened the trading center to check the approximate value of the level 3 blueprint, only to find no trace of it. This indicated its rarity, but it also made estimating its selling price rather challenging. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. The all-terrain vehicle was undoubtedly a core blueprint akin to the heating device, and he could inquire with Qian Duo later. After cleaning up the Zerg's dropped items, Lin Mo turned his attention to the location of the previously mutated two-headed lion. Unfortunately, he only managed to collect a few pieces of leather fabric and a blueprint for a titanium alloy battle axe. This item was now abundantly available, with saturation levels among the second tier being at an all-time high. Selling it to the lower-tier miners was futile, as they could neither afford it nor produce it, rendering it worthless. After exiting the cave, he found Qianduo's private chat. "Are you there?" The reply came swiftly, but Lin Mo was left utterly perplexed. Qianduo, what do you mean by that? Qianduo, just asking if you're there. It reminded me of the awkward memories of chatting on Earth. Lin Mo, hearing this, felt somewhat speechless. Fine. Qianduo, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm afraid I might lose interest in your goods. Can you take a look at this blueprint? Titanium alloy battle axe. Design blueprint. Qianduo, it's already saturated, not valuable. Qianduo, if you don't have any other blueprints, I'm leaving. I'm quite busy, you know. Lin Mo pondered for a moment, recalling how Qianduo had just been active, and now suddenly claimed to be busy. However, remembering the level 3 blueprint, he called out to Qianduo again. Can you check this out? All-terrain vehicle, design blueprint, learnable with level 3 functional hammer. Qianduo? Seeing Qianduo's response, Lin Mo replied. Qianduo, what do you mean? Seeing you ask questions, it reminds me of my awkward memories on Earth. Qianduo, fine, for the sake of your valuable item, I'll let you off this time. Qianduo, but speaking of which, how did the level 3 blueprint end up with you? Did you go on shopping spree? Chapter 41. Selling blueprints, preparing for business. After some back-and-forth bargaining, Lin Mo sold the all-terrain vehicle blueprint to Qianduo for 40,000 iron. Out of this, 20,000 was exchanged for universal materials, while the remainder was traded for resources such as titanium, magnesium, chromium, and silicon, preparing for the next business venture. Once he reboarded the all-terrain vehicle, he couldn't help but sweat at the perilous situation he had just escaped. Had he not promptly identified the issue with the Zerg's antennae, he might have perished there. Despite the harrowing experience, it had served as a valuable lesson. He summarized the primary reasons for his predicament into 2 points. First, an excessive optimism and carelessness after prolonged use of the system, leading to a distorted perception of the current situation. Second, a lack of thorough examination of the marked alien creature details, resulting in subjective assumptions that contributed to the circumstances. With these insights, Lin Mo briefly recounted his encounter with the Zerg to Chen Gang. Chen Gang took this quite seriously. Since the last incident with the aggressive alien creature, his primary research focus had been on the Zerg. Receiving such relevant information from Lin Mo expanded his understanding beyond mere insect exoskeletons. Upon returning to the living quarters, Lin Mo repaired his damaged exoskeleton, and by then, it was nearing noon. He removed his spacesuit and went to the first-floor restroom to wash his face. Then he ascended to the second-floor kitchen via the ladder and retrieved his preset lunch. Crispy thigh meat accompanied by a bowl of potato starch. Ever since mutated potatoes hit the market, Zhao Dahai, the former chef, had been sharing recipes in the chat room. Following this master chef suggestions, Lin Mo had attempted a few times. Although his cooking still fell short of Zhao Dahai's skills, it was passable for his own consumption. Although the absence of seasonings leaves something to be desired, perhaps it is due to the prolonged time away from earthly sustenance. But as he lifted a strand of potato noodles, he was struck by a familiar flavor. If it weren't for the desolate landscape visible through the viewport, he might have almost forgotten that this was not Earth. At that moment, the speaker on his headset activated. Song Jian, Brother Lin, we have a preliminary result from the second-tier chat room. Lin Mo set down his chopsticks. What did they say? Song Jian. Currently, melee weapons such as knives and axes account for 70% of the second tier's existing armaments, while bows and crossbows make up the remaining 30%. However, upon learning about the availability of firearms, 40% of those previously using melee weapons are willing to switch to electromagnetic guns. So, if firearms are deployed, the previous ratio of 70-30 will be directly reversed. Song Jian, precisely that we just need to prepare the corresponding materials according to this ratio. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Indeed, you can now mobilize everyone. Recently, the aggressive behavior of alien creatures has forced everyone to consume the resources they had previously hoarded. This time, they must seize the opportunity for substantial profit. Song Jian, it's thanks to Brother Lin's strength that we are where we are today. Otherwise, we would still be toiling under bow air. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. All right. I imagine your metal coffin has been home for quite some time. It's time for a change of scenery. Song Jian had been saving for a long time to upgrade his living quarters, but the blueprints were prohibitively expensive. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, he was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly moved to tears. Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, Song Jian was so excited. He continued, moreover, the suggestion you made last time was excellent. You should take charge of coordinating and recruiting new members, establishing a new chat room to share our survival tips, helping them fully understand the differences between this place and Bow Air's crew. Song Jian, Brother Lin, your idea is brilliant. Once we establish this distinction, those who had close ties with the miners under Bow Air will inevitably spread news of our current treatment. And when they compare the disparities, they will have no reason not to join us. All right? I'll leave these matters to you that I need to prepare for this afternoon's exploration. After concluding the conversation with Song Jian, Lin Mo donned his spacesuit and approached the entrance of the all-terrain vehicle garage on the first floor. Identity verification successful. Hiss. Garage door has opened. All-terrain vehicle battery charged to 80 power supply system has insufficient energy. Upgrading to a secondary solar power system is recommended. Lin Mo glanced at the synthesizer, frowning immediately. Secondary solar power system. Iron 28920-100, cobalt 5150, silicon 37410, aluminum 65, magnesium 629.5. Circuit board 01, rubber 21, another circuit board. Circuit board, polymer 12, aluminum 61. One circuit board requires 2 polymers. Recalling the insectoid creature that nearly trapped him yesterday, he deemed this material truly perilous. Yet, it was indispensable. With the living quarters having expanded, the increased electricity consumption made the primary solar power generation somewhat inadequate. Garage pressure has decreased. The door is opening once the garage door fully opened. Lin Mo activated the all-terrain vehicle and headed towards the unexplored area ahead. Resource detection activated. Nearby resources have been automatically marked on the dynamic map. The host may view them at will. New insectoid creature encyclopedia entry. Danger index. 88, classified as a high-risk organism. Drawing from his previous experience, he meticulously surveyed all the resource points along the way, particularly wary of the red markers indicating alien creatures, ensuring he did not overlook any information. Fortunately, this route had only a few medium-sized alien beings and a single large one. Mutated saber-toothed tiger, a mutated carnivorous feline, large alien creature. Its size is massive, exceeding 8 meters in length, with an exoskeleton providing some degree of armor, and its prominent fangs signify high attack and explosive power. Danger index, 43. After reviewing the information, Lin Mo first circled to a rare resource location. As he approached, the gleaming silver metallic sheen was undeniably striking. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a substantial titanium ore exposed on the surface. He directed the functional hammer toward the titanium ore. Resource bar. Titanium 1. Resource bar. Titanium 1. Resource bar. Titanium 1. Although he had recently earned a considerable sum from selling blueprints, he still felt compelled to personally inspect the rare resource points displayed on the dynamic map. Striking copper or iridium would yield great profit. Of course, acquiring such a large chunk of titanium was no loss either. With plans to engage in the electromagnetic weaponry trade, titanium, as an essential upgrade material, was indispensable. After collecting 14 pieces of titanium ore, Lin Mo proceeded to the next resource point, which was the domain of the mutated saber-toothed tiger. Chapter 42, Seeds. This time, Lin Mo was wise. He increased the transparency of the dynamic map and enlarged it to a size that was always visible. This way, he could promptly detect any approaching alien creatures. Buzz. With the all-terrain vehicle's engine silenced, Lin Mo disembarked and gazed towards the marked resource point and the alien creature ahead. That a colossal saber-toothed tiger was traversing a small valley formed by two craters. Seemingly having just finished foraging and seeking a place to rest, the resource point was conveniently located in the depression at the valley's base. After confirming his position, Lin Mo drew his electromagnetic gun. After removing the magazine and ensuring everything was in order, he found the optimal vantage point at the top of the valley for an attack. The distance to the saber-toothed tiger was roughly 200 meters. With the electromagnetic gun's effective range exceeding 400 meters, he decided to test its long-range sniping capability. Deploying the two supports at the front of the electromagnetic gun, he then rested the stock against his shoulder, disengaged the safety, and set it to single-shot mode. Finally, he adjusted the scope to 6 times magnification, searching for his target. The saber-toothed tiger seemed to sense something, pausing to glance up towards the valley above. At that moment, the crosshairs in the scope aligned perfectly with the tiger's head. Lin Mo hesitated no longer and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! With multiple electromagnetic accelerations, the bullet reached its maximum speed the instant it left the barrel. Although the recoil of the electromagnetic gun was significantly less than that of traditional firearms, Lin Mo could still feel a jolt against his shoulder. Through the scope, he observed as the bullet, carrying immense kinetic energy, shattered the saber-toothed tiger's ear into fragments. Howl! The valley echoed with the mutated saber-toothed tiger's furious howl. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Having experience with crossbow shooting, he understood the concept of lead time. However, applying this to firearms proved challenging, as the differing speeds of bullets and arrows rendered his prior familiarity ineffective. Thus, his aim at the head resulted in a hit to the ear. Now, the injured saber-toothed tiger was thoroughly enraged, thrashing wildly in the valley, desperately searching for its assailant. Left with no choice, he had to mentally revisit elementary mathematics. Fortunately, the saber-toothed tiger only spun around in the valley. Once he calculated the necessary adjustments, he moved the crosshairs to the front of the tiger's head. That moment, the saber-toothed tiger suddenly changed direction while running. Lin Mo recognized the opportune moment. Swiftly adjusting the aim ahead of the tiger, he decisively squeezed the trigger. Bang! As the saber-toothed tiger continued its sprint, a blood hole appeared on its head, quickly followed by the bullet flipping and creating a gaping hole in the back of its skull. In the blink of an eye, although the mutated saber-toothed tiger maintained its forward posture, it lost the ability to balance itself. After collapsing to the ground, it twitched while its limbs flailed in the air. Lin Mo observed through the scope that the mutated saber-toothed tiger had finally fallen still before shouldering his electromagnetic gun and driving over. Deceased mutated saber-toothed tiger. As soon as he disembarked, system notifications sprang forth that he wielded the functional hammer and began to extract resources from the deceased creature. Resource bar. Leather 1. Resource bar. Leather 1. Resource bar. Leather 1. Resource bar. Saber-toothed tiger meat 1. Resource bar. Saber-toothed tiger meat 1. Resource bar. Saber-toothed tiger meat 1. The saber-toothed tiger's massive size yielded an abundance of leather and meat. However, upon reviewing the information, Lin Mo noted that the meat was somewhat sour and tough, nearly impossible to swallow, even when cooked. Ultimately, he decided to list it all in the trading center. Although the meat was unpalatable, Many impoverished miners in this world could not afford baked sweet potatoes or processed goods, and even fresh food with decent taste was a luxury, leaving them with no choice but to consume such low-cost meat. After thoroughly scavenging the leather and meat, he extracted resources once more. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side, yielding not even the most basic blueprint. Fortunately, there remained another rare resource point nearby. Lin Mo arrived at the sunken area of the valley, where he beheld a plant standing crookedly, resembling wild grass. I asked this what the system referred to as a rare resource. Before coming here, he had imagined it to be a mineral deposit, yet it turned out to be merely a plant. Approaching it for a closer inspection, he noticed a cluster of large spikes adorned with a hint of yellow amidst the purple hue. Matured mutated purple gold wheat. Despite the peculiar coloration of the mutated wheat seeds, the flour produced from them yields remarkably delightful culinary creations. Flour, his eyes sparkled momentarily, only to dim again in disillusionment. With such a meager quantity, it would be questionable whether it could even suffice to create a single package of spicy strips, let alone sustain him. Just as he was lamenting, a line of text caught his attention. Note: if a suitable plot of land is found, this crop can be sown as seeds, and with attentive care, the harvest will undoubtedly exceed expectations. So, it is indeed a seed. This revelation felt like a windfall. He immediately thought of Zhang Fugue. Although he himself lacked farming skills, Zhang Fugue, a true farmer, would be more than capable. After all, it is wise to entrust specialized tasks to specialists. He believed it would be no trouble to hand these seeds over to Zhang Fugue. Provided they could locate fertile land and make good use of these seeds, given the rapid maturation of wheat, it would not be long before they achieved self-sufficiency in food. The thought of enjoying wheat-based delicacies in the future filled him with anticipation, prompting him to eagerly retrieve the multifunctional hammer. Resource bar: mutated purple gold wheat spike 1. Resource bar: mutated purple gold wheat spike 1. After collecting the wheat spikes, Lin Mo continued his exploration. This time, he intended to venture further into the center of the circular mountain, seeking a gentle slope where he could relocate the habitation module. This way, he could subsequently explore the surrounding areas from the habitation module as a central point, while also gathering resources from previously planned sites along the way. Resource bar: titanium 1. Resource bar: magnesium 1. Resource bar: mutated grapes 3. Resource bar: wood 1. Curiously, as he neared the center, the red markers on the dynamic map diminished rather than increased. This was quite peculiar. Chapter 43. Pricing. Before nightfall, Lin Mo brought the all-terrain vehicle to a halt on a flat expanse at the base of the circular mountain. Just 5 minutes prior, he had driven the vehicle to the edge of a higher crater for observation. The diameter of the circular mountain was at least 10 kilometers, and the location he chose for their encampment was the closest to the center while also being relatively flat. Surrounding it was a ring of craters, both large and small, forming a protective moat around this flat area. Coupled with the armor of the habitation module and the habitation module friend or foe identification system, this region felt as secure as a fortress. Once the exact location was confirmed, he unfurled the habitation module, and the all-terrain vehicle was driven into the garage to recharge, fresh from a hot shower. The horn began to sound incessantly. Now upgraded, there was no need for a headset. He simply opened the notification. Chun Gang. Brother Lin, we've made some progress in our research on the insectoid species. Which aspect? Chun Gang. In terms of combat, through the second tier's operatives, we've discerned that the extraterrestrial creatures in this world can be classified into 3 sizes: small, medium, and large, with small being the weakest and large the strongest. There may also be elite leaders whose combat abilities are slightly superior, yet still fall within their respective categories. However, the insectoid species is entirely different. Lin Mo recalled his encounters with the insectoid creatures. He understood this all too well. Had he not fortuitously destroyed one of their antennae, he might have already become a meal for them. The combat prowess of the insectoids seemed to far exceed that of the ordinary extraterrestrial beings. Chingang, indeed, through the study of insect exoskeletons and the combat insights you previously mentioned, I propose that the threat level of the insectoid creatures cannot be assessed based on their size alone. Rather, A distinct classification system independent of other extraterrestrial beings is required. Gang, especially in light of the tracks you initially discovered, these insectoids resemble a large collective. They do not engage in mutual attacks like other extraterrestrial creatures. Instead, they cooperate as humans do, potentially possessing higher intelligence. Of course, this last point is merely conjecture on my part. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo gained a renewed understanding of the insectoid creatures. After concluding his private conversation with Chun Gang, Song Jian also sent a message to report on the status of their resources. Currently, half of their funds had already been utilized to prevent a rapid surge in prices. They plan to distribute their acquisitions over several time periods, expecting to deplete their resources by the next afternoon, at which point they could officially commence sales. Naturally, the timing of the sales would still be determined by Lin Mo, which was why Song Jian sought him out. All right, let us set the sale for tomorrow afternoon. As for the proceeds from the initial batch of sales, they would be directly reinvested into the second round of acquisitions, with you coordinating this. And only when the market reacts and prices begin to rise will we decide whether to reduce the acquisition volume. Song Jian, understood. Brother Lin, what do you think is a suitable pricing point for the electromagnetic weapons? Lin Mo furrowed his brow at this inquiry. He was, after all, not a merchant by trade. Pricing too high might lead to unsold stock, while pricing too low would render their efforts futile. Ultimately, he tossed the question back to Song Jian, adhering to the principle that specialized matters should be handled by specialists. Brother Song Jian, what do you think is appropriate? Song Jian, that depends on the costs. Brother Lin, would you be comfortable disclosing the costs? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. He had almost forgotten, mistakenly believing that, like titanium alloy weapons, the transaction center would readily provide such information. There was no hesitation in disclosing it. Although unfamiliar with pricing, he could certainly calculate costs. Simply put, the material cost amounted to 201 units of iron per item. After stating this, he anticipated Song Jian would take a moment to ponder. But to his surprise, the pricing suggestion came almost instantaneously. Song Jian, I recommend setting the pricing during this special supply period to be 6 to 8 times the cost, which translates to 1206 to 1608 units of iron. What? 6 to 8 times? Lin Mo nearly spat out the mutated flower tea he had just sipped. The highest price he could conceive was around 500 units of iron. He never imagined Song Jian would propose a starting price of over 1,000. And that was merely the lower end. Unbeknownst to him, this 6 to 8 multiple was already a reduction from Song Jian's initial consideration, who had contemplated pricing it at 10 times the cost. Given the current extraordinary circumstances and the aggression of the extraterrestrial creatures, it was critical to maintain high prices for essential survival weapons and gear right from the outset. This was not merely a whim of Song Jian. During his interactions with members of the second tier, he had gauged the highest prices they would be willing to accept. He then applied the Gounod equilibrium pricing formula, factoring in potential first-tier competitors. To arrive at the 6 to 8 multiple. Of course, this price could not be sustained indefinitely. As demand waned, the premium would naturally decrease. Lin Mo, perplexed, inquired, "Can we really sell at such a high price?" Song Jian, Brother Lin, you may not be aware, but before the extraterrestrial creatures became aggressive, the second tier made considerable profits through the upgrade of titanium alloy weapons. Now, many are willing to exchange a significant portion of their accumulated earnings for more suitable gear. I believe they will find it acceptable. Lin Mo recognized that Song Jian had a deeper understanding of the second tier, and since he had made such a compelling argument, Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. With the pricing established, the next step was to prepare for delivery. Open synthesizer, select electromagnetic rifle. Material satisfied, confirm bulk synthesis. Confirm, system notification, electromagnetic rifle X95, bulk synthesis successful. System notification, electromagnetic blunt weapon X41, bulk synthesis successful. System notification, lightweight composite armor X136, bulk synthesis successful. From basic standard weapons to titanium alloys, and finally to electromagnetic weaponry. Lin Mo was astonished to find that his total expenditure of several thousand units of iron resulted in merely over 100 sets of electromagnetic weapon gear. Noticing the time was getting late, he tidied up in preparation for the sales the next day. Meanwhile, at the location where Lin Mo had obliterated the insectoid creature with a magnetic storm grenade, another insectoid creature, amidst a pool of black muck, twitched its antennae as if receiving some information before moving to another spot. There, a series of footprints lay in succession. Following the tracks, the insectoid creature retraced Lin Mo's path, ultimately arriving at the spot where the all-terrain vehicle had come to rest. With its antennae swaying once more, the insectoid began to search along the vehicle's tracks. Chapter 44. Ah, this is what they call professionalism. Second-tier chatroom. Have you heard? Big Brother Lou was devoured by extraterrestrial creatures last night. It was a gruesome death. Apparently, he was even pleading for help in the chatroom just before he went silent. It's all so intangible and far off. Who knows what is true or false? Perhaps it's light years away. I'm from the same planet as him, and indeed, one less voice is gone from our planet's horn. It's true he is no longer with us. Everyone says the extraterrestrial creatures have become aggressive recently, and although we had sufficient resources saved, why take such risks? Now, a life has been lost. I assent that the truth, but then again, who knows when this aggression will come to an end? I'm just hoping this tempestuous phase ends soon. The leading figures in the second tier are holding up well, but those of us at the bottom likely 1T last more than 10 days to half a month before we have to make our exit. Ultimately, the disparity in equipment is too substantial. While titanium alloy weapons and armor may suffice against medium-sized extraterrestrial creatures, they become mere death traps when confronting elite or large alien beings. Yet, what can one do? After all, titanium alloy is currently the finest weaponry available. Were there a superior alternative, I would not hesitate to invest any amount to acquire it, for nothing is more precious than one's own life. However, alternatives do exist, contingent upon whether you can afford them. What a farce! If the trading center truly possessed weapons more formidable than titanium alloy, I would have long since exchanged mine. What difference would a few coins make? Exactly! Do we appear to be individuals short on funds? The trading center lacks such wares. Spare us the pretense. The trading center? Genuine high-grade goods circulate within internal chat rooms. If you are genuinely interested, message me privately, and I will invite you to the chat room to witness the premium items. Just don't claim later that you lack the means. Private message? Chat room. Are you planning to swindle my resources again? Haha, I anticipated that you would regard me as one of those charlatans. Allow me to broaden your horizons. Do keep your eyes peeled and behold this. Magnetic storm grenade. Magnetic storm grenade. A small grenade detonated by electromagnetic force, containing hundreds of steel balls within, capable of inflicting massive destruction and effortlessly tearing through the armor of large extraterrestrial creatures. What is this? Why have I never encountered it before? Is that brother still present? How much is this thing selling for? I'm not short on funds. You speak as if I am lacking in finances. I must procure several of these exceptional items, as they could genuinely save lives in emergencies. But where is that brother? Didn't he mention private messaging us to invite us into the chat room? Right, I'll take a look. With the introduction of the magnetic storm grenade, the chat room instantly became vibrant, although many of the second-tier fighters remained skeptical. A significant number joined the mysterious chat room through private messages. Indeed, the individual who released the grenade was none other than Song Jian. The grenade was specifically requested from Lin Mo by Song Jian, all to ignite a frenzy within the chat room. Witnessing the rapid influx of new members, Song Jian recognized that his strategy to utilize the grenade to catalyze activity in the chat room had been a resounding success. I've joined the group. I want a grenade. That, gentleman, how much are you selling the grenades for? No matter the cost, I'll take 10. Do you not understand the concept of first come? First served? I arrived first. They should be sold to me first. Enough with the shouting. That chap claimed all the good items are within the chat room. There may even be something superior to the grenades. Indeed, keep the grenades. I desire something even more formidable. Money is of no concern to me. Amidst the clamorous voices of nearly 5,000 individuals, Song Jian finally made his entrance. Song Jian, gentlemen, please do not rush. Before you contemplate purchasing our equipment, allow me to finish speaking. Since you have all gathered in my chat room, I shall present the equipment I have prepared for sale today, so you need not claim I am wasting your time. Behold the electromagnetic gun, designed for ranged fighters, The electromagnetic bludgeon for melee combatants, and this lightweight composite armor that remains steadfast even when surrounded by large extraterrestrial creatures, along with the previously displayed magnetic storm grenade. The electromagnetic gun, electromagnetic bludgeon, lightweight composite armor. The 5,000 participants scrutinized the attributes of these weapons and equipment, yet after several seconds of silence, no one dared to speak. That it was simply too astonishing. They had truly never encountered such high-tech items. Those who previously wielded bows and crossbows were momentarily bewildered by the prospect of suddenly wielding firearms. Likewise, those with melee weapons, who had once swung axes, were now confronted with the prospect of electromagnetic acceleration, capable of launching a large extraterrestrial creature with a single blow. Who could have imagined? Song Jian. All right, having reviewed the equipment, allow me to share a few words. Song Jian. I genuinely did not anticipate such enthusiasm from everyone today. Over 5,000 of you surged in so swiftly, and I certainly did not prepare enough equipment to accommodate those who arrive later and to prevent anyone from missing out due to a moment's delay. I have decided to offer all interested in purchasing equipment the fairest opportunity. The chatter in the chat room had calmed somewhat, with requests for him to continue. Song Jian, considering the multitude of brothers present tonight, I shall extend to you the most advantageous price. Regardless of whether it is a melee or ranged electromagnetic weapon, each will be priced at 8888 iron. The lightweight composite armor at 6,666 iron, and the magnetic storm grenade at 1888 iron. What do you think? Upon hearing Song Jian's pricing, 1/3 of the chat room's occupants vanished instantly. After all, while some might begrudgingly accept a price of 1 or 2,000 iron, the immediate demand for 8888 iron was akin to expecting one to scale Mount Everest, truly beyond the means of the average person. Yet, many still clamored about the exorbitance of the pricing, while others simply observed the spectacle. Meanwhile, within Lin Mo's small group chat room, chaos reigned. Jacques Dahai. Wait, when Song Jian opened his mouth to demand 8,008, I nearly tumbled into a meteor pit. Zhang Fugui, is it genuinely necessary for these items to be so costly? I'd intended to purchase a complete set. Wei Song, 8,008 is indeed terrifying. Song Jian is truly bold to demand such a price. To be honest, I fear he may drown in saliva from all the complaints. Lin Mo, do not rush. Listen what he has to say. Meanwhile, in the chat room where over 3,000 remained, Song Jian was undeterred by the uproar. Song Jian, to be candid, this price for slaying large extraterrestrial creatures is a steal. I believe those who purchase will find it worthwhile. However, as I mentioned, I want to provide a fair opportunity for all, so I shall offer a 50% discount to any customers willing to join Lin Mo's esteemed guild, bringing the price down to 4,444 iron. Not just for weapons, but for all equipment and grenades. Since Lin Mo had been sealed off by the first tier, he had become a figure of renown, coupled with the recent popularity of roasted sweet potatoes and other prepared foods. His name had spread throughout various circles, leaving few unaware of it. Therefore, upon hearing Song Jian's offer of a discount for joining Lin Mo's guild, over 1,000 individuals promptly exited the chat room. After all, the deterrent of the first tier lingered, and those still relying on first-tier resources dared not oppose them, fleeing instead. Yet, Song Jian paid no mind to the departure of those 1,000. Song Jian, I'm aware that many of you might contemplate joining Lin Mo's guild, fearing it equates to being barred by the first tier. I have anticipated this, and to compensate for your concerns over being restricted, I understand that 4444 iron may still be unappealing. Therefore, I have resolved to further reduce the price of the weapons and various equipment by an additional 50%. An electromagnetic gun will now cost only 2,222 iron. Originally, those merely observing the excitement or who were indifferent to the prospect of being barred now felt an impulse at the mention of this new price. After all, they possessed sufficient resources. While 8888 was undeniably steep, 4444 was a price they might grudgingly manage, but 2222 was genuinely accessible, merely the equivalent of 22 units of aluminum. Moreover, considering the advantages of such equipment, what was there to fear from being barred? They could dispatch large extraterrestrial beings with ease. What do they have to worry about? At worst, they could discard the blueprints and sell them at the trading center. pricing them lower than those unscrupulous merchants. Surely someone would buy. Besides, their current resource reserves ensured they would not starve. Nevertheless, when faced with the first tier, a lingering caution remained. T this moment, Song Jian did not pause. Song Jian, brothers, I believe that 2,222 still sounds rather unappealing. Do you not agree? Upon hearing Song Jian's words, many recognized the underlying implication and began clamoring for him to adjust the price. Song Jian, let us aim for a more auspicious figure. All electromagnetic weapons, regardless of range, will now be priced at 1666 iron, lightweight armor at 1088, and a magnetic storm grenade at 166 each. How does that sound? At this instant, the chat room erupted into chaos, with individuals frantically inquiring about whom to contact for purchases. Some had even begun sending trade requests to Song Jian. Yet he had not yet finished speaking. Song Jian, brothers, do not rush. Those who have listened to me thus far are true comrades. Therefore, I shall extend an additional offer for everyone present today, ensuring those who left early regret their decision. Any brother joining Lin Mo's guild today can exchange any old equipment for new ones. As your outdated gear is of little value, simply sell it to us and enjoy the highest market price for your trade. As soon as Song Jian concluded, the chat room erupted with fervor, filled with shouts of buying and trading. Send me a complete set of ranged weapons and armor. I have old equipment. I want to exchange it for new. Who do I trade with? Song Jian remained unfazed amidst the uproar, which resembled a bustling marketplace. Song Jian, everyone, calm down. We will proceed one at a time. After completing trades, do not forget to announce it in the planetary broadcast. Simply provide the chat records of your purchases, and you can consult our Lin Mo guild chat room for strategies on defeating extraterrestrial creatures. Meanwhile, within the newly established guild chat room, Lin Mo's small group began their tasks. Zhao Dahai and Zhang Fugue handled weapon transactions. Wei Song addressed various inquiries, while Lin Mo coordinated the collection of old equipment alongside the distribution of newly acquired resources. That it seemed that as long as the process was orderly, everything would proceed smoothly. However, unexpected complications did arise. Even Song Jian could hardly anticipate the phenomenal success of the electromagnetic weaponry sales. Currently, Zhao Dahai and Zhang Fugue, who are responsible for the transactions, are utterly overwhelmed. They are unable to complete the transaction points. It is simply beyond their capacity. Upon witnessing this, Song Jian hurriedly stepped in to assist with sales, and after Lin Mo delivered the second batch of 300 sets, he too joined the sales team. The four of them toiled until nightfall, managing to sell over 800 sets. Even more astonishingly, after the initial batch reached its buyers, who then publicized it using the planetary loudspeaker. Those who had previously been deterred by the price of 8,888 returned to the chat room, joining the ranks of eager purchasers. Was it 2,222 pieces of iron, or 1,666 pieces? Did we arrive too late? And will we not benefit from the discounts? Is there not a trade-in option? Can the later arrivals still exchange? Song Jian, everyone, please remain calm. I have already informed you that any brother purchasing today is entitled to all discounts. Is that clear now? With Song Jian's reassurance, the news of Lin Mo's guild beginning to sell electromagnetic weaponry rapidly spread. The chat room, which had dwindled to 2,000 members, swiftly surged back to 5,000 and continued to rise exponentially. Simultaneously, Lin Mo's newly established guild chat room was inundated with over 1,000 new members, all of whom acquired weaponry through private transactions within Lin Mo's small group. This action blatantly contravened the ban established by the first echelon, placing them squarely in the same predicament as Lin Mo initially. The first echelon remained oblivious, but by the time they noticed and issued a ban list, they were astounded. The ban list had expanded by over 1,000, rendering any enforcement futile. Chatroom 12. Bo Air, esteemed legislator, it's a rebellion. Lin Mo and his followers are staging an uprising. It had been quite some time since Bo Air had heard Lin Mo's name. Without his mention, one might presume Lin Mo had perished. Chatroom 12. Why the panic? What is happening? Bo Air, esteemed one, word has spread through various chat rooms that Lin Mo's faction is selling electromagnetic weaponry that can only be crafted with level 3 function hammers, and only those who can join Lin Mo's guild are permitted to trade. Chatroom 12. Do we not have a trade blockade in place? I refuse to believe those second echelon enforcers would dare to trade. Boair, esteemed one, Lin Mo's group has already sold over 1,000 sets of equipment. Chatroom 12. Over 1,000 sets. That implies more than 1,000 individuals are disregarding the blockade to trade with Lin Mo. Boair, indeed, esteemed one and otherwise. Why would I claim he is staging a rebellion? Chatroom 12. What were you doing? You report to me only after 1,000+ individuals have traded. Infuriated, Chatroom 12 left without waiting for Boair's explanation. First echelon internal chatroom. Chatroom 12. Is Legislator 3 present? Chatroom 9. Why are you here, 12? The 3 legislators are currently in discussion. Chatroom 3. I have returned. What is the matter? Chatroom 12. Lin Mo is selling electromagnetic weaponry and has rallied over 1,000 individuals, breaching the trade blockade. Upon hearing this, Legislator 3 was momentarily taken aback. Lin Mo, electromagnetic weaponry. Was there a mistake? When did this individual acquire such weaponry? Chatroom 3. Where did he procure his weapons? Were you not all monitoring him closely? What resources could he possibly have? Chatroom 12. Esteemed legislator, I am unaware. When Boair reported to me, he suddenly mentioned that over 1,000 people were ignoring the trade blockade to purchase his weaponry. Legislator 3 pondered for a long moment. Chatroom 3. Useless. Chatroom 12. What shall we do about this, esteemed legislator? Chatroom 3. What else can be done? Intensify the blockade. Ensure that those over 1,000 individuals face the same fate as Lin Mo. Chatroom 12. But that is over 1,000 people. Chatroom 3. I care not for how many. Anyone who dares violate the first echelon's trade blockade must face the consequences. With that, Legislator 3 exited the chatroom. Midnight. The large living quarters were brightly lit. Lin Mo brewed himself a cup of mutated floral tea and filled the bathtub with hot water, indulging in a relaxing soak while savoring his tea. During the afternoon sale, they had prepared a total of 300 sets of electromagnetic weapons and protective gear. The initial batch sold out immediately, and the resources obtained were combined with the recycled titanium alloy sets for further processing. After several rounds, the resource prices at the trading center began to surge, prompting the team to announce a halt to sales for the day. However, they assured those who had not yet purchased that any orders placed today would enjoy all available discounts. It was evident that Song Jian's sales efforts had been remarkably successful. After tallying the data from the weapons and equipment sold, Song Jian calculated the total revenue exceeded 358,000 pieces of iron. 358,000. Lin Mo was initially taken aback by this figure. However, upon reflection, it represented a profit margin of 6 to 8 times, making it entirely plausible, although a significant portion of the funds would again circulate into resource purchases. After deducting the costs of reclaimed old equipment, the final profit stood at 270,000.270,000 pieces of iron, equivalent to 27,000 pieces of titanium. Lin Mo recalled the total resources Money Duo had informed him of, realizing they had earned half of Money Duo's mineral output in just one night. Yet, this was not the most astonishing aspect. It is noteworthy that Song Jian had also accepted nearly 2,000 orders. As long as this batch of orders was fulfilled, and assuming costs remained stable, they could potentially profit an additional 470,000. Of course, maintaining stable costs was clearly unattainable, just from tonight's 1,000 sets alone. The prices of iron, titanium, magnesium, and chromium had already surged over 10%, not to mention what would transpire once word spread tomorrow. Fortunately, thanks to the pricing set by Song Jian at 6 to 8 times, they were still poised to make a substantial profit. With this influx of capital, Lin Mo was already planning to expand his guild further. Chapter 46. Night Raid, Tiger Skin Commander. Late at night, after Lin Mo finished his bath, he synthesized half of tomorrow's orders. Glancing at the time, he felt it was getting late and resolved to complete the rest in the morning, as they would not be selling until the afternoon, providing ample time. However, just as he was about to turn off the lights and sleep, a notification suddenly appeared before him. A high-risk creature is approaching the host. Characteristics are being identified. Identification complete. Small insectoid, crawling warrior. Danger index, 90. Please prepare. 3, 2, 1. Momentarily bewildered, Lin Mo instinctively exited his bedroom upon hearing the countdown and promptly sealed the door behind him. Just as he secured the cabin door, the large living quarters jolted violently. Woo buzz, woo buzz. Alarms blared throughout the hall. External protective armor severely damaged. Bedroom pressure is dropping. Associated doors will automatically lock. Attention all personnel. The living quarters have sustained damage. Power supply will be interrupted within 30 seconds. Crash. The tremors within the living quarters intensified, and it was evident that multiple locations were affected. Lin Mo had no time to contemplate. He hastily donned his spacesuit. He then descended the ladder to the ground floor's all-terrain vehicle garage. Identification successful. The hatch is opening. Hurry. Lin Mo watched as the garage door slowly retracted, feeling for the first time that it was moving agonizingly slowly, just as the hatch opened wide enough for one person. He swiftly dove inside and took a seat in the all-terrain vehicle. However, before he could even activate the vehicle-less hatch, a sharp limb pierced through the external garage door. The previously slow decompression escalated rapidly as gas began to rush out. At that moment, another limb appeared, and with a forceful push, the garage door was entirely uprooted. "Thank you for opening the door." No sooner had Lin Mo uttered this than he slammed his foot on the accelerator. The insectoid creatures, still flailing their antennae, were directly struck by the all-terrain vehicle. Creak! As the vehicle screeched to a halt, Lin Mo leaned out of the window with his electromagnetic gun, aiming at the bewildered insectoid creatures and pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 The rapid-fire bullets severed the antennae of the stunned insectoid creatures. In the next moment, Lin Mo executed a swift turn and tossed a magnetic storm grenade out of the window, then floored the accelerator to scale the nearby embankment. Boom! The insectoid creature, now devoid of its antennae, was obliterated into fragments. Chitter! Chitter! As if sensing the demise of its kin, the surrounding insectoid creatures emitted piercing, shrill cries. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, observing 3 insectoid creatures rapidly approaching the living quarters. Among them was one of a type he had never encountered before, adorned with tiger-stripe patterns, commanding the 2 others from the rear. Small insectoid, crawling warrior, tiger skin commander. The tiger skin commander is the commander of the crawling warriors. Possessing a thicker exoskeleton than the warriors and a clawed head capable of spraying corrosive venom. Lin Mo was acutely aware of the adage to capture the leader before the minions. However, before he could ascertain the positioning of the tiger skin commander's antennae, the lights from the living quarters abruptly extinguished. Moreover, this planet lacked any satellite akin to Earth, plunging the night into absolute darkness. Fortunately, he still had a flashlight and the all-terrain vehicle's illumination, though he was uncertain how long the batteries would last. Activating vehicle lights, whoosh, the headlights of the all-terrain vehicle ignited instantly, revealing the 3 insectoid creatures had closed within mere meters of Lin Mo during the brief moment of darkness. He scrutinized the head of Captain Tiger Skin, only to discover that the antennae were cleverly concealed beneath the tiger skin shell. In other words, one could only catch a glimpse of a tiny portion of the antennae by maneuvering behind Captain Tiger Skin. Realizing that he could not eliminate Captain Tiger Skin just yet, Lin Mo decided to unleash a barrage at the antennae of the 2 approaching insectoid creatures ahead. Bang! 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 Just as Lin Mo was midway through his onslaught, Captain Tiger Skin's corrosive venom was unleashed. Fortunately, he had become exceedingly proficient with his all-terrain vehicle over the past few days, allowing him to swiftly reverse and evade the toxic spray. Otherwise, he would have surely lost the vehicle. Meanwhile, his shots had successfully severed one of the insectoid creature's antennae. Stripped of its antenna, the insectoid seemed to lose all sense of command. Charging recklessly towards Lin Mo at full speed, he pivoted the all-terrain vehicle and fired again at the creature. The instant the bullet made contact with the insectoid, bang! It erupted in a splatter of viscous goo. No wonder it had gone berserk. It was on the brink of self-detonation, witnessing the creature's explosion. Lin Mo was suddenly struck by a realization, tinged with a hint of dread. It was clear now why the insect had similarly charged at him that day, ultimately detonating itself. Had he approached it, believing it to be dead, he might have found himself reduced to mere pulp. Lin Mo couldn't help but curse his misfortune. Though he was positioned at a considerable distance, the splattered corrosive liquid managed to coat the tires of his vehicle. It was more than just a mere flat tire. The corrosive substance had burned through the rim and even damaged one side of the axle. Under such circumstances, it was evident that the all-terrain vehicle was no longer operable. Lin Mo leapt from the vehicle and unleashed a volley of fire upon the pursuing insectoid creature. This time, the ordinary insectoid exhibited even greater speed, and he managed to sever only one antenna. At that moment, Captain Tiger Skin circled around from the side, seemingly intent on flanking Lin Mo without hesitation. Lin Mo rolled towards the protective moat below the meteorite pit, simultaneously tossing a grenade at the insectoid with a single antenna. The insectoid, with its solitary antenna, sluggishly clamped down on the magnetic grenade as if in a daze. Its upper antenna quivered as if struck by an electric shock. Boom! As Lin Mo tumbled down the moat. He glanced back to see Captain Tiger Skin, furiously enraged, plunging its forelimbs into the ground before springing upward like a coiled spring, aiming directly for Lin Mo's face. Captain Tiger Skin's limbs were all barbed and razor-sharp. Sustaining even a minor cut would prove fatal in such dire circumstances. Lin Mo found himself devoid of any escape route. High-risk attack. Host, please take evasive action. Accompanied by the system's alert, Lin Mo's face bore not a trace of fear, but rather a cunning smirk, as if a devious plan had come to fruition that he realized that his knees had inexplicably bent fully, and he awaited the precise moment Captain Tiger Skin descended to unleash the full force of his level 2 exoskeleton. Lin Mo propelled himself along the ground like a comet, swiftly lifting his electromagnetic gun and decisively pulling the trigger at the minuscule spot exposed on Captain Tiger Skin's back. Bang! 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 The tiny spot began to ooze green venom, and its movements noticeably slowed. Seeing this, Lin Mo's expression brightened, and he tossed a grenade, preparing to send it back to its maker. At the same time, he sprang away, keeping a safe distance. After all, he had witnessed the self-detonation just moments ago. However, to his astonishment, as he leaped to evade, Captain Tiger Skin's massive pincers unexpectedly rotated 180 degrees, spewing a stream of venom directly at him. Chapter 47. Unexpected Discovery. Commencement of Comprehensive Defense Upgrade. Oh no! Lin Mo had not anticipated that Captain Tiger Skin still possessed such a trick up its sleeve in its dying moments. The venomous spray adhered to his lightweight armor. Boom! As Captain Tiger Skin was reduced to fragments by the magnetic grenade. Lin Mo's lightweight armor was corroded, leaving a gaping hole. Lightweight composite armor durability remaining 50. Lightweight composite armor durability remaining 0. Despite his frantic efforts to remove it, the corrosive venom acted with even greater swiftness. In the span of merely a second, the entire set of lightweight composite armor was utterly destroyed. He was acutely aware that beneath the armor lay his spacesuit. Should the suit be breached, his fate would be sealed, either succumbing to the corrosive venom or asphyxiating due to the loss of oxygen from a damaged suit. Yet, unexpectedly, as the armor disintegrated, what emerged was not his spacesuit, but rather a layer of black skin tightly adhering to the armor. This black skin seemed to possess corrosive resistance, as the venom had no effect on it whatsoever. Insectoid exoskeleton. Lin Mo paused, suddenly recalling the 2 exoskeletons he had previously collected. One had been given to Chun Gang for research, while the other had been utilized as armor due to its commendable protective qualities. He had never imagined that it would prove useful here, effectively resisting the corrosive venom. Another discovery, albeit a reasonable one, considering they were both products of insectoid creatures. Observing the area of his lightweight armor that had been corroded, he noted that the venom had shifted from green to black, solidifying atop the exoskeleton. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though Lin Mo had emerged victorious from this wave of nocturnal insectoid attacks, the sight of the ravaged habitation module before him, along with the severely corroded all-terrain vehicle by his side, felt more akin to a Pyrrhic victory. Moreover, he could not shake the feeling that this incident was far from a simple conclusion. Much like the previous encounter with the insectoid creatures, it seemed these beings had followed him to this location, leaving him to wonder if there would be a next time. After contemplating this, Lin Mo began to scour the battlefield. Among the 3 ordinary small insectoid crawling warriors, he scoured the muck strewn across the ground. Resource bar, polymer, biological, 1. He discovered that the first one had yielded only a single polymer, but the second and third were more generous. Resource bar, sulfur 1, resource bar. Sulfur 1, resource bar. Polymer, biological. Resource bar. Polymer, biological. Small habitation module, blueprint, although he had only acquired a blueprint. It was for a relatively valuable habitation module. Finally, he approached the remnants of Captain Tigerskin. Upon inspecting the area where Captain Tigerskin had been obliterated, he noted the following. Deceased insectoid, crawling warrior, Captain Tigerskin. Resource bar. Polymer, biological, for resource bar. Rubber, biological, for resource bar. Solar power supply system, blueprint. Seeing that Captain Tigerskin had not only dropped a wealth of rare materials, but also a blueprint. Lin Mo felt a surge of excitement. These materials were precisely what he needed to continue his endeavors. After stowing them in his backpack, Lin Mo approached the severely damaged habitation module that had been his shelter for the night. The habitation module had sustained the most significant losses. Only now, illuminated by the all-terrain vehicle's lights, did he realize that apart from the bedroom on the second floor, which was severely damaged, the first floor had been utterly destroyed. Not only had the hatch been wrecked, but several walls had been punctured, creating gaping holes, while the garage had lost an entire wall. Forget about pressure. It had essentially transformed into an open-air corridor. Lin Mo surveyed the scene in horror, activating the multi-functional hammers panel and selecting the large habitation module for repairs. Large habitation module. Repair. Iron 2,100,700, titanium 5,200, aluminum 8,750, silicon 8,620, material sufficient. Do you confirm the repair? Confirm. Lin Mo's voice was laced with a twinge of pain. The materials required were nearly equivalent to crafting an entirely new module. Why was it so exorbitant? Please wait. Repairs in progress. Repair progress 50, 100. He felt as if several blue light sources were dancing across the damaged areas, and soon he heard a series of notifications. First floor all-terrain vehicle garage door automatically repaired. First floor hatch automatically maintained. First floor wall automatically repaired. As the repairs on the first floor concluded, the lights flickered back to life. Low pressure detected. Oxygen levels low. Replenishing. Please wait. Beep. Lin Mo was unsure how many minutes had passed before the bedroom on the second floor was repaired, and then the first floor finally chimed. Pressure normalized. Oxygen levels normal. Hatch lock disengaged. Lin Mo did not rush to rest. The all-terrain vehicle was still left outside, that he approached it to take a look. Multifunctional all-terrain vehicle. Repair. Iron 2. 099. 300 100. Titanium 4,000, 800 500, silicon 6610, rubber 61. Material sufficient. Do you confirm the repair? Confirm. Vehicle damage locations are being automatically repaired. Please wait. While waiting, Lin Mo returned to the habitation module to repair all the smaller damaged items that could be fixed. Replacing those that could not. By the time the all-terrain vehicle was repaired, he drove it into the garage to recharge, and then recalled that the solar power supply system was due for an upgrade. Luckily, he now had the materials to craft the circuit board. He silently contemplated, opened the synthesizer, and selected the circuit board. Circuit board. Polymer 82, aluminum 37-1. Material sufficient. Do you confirm bulk synthesis? Confirm. System notification. Polymer -8, aluminum -4. System notification. Circuit board X4 bulk synthesis successful. He then selected the Level 2 solar power supply system. Level 2 solar power supply system. 209-9200-100. Cobalt 250, silicon 5610, aluminum 33.5, magnesium 465. Circuit boards for 1. Material sufficient. Do you confirm the upgrade? Confirm. System notification. Iron -100, cobalt -50, silicon -10, aluminum -5, magnesium -5. Circuit boards -1. System notification. Level 2 solar power supply system upgrade successful. In the instant the upgrade was completed, the power supply lines within the living module underwent a remarkable transformation, and a new visual information display screen was added. Remaining power, 23. Estimated usable time, 12 hours. Current charging efficiency, 0. With this information, future usage will undoubtedly become more convenient. However, there was no time to rest. He needed to deploy the friend or foe identification system as well. Friend or foe identification system. Iron 209-9100-5000. Titanium 7,500. Chromium 300-100. Silicon 4610. Circuit boards 3-1. Materials sufficient. Do you confirm synthesis? Confirm. System notification. Iron-5000, titanium-500, chromium-100, silicon-10, circuit boards -1. System notification. Friend or foe, identification system synthesis successful. Chapter 48. Resolving future threats. Accompanied by the system notification, an iron wire electric fence materialized outside the living module. Simultaneously, watchtowers rose from each corner of the module, each equipped with a lookout platform, firing apertures, and a platform for mounting firearms, beneath which a dark opening emerged. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a smart electromagnetic machine gun, equipped with a built-in scanner, capable of swiveling freely in all directions. Thus, in conjunction with the electric fence and the meteorite crater forming a protective moat, these four machine guns could provide comprehensive fire coverage over the ground. Lin Mo climbed the ladder affixed to the exterior of the living module. Ascending to the nearest watchtower, he meticulously examined the electromagnetic machine gun integrated into the friend or foe identification system. Noting that each weapon came with a staggering 20,000 rounds of ammunition in total, this meant a remarkable 80,000 rounds at his disposal. The main system of the living module could store information on external personnel. For any humanoid entities, a single voice warning would be issued, followed by a second warning to fire, and upon a third infraction, direct fire suppression would commence. Lin Mo deliberately extracted a round from the machine gun's magazine. Momentarily taken aback, is this truly a gun? The 12.7mm machine gun round could easily be classified as artillery if it were any larger. Upon inspecting the magazine of his own electromagnetic gun, he was astonished to find it contained a mere 5.8mm round. After this comparison, he felt an overwhelming urge to extract the electromagnetic machine guns from the friend or foe identification system for personal use. What effect would these bullets have on extraterrestrial beings? Lin Mo surveyed the area. Although dawn was approaching, he felt no trace of sleepiness. Rather, he found himself increasingly exhilarated. Yet, with tomorrow's sales in mind, he forced himself to return to rest. With this new system in place, he could finally enjoy a peaceful night's sleep that he envisioned rising early to fully appreciate the four machine guns on the watchtowers, and then completing the remaining orders, only to find himself sleeping until noon the next after a thorough search. Only 2 pieces of polymer were found by combining these 2 polymers with a piece of aluminum. A circuit board could be synthesized. Thus, the trip was not entirely in vain. Having resolved the immediate issue, he began to contemplate his next steps. Through the sale of weapons, he had swiftly accumulated a considerable amount of mineral resources. The next order of business was to explore how to upgrade the large habitation module. He glanced at the synthesizer. Small survival base. Large habitation module 1-1. Iron 8,600,500, 000, titanium 75. 00020, 000, silicon 6005, 000, chromium 3002, 000, aluminum 1001, 000, magnesium 1200, circuit board 210. That as he expected, the shortage for the next upgrade of the habitation module lay in the circuit boards. However, acquiring circuit boards necessitated the extermination of the insectoid creatures, which posed a considerable challenge. He departed from the cave, opting not to retrace his previous route, but instead choosing to navigate through uncharted territory back to the habitation module. This route afforded him the opportunity to scout for potentially valuable resources while simultaneously searching for insectoid creatures in hopes of gathering enough materials for the circuit boards needed for the habitation module's upgrade. Regrettably, the journey back yielded few alien creatures. Yet as he approached the habitation module, he encountered an increasing number of larger extraterrestrial beings. Lin Mo drove forward without hesitation, brandishing his electromagnetic gun with full force. He effortlessly dispatched 2 alien creatures, collecting a substantial amount of leather and meat, but only a single Level 2 blueprint as a drop, following the substantial sales of electromagnetic weapons the previous afternoon. The Level 2 blueprint had lost its value, and since he was not in need of resources, he decided to simply store it in the resource inventory for his guild members. Upon returning to the habitation module, Lin Mo checked the time. Approximately 2 hours remained until nightfall. With the all-terrain vehicle still holding more than half of its power, he planned to make a circuit around the other two directions of the habitation module to verify his suspicions. Upon his return, he could confirm his hypothesis. The closer one got to the meteor impact site, the fewer alien creatures were present, while the majority were concentrated in the area where he had initially been teleported. Having recently interacted with reconstituted beings, he had an inkling that the impact site harbored a greater threat. Recalling the sight of the meteor streaking through the sky, accompanied by the remains of a mutated giant python, as well as the insect eggs he had discovered within the carcasses of larger alien creatures, he formed another conjecture. Could it be that the meteor impact site served as a stronghold for the insectoid creatures? Identity verification successful. The gate to the all-terrain vehicle garage has been opened. Garage hatch has been opened. Upon returning to the habitation module, Lin Mo resolved to seek an opportunity to explore the impact site. During mealtime, he opened the speaker as per his usual routine. World speaker. Brothers, the extraterrestrial creatures have been quite aggressive lately. Any solutions? I can barely keep the pot from boiling over. What solution could there possibly be? Just a few days ago, there were many who ignored the warnings, and look, the grass on their graves has already grown. Hang in there, ration your food a bit, if it comes to it. You can pawn your gear over the first tier, work for someone, and maybe you'll manage to scrounge up a meal for the day. Being a laborer is no easy task either. The easily accessible ores have been exhausted, and now it's all irritable alien creatures everywhere. If you can't mine the required amount in a day, your equipment will belong to someone else. Then just mine more. It's not that simple. To meet the quota, you have to fight with the alien creatures. Many of those bottom-tier laborers have perished recently, not any less than those who ignored the warnings in the second tier. So how are we supposed to endure this life? Brothers, fresh off the press, simple habitation module, blueprint. Those in need can message me directly. It's cheaper than the trading center. Fresh off the press? You must have some nerve to risk your life for a blueprint. Surprise, surprise. I dropped over a dozen blueprints today, and nothing happened. A dozen? Could it be some of the big shots from the first tier? That is certainly possible. Lately, it seems only those top-tier elites dare to venture out and hunt alien creatures. What elites? They're just relying on their new gear. Otherwise, they'd still be holed up in their habitation modules, living off their past glories. I take offense to that. What do you mean by relying on new gear? Ha! You probably didn't get on Lin Mo's order list, so it's understandable you'd be salty about those of us who got the gear on the first day. What are you all talking about? I can't understand a word. If you don't understand, then just don't listen. Even if you did, you probably couldn't afford it. Wait, am I getting the impression that someone is selling new equipment? Can it withstand those large alien creatures? You clearly haven't been keeping up with the second-tier information. You've been a lone wolf up until now. Haven't you? Lin Mo is selling electromagnetic weapon sets now. No matter how aggressive they are, even the large alien creatures go down with a single shot. It's simply exhilarating. I'm also a first-time user in Lin Mo's guild chat. I can ask for tips on taking down alien creatures, like the two-headed lion and saber-toothed tiger. But you all aren't guild members, so there is no need for me to share. Aren't you afraid of retribution from the first tier? What retribution? The first tier is still using titanium alloy weapons. I've got an electromagnetic gun and magnetic storm grenades. They're nothing compared to me. That's right. Following Lin Mo, I can still go out and act as muscle. Those merchant types from the first tier will probably have to wait until the alien creatures calm down before they can venture out. By then, they have starved to death. So, it seems Lin Mo is growing stronger and stronger. It feels like he is developing better than the first tier now. Indeed, I'm going to check it out too. If I can join Lin Mo's guild, I might not have to worry about food anymore. Seeing the messages on the world speaker, Lin Mo felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. At this rate of dissemination, his chat room for selling would likely be overwhelmed by tomorrow. He shook his head with a wry smile and opened the local chat room. Planet speaker, Zhou Guapi. Brothers, hurry and grab Lin Mo's new equipment. Getting it means profit. Li Kai. Zhou Guapi. Are you trying to drag others down with you while you seek your own demise? Zhou Guapi. Oh. Is that you, Li Kai? Always scavenging around Boer for scraps, and now you think you can bark? Li Kai. Whether I scavenge or not is none of your concern. You're the one seeking death and trying to drag the brothers down with you. Zhou Guapi. I see. The one trying to harm the brothers is you. Everyone knows that buying Lin Mo's gear is a matter of life and death. even if you don't buy the gear. Joining Lin Mo's guild allows you to grasp some skills for taking down alien creatures. Much better than waiting for handouts like you. Likai, don't get too smug. I just got confirmation from Boer that anyone who bought Lin Mo's equipment yesterday or today will be placed under trading restrictions that I wonder who you'll sell to. Jo Guapi. Even if we find someone, it won TBU. Lin Mo is accepting anything right now, with prices much higher than Boer, and most importantly, the equipment is better than that of the first tier. Jo Guapi, oh right. I forgot to mention, Likai, the Zhao Dahai who used to scavenge with you, is now living in a habitation module, and we all call him Brother Hai now. Meanwhile, look at you. It seems you haven't even managed to gather enough for a basic survival module. Have you? As the saying goes, the truth cuts like a knife. Li Kai, who is still reliant on mining to purchase oxygen tanks and food, suddenly felt a crushing blow. Lin Mo, however, said nothing on the matter. He was increasingly worried about his chat room, fearing it might truly explode. Chapter 50, Guild Grouping, preparing to head to the impact site. Interstellar Alliance. This was the name Lin Mo had given to his newly established guild chat room. At that moment, over 1,000 members were online, discussing the changes brought by acquiring new weapons. I took my weapon and armor out for a test drive that very night. The large alien creatures were utterly trivial to deal with. But there are still some finer points to pay attention to. Indeed, with this gear, there's no need to worry about ambushes from medium-sized alien creatures. The aggressive large alien creatures are nothing to fear. The only issue is that there are so many large alien creatures I haven't encountered yet, and I don't know where to start. If you have questions, you can ask Brother Wei Song. He specializes in addressing such inquiries that if you run into Brother Song Jian, you can ask him too. Speaking of which, there are quite a few poisonous alien creatures I was unaware of. It was Brother Wei Song who informed me. Be cautious of those with corrosive properties. I nearly fell victim to one once, but thankfully I was quick to remove my gear. Having new gear is simply exhilarating. I killed 30 alien creatures in a day, dropping over a dozen blueprints. By the evening, when I sold the blueprints, I had recouped a significant portion of my equipment cost. I feel that if I go out again tomorrow, not only will I break even, but I'll also make a substantial profit. I previously heard that Lin Mo was living comfortably. I was skeptical, but now I truly regret joining so late. Otherwise, I might have already upgraded to a level 2 functional hammer. Who can argue with that? Once the chat room had quieted down a bit, Lin Mo called over a small group of individuals. They understood that internal guild management was about to begin dividing into groups, and Lin Mo spoke first. Hello everyone, I am Lin Mo, and I am delighted that you all have joined my guild. In order to facilitate future management, I propose temporarily grouping everyone based on the proximity of their coordinates. Those sharing the same coordinates or those with closely related symbols will be organized into a single group, ensuring that each group comprises 100 individuals. Subsequently, a member demonstrating the highest level of development will be selected as the deputy leader, while the leadership will be temporarily assumed by my 5 brothers. Should any queries arise later, please consult your deputy leader first. If they are unable to resolve the issue, then approach the group leader. Naturally, the group leader will also have their own responsibilities. New weaponry and equipment will be prioritized for provision. And each week, a certain amount of resources will be allocated as compensation for the deputy leader. Upon hearing of these benefits for the deputy leader, the members in that role began to engage in fervent discussion. Song Jian, everyone, please be patient and allow President Lin Mo to finish speaking. Lin Mo waited for the chat room to settle down once more before continuing. I am aware that many of you are quite interested in the position of deputy leader. However, I must remind you to act within your capabilities that if you fail to perform well and lead your group to the lowest level of development, the position of deputy leader may be reassigned. So be prepared for that eventuality. Furthermore, I must issue a warning. Many of you are familiar with the current state of development on the planet 24 that should anyone attempt to emulate Bo's bullying of group members, I will not hesitate to sever ties without remorse. Lastly, those who excel will also receive rewards. In a month's time, we will select each group's leader, and those deputy leaders who perform admirably will be promoted to leader, with an additional individual selected to assist the leader in managing the group. Of course, the leader's compensation will be significantly greater than that of the deputy leader. Upon hearing Lin Mo's declaration, The chat room erupted once again in lively discussion, but he chose not to interrupt this time, leaving the remaining matters to Song Jian and the others, for his primary task was to expedite the upgrading of his living module. After all, those capable of purchasing his level 3 blueprints with copper were not to be underestimated. Once this individual obtains the corresponding level 3 weapon and equipment design blueprints, they will no longer monopolize this business. It also appeared to have significant ties to the first tier. Thus, he may soon find himself subjected to resource suppression. Therefore, the most crucial task at hand was to seize this opportunity and distance himself from them. The next day, boom, 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 gazing at the meteorite crashing against the mountainside in the distance, Lin Mo began to inspect his equipment. Resource bar, bullets, 50 rounds, x100. Resource bar, electromagnetic guns, x10. Resource bar, lightweight composite armor, x10. Resource bar, magnetic storm grenades, x100. Resource bar, level 2 exoskeletons, x10. After ensuring that all his gear had backups, he glanced at the insect molting within his protective gear. Satisfied that everything was in order, he set off. Lin Mo pressed the accelerator, racing towards the meteorite impact site. This time, he opted for a different exploration route than in previous attempts. However, with the data gathered from earlier expeditions, the surrounding terrain and resource distribution had all been recorded on the dynamic map. Only a small portion of the area remained blacked out on the map, which was the path he intended to traverse. As he drew closer to the mountainside, extraterrestrial creatures became increasingly scarce. Detected large extraterrestrial life form. Mutated giant python. Threat index 36. Lin Mo furrowed his brow that if memory served him correctly, a normal mutated giant python should have a threat index of 60. Nevertheless, having come this far, he was determined to investigate the situation and perhaps acquire a level 3 blueprint. Upon arriving, he discovered that the mutated giant python was already on the verge of death. Its abdomen visibly torn open. At that moment, the system suddenly chimed in. Detected newly hatched insectoid larvae. Please exercise caution, host. Before the system could finish its warning, a blood-soaked insectoid creature emerged from the gaping wound. It was no longer the size of an egg he had previously observed, but had grown to resemble a typical insectoid life form. Sensing the presence of other creatures, the insectoid's antennae quivered as its sharp limbs sliced through the mutated giant python's abdomen with ease. The defenseless giant python thrashed about in vain, and oh wonder the threat index was so low. It had encountered this creature. With that, he rested his electromagnetic gun on the car roof, aiming at the insectoid's antennae. A series of shots rang out. The insectoid seemed to sense danger, immediately pressing its antennae against its back in an attempt to minimize exposure. Yet it was too slow. One of its antennae was blown apart at the base by Lin Mo's shot. The remaining antenna of the insectoid exhibited a noticeably delayed reaction. Lin Mo retrieved a magnetic storm grenade from his resource bar and tossed it toward the creature. Boom! Both the insectoid and the mutated giant python disintegrated into fragments. Resource bar, rubber, biological, resource bar, rubber, biological, resource bar, rubber, biological, resource bar, polymer, biological, resource bar. Heating device, design blueprint. 1. Chapter 51. Entering the cave. Strong magnetic interference. The all-terrain vehicle was drawing ever closer to the impact site. Ancient, weathered remains of extraterrestrial creatures littered the ground, crunching beneath the wheels. Occasionally, a gust of wind would stir up the dust, reducing visibility considerably. Lin Mo found a suitable spot along the edge of a meteorite crater to park the all-terrain vehicle. Ahead, the scattered skeletal remains and fragments of extraterrestrial bodies resembled a pile of refuse, posing a risk of losing power should the vehicle traverse over them. As soon as he stepped out, the system's alert followed closely behind. Ahead lies an unknown quantity of insectoid creatures, accompanied by a strong magnetic environment. Please proceed with caution, host. A strong magnetic environment. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. He had anticipated the presence of insectoid creatures, but how would he deal with the magnetic interference? His electromagnetic gun and magnetic storm grenades would undoubtedly be affected. After some contemplation, he activated the synthesizer, titanium alloy crossbow, ordinary crossbow 1-1, iron 8,600,005, titanium 7,503, fabric 352, material satisfied. Confirm synthesis? Confirm. System notification. Ordinary crossbow -1, iron -5, titanium -3, fabric -2. System notification. Titanium alloy crossbow, synthesis successful. After careful consideration, he concluded that cold weapons would be more reliable. Although the insectoid's exoskeleton could withstand the bullets from his electromagnetic gun, he discovered that their antennae were relatively fragile. And cold weapons could inflict damage that if he were to encounter a strong magnetic environment, he could rely on cold weapons for combat. That moment, the wind that had reduced visibility lessened slightly, allowing Lin Mo to discern the precise location of the impact site through the dust. That it was situated on the slope of an environmental mountain, where a small meteorite crater appeared to be present. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a dark opening peeking out from the crater, resembling a cave. He opened the dynamic map to examine it. All resource points and red markers were located within the meteorite crater. Using the slope on one side, Lin Mo utilized his exoskeleton to scale the outer edge of the crater. Peering inside, he confirmed that it was indeed a cave. The entrance was marked by a plethora of insectoid tracks, approximately 2 meters in diameter, and from the outside, it appeared pitch black within, obscuring all visibility. Lin Mo switched on his flashlight. After traversing roughly 10 meters, he encountered a fork in the cave. The left path is densely populated with insectoid creatures. A moment's carelessness could lead to being surrounded, making this route exceptionally perilous and potentially fatal. The right path has few insectoid creatures, concealing abundant resources deeper within, albeit with strong magnetic interference. Having reviewed both options, Lin Mo decisively chose the right path. Despite the magnetic interference, the likelihood of survival was vastly greater than on the left. Upon entering the right fork, he began to notice cocoons resembling silken threads adorning the cave walls. The deeper he ventured, the more cocoons appeared, ultimately covering the entire wall. After navigating a bend, the cave entrance narrowed to about 1 meter. He crouched down cautiously and continued forward. Ahead lies a weaker magnetic interference, reducing the effectiveness of electromagnetic weapons by 10. Just as the system's announcement concluded, a piercing, shrill insectoid cry echoed from the depths of the cave, followed by a tremor. The insectoid creatures within the cave have detected your presence through the cocoon-like structures. Prepare for battle. As the system's alert faded, 2 antennae emerged first into the illumination of the flashlight. Lin Mo raised his electromagnetic gun, adopting a semi-crouched stance to aim at the antennae. Bang! Bang! The 10% effectiveness reduction did not seem to hinder the outcome. Following the 2 shots, the insectoid transformed into a self-destructing creature. He was denied the opportunity to engage in close combat. So he targeted the joints and head of the insectoid, ensuring it was rendered immobile before directly detonating it. Corrosive v. the sharp, piercing chirps of insects echoed once more, causing Lin Mo to sense a tremor within the cave. After a brief pause of several seconds, a creature from the insectoid race emerged from the depths of the tunnel. This creature bore slight differences from the crawling warriors and the pattern captain he had previously encountered. Its forelimbs lacked the menacing barbs, and atop its head sat a basket-like structure rather than a formidable claw. Aside from that, it bore a striking resemblance to the crawling warriors, concealed behind a protruding rock. Lin Mo observed as the insectoid cautiously extracted an egg and placed it within the basket atop its head. Then, with remarkable agility, it scurried deeper into the tunnel. Small insectoid worker, goodness, this insect race exhibits a semblance of ant-like specialization. Featuring warriors alongside diligent workers, that he marveled at this revelation but refrained from acting hastily. Instead, he followed the worker from a distance, guided by the dynamic map, as it appeared to be heading toward a location that held his coveted resources. After navigating several twists and turns, he began to ascend a slope. Moderate strong magnetic interference detected. Electromagnetic weapon efficacy reduced by 40. Even without the system's alert, Lin Mo could already feel the effects of the potent magnetic environment. The various functions on his headgear began to exhibit a snow-like signal disturbance. Yet fortunately, the functionality of his hammer remained intact. After traversing another dozen meters, his eyes brightened, and a vast space akin to the previous one. A hole had formed above, allowing light to shine upon a mineral embedded in the ground. The mineral shimmered with a dark red glow under the illumination, appearing exceedingly brilliant. Most crucially, only a corner of this mineral was exposed, leaving the extent beneath the surface a mystery. Chirp, chirp, as if sensing the flashlight's beam, the worker emitted a warning chirp and grew vigilant. It was then that Lin Mo noticed a half-eaten, mutated python lying next to the dimly glowing mineral. Its belly split open. The worker insect stuffed the egg into the python's gaping maw and, waving its antennae, attempted to flee. Observing this, Lin Mo fired several shots at the worker's antennae, the electromagnetic rounds. However, traveled slowly as if they were mere toys, losing speed and beginning to drift aimlessly, clearly indicating a malfunction in the electromagnetic propulsion. Fortunately, he had prepared a substantial supply of ammunition that he switched to full auto mode and unleashed a barrage of fire. Despite the diminished power of the rounds, their sheer quantity proved advantageous. Soon, the antennae were reduced to shambles by the errant projectiles. Chapter 52. Trapped in a siege, no retreat. Chirp, chirp, as the worker emitted one final deafening chirp before succumbing. Lin Mo made a new discovery. The worker's death did not trigger a self-destruct mechanism, but he speculated that self-detonation was likely exclusive to the warrior class of the insectoid race. At that moment, the cave trembled violently once more fiercely than before, and soon several standard-sized crawling warriors erupted from the tunnel he had traversed. Instinctively, he raised his electromagnetic gun and fired, but the bullets fell to the ground just a few meters away. The system alert chimed again. High-level strong magnetic interference detected. Electromagnetic weapon efficacy reduced by 90%. Lin Mo retrieved a few magnetic storm grenades from his resource bar, hoping to thwart the insectoid creatures. But they proved equally ineffective at this moment. The insectoids had already encircled him. With no time to devise another strategy, he opted to flee down the tunnel the worker had escaped through, attempting to distance himself from the pursuing insectoids. 4 insectoid creatures charged forth, their speed far exceeding that of the worker. Upon seeing the intruder attempting to flee, they rushed into the tunnel. However, the tunnel's confines were narrow, no matter how they squeezed. The 4 insectoids could only pursue in a single file. Ultra-high strong magnetic interference detected. Electromagnetic weapon efficacy reduced by 100. Hearing the system's warning, Lin Mo glanced at his electromagnetic gun, which had now become little more than a makeshift club. Yet he had a backup plan. Replacing the electromagnetic gun with the titanium alloy crossbow strapped to his back, he vigorously worked the lever. Once he heard a satisfying click, he swiftly pivoted to take aim through the scope. Just as the antennae of the insectoid aligned in his sights, he pulled the trigger. Thwip! The bolt shot forth, striking the pursuing insectoid squarely, severing its antenna at the root. The loss of one antenna rendered the creature sluggish, causing it to collide with the other 3 that were hot on its heels. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo hastily reloaded while guiding the direction of his shots. Thwip! 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 The bolts in a magazine were swiftly expended. The first 2 insectoids were impaled, their bodies spiraling uncontrollably as they sought to detonate. However, without their antennae, they lacked the cognitive ability to coordinate, becoming ensnared in the tunnel. Lin Mo seized this chance to dart through the cave while replenishing his quiver. Boom! Boom! With the sound of explosions echoing behind him. The other 2 insecto, upon witnessing this scene, Lin Mo suddenly elevated the external skeleton's buffering capacity to its maximum. Just as the surrounding insectoid creatures were about to encircle him, he leaped boldly towards those creatures, extending their scythe-like appendages. The external skeleton surged with power, leaving behind only the sound of their limbs colliding at the entrance in the nearly 100-meter altitude. Lin Mo followed the prompts on his spacesuit's heads-up display, activating the anti-fall posture instantaneously in the blink of an eye. A soft thud punctured the elastic epidermis of the burrowing worm and its undulating, sponge-like liquid tissues, granting him an unexpected chance of survival in dire straits. Although the spacesuit was equipped with anti-gravity features, the immense overload from such height still made Lin Mo feel as if he were on the verge of fainting. when he regained consciousness. He found himself having compressed the burrowing worm's body into an inverted cone. The conical depression began to rebound. Lin Mo seized the opportunity provided by the reaction force to thrust himself towards the head of the burrowing worm. Fixating on the two antennae atop, its head capable of emitting strong magnetic interference, he recalled that these appendages were the root cause of his perilous situation. Utilizing the burrowing worm's elastic reaction force, Lin Mo grasped one of the antennae. Strong magnetic interference detected, electromagnetic weapon effectiveness reduced by 500. The liquid tissues throughout the burrowing worm's body began to contract violently, and amidst the tumult, he aimed his crossbow at the base of one antenna. Thud! The antenna was neatly severed at the root by the crossbow bolt. Strong magnetic interference weakened, electromagnetic weapon effectiveness reduced by 200, with one antenna severed. The burrowing worm began to spiral uncontrollably. Lin Mo clung to the remaining antenna while attempting to draw back the crossbow with one hand. The continuous rolling thwarted his efforts repeatedly. Finally, he relinquished his grip with one hand, employing both hands to draw back the crossbow. Click! The crossbow was fully drawn just as Lin Mo was flung away. Regardless of where he landed, he fixed the crosshair of the scope on the base of the antenna. Thud! The crossbow bolt struck true, severing the antenna completely at the root. Strong magnetic interference dissipated, electromagnetic weapon effectiveness restored to normal. At the moment, the system alerted him of the magnetic interference's disappearance. He found himself hurled onto a mound teeming with insectoid creatures. The worker insects were busily transporting soil away, while nearby vigilant crawling warriors raised their scythe-like limbs, ready to strike. Lin Mo hurled away his broken electromagnetic gun and swiftly rolled over to the other side of the mound. Seizing the moment, he retrieved a new electromagnetic gun from his resource inventory and opened fire on the encroaching crawling warriors. Bang! 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 The antennae were obliterated, leaving the insectoid creatures to emit shrill cries before mindlessly charging forth. Preparing to self-destruct, anticipating this, he tossed a magnetic storm grenade, obliterating them into pieces. Bang! 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 The bullets rained down like a tempest upon the surrounding insectoid creatures, with the nearest ones being turned into a sieve before they could detonate. Lin Mo rolled aside to evade the splattering Koros as he engaged in a fierce battle within the internal space. He noticed that the partially devoured mutated python had been entirely consumed by the insect eggs, leaving only a skeletal remnant behind. Moreover, numerous larvae had already hatched, yet without the nurturing care of worker insects. The larvae were resorting to cannibalism, gnawing on their own kind's eggs, with some even beginning to consume each other. He felt no particular sentiment about this. At most, he felt a slight wave of nausea, especially since he was about to examine the dark red mineral nearby to ascertain its resource value. Come, mealtime, Lin Mo shouted, promptly tossing a dozen magnetic storm grenades, which he had already disengaged, towards the larvae. Upon hearing the noise, the larvae abruptly halted their movements, staring vacantly at the small black objects falling beside them. Some of the more curious larvae picked them up with their mouths and swallowed them whole. Boom! 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 Lin Mo took cover at the corner of the cave, waiting for the cacophony of explosions in the hatching chamber to subside completely. Once the hissing of corrosion ceased, he returned to the hatching chamber. The effect of the magnetic storm grenades was distinctly evident without strong magnetic interference. The steel pellets attacked every angle of the incubation room with precision. Fragments of larvae, mingled with black viscous fluid, were splattered everywhere. He suppressed his disgust and approached the location of the dark red mineral at the center. Having never mined it before, it appeared somewhat familiar to him. He grasped the functional hammer and began to absorb the mineral. Resource bar. Iridium 1. No wonder it seemed familiar. It was the iridium ore required for the heating device, a truly rare mineral. Its rarity could be said to be second only to copper or, although there was now significantly more iridium ore than when he upgraded the small habitation module, it still fell short of the demand. Otherwise, so many first-tier members would not be held back by such resources. At that moment, he looked down and absorbed once more with the functional hammer. Resource bar. Iridium 1. The resource bar reflected an increase. Yet the dark red mineral beneath his feet appeared unchanged. IT was worth noting that when he previously collected ore, a single wave of absorption would visibly alter the state of the gathered resources. If only one piece of ore was collected, it would vanish immediately. That if a small quantity was collected, it would visibly diminish, just as the large aluminum ore he collected before had shown obvious changes. Yet, the iridium ore before him revealed no discernible transformation, but a sudden conjecture struck him. Could it be that a vast vein of ore lay hidden beneath? The host's speculation is correct. Resource detection analysis indicates that this resource point harbors a substantial ore vein. Upon hearing the system's notification, he felt an overwhelming joy in iridium ore vein. This time he would truly strike it rich, but in the next moment, warning. However, relying solely on human strength to mine the resources within the mountain is nearly impossible. It is recommended that the host utilize specialized equipment for resource extraction. Specialized equipment. Lin Mo paused momentarily. Could there be mining machinery within the synthesizer? Yet he recalled having examined it several times. Finding no such large-scale apparatus, suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. Had he not amassed sufficient materials to upgrade the small survival base? Chapter 55. Upgrade successful. Functional hammer fusion. Before nightfall, Lin Mo drove the all-terrain vehicle back to the habitation module at the center of the crater. Before leaving, he marked the location of the ore vein on the dynamic map, planning to return after upgrading the small survival base to see if any corresponding facilities would be available for extraction. Identity verification. Cabin door opened. Upon returning to the habitation module, Lin Mo first took a moment to satisfy his hunger. After such a perilous day spent in the cave, he had not found the time to replenish his food supply. And by the time he finally exterminated the insect warriors, he had been famished for most of the day. After finishing a bowl of heated beetle meat and silver-winged protein lizard porridge, he wiped his mouth and opened the synthesizer, selecting the circuit board. Circuit board, polymer 73-2, aluminum 41. Material sufficient, confirm bulk synthesis? Confirm, system notification. Polymer-40, aluminum -20, system notification. Circuit board X20 bulk synthesis successful. In truth, Lin Mo only needed to synthesize 8 circuit boards, but with the emergence of the power system, the demand for circuit boards had increased significantly, so producing some spares was not an issue. He selected the small survival base. Small survival base. Large habitation module 11. Iron 859. 999550000, titanium 7 499 720,000, silicon 6,000 5,000, chromium 3,000 2,000, aluminum 1,000 1,000, magnesium 1,200, circuit board 2210. Material sufficient. Confirm upgrade. Confirm. System notification. Iron-500000, titanium-20,000, silicon-5,000, chromium-2,000, aluminum-1000, magnesium-200, circuit board-10, large habitation module -1, system notification. Small survival base upgrade successful. Accompanied by the system's notification sound, blueprints unfurled from the large habitation module before Lin Mo. Simultaneously, in the areas he gazed upon, dozens of ion welding machines commenced operation, transforming the blueprints into reality. The titanium alloy framework was reorganized at a visible rate, while a honeycomb-like cushioning layer was added. And the chromium-magnesium alloy shell emerged with gleaming silver patterns. The wall thickness increased from 0.4 meters to 1.2 meters, with a monitoring system installed every 5 meters to automatically identify nearby creatures. Integrating with the corresponding friend or foe system displayed in the monitoring center of the survival base. Should any abnormal boundary crossing behavior occur, the monitoring room could directly issue firing commands, or the system could autonomously recognize and initiate fire coverage. At the same time, the total area of the survival base expanded to over 300 square meters, transforming from a 2-story habitation module into a 3-story structure. The third level introduced a radar station and command center. The radar station's rooftop was equipped with a 12-meter-high antenna, capable of receiving external signals and scanning the surrounding airspace. The command center incorporated a holographic sand table to display the surrounding geographical environment and automatically identify signals from similar entities within a kilometer. After briefly surveying the upgraded facilities of the small survival base, he glanced at the functional hammer. Indeed, after upgrading the small habitation module, the functional hammer had also unlocked an upgrade module. However, this upgrade appeared somewhat different. Upon clicking the upgrade option, two choices emerged. Upgrade fusion. He first examined the upgrade. Level 4 functional hammer upgrade. Electromagnetic weapon 1-1. Composite material armor 1-1. Friend or foe identification system 1-1. All-terrain vehicle 1-1. Large alien creature core elite. This item cannot be traded. 0-1. Materials insufficient. Unable to upgrade. He then turned his attention to the other option. Fusion. Level 4 functional hammer fusion. Electromagnetic weapon 1-1. Composite material armor 1-1. Friend or foe identification system 1-1. All-terrain vehicle 1-1. Large creature core insectoid. This item cannot be traded. 1-1. Small survival base 1-1. Materials sufficient. Confirm fusion. Note: after fusion, upgrading via alien creature cores will no longer be possible, and the multi-functional hammer will merge with the small survival base, automatically increasing the hammer's level during the base's upgrades, while the upgrade materials will be reduced and locked to the insectoid creature core. In essence, selecting fusion would mean he could no longer use alien creature cores for upgrades. The benefit was a simplified upgrading process and a corresponding reduction in required materials. The downside was the difficulty in obtaining the insectoid creature core. Once chosen, there would be no opportunity to revert and hunt alien creatures for upgrades. However, this was of little concern to Lin Mo whether it was hunting large alien creatures or insectoid ones. He was inclined to favor the direct fusion for the additional upgrade of the functional hammer without any extra steps. Having made his decision, he confirmed the fusion. Resource bar. Large creature core insectoid, -1. Resource bar. Level 4 functional hammer fusion successful. Level 5 functional hammer upgrade scheme has been automatically fused into the large survival base scheme. Lin Mo pondered whether he could exploit a bug, considering that he had not used blueprints for upgrading the survival base, but rather the system itself. He opened the synthesizer and selected large survival base. Large survival base. Small survival base 1-1. Iron 809. 99955000000. Titanium 5, 499720000. Silicon 10050000. Chromium 10020000. Aluminum 0100000. Magnesium 850,000. Circuit board 22 1000. Iridium 2500. Sulfur 24 300. Copper 0200. Uranium 1100. Large creature core insectoid 010, staring at the astronomical figures required for the materials, especially the need for a large creature core. He realized that his hopes of exploiting a bug were unfounded. Nevertheless, it raised the question, how much resources would be needed to upgrade to a level 5 functional hammer? After merging the functional hammer, there were no significant changes, yet he could now directly access the survival base's status through the functional hammer, such as power charging efficiency and remaining usage time. Once he clarified these details, he returned to the primary focus. During his recent expedition to the impact site, he discovered the ore vein, but lacked extraction facilities. With his functional hammer upgraded once more, the synthesizer's menu should also reflect new changes. He opened the synthesizer. The synthesizer has been activated, and 4 new level 4 synthesis options have been added. Electromagnetic machine gun, electromagnetic sniper rifle, all-terrain armored vehicle, grenade launcher, small nuclear energy conversion device, efficient fertilizer conversion tool. Basic or mining equipment. It appears that this is the one. Lin Mo made a further selection. Basic or mining equipment. Iron 809, 999520000. Titanium 5, 499710000. Chromium 1000. Aluminum 0500. Iridium 210. Circuit boards 12-2. Rubber 28-2. The material requirements have indeed increased significantly compared to before. However, he's currently not lacking in resources due to weapon trading, with the only shortfall being in iridium ore. This is manageable. He can simply return to the impact site tomorrow. Moreover, he has a new idea for this trip: to relocate the current small survival base as well. Chapter 56. Weapon Upgrades. A perfect opportunity to hone his skills. Lin Mo is preparing to move once again. Initially, he chose the center of the crater as his base for ease of exploration, but now the area spanning dozens of miles has been thoroughly surveyed. Many large alien creatures have been preyed upon by the insectoid life forms, leaving only a handful of medium and small alien beings along with relatively barren resources. Furthermore, the expansion of the survival base after the upgrade has rendered the previously utilized defensive mode against alien creatures completely obsolete. Thus, he intends to seize this opportunity to relocate the survival base entirely. Naturally, the optimal location would be at the iridium resource point, allowing the mining facility to directly benefit from the power supply of the survival base. Unfortunately, that location is too close to the impact site, making it susceptible to damage from collisions. Ultimately, he decides to relocate the survival base to the uppermost part of the iridium vein, specifically the gentle slope to the right of the crater wall. This position eliminates any concerns regarding collision risks and allows the inner mountain wall to serve as a shield against impacts. Additionally, he recalls that there's an open area above the iridium mine, meaning he can directly mine the vein from this location. The safety aspect is further guaranteed, as the slopes on either side act as a natural trench, far superior to the makeshift pit formed by the meteorite crater. Most importantly, this position offers a vantage point to survey farther afield. Previously, he had been confined within the crater's diameter of several kilometers, with little understanding of the surrounding environment, much like a frog in a well. Now that he has the opportunity, he is eager to explore further. This moment, he lifts his gaze and looks out through the porthole. The familiar fireball streaks across the sky above the crater, followed immediately by the tremors of the small survival base beneath him. Boom! 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 Lin Mo furrows his brow. Although there are usually minor tremors, today's intensity is markedly greater than usual. However, recalling that he had only halfway through checking the synthesizer, he has little inclination to investigate the meteorite impact and instead wishes to explore the level 4 functional hammer to see what else can be synthesized, just as he considers upgrading his own weapons. He reflects that relying solely on his appendages to eliminate insectoid creatures is hardly feasible. While small insectoid crawling warriors are manageable, the low-level insectoid creatures with exposed appendages can easily be swept away by the electromagnetic gun. But what about the tiger skin captain? He cannot always wait for opportunities to ambush. Today's perilous encounter within the cave serves as a reminder that had those small insectoid crawling warriors been replaced by the tiger skin captain, he would undoubtedly not have made it out. The greater the numbers, the less effective his minor tactics become. Therefore, it is imperative to possess weaponry that can genuinely threaten the tiger skin captain, ensuring his own safety. With this in mind, he opens the synthesizer once more and navigates to the weapons section. Light electromagnetic machine gun. Electromagnetic gun 11. Iron 809. 999 1000. Magnesium 830. Aluminum 05. Silicon 1001. This machine gun utilizes 12.7 millimeters ammunition with an effective range of 1,000 meters, capable of effortlessly destroying various armored alien creatures, while having a moderate effect on low-level insectoid creatures. However, it can be equipped with armor-piercing incendiary rounds to penetrate the armor of low-level insectoid creatures and inflict damage. Heavy anti-material electromagnetic sniper rifle. Electromagnetic gun 11. Iron 809. 999 1000. Magnesium 830. Aluminum 05. Silicon 1001. Circuit board 121. This weapon employs 15.2 millimeters caliber armor-piercing rounds, with an effective range of 2,000 meters, capable of easily penetrating the armor of large elite creatures and inflicting damage on low-level insectoid creatures. Light electromagnetic cannon. Electromagnetic gun 11. Iron 809. 999 1000. Magnesium 830. Aluminum 05. Silicon 1001. A large-caliber medium-range lethal weapon that can inflict substantial damage on low-level insectoid creatures within a 10-kilometer radius. Grenade launcher. Electromagnetic gun 11. Iron 809. 999 1000. Magnesium 830. Aluminum 05. Silicon 1001. A large-caliber close-range lethal weapon that can inflict significant damage on low-level insectoid creatures within 100 meters. Electromagnetic cannon shell. Magnetic storm grenade 1-1, sulfur 24-1, titanium 549971, grenade. Magnetic storm grenade 1-1, sulfur 24-1, titanium 549971. Armor-piercing incendiary round, 50 rounds, compatible with various weapons bullets, 50 rounds, 1-1. Prerequisites: small nuclear energy conversion facility 0-1, night vision goggles, titanium 549910, silicon 1010, aluminum 0-5, circuit board 12-1. After reviewing the weapon descriptions, Lin Mo promptly replenishes the material shortfalls at the trading center and begins the synthesis process. Once the weapons are in hand, he realizes that despite the designation of the light electromagnetic machine gun as light, it is considerably heavier than the electromagnetic gun, particularly when equipped with an ammunition magazine. Making one-handed operation impossible, it can only be wielded with both hands. The heavy anti-material electromagnetic sniper rifle is even taller and heavier, but its power is indeed formidable, and the equipped scope can automatically adjust the trajectory. This means that there is no need to consider complex factors such as temperature, humidity, wind direction, or wind speed. He merely needs to align the calculated aiming point with the target. He believes that this sniper rifle and the electromagnetic cannon are exceptionally suited for the observation platform atop the third floor, while the electromagnetic machine gun is more appropriate for deployment in the surrounding corner towers, serving as supplementary firepower for the friend or foe identification system, AS for the grenade launcher. It requires no further elaboration, as it can be directly mounted on the electromagnetic gun's attachment point. After fine-tuning the new weapons, Lin Mo intends to check for any updates to his equipment. After all, the system had briefly mentioned the all-terrain armor vehicle during the upgrade announcement, which piqued his interest. However, before he could delve into the synthesizer S category list, he felt the entire survival base tremble. Frowning, he made his way to the command center on the third floor. The holographic sand table displayed no unusual activity, prompting him to ascend to the rooftop for a better view as twilight approached. Although the distant landscape was becoming increasingly indistinct, he could still discern a significant amount of smoke and dust seemingly emanating from the impact site. Something felt amiss. It had been quite some time since the impact, and the dust should have dissipated by now. Moreover, the smoke appeared to be drawing nearer. Noticing the anomaly, he hurried to the observation deck on the rooftop and grabbed his binoculars. Through the lens, he beheld a throng of insectoid creatures charging through the swirling dust, resembling a sandstorm as they swept towards Lin Mo's position. Looking further towards the impact site, the meteorite that had struck the wall appeared entirely different from the previous meteorite debris. It resembled a fruit shell being peeled open, with dark specks jumping out continuously, forming a dark line trailing behind the advancing dust cloud, reminiscent of ants relocating their nest. There were not just hundreds, but perhaps 800 or 900 of them, including numerous insectoid crawling warriors and a considerable number of tiger skin captains, along with a few unfamiliar insectoid creatures. Recalling the earlier meteorite's trajectory, Lin Mo suddenly understood. No wonder the tremors from the impact were so much stronger than before. They had evidently come seeking revenge. However, this was fortuitous. He had just synthesized a plethora of weapons, and it was time to test their efficacy against these insects. Chapter 57. Insectoid Assault. Armor-piercing rounds prove effective. Warning, warning. A large number of unidentified creatures are entering the radar identification zone. The friend or foe identification system is on standby, with automatic locking activated at 400 meters. The corner tower's automatic electromagnetic machine gun safety is disengaged. Preparations are underway at 300 meters. The encroaching dust cloud expanded, resembling a wall of sand bearing down on the survival base. Lin Mo set down his binoculars and activated the synthesizer. Selecting the small nuclear energy conversion facility. Small nuclear energy conversion facility. Iron 808, 900010000, titanium 50,000 5000, magnesium 30,000 2000, aluminum 2000 1000, polymer 3310, rubber 25, circuit board 85. Note: activation requires the addition of uranium, with a usage rate of approximately 1 unit of uranium per month. Materials are sufficient. You confirm synthesis? Confirm. System reminder. Iron-100000, titanium-5000, magnesium-2000, aluminum-1000, polymer-10, rubber-5, circuit board-5, system reminder, small nuclear energy conversion facility synthesis successful. The insects had arrived far too quickly, leaving him no time to synthesize additional essential items. Now he must act swiftly. With the small nuclear energy conversion facility in place, he can proceed to create armor-piercing rounds. However, before he could continue the synthesis, detected an overwhelming swarm of over 800 Zerg organisms approaching, with small-sized Zerg-crawling warriors comprising more than 70%. Please prepare for battle, host. As the system's alert resonated, the Zerg creatures hidden amidst the clouds of dust emerged. Each one clawed and scrambled desperately towards the survival base. Target organisms have entered the conical range of 300 meters for fire coverage. Permission granted. Fire at will. Squeak, squeak. Under the dimming night, two corner towers erupted with twin streams of orange-red light. The orange-red streaks lashed out like whips, striking fiercely at the foremost Zerg creature. As a result, apart from the Zerg whose antennae were shredded by bullets, the damage inflicted on the rest was minimal, with some bullets ricocheting off their tough exoskeletons, leaving only a spark in their wake. Observing this, he swiftly aimed the electromagnetic cannon at the front line of Zerg. Boom! A shot was fired. Boom! Based on the impact point, the first row of Zerg within a 5-meter radius was obliterated by the shockwave, while those within a 10-meter radius were sent flying. Electromagnetic cannon firing complete. Reloading ammunition. Please wait. Lin Mo noted the vacuum created in the front line of Zerg and decisively activated the synthesizer. Armor-piercing incendiary shells, 50 rounds, ammunition, 50 rounds, 1 material sufficient, confirm bulk synthesis? Confirm. System notification. Armor-piercing incendiary shells, 50 rounds, minus 1,000. System notification. Bulk synthesis of armor-piercing incendiary shell successful. At this moment, the Zerg, once again converging under the assault of the electromagnetic cannon, prompted Lin Mo to command through the control system of the functional hammer. Enemy identification system. Switch to armor-piercing incendiary shells. Affirmative. Enemy identification system is switching to armor-piercing incendiary shells. Warning, warning. Target organisms have entered a 200-meter range. Please fire immediately. Armor-piercing incendiary shells switched. Target locked. Fire. Squeak, squeak. The night had fully engulfed the surroundings, and two fiery serpents soared from the corner towers towards the Zerg. Lin Mo, filled with concern, grasped his binoculars. Although the introduction stated that armor-piercing rounds could harm lower-tier Zerg, he still feared that the incendiary shells would yield similar results to ordinary bullets, or perhaps cause damage, but with negligible lethality. However, as the first armor-piercing incendiary shell struck a Zerg, resulting in a massive fireball, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that the effectiveness of the armor-piercing incendiary shells was quite pronounced. Following closely behind, regardless of whether their antennae were struck, the first row of Zerg, upon being hit by the incendiary shells, will be directly penetrated and ignited in a violent blaze. Soon, the first row of Zerg was utterly reduced to fragments. Yet, the Zerg seemed oblivious to the fear of death. As the first row fell, the second row trampled over their fallen comrades, charging forward. Turn on the searchlight. As Lin Mo's voice resonated, the survival base within 100 meters was illuminated by high-frequency spotlights from the third floor. Seeing that the Zerg were on the verge of breaching the 100-meter line, he decisively retrieved the electromagnetic gun. Equipped it with a grenade, Lin Mo seized the moment to fire another shot at the swarm of Zerg, simultaneously taking the opportunity to return to his sniping position. Within the targeting apparatus, the pulse beetle had begun to charge its energy for the third wave of attacks. Internal collapse? Lin Mo fixed his gaze on the mandibles of the pulse beetle, pondering what exactly constituted an internal collapse. That moment, the beetle's head began to subtly rise, indicating that the third pulse of energy was primed and ready. Witnessing this scene, a sudden spark of realization illuminated his mind. It seemed he had overlooked something when the second pulse had manifested. He began to rapidly recall the images from his earlier shot with the anti-material rifle. Just then, the pulse beetle lifted its entire head, its jaws agape. This was the moment. Lin Mo adjusted his aim downward. Bang! The 15.2 millimeter armor-piercing incendiary round propelled by electromagnetic acceleration, surged forth from the chamber with tremendous kinetic energy. The pulse energy within the beetle's mandibles reached absolute saturation, its hue deepening to a rich blue. This instant, if the pulse beetle were to close its mandibles, the energy sphere would be unleashed. However, just as the mandibles began to close, the armor-piercing incendiary round penetrated through the narrow gap. The fragile internal structure of the pulse beetle could not withstand the projectile's flight. The feeding orifice. The round encountered resistance and ignited completely. The ultra-high temperature combustion began to expand rapidly, causing a fissure to appear in the beetle's head, which then erupted, boom! Accompanied by the detonation of the pulse beetle's head, a fireball surged into the air. The amassed pulse energy sphere, which had yet to be discharged, plummeted back down. The surrounding Zerg creatures, oblivious to the impending catastrophe, stared blankly at the vibrant blue light. The next instant, the pulse energy sphere struck the ground. Bang! The shockwave surged forth in a manner that caught Lin Mo completely off guard, causing the entire survival base to tremble. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this was merely the beginning. As the shockwave swept through the vicinity, the energy within the pulse beetle began to overflow, igniting the pulse energy sphere upon impact. Centered around the energy sphere, the surrounding air began to rapidly coalesce. Boom! The colossal explosion resonated like the meteor strikes Lin Mo heard every morning as a spherical flame erupted within the swarm, illuminating the entire crater. Amidst the blinding brilliance, a scorching wave of heat rushed forth. In that moment, Lin Mo felt as though dawn had arrived. Chapter 59. Power Restoration. Zerg forced to retreat. The area within 100 meters of the spherical flame was completely transformed into a vacuum. Although Zone C had been breached by the Zerg, the explosion triggered by the pulse beetle directly resulted in the Zerg forces that had infiltrated Zone C losing their subsequent support. This serendipitously provided a means of escape. Lin Mo had no time to dwell on this fortune. He swiftly moved to the targeting position of the electromagnetic cannon, aiming at the sudden influx of Zerg in Zone C. He opened fire. Thud! The shell struck a crawling warrior directly, disintegrating it instantly, while nearby Zerg were consumed by the searing flames of the explosion. Those farther away were either torn to shreds by the shockwave or hurled away. Electromagnetic cannon firing complete. Shell is being reloaded. Please wait. Retrieve the electromagnetic machine gun. With the grenades expended and the electromagnetic cannon reloading, Lin Mo was left with no choice but to personally provide covering fire in Zone C. Click! Setting up the gun's bipod. The chamber for the armor-piercing incendiary round automatically attached as he disengaged the safety and adjusted to continuous fire mode. Fire! Rat-tat-tat. A few stray Zerg beneath the electromagnetic cannon were instantly shredded by the armor-piercing rounds. Survival base has activated self-repair function. Zone C power supply is expected to resume in 1 minute. Power restoration countdown. 0:59. Lin Mo knew that if he could endure this final minute, the precarious situation would be completely reversed. Thus, after the machine gun began firing, it did not cease. The bullets, at a rate of 2,000 rounds per minute, transformed the Zerg creatures in Zone C into mere fragments. In less than half a minute, the barrel was already glowing red-hot. System alert. Continuing to fire poses a 90 risk of barrel rupture. Lin Mo quickly halted his fire at this point. Only a small number of Zerg remained in zone on the 12th. Having only half listened on the 8th and 9th, he arrived, originally irked due to his subordinate Lin Mo being scolded harshly by the third speaker. Harboring a belly full of grievances, upon hearing the words of the two, it felt as though he had discovered the answer to the turmoil in his heart. 8th, 12th, when did you arrive? 9th, 12th, you mustn't speak carelessly. 12th, what of it? I've not had a single transaction in any of the chat rooms all day. Initially, I thought it was due to the irritable influence of extraterrestrial beings. But I've come to realize that with Lin and his ilk in the first echelon, we might as well rename ourselves the Interstellar Alliance. Chapter 60. The crisis of the insectoid species erupts. Even Lin Mo himself had not anticipated that his organization would expand in a manner unnoticed by the first echelon. IT began with a few members joining Lin Mo's guild, transforming from impoverished miners who struggled to find enough food into individuals capable of hunting extraterrestrial creatures. However, as the saying goes, wealth acquired away from home is akin to wearing fine clothing in the dark. These miners yearned to showcase their newfound superiority to former companions from the same planet. This comparison brought forth issues. While they toiled in the first echelon, earning barely enough for a meal, how could those who once shared their plight suddenly become enforcers of the so-called Interstellar Alliance? And how could they claim such prowess without proof? Guild members presented trivial survival skills as evidence, which, once validated, sparked a tremendous reaction among the lower-tier miners in such circumstances, who cared about trade restrictions. I could barely afford a meal, let alone worry about that. Words spread rapidly. However, the Interstellar Alliance, under Lin Mo's directive, was temporarily not accepting new members. This effectively barred these individuals from entry. Yet they gradually recognized the advantages of being part of Lin Mo's guild and began to spontaneously form chat rooms outside the first echelon. They shared survival techniques gleaned from Lin Mo while initiating trade with guild members. Consequently, the days of relying on the first echelon for sustenance transformed into a situation where mere survival skills could provide adequate food when exchanged with Lin Mo's guild members. Thus, the act of seeking companionship in chat rooms to flaunt their superiority occurred once more. After just a few exchanges, this underground organization had far surpassed expectations. It was no wonder that 12 felt emboldened to speak so recklessly in the internal chat. Clearly, desperation had set in. With no transactions to show for an entire day, how could those who thrived on oppressing lower-tier miners continue to expand? Yet, 12th overlooked one crucial point. The quietude of the chat room was not solely attributable to this singular reason. Third, impudence. If you wish to challenge the speaker, first present your resource holdings and development level for all to see. Surpass the speaker, and I shall yield my position to you. Although third was reprimanding 12th. It was evident he aimed his words at the other participants in the chat room, as everyone knew 12th belonged to 3RD's faction. 6th, wow, I didn't expect the chat room to be so lively today. I walk in to see the third speaker instructing his subordinate on the rules. 12th, don't think you can be smug just because you have the second speaker backing you. I'm still here. 6th, ultimately, you blame the business issues on our second speaker, but to be honest, you are truly misjudging him. 12th, misjudging. If it weren't for your esteemed speaker's obstruction, I wouldn't believe those lowly miners would dare to conspire with the Interstellar Alliance in secret. Third, enough, 12th. Even if you have grievances against the second speaker, you cannot speak carelessly. Listening to the back and forth between third and 12th, 6th couldn't help but smirk internally. 6th, just in time for the third speaker to be here. I'll clarify on behalf of the second speaker. The quietude of the chat room, leading to your lack of business, is not solely due to the Interstellar Alliance's clandestine dealings. There's another significant reason: the emergence of the insectoid species alongside extraterrestrial beings. 12th, insectoid species. Do not fabricate excuses for your esteemed speaker. 8th, what are insectoid species? 9th, those second-tier enforcers can easily slay large extraterrestrial beings. What threat could insectoid species pose? However, 3RD appeared pensive upon hearing this. 6th, believe it or not, the aggression of extraterrestrial beings is said to be caused by the hunting scent released by the insectoid species. The hunting season has already commenced, and the insectoids do not discriminate between humans and large extraterrestrial beings. Anyone they encounter has no chance of survival. Upon hearing that there would be no escape, 12th scoffed. 12th, if there is no escape, how do you know? 6th, I've already told you. It is these insectoid creatures that have devoured your lowly miners. 9th, nonsense. If these insects are so formidable, why have I heard no news? 6th, that indicates your information is rather lacking, doesn't it? What else can it imply? I am merely informing you that the speaker wishes for all humans to temporarily set aside their previous conflicts and unite to confront the insectoid species. 6th has left the chat room. 12th, speaker, look at this 6th. He is far too arrogant, relying on the support of the second speaker. 9th, indeed, speaker, shall we unite to expel this fellow from his seat? After a moment, 3RD returned to his senses. 3rd, have you all not heard any news regarding the insectoids? The others shook their heads, indicating they had not. 11th, Is the speaker present? A grave matter has arisen. The 8th, 9th, and 12th were perplexed by the unusually agitated demeanor of the typically composed 11th. Third, why are you in such a fluster? What has you so anxious? 11th, speaker, it is truly a significant matter. I have just received confirmed news from my subordinate that all the interstellar miners on planet 05 have perished. Third, perished? What transpired? Their planet should have numerous enforcers capable of slaying large extraterrestrial beings. Or were they poisoned? 11th, an hour ago, that subordinate was still messaging me privately, stating that the population on his planet had sharply decreased over the past few days. The survival count announced by the planet's loudspeakers dropped by 500 or 600 overnight. Now, there are fewer than 100 individuals. By the time he sent the message moments ago, nearly everyone was dead, claiming that the entire planet had been completely overrun by the insects and no weapon, no matter how advanced, could stand against them. Third, insects. 8th, again with the insects. Could that 6th have been telling the truth? 11th, what 6th were you discussing? Never mind that for now. Speaker, it is absolutely true. I can no longer input the coordinates for that member. And hasn't the main chat room for the first echelon reached its limit of 999 members? Upon hearing this, some checked the chat room, while others attempted to verify the coordinates via private messages. When they reconvened in the chat room, all fell silent, until finally Third spoke. Third, it seems 6th was indeed not lying. The insectoids have commenced their hunt, and it is understandable that the unarmed lower-tier miners have become the insectoid creature's prey. 12th, so, speaker, should we raise prices to entice those lowly miners back to work for us? Third, what are you, a fool? Right now, you can't even ensure your own survival, yet you're thinking of profit. Chapter 61. Assessing gains, upgrading all-terrain armored vehicles. It is uncertain whether it was related to the failure of the insectoid retaliation the previous day. But Lin Mo was unusually spared the sound of meteor strikes the following morning. Upon waking, he noticed the private chat notifications flashing incessantly. Zhang Fugui, Brother Lin, the seeds you provided have sprouted, and they seem to be growing significantly faster than those on Earth. Excellent. Brother Fugui, if you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Our ability to enjoy steamed buns, noodles, and pancakes hinges on your success. After saying this, he recalled that he had acquired some fertilizer conversion facilities after his upgrade. Right? I have a few bags of fertilizer here. I'll send them over shortly. Zhang Fugui. More fertilizer? Then Brother Lin, just wait and see. I will take good care of the wheat. After trading a few bags of converted fertilizer to Zhang Fugui, he noticed the private chat notifications still blinking, prompting him to click again. Song Jian, Brother Lin, good news. The first echelon has released a message stating that the trade blockade has been fully lifted and they are willing to collaborate with our guild to research methods to combat the insectoids. Lin Mo chuckled coldly upon hearing this. They had realized they were afraid. What is the attitude of you and the others? Song Jian, we, the elders, will certainly heed Brother Lin's guidance, but the majority of the guild members are inclined to collaborate with the first echelon. After reading Song Jian's message, Lin Mo nodded and replied, I share that sentiment, as the crisis posed by the insectoids is far more severe than our prior struggles for survival. Therefore, let us set aside the grievances with the first echelon for now. Regardless of whether their cooperation is genuine or not, we shall proceed as if it were. Please take the time to inform the guild members. Song Jian. Understood. I will arrange for the guild leader to notify everyone shortly. Oh, and I have some recent intelligence regarding the insectoids. Please relay that information as well. After concluding his private conversation with Song Jian, Lin Mo casually took a few bites of roasted sweet potato before driving to the site of last night's fierce battle. At this moment, numerous remnants of insectoid creatures were still visible, alongside splatters of corrosive bodily fluids. After a night of transformation, these green corrosive fluids had completely turned black and lost their corrosive properties. He began to clear the battlefield, walking over the remnants. Within the 50-meter defensive zone, the insectoid presence was sparse. However, the area between 50 and 100 meters was densely filled with the corpses of insectoid creatures, resembling stones scattered along a riverbank. Moreover, as one approached the 100-meter defensive line, the thickness of the corpses piled up significantly, forming a barricade of insectoid remains. Several large gaps around the area revealed the craters left by electromagnetic cannon fire. After confirming through a dynamic map that no living insectoids were nearby, Lin Mo picked up his multifunctional hammer to collect the spoils. The efficiency was remarkable. Within approximately an hour, he had tallied the loot from the 100-meter defensive zone, collecting a total of 236 units of sulfur, 647 units of polymer, 131 units of rubber, 324 Level 2 blueprints, and 47 Level 3 blueprints. This area yielded the highest bounty, closely followed by the region from 100 to 400 meters. Here, he gathered 70 units of sulfur, 289 units of polymer, 54 units of rubber, 40 Level 2 blueprints, and 19 Level 3 blueprints. In terms of proportions, the Level 3 blueprints in this area were notably more abundant than those in the previous zone. A fact Lin Mo understood well. Upon closer inspection of the surrounding insectoid remains, he noted a significantly higher number of Tiger Strike captains compared to the earlier zone, implying that the probability of obtaining superior blueprints increased with deeper incursions. After clearing the area from 100 to 400 meters, the time had reached noon that he decided against returning for a meal and instead pulled out some previously roasted food to quell his hunger before continuing his cleanup. The remaining area was scattered with insectoid remains, which he swiftly cleared with his all-terrain vehicle. Notably, the pulse beetles were entirely absent. Only the deep craters left by the detonation of pulse energy remained. Lin Mo descended into one of the craters with his multifunctional hammer. Resource bar, large biological core insectoid. This item cannot be traded. 1. Resource bar. Large living module, blueprint. 1. Resource bar. Polymer biological, 100. To his surprise, he had found a blueprint for a large living module, a significant windfall. After excitedly collecting all the spoils, he totaled 346 units of sulfur, 1080 units of polymer, 235 units of rubber, for 16 Level 2 blueprints, and 71 Level 3 blueprints, marking a bountiful harvest. By this time, it was around 2 in the afternoon. Feeling he had ample time, he returned to the survival base to store his findings and then activated the synthesizer. Selecting the all-terrain armored vehicle. All-terrain armored vehicle. Iron 794, 0860200000, titanium 50600 10,000, silicon 30,000 5,000, magnesium 2,000 chromium 2,000 aluminum 1900 1,000, rubber 25620, polymer 1110. Circuit boards 6-4. Material sufficient. Confirm synthesis. Confirm. System notification. Iron-200000, titanium-10,000, silicon-5,000, magnesium-2,000, chromium-2,000, aluminum-1,000, rubber-20, polymer-10. Circuit board -4. System notification. All-terrain armored vehicle synthesis successful. With the confirmation chime of the system, the all-terrain vehicle began its transformation. The hexagonal armor plates emerged like dragon scales, spreading layer upon layer along the titanium alloy anti-roll frame. As the final plate was secured, the vehicle's silhouette had expanded significantly. The motors beneath the chassis underwent blueprint reconstruction, accommodating the newly added pairs of dynamic anti-roll wheels, while the central connecting axle was reinforced with multiple alloys to withstand various terrain challenges. Notably, an automatic electromagnetic machine gun, capable of 360-degree rotation and 45-degree elevation, slowly ascended from the vehicle's roof, its targeting system linked to the control console inside, featuring both manual and automatic control capabilities. The presence of an electromagnetic machine gun thrilled Lin Mo. This armored vehicle was indeed living up to expectations. What excited him even further lay ahead. Upon engaging manual control, the machine gun could directly target foes via the vehicle's internal console and unleash firepower. Conversely, in automatic mode, the equipped recognition system would autonomously lock onto and engage targets. Finally, after all vehicle lights flashed in unison, the all-terrain armored vehicle was fully upgraded. Lin Mo opened the door and settled into the driver's seat. The comfort level was vastly superior to that of his previous all-terrain vehicle. Chapter 62. Commencing Mining. Inside the impact point cave. It was truly peculiar. Had the insects fled overnight? Lin Mo surveyed the empty hatchery before him. Previously, the ceiling was draped with a web filled with insect eggs, and each egg that fell would be promptly transferred by a worker insect. Now, apart from the white, cocoon-like structures clinging to the walls, nothing remained. Clutching his electromagnetic machine gun, he pressed onward. Ahead lay the location of the previously marked ore vein. It was eerily similar to the hatchery, with even the remnants of half a skeleton vanished. Fortunately, the iridium deposits were embedded within the mountain. Thus, the insects could not transport them away. Lin Mo approached the iridium deposit, inhaling deeply, as he needed some iridium to manufacture mining equipment. After gathering enough, his next task would be to ascend to the summit of the ringed mountain. Glancing up at the sunlight streaming through the opening above, approximately 40 to 50 meters high, made the ascent seem daunting. Therefore, he decided to traverse through the expansive depths to reach the top. He had observed a narrow half-meter path alongside the cliff during his previous exploration, which led to other caves and ultimately to the summit of the ringed mountain. Additionally, checking the internal space would allow him to ascertain whether the insects had truly fled. Upon reaching the internal space, where he had battled the insects the previous day, he found it devoid of the worker insects that had once scurried through the caverns. Besides the remnants of the fierce struggle from the day before, there was little else to behold. He opened the dynamic map to find no red markers indicating the presence of any living creatures. It seemed the insects had indeed escaped. After a thorough inspection, Lin Mo navigated through the narrow path to arrive at the top of the inner space. Coincidentally, the location of the ore vein was precisely at the highest point of the ringed mountain, and as he walked closer, the view beyond the ringed mountain unfolded before him. He had anticipated a vibrant world beyond. Yet he was met with a colossal mountain wall that abruptly interrupted his imagination. It turned out that beyond the ringed mountain lay an even larger ringed mountain. The landscape was dotted with medium and small ringed mountains, some interconnected, with a rare expanse of vast ice surrounded by low-lying vegetation, all contributing to an air of desolation. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze. Prolonged observation of natural phenomena could evoke a sense of insignificance. He found a gentle slope and unfolded his survival base. Activating the synthesizer, he selected the primary or extraction device. Primary or extraction device. Iron 774, 0860200000. Titanium 4060010,000, chromium 1000, aluminum 500, iridium 10, circuit board 22, rubber 236 material sufficient. Confirm synthesis? Confirm. System notification. Iron-200000, titanium-10,000, chromium-1000, aluminum-500, iridium-10, circuit board-2, rubber -2. System notification. Primary or extraction device synthesis successful. Lin Mo glanced at the layout of the survival base before selecting a location to deploy the or extraction device. With a hum and whir, the mining machine sprang to life, its drill bit piercing through the opening above the ore vein. The spiral or extraction machine, together with the surrounding debris of iridium, was transported to the refining machine. After several rounds of screening, the iridium entered the storage chamber. The entire process took approximately 10 minutes in an hour. This would yield about 6 pieces of iridium, although the day here was not a full 24 hours. If calculated as such, it would amount to about 144 pieces of iridium daily. The pace was not particularly swift, even slower than manual excavation. However, Lin Mo had reviewed the introduction, which indicated that after a period of operation, efficiency could double or even triple. That would translate to 288 to 432 pieces of iridium. Given the current value of iridium, each piece could be exchanged for at least 500 units of iron, resulting in a daily income of tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of iron ore, a most agreeable prospect. While he was not currently in need of resources, it was clear that relying solely on his strength would not alter the tide of battle against the insectoids. Thus, he aspired to establish a formidable armed force capable of contending with the insectoids, using the Galactic Alliance as a foundation. This was also the purpose of collaborating with the First Echelon. To achieve this goal, ample resources were essential, not only to equip the members of his guild, but also to accelerate their collective development. He was reminded of the First Echelon's lower-tier miners. many of whom lacked even a survival capsule, living in a state of malnutrition, making them easy prey for the insectoid creatures. With the first echelon's blockade now lifted, he decided to form a network among his guild members and familiar acquaintances, ensuring a complete sharing of information. Lin Mo remained unaware of the circumstances within the external chat room. Should he discover that the very foundation of the entire first echelon had been secretly undermined by the chat room established by his Interstellar alliance, he would likely be left utterly speechless. After all, it is a common human tendency that maintaining information solely within a group is a formidable challenge, especially when that group comprises thousands, that he was cognizant that various strategic insights within the guild would inevitably leak out. But he could never have anticipated it occurring so swiftly. Upon revealing his thoughts to Song Jian, the latter immediately raised both hands in agreement. Unlike Lin Mo, who was singularly focused on developing strategies against the insectoid menace, Song Jian primarily managed the guild, which naturally exposed him to a myriad of external news. He had indeed heard whispers of the clandestine chat rooms established by the Interstellar Alliance, and upon hearing Lin Mo's ideas that aligned with these chat rooms, he had no reason to refute them. He was almost inclined to exclaim, "This is fantastic." Seeing that Song Jian had no objections, Lin Mo continued, "There is another matter at hand. I believe that merely sharing information regarding the insectoid crisis is insufficient. We must accelerate the overall development pace of our members. Otherwise, we risk merely allowing the insects to feast upon a few more morsels." Song Jian: "So what does Brother Lin mean?" "I intend for everyone to upgrade as swiftly as possible. Those still operating at level 1 should hasten their progression to level 2, and those at level 2 should quickly advance to level 3. But the same applies to you all. You must strive to reach level 3 expeditiously." Since the last wave of upgrades to the living quarters, Song Jian had been eager to push toward a small living pod. However, the pressing requirement for iridium stood in his way. Although the current exchange rate was 500 units of iron for a single unit of iridium, the reality was that there was little to be found in the market. After the trading embargo was lifted, inquiries made with merchants from the first echelon revealed that they prioritized supplying their own representatives, leaving little chance for outsiders to procure any. Lin Mo understood his concerns. "You need not fret about iridium or the schematics. I have some in reserve. They will be prioritized for guild members, and I will see if I can procure additional supplies from the first echelon. In any case, we must expedite everyone's development." Song Jian pondered, suspecting that Lin Mo had acquired these resources through trade, likely just a few pieces. Song Jian: "But this is not a sustainable solution, and the schematics aren't inexpensive either." Lin Mo chuckled at his response. "What do you see here? Iridium X13, small survival pod blueprint X6. Song Jian." Chapter 63. Purchasing blueprints. After concluding his private conversation with Song Jian, Lin Mo reached out to Qian Duo. The reply came swiftly. "Qian Duo, I see Chairman Lin still remembers me. The little merchant." He smiled wryly at this, clearly a jab at him for neglecting to contact Qian Duo after forming the guild upon acquiring copper ore. However, he recognized that Qian Duo was solely focused on business and intelligence. So he replied, "I'm here to bring you business, and it's quite a significant one upon hearing about a potential deal." Qian Duo perked up immediately. Recently, due to the outbreak of the insectoid crisis and the clandestine trading chat rooms established across various planets, thanks to Lin Mo, business with the first echelon had become exceedingly challenging. Despite Qian Duo offering a higher purchase price than other merchants in the first echelon, the credibility of that echelon had diminished, resulting in a substantial decline in business. Qian Duo: "I hope this isn't just another blueprint for a fire axe. I can barely find someone to take that off my hands anymore. Is that the only impression I've left you with? Just that fire axe?" Lin Mo felt a tinge of frustration. "This time, I genuinely have a substantial deal. I want to purchase a large quantity of level 2 and level 3 blueprints." Qian Duo appeared contemplative. "Qian Duo, what do you need so many blueprints for? Are they for guild members? Just tell me if you're willing to sell. Even if they are for guild members, you wouldn't be able to obtain them otherwise, would you?" Qian Duo: "Really? Are you planning to harvest them now that they've matured?" Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "I'm not harvesting anything. The insectoid threat is rampant, and one cannot confront alone. Therefore, I need more individuals to develop so we can collectively combat the insectoids. Chin duo duo. Wow. Such noble sentiments. Unfortunately, I'm not convinced. Lin Mo was left speechless, eager to finalize the transaction for the blueprints. Believe what you will, I'm offering to pay, and you're selling me the blueprints that you're not a member of my guild, so it's irrelevant to you. Chin duo duo pondered for a moment. Chin duo duo. How about this? I'll play the double agent to the fullest. How about you let me infiltrate your guild? Lin Mo stifled the urge to curse and thought it over. Ultimately, it didn't seem to pose a significant risk. His guild was quite open and harbored no dark secrets. Moreover, if he could effectively utilize the characteristics of a double agent, satisfying his future demand for blueprints might become considerably easier. Suit yourself. If you wish to join, I can add you right now. However, as a guild member, you'll need to assist us in gathering resources. Chin duo duo. That's no problem. I heard you've made quite a profit selling level 3 weapons recently. Let me see how much you've accumulated. Do as you wish. Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Chin duo duo scoffed and began discussing business matters seriously. Chin duo duo. I'll sell you level 2 blueprints at a 5 markup. And core blueprints at a 20 markup. If you think I'm trying to profit off you, feel free to head to the trading center and compete with the throngs of buyers from the first echelon to see if your speed surpasses theirs. Lin Mo nodded upon hearing this. The prices seemed reasonable. Currently, the core upgrade blueprints have been thoroughly cleared out by the first echelon S buyers, rendering any attempts to purchase them futile. A 20 markup was quite fair. What about level 3 blueprints? Chin duo duo. I don't have many level 3 blueprints either, and I must periodically submit some to the representatives. If you want them, it's not just a matter of markup. What do you mean? Chin duo duo. With the outbreak of the insectoid crisis, resource output has plummeted, especially the rare resources needed for upgrades. If you possess any of these resources, I can use them to substitute for the level 3 blueprints to satisfy the representatives, thus allowing me to sell you the blueprints. Lin Mo considered this and thought of his iridium ore but asked nonetheless, what resources are you referring to? Chin duo duo. Copper, iridium, uranium, sulfur, rubber. Forget about the rest. You probably haven't even heard of them. Lin Mo was once again left speechless but pressed on. How would the transaction work? The resources you mentioned seem more precious than the blueprints themselves. Chin duo duo. Naturally. Hence, if you truly possess these ores, I want to take advantage of you. I'll pay you the market price for the ores plus an additional 50, and I'll sell you my blueprints at the market price without any markup. How does that sound? All right, it's a deal. Lin Mo readily agreed. Chin duo duo. You speak as if you have them. I feel like the latter part of this conversation is all for naught, considering I helped you secure that copper ore in the first place. Lin Mo chose to ignore Chin duo duo's comment and open the storage compartment to check the mined ores. Let us start with 30 level 3 blueprints. Chin duo duo. After all that talk, you only want 30 level 2 blueprints? I thought you were asking for 30 level 3. Wait, 30. Level 3 blueprints? Am I seeing things? Lin Mo took the opportunity to clarify. Just to ensure you don't think I made a mistake, I'll reiterate. I want 1,000 level 2 blueprints and 30 level 3 blueprints. With no credit, cash transaction. Chin duo duo. Chin duo duo. Chairman, since I'm a guild member too, could you send me a blueprint as a gift? Get lost. Let us wrap up this transaction. After completing the trade with Lin Mo, Chin duo duo felt as though he were in a dream. It was until he pinched himself hard enough to feel pain that he finally accepted the reality of acquiring such rare ores. Resource inventory. Iridium X20. Observing the iridium ore in his inventory, he did not immediately submit it, but instead located his heating device blueprint and opted to craft it with the emergence of the heating device. The small living pod was subsequently produced. Yes, he gazed at the humble living quarters he had previously inhabited, now transformed into a spacious 40-square-meter room. Chin duo duo felt a surge of excitement as he surveyed the surroundings. Rapidly adding numerous new facilities, with the heating device now available, he could finally discard the several layers of blankets that had previously kept him warm, and he no longer had to worry about awakening in the middle of the night from the cold. Regrettably, without copper, or he couldn't upgrade directly to a large living pod. After completing all the upgrades, Chin Duo lay on his bed, reminiscing about the transaction with Lin Mo. Perhaps he should consider switching allegiances to the Interstellar Alliance. Chapter 64, Corn Seeds. After obtaining the blueprints, Lin Mo made a delivery utilizing the guild resources managed by Song Jian the following day. Any member wishing to purchase blueprints needed to provide proof of their upgrades to request a trade with Song Jian. Moreover, certain restrictions were placed on purchasing blueprints. An individual could only buy a specific type of blueprint once to prevent waste or unauthorized resale for profit. Similarly, regarding the iridium ore, Lin Mo allocated half to Song Jian for the purpose of guild member upgrades. Naturally, the captains responsible for managing various groups held priority in the upgrade process, followed closely by the vice captains, thereby granting the management team a well-deserved perk. The scrutiny of iridium ore is naturally more stringent than that of blueprints. Each individual is limited to purchasing only one piece, and there is a rigorous examination to ascertain whether one possesses the schematics for a heating device. Those lacking the necessary blueprints are categorically denied purchasing privileges. After arranging matters with the guild, he entered his all-terrain armored vehicle parked in the garage. He then drove the armored vehicle down the gentle slope from the summit of his crater. Upon nearing the base, he halted the vehicle and activated the resource detection system. Resource detection initiated, scanning for resources within a radius of 1.6 kilometers. Multiple resources detected. Updates have been made to the dynamic map. Please review at your convenience. If a specific resource destination is selected, the dynamic map will automatically chart the optimal route. Following the upgrade of the functional hammer, the system's detection range has expanded. Now also featuring navigation capabilities, resources are marked with varying brightness and size. Larger markers indicate greater quantities, while brighter markers signify superior quality. Lin Mo surveyed the dynamic map. Within a 1.6-kilometer radius, there were over 1,000 markers for plant resources. Yet only 2 qualified as abundant and valuable. He selected the nearest 1.300 meters away on a patch of sandy ground. There was a cluster of mutated cacti available for harvesting, numbering at least 20 specimens. Mutated cactus, a herbaceous plant of the cactus family, possessing detoxification and analgesic properties. Similar to the mutated dragon budgrass, it is a rare antidote from another world, with a probability of yielding seeds in densely populated areas. After reviewing the description, Lin Mo planned to harvest some shortly. However, first, he intended to inspect another extensive area of plant resources. This second location was quite remote, situated at the edge of the 1.6-kilometer boundary. There lay a pond, accompanied by a small patch of mutated corn. Though its area was far less than that of the cacti, the density of the corn was considerably higher, and it too had a probability of yielding seeds, thus qualifying as a substantial resource. After examining the plants, he turned his attention to the mineral resources. Among several hundred locations, only one site contained over 100 units of magnesium ore in truth. He did not particularly need such resources, so he merely marked it on the dynamic map without any intention of visiting. What remained worthy of attention were the alien creatures, excluding the smaller varieties. There were 9 markers indicating threats of a considerable magnitude. All 9 were insectoid creatures, notably clustered together, resembling a patrolling squad. Among them were 6 small crawling warriors, 2 tiger-striped captains, and 1 alien species he had not encountered before. Scorpion Tail Elite, a medium-sized insectoid crawling warrior, an elite among its kind, tasked with leading the tiger-striped captains in patrolling insectoid strongholds. Its body structure closely resembles that of a scorpion, with a tail capable of firing plasma at enemies, easily penetrating lightweight composite armor and causing significant damage to medium composite armor. Due to its heavily armored physique, its movement speed is relatively slow. Prolonged motion may expose vulnerabilities at the joints. Careful observation is advised. Threat Index 93. Lin Mo noted the location, which was also at the edge of the 1.6-kilometer range, but at least 300 meters away from the mutated corn. He resolved to exercise caution while collecting the corn, lest he be ambushed by these creatures. After reviewing the map, Lin Mo utilized the system's navigation to arrive at the mutated cactus location. He directed the functional hammer towards the spiny segments, fervently absorbing the resources. Resource bar. Mutated cactus 1. Resource bar. Mutated cactus 1. Resource bar. Mutated cactus 1. Within a short time, he had completely harvested all 26 specimens. Unfortunately, each mutated cactus yielded only one segment, resulting in a total collection of 26 pieces. To prevent any accidental poisoning among guild members, it was imperative that the antidote be a staple within the guild's inventory. After gathering the cacti, Lin Mo began his journey towards the mutated corn. Fortune favored him. The group of insectoid creatures was moving in the opposite direction. Along the way, he encountered some smaller alien creatures, which were swiftly reduced to shreds by his automatic machine gun. Besides a few edible meat chunks and blueprints, he no longer deemed it worthwhile to collect the less significant materials. For instance, the carcass of a mutated scorpion, which had once served to poison larger alien creatures, was now overshadowed by the insectoid's toxicity and corrosive properties, rendering it of little use. Additionally, some exoskeletal remnants, once useful as armor at lower levels, now held no value. In under 2 kilometers, the all-terrain armored vehicle proved to be quite swift. Before reaching the cornfield, he spotted a bubbling hot spring nearby. Checking the dynamic map, he was surprised to find that it was indeed a hot spring. No wonder this area remained unfrozen while others were covered in ice. The water appeared shallow, yet for safety's sake, he opted not to drive the vehicle through directly. After navigating around, he finally laid eyes on the patch of mutated corn, marked by black leaves. He parked the armored vehicle near a meteorite crater and approached the cornfield, estimating its area. Although not as expansive as the cactus field, it was densely populated, likely containing 70 to 80 plants. The system had mentioned a chance of finding mutated corn seeds in densely clustered areas, so while he harvested corn cobs, he kept a vigilant eye out. What he had anticipated to complete in a few minutes turned into a half-hour endeavor, as the uneven terrain and varying growth cycles of the wild corn made locating each cob a time-consuming task. Just as he neared the end of his harvest, he finally discovered the coveted corn seeds. Mutated corn seeds, usable as seeds when planted in nutrient-rich soil, can significantly increase yield, with rapid growth if timely irrigated. Gazing at the 2 corn seeds in his hands, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Having previously harvested wheat, now corn, he could only wish for rice to complete the trifecta. However, before he could indulge in his thoughts, the system's alert interrupted him. Warning, high-risk creatures are approaching. Please take immediate evasive action. Instinctively, Lin Mo activated the full power of his exoskeleton, shrinking backward. In that moment, the mutated corn he had aimed to collect was severed in 2 by a sharp scythe-like appendage. Suddenly, a head with large pincers emerged before him. Lin Mo panicked. How dare you sever my corn? Chapter 65. Surrounded, the hot spring beside the cornfield continued to bubble, releasing occasional wafts of steam. Lin Mo had no time to dwell on his corn seeds. With his left hand, he quickly grasped his electromagnetic gun equipped with a grenade launcher. At such close quarters, aiming was unnecessary. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets swept toward the crawling warrior's antennae like a scythe to protect its sensitive appendages. The crawling warrior frantically twisted and retreated, yet it was futile. Its antennae were swiftly severed at the base. Chirp, chirp. Seizing the brief moment before the crawling warrior could initiate self-detonation, Lin Mo turned and pushed aside the corn stalks, racing toward his all-terrain armored vehicle. Just as he was about to escape the cornfield, he was forced to retreat. Once more, 2 more crawling warriors awaited him, while the one behind prepared to self-destruct. He quickly glanced at the bubbling hot spring. In no time for hesitation, Lin Mo sheathed his gun and activated the exoskeleton's full power, swinging his arms with all his might. With a powerful leap, he plunged into the pond. Splash! In the instant he hit the water, the self-destructing crawling warrior detonated, sending a shower of corrosive green liquid that scorched the surrounding corn stalks as if ravaged by locusts. He silently breathed a sigh of relief and swam toward the edge of the pond. Grabbing a handful of mud, he propelled himself upward, but as he stood, one foot sank into the mire. At that moment, 2 tiger-striped captains lunged toward him. Lin Mo, realizing the urgency, tugged with all his strength, but his frantic movements only caused him to sink deeper. Turning back to see the tiger-striped captains drawing near, he knew that firing the grenade launcher would likely injure himself as well. and using the electromagnetic gun's armor-piercing incendiary rounds might trigger a self-dash detonation. AKT is such a close range. Even the insectoid's shedding would hardly safeguard him. What to do? As he pondered, he noticed the Tiger Stripe captains suddenly come to a halt. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. Upon closer inspection, he realized the two captains were repeatedly stamping their sharp, pointed legs in place, their bodies sinking deeper into the sludge. So, you're trapped as well. However, the Tiger Stripe captains did not allow him to revel in his momentary relief for long, seeing their own bodies ensnared in the muck. They turned their heads toward him, with a wide, gaping maw, their venom glands contracted sharply. Lin Mo quickly bent down to evade, the dark green venom narrowly missing his head. The other captain quickly followed suit. He understood that remaining a target here would inevitably lead to being hit. He had to escape this mire. Glancing back at the hot spring from which he had swum, he noticed several bubbles rising from the rocky bottom on the right side. This area, with rocks providing support, should offer a better chance of extrication than the spot beneath him. As both Tiger Stripe captains launched their venom attacks simultaneously. Lin Mo cranked the exoskeleton's assistance on his other leg to 150 overload mode and propelled himself forward with a powerful kick. After extricating his leg from the mire, he firmly pressed down on the rocks and lunged forward, his upper body finally making contact with the solid ground. Glancing back, he observed two puddles of dark green venom corroding the spot where he had just been. Without time for relief, he exerted himself with both hands and finally climbed ashore. His all-terrain vehicle was situated on the opposite side of the crater. He merely needed to navigate the muddy stretch of over 100 meters to retrieve it. Moreover, the distance had increased, alleviating any concerns about Captain Tigerskin's self-detonation. Aiming the grenade launcher of his electromagnetic gun at the two Captain Tigerskins, he decisively pulled the trigger. Boom! The grenade, propelled by electromagnetic force, landed directly between the two foes. Bang! Before the Captain Tigerskins could react, the firing pin ignited the high-energy explosives within, enveloping them in a searing fireball. The shockwave rapidly expanded outward, blasting a crater more than 3 meters in diameter into the mire. Lin Mo did not look back as he dashed toward his all-terrain armored vehicle. He was not in a hurry to leave. Rather, the vehicle was equipped with an automatic electromagnetic gun, and its armor, despite being somewhat subpar, could withstand a barrage from low-level insectoid creatures. Hence, obtaining the vehicle would mean gaining an additional ally and a layer of security. However, just as he was about to scale the crater, the system's alert sounded once more. Warning, insectoid creatures are approaching. Please be cautious. Lin Mo looked up to see 3 small insectoid crawling warriors waiting for him at the slope's summit, their sharp scythe-like appendages swinging toward him without hesitation. He slid down the slope, the external skeleton of his leg scraping against the gravel with a clattering sound. The 3 pairs of scythe appendages were mere centimeters from his head, debris from the embedded rock continually striking his visor. Before the threat above could be quelled, a crackling sound from the cornfield indicated 2 unvanquished crawling warriors flanking him from the side. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo rolled to the right, raising his electromagnetic gun toward the cornfield. Boom! A grenade detonated beside the 2 crawling warriors. He paid no mind to the 2 warriors sent flying. His exoskeleton activated overload mode once more. In a burst of speed, he leaped onto the summit of the all-terrain armored vehicle before the 3 crawling warriors could surround him. With a hum, the vehicle's engine vibrated and the electromagnetic gun on top began to rotate. Enemy identification system activated, scanning for suspicious objects in the vicinity. High-risk creatures detected, automatic locking initiated, commencing extermination of high-risk creatures. Bang! As the electromagnetic gun opened fire, Lin Mo accelerated toward one of the obstructing crawling warriors. In an instant, the 2 insectoid creatures to his side were reduced to mere sludge by the gunfire, leaving only the one in front, sheltered from the electromagnetic gun's line of fire. With a collision, the crawling warrior was sent flying, and before it could hit the ground, it was shredded to pieces. Despite the protective armor, the splattering corrosive venom corroded the vehicle's durability to nothing. High-risk creatures detected. Please proceed with caution. The system's alert had barely finished when the previously silent electromagnetic gun mechanically rotated 180 degrees, the muzzle slightly tilting downward. high-risk creatures identified, commencing extermination. A line of bullets surged toward a shadow obscured by the mist. The sound of metal clashing made Lin Mo frown. Did the armor-piercing incendiary rounds prove ineffective? Chapter 66. Another core. Before the shadow could emerge from the mist, a ghostly blue plasma shot toward him. Lin Mo promptly leaped from the vehicle. The next moment, the plasma struck the rear of the armored vehicle, rapidly expanding until it enveloped the entire machine. Boom! The high-energy plasma detonated, instantly silencing the electromagnetic gun still firing. The all-terrain armored vehicle began to emit white smoke akin to an overloaded motor. Clearly rendered inoperable, he shifted his gaze back to the shadow's location. 3 pairs of reverse-jointed legs supported a black chitinous exoskeleton, with a scorpion-like tail raised threateningly, a jet port replacing its stinger, and a faint blue plasma could be seen accumulating within. The Scorpion Tail Elite requires 5 seconds to charge each high-energy plasma shot. Initially, Lin Mo contemplated using his anti-material sniper rifle. But after witnessing the ineffectiveness of the electromagnetic gun, he promptly abandoned the idea. Remembering the system's prior information, he recalled that the Scorpion Tail Elite would exhibit vulnerabilities after prolonged movement. With this in mind, he glanced around. Soon enough, he spotted the mire he had previously created with grenades, recalling the scene of the Captain Tigerskin being ensnared. Lin Mo slid down the slope, narrowly evading the Scorpion Tail Elite's second plasma attack. Simultaneously, he fired desperately at the creature's eyes with his electromagnetic gun, provoking its ire. Indeed, the Scorpion Tail Elite lowered its tail, and its 3 pairs of legs began to advance frantically toward him. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Mo maneuvered to the opposite side of the mire, waiting for the sluggish Scorpion Tail Elite to traverse the muck. As the creature approached the mire, he cursed under his breath. Damn it, this creature isn't falling for it. The Scorpion Tail Elite showed no intention of crossing the mire. Instead, it raised its tail once more and began to circumvent him. Lin Mo steeled himself and plunged into the hot spring he had just traversed, eager to see if this Scorpion Tail Elite would follow. When the creature reached his previous position, he had successfully swum to the opposite bank. That moment, when the plasma struck the water, the anticipated explosive spectacle failed to materialize. Moreover, it was noteworthy that the Scorpion Tail Elite had also entered the hot spring, but its plasma, which had previously charged every 5 seconds, abruptly ceased, due to the metallic electrolyte ions in the hot spring water. The Scorpion Tail Elite's plasma cannot charge temporarily. With the system's alert, Lin Mo sent a grenade flying that, if it feared water, then he would give it a proper bath. Boom! The explosion not only sent the hot spring water into a torrent of cascading droplets, but also dislodged the rocks below, which were bubbling incessantly. The rock layers were thrust upward by the high-temperature steam beneath the spring, while the Scorpion Tail Elite desperately struggled to escape. Lin Mo was not about to let it escape easily. He aimed and fired another grenade. With a resounding boom, the rock layers at the hot spring's bottom shattered, and plumes of superheated steam propelled the water nearly 10 meters into the air. The hot spring now resembled a boiling cauldron, continuously bubbling. The Scorpion Tail Elite, utilizing all 3 pairs of legs, struggled with its cumbersome body, further strained by overexertion, causing its joints to ooze dark green slime. The Scorpion Tail Elite's joints exhibit visible vulnerabilities due to overexertion. The host may target the joints for precise strikes. Hearing the system's alert, Lin Mo retrieved his anti-material electromagnetic sniper rifle. Finding a slightly elevated mound, he rested the rifle atop it. After electronic targeting calculations, the crosshairs in the scope adjusted automatically. He slowly moved the gun's muzzle until the Scorpion Tail Elite's joints began to surface. Aligning with the water surface, bang, the 15.2 millimeters armor-piercing incendiary round, propelled by inertia, detonated as the built-in firing pin struck, igniting the combustible agent rapidly. The projectile ruptured under the gas pressure from combustion, explosively igniting at the joint of the Scorpion Tail Elite that was oozing green slime. In the scope, the joint of the Scorpion Tail Elite exploded skyward, the dark green slime rapidly dispersing into the hot spring, occasionally releasing corrosive bubbles. The Scorpion Tail Elite, now missing a leg, strained to claw its way to the shore. Yet the harder it fought, the more slime it exuded, exposing its vulnerabilities. Lin Mo seized the opportunity, targeting the other rising leg joints with a flurry of shots. Bang, 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 as the last bullet from the sniper rifle discharged. A gaping wound appeared where all the joints had been destroyed, and flames erupted from the gash. In the next moment, the scorpion tail elite's body erupted in a violent explosion. The upper half of its body slowly sank into the depths of the hot spring, while the other half, mixed with dark green slime, splattered across the surface of the spring. Soon, the pool was entirely tainted green, with corrosive bubbles bubbling up continuously. Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no more insectoid creatures were present before stowing away his sniper rifle. He approached the corpse of the scorpion tail elite by the hot spring's edge, activating his resource hammer to absorb its remains. Resource bar. Sulfur 100. Resource bar. Polymer, biological, 12. Resource bar. All-terrain armored vehicle, design blueprint. Level 4 hammer required. 1. Resource bar. Large biological core insectoid. The polymer and sulfur resources were as he had anticipated, and the level 4 blueprint seemed reasonable, given it was a central insectoid. What surprised him was the unexpected acquisition of an insectoid core. With this, he now possessed 2. If he recalled correctly, upgrading the large survival base required a total of 10 cores, marking a step closer to his objective. After dealing with the Scorpion Tail Elite, Lin Mo also absorbed the 2 Captain Tiger skins that had become ensnared in the mire. Resource bar. Polymer, biological. Resource bar. Rubber, biological 8. Resource bar. Level 2 solar power supply system, design blueprint 1. He had not anticipated that the Captain Tiger skin would also yield a core blueprint. After securing it, he proceeded to collect the remains of the few crawling warriors. 0.6 diminutive insectoid creatures dropped a total of Polymer X4, Sulfur X2, and 3 level 2 blueprints. This haul was rather satisfactory, though it was regrettable that the all-terrain armored vehicle had been damaged by a plasma explosion present. He remained oblivious to the quantity of materials required for repairs. He ambled over to take a glance. Damaged all-terrain armored vehicle. Repair. Iron 664, 0860100000, Titanium 306005 5000, Silicon 10,000 2000, Magnesium 1000 Chromium 1000 Aluminum 1500, Rubber 24410, Polymer 9945, Circuit Board 54. Good heavens. This demanded half of the materials needed for an upgrade. Particularly concerning were the circuit boards, which accounted for the entirety of the upgrade requirement. As he observed the sun descending towards the horizon, he felt a pang of regret, yet could only persist. Confirm. System notification. Iron-100000, Titanium-5000, Silicon-2000, Magnesium-1000, Chromium-1000, Aluminum-500, Rubber-10, Polymer-5, Circuit Board -4, System notification. All-terrain armored vehicle repair successful. While the armored vehicle was being mended, Lin Mo made his way to the cornfield. Fortunately, it had merely broken into 2 segments without succumbing to corrosion. As he spoke, Lin Mo picked up the 2 severed corn stalks lying on the ground. Aside from the insectoid core, this was the most significant gain of the day. Chapter 67. New Discoveries. Larvae returned to the nest. Lin Mo had originally planned to gather the corn before venturing further afield to expand his dynamic map. However, he did not anticipate being surrounded by insectoid creatures in the cornfield, ultimately spending the majority of the day entangled with them. With no other recourse, he had no choice but to pilot the armored vehicle back to the survival base on the return journey. He opted for a route he had not traversed before. Abnormal organisms detected ahead. Please remain vigilant, host. Midway through, a system alert popped up. Lin Mo had previously inspected the surroundings, noting only a single large extraterrestrial creature. Upon seeing the alert, he peered through the vehicle window towards the marked point. Indeed, he spotted a mutated 2-headed lion situated less than 100 meters ahead, precisely in the canyon he was about to traverse. The canyon, formed by 2 meteorite craters, was obstructed by the 10-meter-long mutated 2-headed lion, whose behavior struck him as peculiar. The mutated 2-headed lions he had encountered before, aside from their distinctive vigilance with alternating heads, bore little difference from other extraterrestrial creatures. Naturally, their offensive capabilities were as formidable as expected, given the inherent ferocity of alien life forms. However, the two-headed lion before him was bizarrely ramming one of its heads against the exposed rocks in the canyon, exerting immense force as if intent on shattering its own skull. The roar that echoed seemed tinged with agony, reverberating throughout the canyon. Yet, the resilient flesh of the large extraterrestrial creature rendered the rocks akin to mere debris, disintegrating upon impact. Lin Mo observed this spectacle with keen interest. Although he had already drawn his electromagnetic gun, prepared to neutralize the obstruction, the lion's odd behavior piqued his curiosity, prompting a desire to understand why it was inflicting harm upon itself. At that moment, realizing that its head-bashing strategy yielded no results, the mutated two-headed lion noticed Lin Mo's all-terrain armored vehicle. The dark exterior immediately caught the lion's attention, prompting it to retreat a few steps before charging directly at him. Lin Mo was left somewhat speechless. This was the very vehicle he had just repaired. While the lion could not inflict significant damage to the armored shell, he anticipated that he would be tossed around inside. Yet, to unravel the mystery behind the lion's madness, he refrained from resorting to gunfire and instead pressed the accelerator, swiftly maneuvering up the side of the meteorite crater. As expected, propelled by inertia, the armored vehicle circumnavigated the crater's edge before the lion could halt its advance. This position was at least 100 meters above the canyon floor, making it difficult for the two-headed lion to ascend easily. Soon, after several failed attempts to charge up the slope, the lion resumed its self-destructive behavior. Observing that the lion posed no threat, Lin Mo took out his binoculars for a closer inspection. Now he could finally discern the details. The lion appeared to possess considerable strength, as it had already caused itself to bleed. Through the binoculars, he noted a bleeding point on the side of its self-inflicted head. Yet upon closer inspection, something seemed amiss. The lion was ramming its head, yet the bleeding was occurring behind its ear. Intrigued, he further magnified the binoculars until the bleeding point became clear to that moment. He frowned, sensing something unsettling. It appeared as though he could see several writhing white parasites. Just then, the scene through the binoculars began to shake violently. He lowered the binoculars to observe the two-headed lion, which had begun to thrash its self-injured head violently before abruptly sprinting off. Uncertain of what it had discovered, it charged straight towards an area on the opposite side of the canyon, which conveniently lay at a corner below the meteorite crater, obstructing his view. All he could hear from afar was a thunderous crash, causing the entire mountain to tremble, followed by a profound silence. Even the roars ceased. Lin Mo, recognizing the need for a better vantage point, drove his vehicle to a suitable location for observation, only to witness the lion switch to another head to continue its self-harm. This time, the head collided directly with a sharp point of granite, and under its own immense force, the skull shattered completely. Given the distance, he could only vaguely see the white matter within the cracked head. Assuming it was merely brain matter, he had no inclination to investigate further. But then the white substance twitched unexpectedly. He hastily raised the binoculars once more, upon clarifying the nature of the white substance. He felt a chill run down his spine. Initially believing it to be the lion's brain matter, he realized through the binoculars that the white, pulsing entities were, in fact, small white worms. Half of the lion's brain had been the captain of the striped team is nearly omnipresent. While the diminutive crawling warriors resemble soldiers in rigorous training, their heads entirely obscured. Such a colossal swarm of insects swiftly calms Lin Mo. His original plan had been to utilize grenades to exorcise these pests upon discovering their stronghold. However, faced with an unimaginable multitude, he is compelled to exercise caution. Recalling how he had squandered a significant portion of the day encircled by the insect horde, particularly the scorpion-tailed elite, engaging in a drawn-out battle to incapacitate them had proven both time-consuming and exhausting, not to mention reliant on a fair amount of luck. Had it not been for that hot spring, he could only speculate how long it would have taken to expose a flaw in the insect's defenses. At this moment, within the cavern, the dynamic map marked at least 3 scorpion-tailed elites. Such formidable insectoid beings pose a significant threat. Should he act recklessly, he risks incalculable repercussions. Just then, the system's alert sounded. Warning. 16 new insectoid entities detected within range. approaching the host. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo opened the dynamic map and observed that 16 insectoid beings were rapidly converging on his meteorite pit location. Taking out his binoculars, he peered through to find yet another squad of scorpion-tailed elites accompanied by their insectoid companions, seemingly alerted to something unusual that a frown creased his brow. This direction seemed eerily similar to where he had encountered trouble in the cornfield earlier. Could it be mere coincidence that this group of insects was here to report the incident? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. These creatures were far more intelligent than he had initially surmised. Moreover, their organization and division of labor were impressively detailed, having even managed to encircle him in the cornfield today, underscoring the necessity of not underestimating these insectoid beings. With this realization, Lin Mo no longer hesitated and directly activated his armored vehicle to retrace his steps. Recalling his previous experience of being ambushed at night, he deliberately meandered in a few erratic circles before finding a deeper rut to conceal the armored vehicle, opting to walk a short distance within the tracks he had made earlier. Once he reached the gravel road, he bypassed the ruts and unfolded the armored vehicle at the end of the stones. After this roundabout effort, Lin Mo finally returned to the survival base atop the crater before nightfall. Dinner was ready, grilled steak accompanied by crab roe protein porridge. Naturally, the porridge contained no actual rice, merely protein paste, yet few were fortunate enough to dine on such a high-end delicacy as crab roe. Habitually, he opened the world chat to gauge the situation outside. World chat. When will this insectoid crisis come to an end? If it doesn't resolve soon, I might have to resort to selling weapons or food. Look at you, all cowardly. I'll continue to do what I do, killing alien creatures without hesitation. If the insects come, I'll slay them just the same. Still boasting? Is the first tier really that formidable? They were devoured by insects, leaving the entire planet at their mercy. Just look at your gear. Don't even mention comparing it to the first tier. Can you even match the second tier's leaders? If you haven't encountered insects yet, consider yourself lucky. True enough, in this environment, aside from those fortunate planets without insect disasters, hundreds have likely been consumed by these creatures. If you're still alive, it's merely luck. It's not so absolute. The Interstellar Alliance led by Lin Mo has already taken down numerous insects that if one could join their ranks, fear would dissipate. You think people don't want to? Unfortunately, their guild isn't currently accepting members. You can't join even if you wish to. Speaking of which, I remember those days when Lin Mo was selling electromagnetic weapons, purchasing one granted entry into the guild. I was afraid of retribution from the first tier and thought I might buy later when they were widely available, but now I can't even get one. You're better off than me. I've been in line for 3 days only to be notified that they sold out the same night. Electromagnetic gun. Lightweight composite armor. Our guild leader had so many people running to buy weapons on the first day. There are plenty of orders left unfulfilled. If you're too timid to grab one, you can't blame others. What? The big shot from the Interstellar Alliance. Is it true? Is the electromagnetic weapon really capable of taking down large alien creatures with a single shot? I heard members of the Interstellar Alliance even receive a salary. Incredible. This electromagnetic gun is far superior to my pathetic crossbow. Do you have any insider information on when the Interstellar Alliance will recruit again? Lin Mo had initially thought the Interstellar Alliance was small in number and had limited influence, but upon observing the world chat, he realized everyone was discussing it, and they seemed quite envious of the Alliance's members. This was precisely the effect he desired. Once the guild members became adequately acquainted, he could select the first wave of captains, and then wait for the appointed vice captains to familiarize themselves with their roles before commencing the second wave of member recruitment. By that time, the organizational structure would be nearing completion, and adding a few more squad leaders would render management a breeze. Chapter 69. Grain Situation. Guild Development's impact is evident. Planet Chat. Is there anyone from the Interstellar Alliance? I want to join the guild too. Count me in. Can I buy 2 sets of weapons? The insectoid crisis is getting out of hand. Several of my fellow miners working with Bull have already gone missing. Does anyone have any solutions? You still call him Bull? Does he even consider you human? That Bull doesn't give a damn about us. It's been ages since the insect disaster began, and he hasn't even acknowledged it, that I'm leaving for good. Dude, where will you go now? Isn't it obvious? I'm heading to Lin Mo's Interstellar Alliance. But ISNT, the Interstellar Alliance, not accepting new members. Why not join the organizations they VE spread out first? Once you're in the chat room, you'll be in the reserves, sharing alien creature data exclusive to guild members, and you'll have priority on the recruitment list. Once the guild expands, we'll be among the first. Bro, which chat room? Pull me in. Me too, me too. 1. Lin Mo was astonished to find that the local planet's chat room was even livelier than the world chat. It seemed Song Jian had acted swiftly to disseminate the organization. Closing the chat room, he sought out Jean Fugue. Brother Fugue, how's the grain situation lately? At that moment, Jean Fugue was examining the wheat seedlings to which he had applied a suitable amount of fertilizer. Seeing the chat notification flash, he thought it was yet another group of lower-tier miners attempting to sneak in and join the guild. Just as he was about to decline their request and instruct them to wait for news in the disseminated organization, he realized the ID was unfamiliar. Jean Fugue, Brother Lin, I'm right next to the wheat seedlings. Not long ago, one of them just sprouted, and after watering, it grew to the size of my palm in just a few days. Recently, I've added a bit of the fertilizer you gave me, and the wheat seedlings are not only sturdier but growing even faster. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's face lit up with joy. Last time, Jean Fugue had mentioned that watering had accelerated growth significantly, far more than on Earth. And now with the addition of fertilizer, it was evidently even quicker. Oh, how tall are the wheat seedlings now? Jean Fugue, far more excited about farming than managing the few hundred people in the guild, eagerly responded. Jean Fugue, Brother Lin, to be honest, I don't even dare to call them wheat seedlings anymore. They've changed remarkably every day. Just a while ago, after watering, they were the size of my palm, and now they're nearly up to my knee at this rate. In another 10 to 15 days, they'll start to head, and the latest harvest will be within a month. Lin Mo was overjoyed by Jean Fugue's response. According to him, the entire growth cycle would be less than 40 days. And this was under the most conservative estimate. That was astonishingly fast if they could truly harvest in a month. Transitioning from the precarious hunting of alien creatures to stable grain production would undoubtedly mark a significant breakthrough. Lin Mo continued, Brother Fugue, once the wheat is harvested, just let me know what reward you desire. Jean Fugue smiled somewhat bashfully. Jean Fugue, Brother Lin, you know me well. There's actually something I've been wanting. Just speak your mind. I'm not one to make empty promises. Jean Fugue, well, I must admit that since I arrived here, I haven't had a proper bath in quite some time. I am in dire need of something to wash up with. Lin Mo initially thought it was something more serious and couldn't help but chuckle. Haven T, I already arranged for Song Jian to upgrade your living quarters. Once upgraded, bathing facilities can be installed. Jean Fugue was momentarily taken aback. While the recent upgrade had indeed provided him with a comfortable bed instead of the previous wooden platform, he had focused all his attention on farming and hadn't considered these details. Jean Fugue, so that is how it is. I'll go make one right away. I can't stand any longer. As Jean Fugue prepared to leave, Lin Mo quickly called out to him. Wait a moment, Brother Fugue, I have a surprise for you. Jean Fugue, Brother Lin, you're not about to announce the expansion of the guild, are you? That would be fantastic. We could recruit tens of thousands and repay the first tier for all the troubles they've caused us. Lin Mo hadn't anticipated that Jean Fugue would hold such a grudge and laughed heartily. It has nothing to do with the guild. This surprise is just for you. Take a look at this. Mutated corn seeds, X2. Jean Fugue. Brother Lin, where did you acquire the corn seeds again? If the corn is successfully cultivated, we shall truly have no worries about food. Jean Fugue was still somewhat dazed when Lin Mo had already sent a trade request. Once he received the corn seeds, he eagerly opened the introduction. Mutated corn seeds, slightly damaged with 88 remaining. Can be used for planting mutated corn. The more he read, the more delighted he became. Without hesitation, he greeted Lin Mo and dashed towards the field adjacent to the wheat, clearly unable to contain his eagerness to plant the corn seeds. Upon seeing Jean Fugue vanish without even closing the private chat, Lin Mo felt no anger. Instead, he was relieved that his seeds had indeed found the right owner. A little later, Song Jian reported on the internal affairs of the guild. Currently, there are a total of 4,873 members, more than half of whom joined while purchasing weapons. primarily comprising the top forces of the second tier. The remainder mainly joined through word of mouth. Having learned that our guild possesses techniques for slaying alien creatures and offers a fair price for rewards, during the first inspection, the number of level 2 functional hammer users accounted for 30. With the rest lingering around level 1. Why is there such a small number? Lin Mo pondered the report. Aren't most of them from the second tier? How come there are hardly any level 2 functional hammers? Song Jian, I understand this quite well, as I was once one of them. Back when I was in the second tier, the blueprint for a rudimentary living cabin still required over 30 pieces of aluminum. And to upgrade to a level 2 functional hammer, other materials were also needed. Even after upgrading, one would still have to purchase additional blueprints to manufacture weapons. It was more cost-effective to buy the latest weapons outright. Lin Mo nodded upon hearing this. What about the subsequent development of guild members? Song Jian. The results are quite remarkable. The temptation of kitchens and bathrooms is too great for these individuals. Just today, the number of level 2 functional hammer users has risen to 60, and that is with the related upgrade blueprint sold out. Otherwise, I estimate it would have surpassed 80 by tonight. There is no need to worry about the blueprints. I'll find a way. Upon hearing the blueprints were insufficient, Lin Mo thought of Qian Duo. Isn't she eager to join the Interstellar Alliance? Now is her time to shine. Chapter 70. Unexpected Gains and Information Gathering. Seeing Lin Mo seek her out so quickly, Qian Duo was somewhat displeased. Qian Duo, you're not here to return the goods. Are you? Qian Duo, I'll tell you, I've sold all your iridium, or there's no chance for a return now. Qian Duo, of course, if you really want to return. You'll need to exchange double the materials. Can you let me speak for a moment? As Lin Mo sent a private message, he was bombarded with a flurry of replies from Qian Duo. Qian Duo, I'm not holding your hand, am I? Fine, let me say this. I'm not here to return anything. Qian Duo, if you're not here to return anything, then what do you want? You've bought so many blueprints from me, and in just one day, how many can you sell? Don't lie to me. You must have discovered you can't sell them, and that's why you're here to return them. Right? Lin Mo, upon hearing this, chose to ignore Qian Duo's remarks and replied to himself. I'm here to buy blueprints. You want to join the guild, right? Now is your time to prove yourself. I need a large quantity of level 2 blueprints, preferably over 2,000 in one go, and at least 1,000 core upgrade blueprints. Qian Duo, you're telling me you're not here to... Sigh. Hold on. How many do you want? 2,000. Even if you sold weapons and made some money, you can't be so wasteful. I'm not giving them away for free. Besides, didn't I mention last time that I still need to charge a basic service fee for the resale? Qian Duo, alright, I'll be honest, I don't have that many. Currently, I only have a little over 1,300 in total, with the core upgrades making up about 70%. Then what are you waiting for? Go collect them. Qian Duo. Qian Duo, President Lin, I can't just go empty-handed to collect them, can I? If I bring them back and you don't want them. Who will I sell them to? Qian Duo, besides now, apart from your Interstellar Alliance members, who dares to hunt alien creatures outside? How many people are willing to risk their lives for a meager income? Everyone is just trying to ensure their food supply. Lin Mo was left speechless. It seems that small groups tend to bring trouble. After all this talk, isn't it just about one thing. The money hasn't arrived. So, tell me, what do you need to help with the collection? Qian Duo, haven't I mentioned before? The alien bug crisis is quite severe. Oh, right. Last time you said you needed iridium or to report back to the speakers. Right? I still have some here. Do you want it? Upon hearing about the iridium or Qian Duo's eyes lit up. Qian Duo. Although the alien bug crisis is severe, I've built up quite a few old collaborators thanks to reasonable pricing. If I muster the courage to ask, I should be able to collect some materials. Lin Mo was thoroughly impressed. It seems I truly did not misjudge you. Qian Duo, shall we trade now? First, send over that 1,000+ blueprints. Calculate the value and let me know how much iridium I need to provide. After handling all the guild's affairs, Lin Mo finally had the opportunity to contemplate the issue of the alien bug stronghold. The newly discovered alien bug stronghold is approximately 2.8 kilometers from his survival base. Observing from the entrance of the crater, the internal space is several times that of his current stronghold. And more alarmingly, there are a greater number of alien creatures, including the particularly troublesome scorpion-tailed elites. Although he has already encountered and defeated one near the cornfield, gaining some understanding of its weaknesses. The cave harbors not just one scorpion-tailed elite, but a larger swarm of alien creatures. Resolving them all will not merely be a matter of slaying a single alien creature. Most critically, the information he possesses regarding this alien bug stronghold is limited to today's observations. Besides that, he is unaware if there are any connected alien bug strongholds nearby. Reflecting on this, he realized that his intelligence about the alien bug stronghold is still insufficient. Perhaps he should venture out again tomorrow to gather more information. Even if it's not as dangerous as approaching before dark, he should at least explore the vicinity of the alien bug stronghold. And once the dynamic map information is consolidated, confirm that there are no other strongholds in close proximity before gradually taking action. Moreover, he could employ certain tactics. For instance, it seems that the alien bugs have small patrol squads outside. He could lay an ambush for them and take them out one by one to weaken the numbers within the stronghold. Alternatively, he could create a distraction near the entrance to lure the elites out and then turn back to destroy the stronghold. With a preliminary plan in mind, it became much more manageable. Early the next day, Lin Mo drove to the vicinity of the alien bug stronghold. 2.8 kilometers away, he activated resource detection. First, he conducted a sweep around the alien bug stronghold within a 1.6 kilometer radius, and then circled the outer perimeter of this 1.6 kilometers again. The outcome revealed no other alien bug strongholds, but he discovered several exceedingly rare mining sites. One of these is a core resource for upgrading to a level 3 functional hammer, copper ore. It is located 5.7 kilometers from his survival base, with the system detecting reserves exceeding 2,000 pieces. This reserve, of course, pales in comparison to the iridium ore vein beneath his feet, where even the smallest vein boasts a storage capacity of over 100,000. Thus, a copper ore site with a few thousand pieces can merely be termed a mining point. Additionally, there were aluminum and iron ore sites, with reserves of over 1,000 pieces each. Previously, he had been stalled at the threshold of the level 3 functional hammer due to the copper ore. Now, with this copper ore site boasting over 2,000 pieces, he aims to elevate at least 1/3 of the guild members to level 3. Only by uniting humanity against the alien bugs might there be a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, relying solely on himself to eradicate all the alien bugs across the planets would prove exceedingly difficult. After formulating his plan, he directly set up a primary mining extraction device at the copper ore location. Aware that some alien creatures or bugs may come to cause disturbances, he synthesized a low-level solar power system and then crafted an all-terrain armored vehicle. The armored vehicle is equipped with 10,000 armor-piercing rounds, remaining in an operational state around the clock, and he activated the solar power system for charging. Finally, he connected the friend or foe identification system, establishing an unmanned automated strike point. After securing the copper ore site, Lin Mo turned back to gather intelligence on the alien bug stronghold, but by the end of the day, he had uncovered several crucial pieces of information. First, 2 squads of alien creatures patrol the area surrounding the stronghold, maintaining vigilance within a range of approximately 4 kilometers. Second, the 2 squads dispatched are led by scorpion-tailed elites and will rendezvous before dark to return to the cave, meeting with 2 other similarly configured alien squads for the night patrol. Third, if unusual noises occur near the cave entrance, 10 squads led by striped captains will charge out from the surrounding caves within 5 minutes, surrounding the main entrance, indicating that there may be hidden entrances nearby. With this intelligence, Lin Mo's confidence grew significantly. However, he did not intend to act immediately, but rather continue observing for a while to ensure the accuracy of the information. Chapter 71. Tire tracks exposed. First, eliminate 1 squad. After 3 consecutive days of meticulous observation, Lin Mo verified the reliability of the previously gathered intelligence. It is worth noting that, aside from the 2 regular patrols of Zerg formations, he has detected a 3rd Zerg contingent wandering outside the system. This particular group is also led by the elite Scythe-tail, yet its scale far exceeds that of the configuration encountered during the skirmish in the cornfield. Through his recent investigations, he has come to understand that the fundamental organizational structure of Zerg warriors comprises 3 to 4 small crawling fighters, commanded by a tiger skin captain, forming a tiger skin squad. Should the patrol area be small, the Tiger Skin captain will lead 3 crawling warriors. If the area is somewhat larger, he will command 4 for even larger territories. 2 Tiger Skin squads may be necessary, potentially augmented by a higher-ranking commander, namely the Scythe-tail elite. The Scythe-tail elite typically emerges after the establishment of Zerg outposts, overseeing 2 to 4 Tiger Skin squads, again contingent upon the size of the patrol area. The special Zerg organism that Lin Mo recently discovered is a high-tier Zerg combat group, led by a Scythe-tail elite and comprising 4 fully staffed Tiger Skin squads, totaling 21 Zerg organisms. This Scythe-tail detachment has shown keen interest in the tracks left by his armored vehicle, since he disrupted the tire marks using gravel outside the cave. They have been searching extensively. Indeed, they have found clues that in recent days, Lin Mo has been verifying intelligence, and this Scythe-tail detachment has stumbled upon new tracks during his reconnaissance. With the tracks identified, the Scythe-tail detachment began to trace their origin. In order to avoid detection of his survival base, Lin Mo has positioned himself in ambush above the canyon where the excavation of the burrowing worm was discovered. Detected Zerg organisms approaching. It is advised that the host eliminate them one by one. Threat level 90. The system's alert echoed in his ears as Lin Mo's retina reflected the formation of the Zerg vanguard. The Tiger Skin captain was leading 4 crawling warriors at the forefront, followed by 2 Tiger Skin squads marching in parallel. The Scythe-tail elite trailed behind the 2 squads, with the Tiger Skin squad bringing up the rear. Lin Mo observed all of this through his binoculars, having already set up his electromagnetic machine gun and sniper rifle, with a grenade launcher-equipped electromagnetic gun slung over his back. The 3 Tiger Skin squads were resource column. Polymer, biological, 12, resource column. Small nuclear conversion facility, design blueprint, level 4 functional hammer learnable, 1. There is little to elaborate on regarding the polymer. Yet the blueprints for the small nuclear conversion facility are quite enticing. Once the guild flourishes, one of these can be allocated to Song Jian and his companions, serving as a logistical supply headquarters. Resource column, large biological core Zerg. Another core has been acquired. It appears I now possess 3 that after dealing with the drops from the Scorpion Tail elites. Lin Mo opened the dynamic map to inspect the cave beneath him. The cave is extensive, containing several small spaces reminiscent of incubation chambers, yet no Zerg creatures are congregating within. Observing this, he marked the location before returning to the surrounding canyon to absorb all the spoils from the 4 Tiger Skin squads. Resource column, polymer biological, 30, resource column, rubber, biological, 12, resource column, sulfur 7, resource column added. Electromagnetic gun, design blueprint, fashionable pajamas, design blueprint, cleaning agent, design blueprint. Aside from the electromagnetic gun, the remaining blueprints pertain to household items, which do hold some value, albeit not nearly as much as the electromagnetic gun. After tallying his findings, Lin Mo returned to his armored vehicle. Had it not been for the Zerg squad discovering his tire tracks, he would have preferred to delay his actions. However, given that he had already ambushed and eliminated a squad, it was time to commence the assault on the Zerg stronghold. In his estimation, this squad led by the Scorpion Tail elites was the same one that sought him out after their encounter in the cornfield. The break in their tire tracks had thwarted their search, prompting the reinforcement of another Tiger Skin squad. Now, this squad consisting of 21 Zerg creatures had also fallen to his hands. Once the Zerg stronghold realizes this, they are bound to take action, and their defenses will escalate to a point where an attack would be infeasible. This is not the outcome he desires. Thus, the offensive against the Zerg stronghold must commence sooner rather than later. Following several days of intelligence gathering, he has formulated a strategy that involves feigning an attack in one direction while striking decisively in another. He intends to create a disturbance at the cave entrance, subsequently drawing the main force of Zerg with his all-terrain armored vehicle, while he stealthily infiltrates the Zerg lair through the cave he had just discovered, by the time the Zerg main force reacts. Their lair will already be in ruins that juncture. The homeless Zerg will inevitably descend into chaos, allowing him to eliminate them one by one, even if he encounters 1 or 2 Scorpion Tail elites. He could manage the situation with another armored vehicle. With his plans solidified, Lin Mo proceeded to the copper mine. After collecting the resources, he reclaimed all facilities surrounding the mine and returned directly to the survival base. He intends to initiate his plan early the next morning, while the two squads of Scorpion Tail elites are exchanging shifts that he may need to rise early, so he must retire for the night. Upon returning to the survival base, the intercom flickered to life that he opened the private message. It was from Song Jian. Song Jian, Big Brother Lin, the guild's occupancy rate for level 2 functional hammers has reached 90 in recent days. The remaining 3 is due to the Zerg crisis, as resources have yet to recover, but I have ensured they're closely monitored. IT should take no more than 3 days to elevate all to level 2 or above. Excellent, Lin Mo nodded. And what about the remaining 7? Song Jian, Big Brother Lin, with the copper mine you provided, these individuals have already advanced to level 3 functional hammers. Even better, the level 3 blueprints must have sold quite well. I presume, Song Jian. Indeed, since we have not opened the sale of weapons, level 3 weapons in the market remain in high demand. Many members are planning to capitalize on this opportunity to earn some money. Song Jian, Big Brother Lin, in fact, we could refrain from selling weapon blueprints to them. This way, we can sell weapons to recruit members next time. Lin Mo chuckled at this suggestion. Why not sell? Moreover, we absolutely should sell. Chapter 73. Commencing action. Recently, Lin Mo has procured a significant number of level 3 blueprints from Qian Duo, and it is evident that the first echelon members who have ascended to level 3 are also preparing to sell level 3 weapons. At the very least, the individual who sold him the copper mine can certainly sell level 3 weapons. Given the situation, there is no reason to withhold. Why spreading the word on the very day they begin selling weapons. Our guild will launch a second recruitment wave, expanding to 20,000 members, and then notify that we will continue to recruit at a rate of 20,000 per week. Song Jian believes that if their guild sells level 3 weapons, not only 20,000 but even 200,000 could be filled immediately. However, as they are no longer selling weapons and have transferred the selling rights to guild members, the remaining attractions of the guild rely solely on Lin Mo's personal influence and the dissemination of survival techniques within the guild. Relying solely on these two factors, can they still recruit effectively? Song Jian felt a sense of unease. Song Jian, Big Brother Lin, if we do not sell weapons for recruitment, we will lose our advantage. Buyers can easily purchase weapons from members. Can we still attract new recruits? Lin Mo chuckled in response, assuring him not to worry. Before recruiting, coordinate with the promoted captains, vice captains, and group leaders to ensure they quickly familiarize themselves with the organizational structure, thereby effectively managing the newly expanded recruits. Noticing Song Jian's silence, as if still contemplating their recruitment prospects, Lin Mo added, after observing your sales tactics last time, I found them quite effective. This time, I will follow a similar route, acquiring good for the guild, but we will sell something different this time. Song Jian, Big Brother Lin, are you perhaps introducing new equipment for sale? With members already selling level 3 weapons, we naturally must present some solid offerings ourselves. Behold, what do you see here? Electromagnetic machine gun, anti-material electromagnetic sniper rifle. Although Song Jian was somewhat prepared for this, he was still momentarily stunned upon seeing the higher-tier weapons. Song Jian, as expected. Very well. Can we now proceed with confidence? Song Jian, Big Brother Lin, rest assured, with these weapons, I fear we might not be able to keep up with the demand. Buzz! Just as the first hints of blue appeared in the sky beyond the circular mountains, the roar of the all-terrain armored vehicle shattered the pre-dawn silence. Lin Mo parked the vehicle at a meteorite crater, the closest point to the Zerg stronghold, and took out his binoculars to observe the approaching Zerg squad. Two squads of scorpion tails responsible for the night patrol had gathered and were heading towards the cave entrance of the Zerg stronghold to exchange with another 2 squads. Lin Mo put down the binoculars and gazed towards the distant horizon. It is time. No sooner had he thought this than a cloud of dust erupted from the meteorite crater of the Zerg stronghold, followed by the emergence of 2 tiger-skinned squad leaders, trailed by rows of crawling warriors navigating the crater. The now converged 2 squads also recognized their fellow Zerg, and a chorus of sharp insectoid cries resonated. As if in communication, Lin Mo stowed away his binoculars and conducted a final check of all the weapons and equipment he carried. Confirming everything was in order, he activated the armored vehicle and charged towards the Zerg ranks that were in the midst of exchanging shifts. The Zerg swarm had not yet reacted when the armored vehicle had already closed in to within 50 meters. Good morning, bugs. The moment the vehicle door swung open, 3 smoke-laden grenades plummeted directly into the midst of the Zerg swarm. Boom, boom, boom. The first grenade struck the most densely packed exchange point, engulfing 3 Tiger Skin Squad leaders in a conflagration of high-energy flames, the shockwave instantly shredding a dozen or so surrounding crawling warriors to pieces. The second and third grenades landed squarely within the 2 Scorpion Tail squads preparing to exchange, 2 massive fireballs enveloping half of the crawling warriors of the Scorpion Tail squads. Screech. The piercing wails of the insects heralded the dawn of a new day. Several clusters of azure plasma hurtled towards the armored vehicle. Lin Mo skillfully maneuvered the vehicle to a meteorite. Lin Mo cast a glance behind him, noticing that the crawling warriors were pursuing him from 3 directions. The vehicle-mounted machine gun switched to automatic mode. Enemy identification system connected. Automatic locking engaged. Detected a multitude of Zerg organisms. Commence fire. He drove along the predetermined route, his foot pressing the accelerator to the floor. After deftly maneuvering around several craters, the surrounding Zerg creatures were left far behind. Seizing the opportunity, he extended the grenade launcher out of the vehicle door, repeatedly pulling the trigger. The successive explosions, combined with the firepower of the vehicle-mounted machine gun, allowed Lin Mo to completely shake off the crawling warriors behind him. After traversing 2 inclines, he took a moment to glance at the dynamic map. Ahead lay the marked entrance of the cave. Taking advantage of the moment, he wedged the accelerator in place with his rifle and opened the door to assess the edge of the crater. Just as the armored vehicle was about to crest the crater, he leapt from the exoskeleton's overload mode. He rolled several times before burrowing into the very cave where the scorpion-tailed elite had attempted to flee the previous day. Chapter 74. Base Elimination Plan. Inside the cave, darkness enveloped him. Lin Mo retrieved a new electromagnetic gun from his resource bar and activated its lighting device. He had not ventured far when he sensed a tremor above. It was evidently the swarm of Zerg he had left behind. After a brief period, the vibrations ceased, and he continued along the route indicated by the dynamic map. After navigating 3 forks, system prompts emerged. Ahead, worker Zerg are transporting eggs. It is advisable to follow them into the incubation chamber and resolve the matter together. Upon receiving the information about the worker Zerg, Lin Mo silenced the device on his electromagnetic gun and activated the night vision goggles to secretly observe a corner. After approximately half a minute, the sound of footsteps echoed within the cave. Through the night vision, he spotted 8 small red dots, which proceeded to move into a space just a few meters ahead of him. Noting the absence of other workers, he swiftly followed, his electromagnetic gun's grenade launcher already prepared. However, the system issued another warning. It is advised not to use high-damage weaponry. Vibrations may alert internal security. Then, he would rely solely on the electromagnetic gun. After all, the worker Zerg's antennae were easier to hit than those of the crawling warriors. He took 2 steps to reach the entrance of the incubation chamber, where a segment of a mutated 2-headed lion lay discarded on the ground. The worker Zerg was cautiously making an incision in it, then slightly bending its sickle-like appendage to extract tea in the fleeting moment when a swarm of insects was poised to converge. He executed a maximum speed leap from the cave's mouth. Simultaneously, 3 plasma projectiles detonated at the mouth of the cave, filled to capacity with a writhing mass of insects. Boom! The shockwave of the plasma's outward expansion obliterated all nearby insects within a 3-meter radius, while those further away were seared by the high-energy blast. Thanks to the cushioning effect of his exoskeleton and spacesuit, Lin Mo managed to steady himself atop a mound of soil, but the disoriented swarm behind him quickly regrouped. He suddenly realized that if this continued, he would not only fail to escape the scorpion-tailed elites, but might also find himself unable to flee at all. Casting a glance back at the swarm's position, he commanded, "Deploy the all-terrain armored vehicle." The vehicle materialized before him, and as he flung open the door, he slammed the accelerator and surged forward. Initially, he had intended to save it as a trump card for his final retreat, but the urgency of the situation forced him to utilize it sooner than planned. Engage the onboard machine gun's automatic fire. Enemy identification system connected. Identifying, the machine gun pivoted a full 180 degrees. its barrel aimed directly at the pursuing swarm. Detected a large number of insectoid organisms. Suppressive fire activated. Commence firing. Rat-tat-tat. The bullets from the electromagnetic machine gun fell upon the insect horde like a reaper's scythe, causing a significant number to collapse in an instant. Fortunately, the interior of the vehicle was spacious enough. Otherwise, the all-terrain armored vehicle would have found it challenging to maneuver. Lin Mo exhaled in relief. He turned his attention to the three scorpion-tailed elites perched upon the cliff. The elites were also monitoring the armored vehicle below. Upon noticing it, they emitted sharp insectoid cries, commanding their respective tiger skin captains to divide their forces and intercept. Observing that the swarm trailing the armored vehicle had diminished by a third, Lin Mo's vigilance heightened. As he scanned the area once more, the swarm began to disperse again, rapidly claiming half of the ground surface within the confines. These insectoid creatures exhibited remarkable intelligence, skillfully avoiding the uneven terrain. Under such circumstances, the maneuvering space for Lin Mo's armored vehicle was further constricted. Although the vehicle could withstand several assaults from crawling warriors, it still lacked adequate protection against the tiger skin captains and their corrosive venom. Then came the most terrifying moment. The scorpion-tailed elites launched another plasma assault, and the armored vehicle, confined within such limited space, felt as though it were dancing on the edge of a blade. Any hesitation from Lin Mo would result in immediate plasma impact, leading to destruction and death. He understood that it was time to gamble with his life. With a decisive swing of the door, emulating his earlier precise sniping of the scorpion-tailed elites, he now rested the electromagnetic machine gun upon the vehicle's door and began firing at the elites on the cliff. The elites, caught mid-dance, were once again forced to scatter under the relentless barrage of bullets. The swarm, now leaderless, hesitated, while the two closest scorpion-tailed elites were compelled to circle the entire interior space, with the onboard machine gun joining the fray. The three scorpion-tailed elites soon exhibited varying degrees of slime excretion, their jointed appendages turning a sickly green. Detected vulnerabilities in the scorpion-tailed elites. Host may execute precise strikes. Lin Mo targeted one of the elites with his armored vehicle, swiftly switching to his sniper rifle, aligning the scope on the one elite that had previously been blasting plasma at the armored vehicle's position, posing the greatest threat. Bang! The armor-piercing incendiary round penetrated the first pair of its legs, precisely striking through the joint's fracture point. As the incendiary agent ignited, the entire body of the scorpion-tailed elite expanded, ultimately bursting apart like an overinflated balloon. Witnessing the first elite's demise, he redirected the armored vehicle, narrowly avoiding a collision with the cliff, and then aimed at the remaining two threatening elites. Bang! Bang! The two scorpion-tailed elites, having just been forced to circle the wall by the machine gun, were already overburdened at their joints. As they halted to alleviate their joint strain, two armor-piercing rounds accurately shattered the joints of their midsections. The scorpion-tailed elite, now missing half its limbs, exposed raw wounds at its side. Lin Mo followed up with two more shots. Amidst the explosive flames, the scorpion-tailed elite was utterly destroyed. The leaderless tiger skin captains and crawling warriors plunged into chaos. Some retreated into the cave, while others charged directly at the armored vehicle, prompting the onboard machine gun to commence another barrage. Finally, he found a moment to catch his breath. Yet, before he could even regain composure, the entire interior space began to tremble. Detected a large number of insectoid organisms approaching. Please prepare promptly. Chapter 76. The Great Explosion. Lin Mo glanced at the dynamic map, where countless red markers surged toward the insectoid stronghold like a tidal wave. Surely, there must be 3,000 or 4,000 of them. The crawling warriors were not a concern, but the fact that there were over 100 scorpion-tailed elites was alarming. The nearest were now a mere 100 meters away, leaving him no time to lament. He swiftly stowed the armored vehicle. Then, he opened his resource panel. Resource panel. Grenades, X100, withdraw. Resource panel. Magnetic storm grenades, X10,000. Withdraw. Not only did he extract them, but he also placed all 10,000 magnetic storm grenades around the grenades. Finally, like arranging an incubation chamber, he connected them to the mound of insect eggs below the pit. Should any creature dare to approach the still-living eggs, the grenades would detonate with explosive force. There was no choice. While he wished to annihilate the remaining swarm at the insect stronghold, their numbers far exceeded his expectations. Moreover, the cliff was riddled with countless openings, and overhead loomed a massive, open tunnel. Attempting to hold his ground against the plasma attacks of over 100 scorpion-tailed elites was nothing short of folly. Host, 1 minute remains until the swarm attacks. Please evacuate promptly or risk your life. The system's urgent notifications underscored the gravity of the situation. Lin Mo wasted no time. Ensuring the magnetic storm grenades would remain undetected, he immediately searched the dynamic map for the nearest exit tunnel and darted inside. Creak! The cave echoed with the sharp cries of insectoid creatures, the sounds growing ever closer. Lin Mo switched off the illumination on his electromagnetic gun and activated the night vision. Indeed, just ahead, a cluster of 10 crawling warriors appeared. With 2 tiger skin captains bringing up the rear, he frowned, realizing that engaging in conflict within the cave could awaken other insectoid creatures, jeopardizing his carefully laid explosive plans. Additionally, the splattering corrosive substances could delay his optimal escape. If he were to turn back now, it would undoubtedly be too late. As the insectoid creatures approached, he scanned his surroundings. Spotting a side passage marked with a red infrared signal, he stealthily moved in that direction. Snap! A dozen crawling warriors swiftly surged past the entrance where Lin Mo stood. He glanced back at the dozens of insect eggs suspended in their cocoons, feeling a moment of relief. But just then, a tiger skin captain extended its limb into the entrance. Gripping his electromagnetic gun tightly, he prepared for action. Creak! Just before the tiger skin captain could make its next move, a deeper, more resonant insect cry reverberated throughout the interior space. The tiger skin captain quickly withdrew its claw and followed the crawling warriors onward. Noticing the dynamic map, now devoid of red markers, Lin Mo swiftly retrieved a magnetic storm grenade, removing its safety pin and stowing it alongside the grenades in the suspended cocoons. As soon as the grenades below were triggered and induced a slight tremor, the magnetic storm grenade would drop out and detonate. Having completed this task, the system chimed in again. 30 seconds until the swarm reaches the interior space. Lin Mo decisively activated the overload mode on his exoskeleton, pushing his running speed to its limits. Yet the light at the cave's exit remained elusive. 10 seconds until the swarm reaches the interior space. 987. Still, there was no sign of an exit. He began to doubt whether he had taken a wrong turn earlier. With no time to consult the dynamic map, he relied solely on his exoskeleton and his own strength to sprint forward. 3, 2, 1. As the interior space was flooded with a massive influx of insectoid creatures, led by dozens of scorpion-tailed elites, squads of tiger-skin warriors were quickly dispatched to scout the depths. Once a tiger-skin squad discovered that a few insect eggs had survived within the tunnel, the scorpion-tailed elites immediately ordered the nearby tiger-skin squad to rescue them. Meanwhile, the openings in the cliff continued to spew forth a relentless tide of insects on the other side. A tiger-skin squad had reached the tunnel where the insect eggs were piled. After clearing away the surrounding dirt with their scythe-like limbs, they encountered an insect limb blocking their path. The tiger-skin captain led the charge, sweeping its sharp appendage across the limb, which was instantly severed. The loss of support caused a nearby stone to tumble down, inadvertently pressing a stick against the trigger of a crossbow. Whoosh! The bolt shot forth, striking the magnetic storm grenade that had its safety pin removed. The grenade's inertia fuse was triggered in the next instant. A powerful electromagnetic pulse, accompanied by countless steel projectiles, rapidly expanded outward. As the first grenade detonated, the remaining 99 grenades piled together, along with the tens of thousands of magnetic storm grenades nearby, began a catastrophic chain reaction. Boom! With the electromagnetic pulse tearing through the air, the insectoid creatures, stripped of their antennae, were mercilessly pierced by the torrential hail of steel. The heavy shell proved as fragile as thin paper in the face of supersonic barges. And Captain Tiger's skin was torn to shreds by the shockwave before he could even retreat. The upper strata of rock was violently ripped apart by the shockwave of the chain explosions. Boom! The entire surface of the inner space began to tilt to one side, while the unexploded magnetic grenades and shells rolled down the slope into the depths of the tunnel, thick with insect eggs. The piercing screech of the elite scorpion-tail warriors had barely escaped when it was obliterated by an even more terrifying secondary explosion. Simultaneously, at the moment the countdown reached 0, a glimmer of light etched itself onto Lin Mo's retina. The entire vein of the mine suddenly trembled as if the tectonic plates had fractured, and the shock wave slammed him against the rock wall at a roar that transcended the decibels of a thunderstorm pierced through his eardrums, rendering him temporarily deaf. As he cast aside his night vision goggles, he noticed the cave entrance nearby twitching irregularly, and he sprinted outside without fatigue. However, just as he was about to reach the exit, the pressure differential within the cave began to reverse, resembling a giant vacuum pump. Debris and dust swirled visibly, while the fierce winds whistled through the gaps in his exoskeleton. This state lasted less than a second. In the next moment, the violent gust propelled him out of the cave, and behind him, 500 meters away, the insectoid stronghold erupted like a hellish inferno, a mushroom cloud rising hundreds of meters into the sky. The layers of rock up to the entrance of the cave, dozens of meters thick, were completely uprooted, and sulfurous smoke billowed into the heavens, while the swirling mineral dust obscured the entire sky like a swarm of bees. Moments later, the approaching dust storm, mixed with raindrops laden with limestone powder, began to fall drop by drop onto Lin Mo's visor, until the rain intensified, completely shrouding his vision. The rain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. As the dust storm dissipated, Lin Mo wiped the mud from his visor, and a faint blue star gradually emerged through the clouds. Chapter 77. Guild Recruitment. By the time Lin Mo returned to the survival base, night had fully descended. After a brief change of clothes, he took out some reheated food and had a couple of bites. Habitually, he opened the communication device to check the messages, but exhaustion soon claimed him, and he fell asleep. The next day, upon opening his eyes, he found the device flashing furiously. He had overslept. It was nearly noon, and the soreness in his muscles reminded him of the events of the previous day. Glancing at the still flashing device, he felt as if he had forgotten something important. Opening the messages, he was greeted by countless private messages from various groups. Song Jian, Brother Lin. Zhao Dahai, Brother Lin. There are too many people in the chat room. We can't keep up. Song Jian. The guild is recruiting new members. Hurry. Zhang Fugue, Brother Lin. We can barely hold on. Could you assign some more personnel? Wei Song, Brother Lin. You mentioned recruiting 20,000, but there are directly 200,000 in this chat room. I can't even see what they're saying. Song Jian, Brother Lin. You didn't oversleep, did you? Song Jian. Quickly wake up and check the message I sent you last night. Song Jian. Seeing Song Jian mention the message from last night, he was instantly jolted awake. He recalled having seen Song Jian's message just before drifting off to sleep. The guild members had upgraded to Tier 3 hammers and were preparing materials to sell weapons. Song Jian had been monitoring this matter closely over the past few days, especially after discussing with the first batch of members who reached Tier 3 hammers. He had decided to sell weapons and conduct guild recruitment today. He had specifically reported this to Lin Mo last night. Lin Mo remembered vaguely replying just before succumbing to sleep. Hastily, he opened the guild's recruitment chat room, only to be taken aback by the sight within. Online members, 478,641. He checked twice to confirm he had team miscounted. It wasn't T40,000, but rather 478,000. My goodness. Just moments ago, while reading the private messages, he had thought the number should be under 200,000, yet it had skyrocketed instead. Chat room administrator, Lin Mo, 240746, has entered. The instant this message appeared, the chat room fell silent. The small groups of individuals also reacted promptly. Song Jian, brother, you finally made it. Zhao Dahai, Brother Lin. Don't scare me like that. I thought you had been eaten by insects. Zhang Fugue, Dahai, stop talking nonsense. I told you Brother Lin was fine, but you insisted on being dramatic. Wei Song, brother. It's good you're here. There are too many people in this chat room. We simply can't manage. As he read their messages, the previously stagnant conversation surged into motion. President, I just joined today. I hope for your protection. I can't wait until next week. I really need to join. Big shot. Lin Mo, please open up more slots. We've only recruited 15,000 today, which is far too few. With over 400,000 people, 15,000 slots is truly inadequate. Lin Mo, I can buy 2 sets of the electromagnetic gun and medium composite armor. Please let me join. Big shot. The guild ISNT, just recruiting members. We're family. The Interstellar Alliance cannot be without me. Please, let me in. I was a billionaire on Earth, and I'll give you half my wealth when I return. 3 minutes. I want to join the Interstellar Alliance, or I'll die in front of you. This was merely the beginning of the flood of messages, and soon, over 400,000 individuals began replying. Their messages flowing at a pace that made it difficult to read. Lin Mo discreetly sent a message to the management chat room. Didn't we set a limit of 1 message per minute? Song Jian replied with a wry smile. Song Jian, brother, we've already imposed limits. It's now 1 message every 5 minutes. What? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Even 5 minutes per message was so rapid. Song Jian, I just calculated it. With over 40,000 people, even if half don't speak, that's more than 700 messages per second. 700 per second. Lin Mo was thoroughly impressed. This pace explained why it was hard to keep up. Song Jian, Dahai and Fugue suggested extending the limit to 10 minutes, but I thought it might affect the members selling Tier 3 weapons. So I didn't agree. Hearing this, Lin Mo nodded that he hadn't anticipated that too many people could be an issue. Perhaps it would be wise to separate the recruitment from the weapon sales, allowing them to conduct business without interference. Song Jian, I was thinking the same. Since Brother Lin shares the same view, let us have group leaders form their own chat rooms and take away those interested in purchasing Tier 3 weapons from the crowd of over 40,000. Sounds good. You can arrange that, Lin Mo replied, and soon after, the results began to show, with the number of participants quickly dropping by 7,000, however. Just as he was about to celebrate, the number stagnated around 400,000. Song Jian, Brother Lin, it seems the effect ISNT very significant. Lin Mo hadn't expected there to still be 40,000 remaining, and the speed of the conversation showed no signs of slowing. Ultimately, they still hoped for more recruits today. Had they already arranged for the 15,000 recruited today? Song Jian, it's all set. Could we squeeze out another 1,000 slots? Song Jian, that should be possible. But what if they demand even more slots after that? Then let us find 5,000 more. Song Jian, Brother Lin, that would exceed our quota by a significant margin, and if they cause a ruckus again, 1T that undermine our rules. You make a valid point. Lin Mo nodded, but at times it was necessary to meet the demands of the crowd. Avoid completely undermining the rules for the 3rd wave of recruitment. Let us prioritize individuals with strong professional attributes who are in occupations like doctors on Earth. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Song Jian finally felt relieved. Song Jian, I understand now. I'll draw some of the previously trained group leaders and have them take charge. Lin Mo suddenly remembered something. By the way, regarding the recruitment, in addition to those with strong professional attributes, we should also recruit miners from our home planet. Song Jian's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Song Jian, Brother Lin, I hadn't thought of that connection. Although the distance is considerable now, we will ultimately need to unite against the insectoid creatures, so establishing a guild relationship now will reduce future troubles. You're absolutely right. Lin Mo indeed had this thought in mind. After all, they were all part of the same 24 planet. Moreover, if he looked further ahead, this place could very well become his base of operations against the insectoids. And maintaining order in this rear base was absolutely crucial. Chapter 78. A bounty of gains, guild recruitment chatroom. Song Jian initiated a temporary mute. Song Jian, brothers, just now President Lin arrived, and everyone saw the enthusiasm. President Lin has urgently decided to expand recruitment by another 5,000. Song Jian, how about it? Everyone should be satisfied now, right? Naturally, Song Jian understood that it was impossible to keep over 40,000 people satisfied indefinitely. So he divided Lin Mo's additional 1,000 slots into 3 batches of 5,000. Thus, once the first 5,000 slots were released, he would add another 5,000, finally releasing the remaining 5,000 for those in need. This has turned into a marketing strategy, with an emphasis on the originally planned quota of 15,000, along with 3 successive concessions, ensuring that the dissatisfied voices will naturally diminish. Song Jian, let us stick to the previous method. giving priority to members who joined the reserve chat room, that if the quotas are insufficient, I will lift the speaking restrictions after 5 minutes, and then select the remaining members in the order of their speaking. After 5 minutes, 5,000 additional guild members were successfully chosen. However, the remaining 400,000 immediately began to plead once more. Song Jian resorted to his old tricks, repeating the previous operation. And the recruitment of 10,000 members was completed. Song Jian, all right, brothers, that S twice now. Their essay saying, once is chance, twice is coincidence, but 3 times is a pattern. Let us wait for next week's recruitment quota. How about we directly expand by 20,000 then? No way. Song Daolao, just find 5,000 more, please. Last time I was just 1 short. I'm begging you for another chance. Yes, I really don't want to wait another week. Just when everyone was on the verge of losing hope, Lin Mo spoke up, following Song Jian's reminder. Brother Song Jian, I can't bear to see so many people still unjoined, especially some brothers from our own planet that I've decided to add another 5,000 slots this time. If you don't make it, let us all just wait patiently for next week. The members who Haven T joined, yet are already in the reserve chat room and can acquire relevant skills just like formal members, so there is no need to fear the insectoid creatures. Song Jian, Lin President is right. If you're really worried, you could buy some Tier 3 weapons from our other members. After completing the final recruitment of 5,000, Song Jian sent Lin Mo a private message. Song Jian, Lin Gu, the last batch has been recruited. We now have a total of 780 survivors on our planet. This time, we brought in 500, many of whom are low-level miners without even survival pods. Should we create a separate chat room for these individuals? No need, and I strongly discourage them from forming small factions on certain planets. While Lin Mo understood Song Jian's good intentions, he held his own thoughts on the matter that if they were to form factions right after joining the guild, it would be difficult to manage. It would be better to allow them to find their place within the newly formed groups. And then later on, they could be split and restructured as needed. However, he did have some thoughts regarding their developmental status. Since they were all low-level miners, it would be wise to rent them some simple and practical Tier 2 weaponry first. Once they gradually learn to survive with Tier 2 weapons, they could then rent them Tier 3 weapons to help them develop swiftly. Song Jian, Lin Gu, are you not afraid they might run away if we rent to them? We're all on the same planet. What is there to worry about? Song Jian, true, but with so many new recruits, there might not be enough Tier 2 and Tier 3 upgrade blueprints. Recently, as guild members gradually developed, Tier 2 and Tier 3 blueprints began to circulate internally to a certain extent. For instance, if someone dropped duplicate or unnecessary Tier 2 blueprints, they could either provide them to the guild or sell them to other members in need. Although this internal circulation mechanism was just starting, as long as the number of members in the Interstellar Alliance continued to grow, the necessity for Lin Mo to relieve pressure through external purchases of blueprints would steadily decrease. Eventually, there would be enough for new members to use, and in the future, they could even output in bulk externally. Addressing Song Jian's concerns, Lin Mo smiled and explained, "Do you know why I was late today? It was precisely for this matter." With that, he initiated a trade request with Song Jian. Song Jian's eyes lit up. Previously, Lin Mo had always managed to produce several hundred blueprints, leading to suspicions of him having special trading channels with the top-tier merchants. After all, even living in the layers of alien creatures, it would be impossible to yield such a quantity of blueprints. Based on his experience as a top player in the former second tier, he deduced that such a scale of blueprint production could not have been achieved merely by defeating large alien creatures, as for actively hunting insectoids. That was a reckless act that ordinary people would avoid at all costs. While lost in thought, a trade window popped up and he clicked to agree, pondering how many blueprints Lin Mo would bring this time. 300? That seemed a bit low. Wait a minute, this is 3,000? Song Jian, Lin Gu, how many is this? 3761 blueprints. After saying this, Song Jian himself was a bit incredulous, and upon checking the trade window Lin Mo sent, he confirmed he had read it wrong, finally affirming it was indeed 3,761 blueprints. Indeed, these 3,761 blueprints were spoils Lin Mo had acquired after the attack on the insectoid stronghold yesterday. In addition, there were 37 large insectoid creature cores, over 8,000 pieces of polymer, more than 2,000 sulfur, and over 1,000 rubber. One could say this was the largest haul since they had arrived in this world. It was a pity that he discovered the insectoid cores were not guaranteed drops. Otherwise, to correspond with the scale of this stronghold, developing into scorpion tail elites would require at least over 100. However, there were only 37 cores in total. Nevertheless, this was enough for him to upgrade the large survival base. The next resource with the largest gap was uranium, needed for the nuclear energy conversion facility to operate. That, if you remember correctly, the requirement for the large survival base was 100 pieces. Notably, during the extermination of the insectoid stronghold, he had also received news about uranium. The armored vehicle he used to attract fire was connected to the command room of the survival base, allowing him to receive information about the vehicle's surroundings before the armored vehicle ran out of energy. Just 3 hours after the armored vehicle went out, it got stuck in a certain location. And it was at this spot that the vehicle transmitted back identification information, which included uranium mines. Fortunately, before the armored vehicle ran out of energy, he had already marked the unexplored area. Now, he just needed to personally visit it. Chapter 79, The Outside World. To reach the threshold for the Level 5 functional hammer as soon as possible, Lin Mo set off the day after the guild completed its recruitment. He arranged the equipment for the copper mine once again, preparing for his upcoming upgrades. All the guild affairs have been pushed onto Song Jian by Lin Mo, leaving Song Jian momentarily stunned, nearly fainting from frustration. It was he who was to recruit the members. And it was also he who arranged the expansion, yet now all the trouble was thrown onto him. Song Jian felt like crying but steeled himself to face it. Early in the morning, he convened a meeting in the newly recruited members' chat room, instructing them to select a vice captain apart from the team leaders who had led them yesterday, and then to disseminate various techniques for defeating alien creatures. The slowest performing vice captains would be replaced, while the fastest groups would see their vice captains promoted to captains. They would then continue assessments, and after a certain period in their roles, the captains would be confirmed and begin enjoying the Interstellar Alliance's priority upgrade benefits, as well as resource or blueprint compensations. In essence, this was the management fee for the administrators. The next levels of promotion would be deputy captain, captain, deputy commander, and commander. Currently, in small groups, each person was responsible for 5,000 members. Zhang Fugui had his own task, managing the 5,000 who had been recruited previously, with established captains and team leaders beneath him to ease the pressure, plus Song Jian overseeing matters, which was manageable. However, Zhao Dahai was in a difficult position, leading a group of newcomers without any direction, and could only seek help from Song Jian. Meanwhile, Song Jian had to assist Chen Gang, who was focused on research, and on top of that, he was left managing the affairs Lin Mo had delegated to him. With no other choice, he called everyone into the chat room for a meeting. Thankfully, with the previously elected group leaders and captains, they alleviated a significant amount of pressure from him. Before dark, they finally sorted everything out and officially issued the latest guidelines for defeating alien creatures. This was far more detailed and accurate than what had been circulated among the reserves, outlining nearly 90 of the weaknesses of alien creatures in the outside world and providing suggestions for killing them along with various methods suited for minors. Of course, the specific details would need to be arranged by each group leader, and subsequently, members with Tier 3 weapons or above could obtain the insectoid killing manual from their respective group leaders. Just as Song Jian was preparing to leave the chat room for a brief rest, one of the newly elected vice captains sent him a message. Qian Duo, Song Daolao, weren't we assigned under Lin President's management? Why haven't we seen him, and instead, it's you managing us? Upon hearing this, Song Jian pondered that he wanted to ask Lin Mo about something himself. He had been gone for a day without any news. But he remained polite to the newly elected vice captain, Song Jian. Recently, the guild has just completed its expansion, and there are too many affairs for the president to handle. I understand your feelings. But once the member structure stabilizes in a few days, I believe Lin President will have time to manage your daily affairs. Qian Duo had always been quite curious about the Interstellar Alliance. Previously, he had only received a verbal commitment from Lin Mo, but this time he had disguised himself as a reserve member and unexpectedly made it in during the first batch, coupled with his own strong abilities. He was quickly selected as vice captain by the group leader. Recently, Qian Duo had been relying on a large order of iridium from Lin Mo for his business, so he had the time to spare and found the Interstellar Alliance rather interesting. He wanted to observe the internal situation of the alliance further, so that when he traded with Lin Mo again, he could leverage that for negotiations. To his surprise, Shin Duo found that he had not caught even a glimpse of Lin Mo throughout the entire day. Now, upon hearing Song Jian's official explanation, he could only casually respond with a vague remark about exiting private chat. As for Lin Mo, he stood at the summit of a circular mountain 2,000 meters high, gazing into the distance. When he first ascended to the impact point at the peak, he had already noticed the distant silhouette of the circular mountain, resembling a vast celestial dome. This time, in pursuit of uranium ore, he followed the trail of the armored vehicle, traversing the dynamic map's markers. After 3 arduous hours, he finally reached the foot of the circular mountain. Amidst the mountain's slopes, he spotted his armored vehicle, which had been utterly destroyed, appearing as if it had plunged directly downwards, triggering a catastrophic battery explosion. Retrieving it for repairs was now utterly futile. The repairs would cost nearly as much as acquiring a new vehicle altogether. Fortunately, he had come here for uranium, and the system had already notified him during his ascent that the uranium ore lay atop the peak. After several hours of climbing, he successfully arrived at the summit. However, what astonished him was not the massive green ore exposed at the peak, but rather the breathtaking sight beyond the circular mountain. A colossal swarm of insectoid creatures dragged several large extraterrestrial remains towards a deep cavern. Within the cave, numerous burrowing worms advanced side by side like giant tunneling machines, while worker insects darted about, seemingly constructing an underground fortress. All around the cave, a tide of crawling warriors merged into a black wave, led by Captain Hoopy and the elite scorpion tail soldiers, leaving desolation in their wake. In the distance, a meteorite, larger than the impact point, thundered down. As the meteorite exploded, a surge of insect swarms erupted forth like a breached dam, cascading into the black torrent. This scene bore a striking resemblance to a battlefield where invaders executed scorched earth tactics in enemy territory. In that moment, Lin Mo felt as though he were standing in the heart of the insectoid hive. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly averted his gaze. Although the number of insects on this planet appeared to far exceed his imagination, this only intensified his sense of urgency. These swarms seemed to be establishing a new stronghold, suggesting that their presence here had not been long. This was, in fact, good news for him. Coupled with the uncharted green uranium ore before him, he felt a flicker of hope for his own odds of success. Lin Mo turned back to the vicinity of the uranium ore and activated the system detection. Detection indicates a giant uranium ore at the host location, estimated reserves around 380 units. Upon seeing the estimated reserves, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, over 300 units would suffice for his upgrades. Having confirmed the details, he proceeded to synthesize 5 primary mining devices on site. Each device could excavate 144 units of uranium within a 24-hour period. So 5 devices would yield 720 units, completing the operation in approximately 12 hours. The mining devices were powered by iridium ore, eliminating the need for solar energy. However, it meant he would have to endure a night atop the mountain. This was necessary to ensure the equipment was not damaged by extraterrestrial creatures, and he also had no means to return. The night had fallen completely, and descending the mountain would take several hours, followed by another journey by vehicle, likely until dawn. It was more prudent to find a level spot on the summit and rest inside the armored vehicle. Moreover, he could enjoy a bit more sleep in the morning before descending with the ore. Chapter 80. Upgrading the large survival base. Uncertain whether there were few extraterrestrial creatures capable of flight or for other reasons, the vehicle-mounted machine gun with enemy recognition remained silent throughout the night, allowing Lin Mo to enjoy a restful slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered that 363 units of uranium had been mined, with the system indicating a remaining reserve of 15 units. Seizing this opportunity, he took a stroll around other locations at the summit to familiarize himself with the nearby map and resources. Preparing for his descent, half an hour swiftly passed, and upon his return, he found the 5 mining devices had ceased operation. Resource column: uranium 378. After collecting the uranium, he stowed away the devices. Although the number of synthesized devices seemed ample, they might still fall short compared to the new ore deposits he had discovered on his way back. Noon. Lin Mo successfully descended from the summit to the mountainside. The slope here had become gentle enough to operate the armored vehicle. He closed the vehicle door, selected an untraveled path, and marked the resources along the way to be by the time he reached the vicinity of insectoid stronghold. Darkness had enveloped the land that he took a detour to arrive at the copper or resource point. Resource column. Copper 217. Now almost all resources were gathered, save for the iridium or still being extracted near the survival base. According to Earth time, it was nearly 9 in the evening when Lin Mo finally arrived at the survival base. Resource column. Iridium 746. Though he felt slightly hungry, he was eager to upgrade the function hammer. Just the day before, they had sold 30,000 sets of level 4 weapons and equipment, with each set comprising a weapon and protective gear selling for 16,666 units of iron for those top-tier second echelon members. This was hardly a challenge. Thanks to the blueprints dropped from medium-sized extraterrestrial creatures, even the most rudimentary ones could fetch hundreds of units of iron, not to mention the other blueprints or rarer core blueprints. Thus, for those aspiring to join the Interstellar Alliance, this was truly negligible. When Song Jian tallied the final gross profit, the figures startled everyone, including some level 3 weapons and equipment sold that day. They had amassed 500 million in total. Thus, when Lin Mo cross-verified the resources required for synthesis on the synthesizer, he could hardly contain his eagerness to proceed. He selected the large survival base. Large survival base. Small survival base 1-1. Iron 12, 000W5, 000W. Titanium 300W, 200W. Silicon 70W, 50W. Chromium 30W, 20W. Aluminum 10W, 10W. Magnesium 7W, 5W. Circuit board 1325 1. 000. Iridium 1178 500. Sulfur 1480 300. Copper 323 200. Uranium 378 100. Large biological core insectoid 4010. Material sufficient. Confirm fusion upgrade. Confirm. System notification. Iron-5000W. Titanium-200W. Silicon-50W. Chromium-20W. Aluminum-10W. Magnesium-5W. Circuit board-1, 000. Iridium-500. Silicon-300. Copper-200. Uranium-100. Large biological core insectoid-10. Small survival base -1. System notification. Large survival base fusion upgrade successful. With the cold light of quantum tunneling effect pulsating, the survival base unfurled its upgraded holographic projection at a ghostly blue luminescence spread like liquid metal, while nanostructural reorganization caused the base's structure to expand tenfold. Magnetic storm arcs erupted at the junctions, bursting forth silver-white diamonds. .18 tunnel excavation devices synchronized their piston-like restructuring, extending viper-like alloy frameworks from 16 stress nodes. The composite armor layer instantaneously evolved into an energy-absorbing honeycomb structure, embedded with numerous high-impact titanium alloy fluid conduits. Once the first aerogel buffer layer solidified, the entire defensive wall surpassed the critical threshold of 0.93 meters, and intelligent mechanical swarms began weaving a stability field within the grid. Main Control Center. Outer wall foundation laid successfully, integrated with the existing enemy recognition system. Every 5-meter unit abruptly split to reveal a shooting zone, while the steel gates morphed into fractal, crystal-like firepower strike points. The base's corners suddenly sank 7 meters, and phase cannons with over 270-degree magnetic rail capabilities soared into the sky. Main Control Center. Outer wall firepower points constructed. With the completion of the city walls, various facilities within the enclosure began to be meticulously refined according to the blueprint. The plasma gate generator atop the aircraft hangar activated first, and 10 parallel armored vehicle garages rose from the ground. The biological laboratory's isolation chamber manifested with azure portholes, while 23 silver tubular devices wove an automated or vehicle garage akin to the mouth of an 8-eyed eel. The core main cabin underwent reconstruction again. As the interdimensional positioning beacon completed charging, 25-meter special steel columns split and branched like bone porcelain cracks. The newly added 5-story command center's outer facade was enveloped in wave-absorbing ceramics, with oval portholes flowing with intelligent liquid light modulation layers. In contrast to the previous 3-story structure that included the command room, it had now transformed into a complete 3-story building measuring 27 meters in width and length. Once equipped with relevant devices, the distance for identifying enemies would exceed 11 kilometers. As for the electromagnetic cannon's position, there was no need for concern, for the original turret-mounted machine gun sights had all been upgraded to cannon positions. The last piece of the defensive system puzzle locked into place amidst the alarm's blare. Modular weapon bases at the eaves ejected honeycomb interfaces, requiring only to connect to standard combat modules. Capable of constructing a 3-dimensional crossfire network within 0.5 seconds. Theoretically, as long as there were sufficient weapons, the firepower points would be limitless. Simultaneously, Lin Mo's driver function hammer automatically upgraded to level 5. The synthesized items post-upgrade were not his primary concern. What truly captivated his attention were the ramifications brought about by the system's subsequent upgrade. Compared to the previous kilometer-level detection range, this time the system had directly expanded 20-fold, approaching a detection range of nearly 30 kilometers, which genuinely startled him. For, as soon as he activated the dynamic map, the surrounding resources became immediately visible. Moreover, by specifying the required resources, the dynamic map would directly mark them for him, even suggesting the most efficient collection routes. For potentially threatening creatures, the system would delineate threat level zones, automatically alerting him upon entering those areas. After briefly reviewing the content of the system upgrade, Lin Mo turned to glance at his large survival base, which had expanded beyond the confines of the mountain. He suddenly realized that the location he had chosen back then was rather inadequate. It seemed he would need to relocate once more. The site of the uranium mine was certainly no longer feasible. The complexities of navigating the 2,000-meter mountain were not to be underestimated, and armored vehicles were rendered utterly incapable of traversing it. Although the upgrade had introduced an aircraft hangar, potentially allowing for the synthesis of flying machines, one must not forget the automated mining vehicles, which could not operate at that location. Thus, he needed to seek out a more level area, preferably one with a higher base elevation, to facilitate better defense against potential swarm attacks. As he pondered this, an idea struck him. The insectoid stronghold he had obliterated turned out to be situated in a high-impact crater. Following the explosive shockwave, the structure above had completely collapsed, creating a flat terrain that perfectly matched his desired conditions of being elevated in the center with lower surroundings. It appeared to be an ideal fit that he resolved to personally inspect it the following day. If it proved suitable, he would relocate the base there. Chapter 81. The Grand Upgrade After Moving. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the porthole, warming Lin Mo's face as he rubbed his sleepy eyes and stretched. It was time to set off. After a brief wash and hearty breakfast, he was eager to explore the insectoid stronghold he had previously destroyed. The upgraded large survival base now featured a more spacious garage, accommodating 10 armored vehicles neatly arranged. The main core module's garage had also been preserved, offering him the freedom to choose. Lin Mo directly accessed the armored vehicle from the core module garage on the first floor. Identity verification successful. Hatch door opened. As the hatch swung open, Lin Mo activated the dynamic map and pressed the accelerator to exit the garage, upon reaching the 5-meter-high iron walls of the survival base. The radar above the gate swiftly scanned his facial information, while the ion signal conducted a biological identification on the other side. Verification successful. Base owner, Lin Mo, no threat detected, passage granted. With a low hum, the 1-meter-thick high-strength alloy gate slowly parted, allowing a path through the large alloy barricade. Lin Mo found this process rather untroublesome, as safety was the foremost priority. Once the armored vehicle had departed the expansive survival base, he disembarked and stored the base in the resource inventory. He then made his way to the site of the iridium mine and activated the synthesizer, selecting the small fire point. Small fire point. Iron, 5,000. Magnesium, 30. Aluminum, 55. Silicon, 11. Equipped with a solar power system. This small fire strike point connects to an enemy identification system. It possesses 360-degree automatic reconnaissance capabilities, ammunition storage. 0. The benefits of upgrading to a level 5 functional hammer were numerous. Previously, a combination of solar power and armored vehicles was required for defense. Now, a mere small fire point sufficed. After adding the ammunition, Lin Mo drove the armored vehicle down the slope at high speed. Upon reaching some flatter terrain, he opened the dynamic map and meticulously observed the surrounding topography and resource distribution. Following the system upgrade, the visual range of the map had considerably expanded, rendering various resource points distinctly visible. He planned to synthesize automated mining vehicles immediately after the relocation, significantly enhancing the efficiency of resource collection from the nearby mining sites. Approximately 2 hours later, the armored vehicle arrived at the now-ruined insectoid stronghold. Although traces of scorched earth were still faintly visible, the elevated platform was a source of satisfaction for him. It was simply more suitable than the small platform he had previously discovered surrounding the crater. The once towering crater had entirely collapsed under the explosive force, forming a vast, gently sloping depression. The center of the depression was slightly raised, while the surrounding terrain was lower, creating a natural defensive barrier. This location seemed to exceed his expectations. Lin Mo leapt from the armored vehicle and meticulously surveyed the area around the depression. Upon confirming that the terrain met his requirements, he selected a gently sloped direction as the exit for the base and immediately began to deploy the large survival base. Main Control Center. Base relocation complete. Undergoing environmental adaptation adjustments. Standing in the center of the base, Lin Mo watched the surrounding structures gradually unfold, his heart brimming with anticipation that he intended to utilize the automated mining vehicles to collect some or before further synthesizing flying machines. After all, acquiring flying machines would greatly extend his operational range. Not only would exploration and resource collection become more convenient, but he could also gather fellow guild members on the same planet to collectively confront the insectoid crisis. Lin Mo accessed the synthesizer and located the synthesis option for the automated mining vehicle. Fully automated mining vehicle. Iron 100W100W, titanium 5W5W, silicon 2W2W, magnesium 1W1W, chromium 1W1W, aluminum 5000. Rubber 5050, polymer 3030, circuit board 2020, material sufficient, confirmed batch synthesis. Lin Mo glanced at the garage for the automated mining vehicles and the related information, noting that it could accommodate 3 mining vehicles for charging. Each vehicle required 12 hours to fully charge and could operate for 12 hours when mining. Therefore, if he allowed the mining vehicles to operate continuously for 24 hours, he could synthesize 3 additional units, maximizing the utilization of both the mining vehicles and the charging stations. Confirm. System notification. Iron-600W, titanium-30W, silicon-12W, magnesium-6W, chromium-6W, aluminum-3W, rubber-300, polymer-180, circuit board -120. System notification. Batch synthesis of fully automated mining vehicles successful. Amidst brilliant blue lights, 3 mining vehicles took their positions in the garage to charge, while another 3 parked at the garage entrance. As the 3 large vehicles powered up simultaneously, the main control center soon issued a warning. Main control center. Core power supply devices are severely overloaded. Main control center. Current energy consumption intensity far exceeds system safety limits. Backup energy storage system will soon initiate protective power limitation, effective in approximately 60 minutes. To avoid permanent damage to the equipment, please immediately reduce energy consumption or upgrade the power supply facilities. Lin Mo was taken aback that the charging of 3 automated mining vehicles had overwhelmed the power supply of the entire large survival base. With no other option, he reopened the synthesizer, medium nuclear energy conversion device, iron 100W100W, titanium 5W5W, magnesium 2W2W, aluminum 1W1W, polymer 100 rubber 5050, circuit board 55. Note: device operation requires the addition of 5 uranium blocks each month. Material sufficient. Confirm upgrade. Confirm. System notification. Iron-100W, titanium-5W, magnesium-2W, aluminum-1W, polymer-100, rubber-50, circuit board -5. System notification. Medium nuclear energy conversion device upgrade successful. In an instant, the lights of the survival base which had dimmed, shone brightly once more following the upgrade. The warnings from the main control center dissipated. Finally, everything seemed to be in order. Seeing that all equipment was functioning normally, Lin Mo seized the opportunity during the charging of the automated mining vehicles to upgrade anything else that was eligible. In particular, he outfitted the gun emplacements on the walls with the latest heavy electromagnetic machine guns every 5 meters and set up heavy electromagnetic cannons at the corners, just as Lin Mo busied himself with these tasks. 2 black tentacles, each over 10 meters long, slowly emerged from the rim of the crater on the horizon. Chapter 82. Encirclement. Main Control Center, or Storage Warehouse, aluminum 16, magnesium 3, iron 37, chromium 18, titanium 26. Main Control Center, or Storage Warehouse. Magnesium 11, aluminum 13, cobalt 11, iron 18, magnesium 47. Main Control Center, or Storage Warehouse, iridium 1, iron 73, magnesium 21, titanium 3, magnesium 2. Once the automated mining vehicles were fully charged, Lin Mo circled several mineral areas on the holographic topographic map in the main control center, then watched as the 3 automated mining vehicles exited through the hatch. Within less than 2 hours, the first vehicle returned, laden with resources, carrying a total of 100 blocks that a mere 10 minutes later. The second and third mining vehicles returned simultaneously, both also fully loaded with 100 blocks, each at this rate. A single full charge could yield at least 5 vehicle loads of ore, totaling 15 loads and 1,500 blocks that, if he also accounted for the replacement mining vehicles, he could expect a daily influx of 3,000 blocks, which was quite pleasant. Although not all of them were rare ores, the consistent daily resource accumulation would add up over time. Moreover, there was always the possibility of uncovering particularly rare ores, such as the iridium mine for the third vehicle, or perhaps copper ore. After addressing the concerns of guild members that had arisen over the past few days, he entered the command chat room he was responsible for managing. Has anyone tried out the newly acquired weapons against the insectoid creatures yet? Of course, as soon as I got my hands on the electromagnetic machine gun, I went to test it. Those crawling warriors and tiger stripe captains were left utterly bewildered. Haha, same here. Previously, I had to aim for their tentacles with the electromagnetic gun. But now I can just aim and shoot. A few rounds turn them into a sieve. Second team captain. However, everyone should remain vigilant. The latest insectoid kill manual, which Song has already distributed to you, warns that leaving any insectoid alive could lead to self-detonation. And several new types of insectoid creatures have recently emerged that are challenging to deal with using electromagnetic guns. Captain, we have all observed that the manual appears to be titled Scorpion Tail Elite, which indicates that those creatures move slowly. So we should simply run when we encounter them. Deputy Leader of Team 3, Group 4. However, they still run faster than humans' 2 legs. IT would be best to upgrade to a level 3 hammer and acquire an all-terrain vehicle, allowing us to both attack and retreat effectively. Chat room administrator, Lin Mo, has come online. Did you all notice? It seems the guild leader has arrived. Indeed, it is the guild leader, esteemed guild leader. Have you slain many Xur creatures? Otherwise, how could you possess such extensive knowledge of their weaknesses? Wow, it truly is the guild leader. Could you please share with us the level of your hammer? Upon entering, Lin Mo observed a lively discussion regarding Xur creatures, which he found quite pleasant. However, his attention was swiftly drawn to the deputy leader of Team 3, Group 4. He promptly opened a private chat with Duo, commenting on the recent lack of communication and realizing that an undercover agent had come to his base. Duo, your words are rather unpleasant. What do you mean by undercover? You agreed to let me join the guild, and now you wish to renege? Lin Mo found himself at a loss for words that a perfectly capable member of the first echelon was not collecting resources, but rather mingling here as a deputy leader. He truly could not comprehend this individual's intentions. Nevertheless, he replied, I fear my Star Alliance's temple is too small to accommodate such a grand figure from the first echelon. Duo, it seems you have objections to my status in the first echelon. Shall I resign immediately? Lin Mo sighed. Since you are already here and have become a deputy leader, why not contribute more to our Star Alliance? Previously, when I lacked blueprints, you suggested I go harvest resources. And now that you are a deputy leader, you should realize I wasn't deceiving you. Duo. I am indeed aware now, but the business in the first echelon is not as prosperous as before. Blueprints are no longer as easily obtained. Just as Duo finished speaking, Lin Mo sent a trade request. Upon opening it, he saw iridium, but he promptly exchanged it for an equivalent amount of blueprints. Duo. Although business is challenging, I still have some old partners and managed to gather a few blueprints from them that IT should suffice for your needs for a few days. Lin Mo smirked. Conceding, all right, you focus on your group members and ensure you gather more blueprints for me. Duo. Yes, guild leader, I promise to complete the task. Lin Mo exited the private chat and informed the members within the guild to examine the Zerg's kill manual meticulously. Otherwise, they risk underestimating them and facing dire consequences. That he also addressed several inquiries regarding the Zerg, such as the corrosive properties of their blood, which only loses its corrosive effect once it turns completely black. Therefore, even if one can defeat them, it is advisable to maintain a safe distance. Furthermore, he discussed the special Zerg, like the pulse beetle and the burrowing worm, which seemed to belong to a different category than the crawling warriors. This conclusion was drawn after he had Gang analyze the data. Since it was not yet complete, it had not been included in the Zerg kill manual, but he still advised members to flee upon encountering any Zerg that did not match the descriptions provided. Mentioning the special Zerg reminded him of the sight he witnessed atop the 2,000-meter-high crater. A colossal Zerg creature dragging several large extraterrestrial corpses, something he had never seen before. Boom! Lin Mo furrowed his brow, faintly hearing the tremors of the ground. Moments later, another sound echoed, accompanied by another tremor. Just as he pondered whether it was an earthquake, the alarm at the main control center blared sharply. Main control center. Warning. The automated mining vehicle has come under attack. The mining vehicle was equipped with an automatic targeting machine gun and 5,000 armor-piercing incendiary rounds, specifically designed for such situations. When mining previously, the mining vehicle had encountered similar circumstances, but the warning had been lifted in under a minute. Therefore, he did not take it seriously. However, just as he expected the next warning to be lifted in a minute as well, it came again. Main control center. Warning, the automated mining vehicle has been completely destroyed. Accompanying the sudden change, system detection information followed suit. Detected a sudden surge of Zerg creatures within 30 kilometers. Please prepare accordingly. Almost simultaneously, in the direction of the impact point, several fiery trails illuminated the night through the viewport. Lin Mo's frown deepened as he swiftly made his way to the main control room on the top floor. The transparent viewports allowed a clear view of numerous small bright spots rapidly moving across the sky. Boom! Boom! The familiar explosions at the impact point triggered a rush of memories. He knew all too well that these were not meteorites. Gang had informed him that food remnants could indeed encapsulate Zerg eggs. Additionally, there was a type of Zerg that served as a means of transporting Zerg swarms. He had personally experienced that during a nighttime ambush by the Zerg. Not long after the explosion subsided, system prompts and alarms from the main control center rang out together. Detected a large swarm of Zerg appearing within 10 kilometers. Please prepare for combat. Main control center. Warning. The iridium mining facilities have been destroyed. A small fire point has detected Zerg creatures and is currently engaging. Main control center. Warning. The small fire point is sustaining damage. Main control center. Warning. Signal from the small fire point has been lost. Before Lin Mo could access the dynamic map, he noticed that the small, bright spots he had seen earlier were growing larger, ultimately transforming into fireballs that continuously soared toward the impact point. Boom! Boom! The explosions resonated incessantly. Chapter 83. The pulse beetle strikes again. Detected a large swarm of Zerg approaching. The position has been marked on the dynamic map. Please prepare for engagement. Main control center. Warning, at 12 o'clock from the main base entrance. A large swarm of Zerg is approaching from both sides. High-altitude radar signals are being verified, and the base defense level has been elevated to blue alert. All light weapon safeties have been disengaged. Lin Mo paced restlessly before the holographic sand table in the main control center. After several laps, he slowly spoke. Open the synthesizer and select a small aircraft. Small aircraft, iron 500W 500W, titanium 10W 10W, aluminum 1W 1W, sulfur 879 5000, Palmer 500-500, circuit board 100-100, uranium 27350. Note: this aircraft is nuclear-powered with a maximum speed of 3 Mach. Requires 2 uranium ores monthly. Maximum capacity, 6 people. Materials insufficient. Synthesis cannot be completed. Why does one aircraft require so much sulfur? He had planned to prepare an aircraft for emergencies, only to find that the sulfur required for synthesis was entirely inadequate. It was important to note that his sources of sulfur were entirely dependent on the Zerg, and since sulfur was also needed for synthesizing artillery shells, he simply did not have enough. It was all the fault of these Zerg. He was indeed feeling somewhat exasperated by these creatures. How long would it take to collect enough resources for a mining truck worth hundreds of thousands of ores? Now, it had been destroyed by the Zerg, and the iridium mining equipment was also ruined, all while they were advancing toward his survival base. Fine, he would use these Zerg to accumulate materials for upgrading his aircraft. Main Control Center, disengage all electromagnetic machine gun safeties on the outer perimeter. Open the synthesizer, select bullets, armor-piercing incendiary rounds. Material sufficient. Confirm bulk synthesis? Confirm. System reminder. Bullets, 50 rounds, X1, 000, armor-piercing incendiary rounds, 50 rounds, X400, 000, synthesized successfully. System reminder. Note: the synthesis quantity of armor-piercing incendiary rounds has reached the daily conversion limit of the nuclear energy conversion facility. After acquiring the bullets, Lin Mo immediately allocated 90 of them to the Central Control Center's ammunition depot. Henceforth, whenever the firepower of the survival base was needed, the Main Control Center would automatically allocate resources, AS for the artillery shells and electromagnetic cannon rounds. He had already prepared them. Otherwise, he would not have exhausted the sulfur so quickly after slaying several thousand Zerg. System detected Zerg swarms approaching within a 2-kilometer defense zone. Lin Mo hastened to the holographic sand table, his tactical gloves gliding over the projection area, scanning the flat terrain of the impact crater. He raised his arm, marking the strike location, allowing the light and heavy electromagnetic cannons to automatically calculate the impact points and execute a preliminary test fire on the core target area. Main Control Center. Understood. Coordinates have been locked. Point 1 light electromagnetic cannon and 1 heavy electromagnetic cannon are fully loaded and on standby. Fire. The mechanical locking bolt clicked open, and 2 azure ion clouds enveloped the shells. Soaring into the sky, Lin Mo gripped the thermal imaging binoculars, witnessing the orange-red and deep blue fireballs erupting at the edges of the Zerg tide. Main Control Center. Test fire completed. Impact point correction 0. 38 meters. Requesting final firing command. Fire in rapid succession. The outer armor plates of the core capsules on the 5th and 3rd levels rotated in sequence, and the 36-barrel cannon matrix simultaneously elevated. Accompanied by the deafening hum of charging coils, the entire artillery group trembled violently as it unleashed a barrage of orange fire trails. The first wave of shells traced crimson arcs in the air, detonating within the Zerg swarm and igniting a continuous inferno. Before the smoke could clear, the second round of armor-pied detection of a massive swarm of insects approaching the 1,000-meter defense perimeter. Please prepare accordingly, host. Main Control Center. Warning. Radar signal identification complete. The estimated number of insects within the 12 o'clock 60-degree range exceeds 10,000. The Crawling Warriors account for 78.6. Tiger Stripe leaders for 19. 1. Scorpion Tail elites for 1.9. And various special insect species for 0.4. The base defense level has been elevated to yellow alert, and the safety mechanisms for all heavy weaponry have been disengaged. Lin Mo, having set down his binoculars, decisively commanded, "All remote fire points at the base, stand by." The moment his words fell, yellow warning lights suddenly illuminated around the radar atop the base S-dome. Concurrently, 12 hive-like lift platforms began to rise with a thunderous roar, and as the tactical launch rails extended, blue-white arcs of electricity crackled forth. The lightweight electromagnetic cannon installed at the gap in the alloy wall emitted an ear-piercing hum as it charged. As the swarm entered the 1,000-meter defense, open fire. Main Control Center. Understood. Target distance to the defense zone is the last 100 meters. Main Control Center. 50 meters. Main Control Center. The swarm has entered the designated attack zone. Open fire. with the cooling devices releasing a mist of frost, a 30-centimeter armor-piercing projectile, enveloped in spiraling ionized spark the moment the command was issued. The elite scorpion-tailed units, charged with plasma energy from 1,000 meters away, erupted in a series of explosions. Although the swarms on either side of the watchtower surged forward over 100 meters in an instant, they were swiftly replenished by the newly established small fire points. It was evident that the precision strikes had proven effective, particularly with the heavy electromagnetic machine guns, whose rounds were significantly more potent than those of lighter counterparts, obliterating the scorpion-tailed elites upon impact. At that moment, the ground began to tremble without warning. Chapter 85. Heavy Defense Insect. Main Control Center. Warning, the swarm at 6 o'clock has converged with the swarm at 12 o'clock, initiating a siege assault on the survival base. Under the illumination of the base's searchlights, the swarm 500 meters away became distinctly visible. The black chitinous exoskeletons of the crawling warriors surged towards the base with astonishing speed. Reminiscent of ink swelling. Fire the electromagnetic cannons. Sustain fire with all operational electromagnetic machine guns. As Lin Mo's voice fell, the Central Control issued a mechanical announcement. Main Control Center, affirmative that I in accordance with your request. You will be alerted when ammunition reaches a remaining capacity of 30, but the supply of heavy artillery shells is nearing 30. Please replenish promptly. The ammunition for heavy weaponry required sulfur as a material, which was a resource that the insectoid creatures had a chance of dropping. This created a vicious cycle, consuming vast quantities of heavy ammunition while attempting to acquire sulfur resources, after synthesizing all the remaining hundreds of units of sulfur into ammunition. He swiftly replenished the ammunition depot. Without any forewarning, the very ground of the survival base quaked. Lin Mo's gaze fixated on the screen, his brow furrowing to the 6 o'clock position. A massive black silhouette loomed behind the swarm, moving slowly. With each step, the survival base could feel the vibrations acutely. This evoked memories of a scene witnessed from the summit of a crater, where an enormous beetle dragged several corpses of large extraterrestrial creatures. Could it be? System detected high-risk insectoid life form. Heavy defense insect. Heavy defense insect. Encased in a thick shell, it is impervious to ordinary heavy weaponry and can emit high-temperature fireballs from its mouth. Possessing long-range attack capabilities. Threat level 95. The mere mention of a heavy defense insect weighed heavily on Lin Mo's heart. Having just dealt with the pulse beetle, now another fire-breathing creature had appeared. Prepare the heavy electromagnetic cannon. Prioritize targeting the heavy defense insect. Before he could finish speaking, the ground near the armored vehicle garage of the survival base abruptly bulged upward, and a burrowing worm, over 5 meters in diameter, erupted from the earth. As the burrowing worm emerged, a multitude of insects poured forth from the tunnel's entrance. Main Control Center. Warning, signs of insectoid invasion detected within the survival base. While he pondered how to deal with the heavy defense insect, he was taken aback as his home was breached from below. Transfer command to the Main Control Center. Withdraw a minimal amount of heavy firepower and direct an elite strike against the heavy defense insect. Main Control Center. Acknowledged. Point 2 heavy electromagnetic cannons targeting the convergence point of the two swarms have been switched to engage the heavy defense insect. Lin Mo no longer had the luxury of vocal verification. He made his way from the 5th floor airlock to the perimeter of the heavy firepower on the 4th floor, retrieving an electromagnetic gun equipped with a grenade launcher from the resource cache and directly fired at the swarm pouring forth from the tunnel. Boom! The grenade launcher discharged a sharp report, and a black grenade plummeted into the cluster of insects surrounding the tunnel entrance. The explosion instantly shredded the crawling warriors and the tiger-striped captain into mere fragments. Lin Mo, having become somewhat numb to the violence, rapidly fired 3 more grenades into the tunnel's interior. Finally, discarding the electromagnetic gun, he seized a heavy electromagnetic machine gun from the top of the 4th floor. He began to sweep the remnants. The pulse shield's depletion level stood at 72.6, 89.1, 99.6, with a complete fracture anticipated in 3 minutes. The warning from the control center urged Lin Mo to pinpoint the cave's exit. Activate autopilot. With a hum, the moment the autopilot engaged, the engine of the armored war vehicle roared to life. Lin Mo released his grip on the steering wheel, fixated on the cave's mouth, and promptly pressed the button for the grenade launcher. Boom! Boom! Two high-explosive shells detonated precisely at the cave entrance, sending charred insect carcasses raining down upon the armored assault vehicle like a deluge. Without a moment's hesitation, the armored vehicle plunged into the flames left in the wake of the explosion. The interior of the cave was shrouded in darkness, and even with illumination, the bumpy terrain rendered visibility difficult. Engage night vision. As the night vision function activated, the swarming insects and scattered remnants became sharply discernible. Corrosion resistance of the armored vehicle, 99.1 remaining. Activate the vehicle-mounted heavy electromagnetic machine gun S target acquisition mode. Fire at will. Control center. Affirmative, vehicle-mounted machine gun fire is now under control of the central command. Locking onto targets. Fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. 3 electromagnetic machine guns simultaneously raised their barrels, unleashing a deadly barrage that wove a web of destruction in the confined space. Chitinous fragments mixed with dark green viscous fluid splattered everywhere. As corrosive steam billowed within the cave, some stragglers were obliterated by Lin Mo's grenade launcher. Everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly, yet trouble had arisen at the large base. Control center, pulse shield depletion at 100. The large survival base is fully exposed to enemy long-range strikes. Control center, warning, plasma flow has penetrated the armored vehicle garage roof, causing the core components of 3 all-terrain vehicles to melt down. He glanced at the dynamic map, realizing the armored war vehicle had barely traversed halfway through the cave. Such a pace was undeniably sluggish. Could it possibly accelerate further? Control center. The armored vehicle can enter overdrive mode, but prolonged use may result in irreversible damage to the power unit. Shall we proceed? He could hardly afford to ponder such concerns now. Engage overdrive. Vroom. Vroom. The power engine roared as the armored vehicle surged forward, pinning him back into his seat. Just then, a swarm of insects charged toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo fired 2 grenades. The searing shockwave shattered the shells of the front-line scythe insects. As the vehicle barreled through the writhing limbs of the creatures, crossing the wall of flames, amid the violent jolts, the night vision suddenly switched to blinding brightness, the light at the cave's exit slicing through the darkness. At last, he had spotted the opening that he swiftly opened the dynamic map, aligning it with the holographic layout he had devised. Upon exiting this cave, the armored vehicle should find itself positioned behind the swarm at the 3 o'clock direction, a mere 300 meters from the heavy defense insect. Control center. The armored vehicle's power temperature is excessively high, causing damage to the power engine. Should we continue overdrive? Continue overdrive. The armored vehicle let out one final roar, launching itself up the incline and out of the cave. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the armored vehicle hit the ground. The night vision revealed a clear field of view, and the dense swarm paid little heed to the steel behemoth driven by Lin Mo. All rushing toward the rear of the large survival base, he quickly locked his gaze onto the heavy defense insect, which loomed like a hill 300 meters away. The heavy defense insect took a deliberate step forward. The ground trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, and its massive mandibles began to gather energy. Now was the moment. Lin Mo abruptly switched back to autopilot, the vehicle carving an arc through the dust, gliding smoothly behind the enormous insect. The heavy defense insect amassed energy. Cracks of ethereal blue light spread across the armor at its rear. Gritting his teeth, the vehicle halted with a metallic shriek. The instant the door swung open, he hefted a rocket launcher against his shoulder, crosshairs zeroing in on the lethal glow. Whoosh! As energy erupted from the insect's mandibles, the rocket launcher's firing mechanism sparked to life. The projectile tearing through the air under immense pressure. In the fleeting moment before the rear armor sealed, the conical warhead pierced the writhing purplish-red membrane beneath, spiraling into its innards. The shockwave shattered the armor into radiating fragments. A mushroom cloud engulfing biological tissue, a blinding halo illuminating the entire battlefield. A piercing wail erupted as a gaping wound, over 10 meters in diameter, appeared on the rear of the insect, dark green corrosive fluid splattering everywhere. The massive body, still in the throes of death, collapsed like a malfunctioning automaton, having yet to complete its neural reflex. System notification. Heavy defense insect has been eliminated. Chapter 87. Interspersed assault. The demise of the heavy defense insect did not afford Lin Mo a moment of respite. Control Center. Warning. Plasma has struck the laboratory, armored vehicle garage, and mining garage. Laboratory incapacitated, armored vehicle garage incapacitated, mining garage incapacitated. Control Center. Warning. Plasma has hit the core compartment B2 zone fire point, rendering it severely incapacitated. With an estimated 12 minutes until repair and reboot. Control Center. Warning. The 200-meter defense line in Zone B has been breached. Immediate reinforcement firepower is urgently required. Upon hearing the alarms, he promptly returned to the armored vehicle, racing toward the rear of the insect swarm in Zone B2 with the heavy defense insect down. The only remaining concern was the long-range attacking scorpion-tailed elite. ACD Zone 3 artillery locked onto the target, shifting to the scorpion-tailed elite, while the remaining light electromagnetic machine guns in Zone B cleared the infiltrating swarm. The heavy artillery on the 5th floor of the core compartment severed the follow-up support from the insect horde in Zone B. Lin Mo issued commands to the control center and surged forward at maximum speed into the depths of the B zone insect swarm. The vehicle-mounted heavy electromagnetic machine guns locked onto the scorpion-tailed elite. Rat-a-tat-tat. The scorpion-tailed elite, still assisting the swarm-S assault from kilometer away, was instantly shattered by the massive bullets fired from the heavy electromagnetic guns. Nearby, crawling warriors preparing to advance in a Zone B quickly converged, with Captain Tiger Stripe spewing corrosive fluid from a distance. Corrosion resistance of the armored assault vehicle. 81.2 remaining. Encouraged by this, Lin Mo grew bolder, disregarding the oncoming swarm and focusing on the elimination of the scorpion-tailed elite at the kilometer defense line. It was as if the swarm were aware of his intent, completely surrounding the armored vehicle, particularly in the direction of the scorpion-tailed elite, forming a barricade of bodies, with hundreds of crawling warriors pressing down. The power engine soon began to emit smoke. The armored vehicle's engine temperature is excessively high. Continued operation may render the engine completely inoperable. There was no time for Lin Mo to consider turning back, for he was already surrounded. In a moment of desperation, he disregarded the blast radius of the magnetic storm grenades and hurled them from the vehicle's rear throwing position. The 3 magnetic storm grenades detonated violently as they emerged from the back of the vehicle, sending the surrounding swarm flying, creating a small vacuum behind the vehicle. Seizing the opportunity, he reversed the armored vehicle 20 meters, locking onto the densest accumulation of insects ahead and decisively pressing the button for high-energy grenade launch. Boom, boom, boom! 3 explosive shells detonated in a triangular formation, instantly blasting a 5-meter-wide conical gap in the insect horde's barricade. Lin Mo slammed down on the accelerator, the vehicle's engine emitting a sharp whine. The treads rolled over the remnants of the insects as they surged through the gap, the vehicle-mounted heavy electromagnetic machine guns unleashing a fan-shaped barrage, precisely detonating the metallic glinted heads of the scorpion-tailed mutants. This counter-assault thoroughly disrupted the swarm's offensive formation, forcing over 2,000 assault-type Bladefoot warriors to change direction, their once formidable charge losing all support. The heavy artillery platform on the 5th floor of the core compartment seized the moment to complete its charging cycle. The heavy electromagnetic cannon unleashing a torrent of projectiles from above, reducing the remaining swarm at the breach to mere remnants. Control Center. The fire point in Zone B has been repaired and is rebooting. Please wait. Control Center. Reboot of the fire point in Zone B completed. Command authority has been automatically transferred to the Control Center. The previously silent gun muzzles erupted once more, spewing forth fiery tongues. The swarm outside the 100-meter defense line came under heavy artillery bombardment, a torrential downpour of projectiles forming an intersecting fire net, severing the attempting reformation of the insectoid. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo maneuvered the vehicle to execute a tactical flanking maneuver. The vehicle-mounted electromagnetic machine guns tore open a second breach in the swarm's flank, and the divided insects were soon subjected to the newly restored light electromagnetic cannon's fire. As the defense line in Zone B was pushed back to 500 meters, he forcefully pushed the control stick to wedge the armored vehicle into the rear of the entire impact point swarm. The vehicle-mounted grenade launcher plowed a scorched earth path, while the vehicle-mounted machine guns continued to rain bullets, and magnetic storm grenades detonated amidst the insect heaps, unleashing blue-white arcs of electricity. The commotion caused the swarm to pivot in pursuit of the armored vehicle. The screeching from the survival base's outer wall diminishing by 30% instantly. The firepower from Zones A and B, now unoccupied, rapidly began to support the CD defense zone, with the heavy defense insect having breached the 200-meter defense line. The CD zones were now being pushed back by the flanking firepower. Seizing the moment, Lin Mo directed the restrained swarm toward another group of insects. The swarm, having been forced to retreat from the 200-meter defense line, became disorganized, and with the scorpion-tailed elite directly targeted by heavy artillery. The command within the chaotic swarm was utterly disrupted as thousands of insects pursued the armored vehicle. He burst through the other side of the swarm. The two groups of colliding insects became completely thrown into disarray, losing all semblance of their offensive formation. He had awaited this moment. All light and heavy firepower at the survival base, unrestricted ammunition. Fire at will, control center, understood. All heavy artillery is loaded, 10 simultaneous shots ready. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy electromagnetic cannon's azure trajectory sliced through the smoke, while high explosive warheads blossomed into flowers of death amidst the densest swarms of insects. The shells from the heavy electromagnetic cannon detonated like fireworks, continuously erupting within the chaotic throng of creatures, followed closely by the firepower of lighter electromagnetic cannons. Ultimately, a network of ammunition chains woven from both light and heavy electromagnetic machine guns pinned the remaining insectoid beings, which attempted to regroup firmly into the scorched earth. Countless insects, unable to locate their foe, were reduced to mere remnants drifting amidst their ranks. Armored vehicles maneuvered through the heaps of corpses surrounding the front line, systematically obliterating those insect hordes using the mounted machine guns, before turning their grenade launchers upon the makeshift barricades of bodies, as the pressure of fire in the direction of the impact points diminished. The support fire available for Zones C and D increased significantly. The tide of this large-scale defense of the survival base began to turn. Amidst the overwhelming artillery fire, the surviving insectoids retreated towards the crater of the ringed mountain, their carapace fragments tracing a ghastly green glow across the night sky. Long-range heavy artillery continued to rain down upon the fleeing hordes. Lin Mo did not let the swarm escape. He had incurred substantial losses tonight, and allowing these insects to flee would mean losing the opportunity for recompense. After all, the light and heavy electromagnetic cannons could easily reach several kilometers. The artillery barrage carved out 23 scorched earth strips in pursuit of the insect tide. While he personally piloted the armored vehicle along the flanks, it was not until the barrels of the 3 heavy electromagnetic machine guns atop the vehicle glowed red and deformed, and the grenade launcher had exhausted its ammunition, that he finally ceased fire. Ultimately, he successfully eliminated around 6,000 fleeing insects, with the remaining 2,000 to 3,000 completely scattered. By this time, it was already past midnight, after being drenched in sweat several times. Lin Mo began to feel the weight of fatigue settle upon him. Faced with the scattering insect hordes, he found himself at a loss for effective solutions. After all, he could not capture them one by one. So he decided to return to inspect the damage to the survival base. Chapter 88, A Wealth of Resources. Good news from Brother Fu Gui. Material sufficient, confirm repairs. Confirm, confronted with the astronomical repair costs of the large survival base. Lin Mo could only grit his teeth and choose to confirm. Additionally, the all-terrain armored assault vehicle he operated had experienced a significant reduction in engine efficiency due to overloading, and the resources required for repairs were equally painful to his finances. On top of that, countless other weapons and equipment within the base had been damaged by plasma. However, there was no choice. Without repairs, he would not be able to sleep soundly at night, as for the mining equipment outside. He decided to postpone that until the next morning, that he was simply too exhausted tonight. Early the next day, Lin Mo drove the armored vehicle to repair and upgrade several mining facilities, including the automatic mining vehicle. The most pressing task remained: clearing the battlefield. This time, the insect swarm had deployed 50,000 creatures, with only about 3,000 managing to escape, while the rest lay defeated near the large survival base. He initially believed that cleaning such a vast battlefield would take several days, but to his surprise, the 3 mining vehicles sent out began mining in the vicinity of a large survival base immediately after completing their first round of transport. At first, he found it strange. The mines near the base had long been depleted, so was the automatic mining system malfunctioning. It was only upon returning to the base that he realized the automatic mining vehicles could not only mine, but also collect the spoils of war. Working in tandem, the 3 vehicles completed the task of gathering spoils within a single morning. This counteroffensive against the insect swarm had netted him Polymer X68, 000, Rubber 23, 800, Sulfur 19, 200, Level 2 Blueprints 780. Level 3 Blueprints 26, 700, Level 4 Blueprints 2, 000, 1 Level 5 Blueprint, and 657 large biological cores from insectoids. Among these, the Level 5 Blueprint, heavy electromagnetic machine gun design, had dropped from the heavy defense insect. While the pulse beetle had only yielded a Level 3 Blueprint along with some fixed materials in preparation for the insect swarm's onslaught, he had expended a total of 36,200,000 rounds of standard ammunition. 27,700,000 rounds of armor-piercing incendiary rounds, over 500 grenades, and thousands of various heavy artillery shells, nearly depleting his reserves, had it not been for the final wave of armored vehicles successfully holding back the swarm. It was highly probable that his large survival base would have been utterly destroyed by the insects. Thus, once the spoils were gathered, he immediately utilized the limit of 20 million rounds of ammunition. He then replenished the grenades and various artillery shells using the sulfur from his resources to prevent the large survival base from facing another insect swarm attack. Once he had addressed all matters pertaining to the insect attack, Lin Mo finally had the opportunity to open the synthesizer. He selected the small aircraft, iron 500W 500W, titanium 10W 10W, aluminum 1W 1W, sulfur 5000 5000, polymer 500 500, circuit board 100 100, uranium 270 350. Note, this aircraft is nuclear-powered and operates at a maximum speed of 3 Mach, requiring 2 pieces of uranium or each month. Maximum capacity, 6 people. Material sufficient, confirm synthesis? Confirm, system notification, iron-500W, titanium-10W, aluminum-1W, sulfur-5000, polymer-500, circuit board-100, uranium-50, system notification, small aircraft synthesis successful. Note, energy consumption, uranium has been automatically deducted. He approached the aircraft's cockpit. Verification successful. Hatch has been opened. The sleek, silver-blue hull floated 30 centimeters off the ground, its surface adorned with intricate hexagonal patterns that shimmered with faint light as the engine thrust increased. Upon recognizing Lin Mo's identity, the titanium alloy hatch automatically lifted. Tentatively, Lin Mo placed his foot on the threshold of the hovering aircraft, applying gentle pressure until both feet were firmly planted. The craft maintained its stability as if resting on solid ground. Encouraged, he grew bolder and made his way to the cockpit, where a control station awaited him on either side. The left main control station could, when necessary, transfer control to the right side. Once seated in the pilot's position, the cockpit hatch prompted him to close the door. He clicked to close it, and with a hiss, the hatch sealed itself. The cockpit inquired again, and he repeated the action. Following the prompts, he activated the aircraft's propulsion engine. 4 pairs of foldable vector thrusters unfolded from the ship's belly in a dazzling transformation. Immediately, a deep blue energy in the form of ion jets provided ample momentum, causing the cockpit to lift sharply. As if with a mere push, the aircraft would shoot forth like an arrow released from a bow. Please ensure the pilot is secured in their harness. He fastened the harness in the pilot's seat, then followed the instructions to gently push the throttle. With only a slight adjustment, the rear of the aircraft trembled noticeably. The deep blue ion surged forth, pressing him firmly into the pilot's seat. When he regained his composure, The aircraft was already hovering above the large survival base, prompting him to quickly cease engine power. The massive cockpit windows offered a clear view of the surroundings. The constantly changing data appeared to be establishing a connection with the main control radar. Holographic map data has been updated, establishing coordinates using the large base radar as a signal point. Coordinates established. Navigation data, transmission normal. Lin Mo attempted to activate the holographic map displayed on the cockpit glass, which swiftly expanded and then contracted as the map shrank. Several green coordinates caught his attention. He pushed the throttle again, and the aircraft speed rapidly ascended to subsonic levels. Followed by an attempt to decelerate. In turn, he found the aircraft's handling not overly difficult. However, a towering circular mountain wall over 2,000 meters high suddenly appeared before him. He was all too familiar with this mountain, but there was no time for reflection now. Just as the aircraft was about to collide with the wall, Lin Mo yanked the nose upward, and the aircraft ascended almost vertically into the sky. An hour later, the aircraft mimicked the earlier precarious maneuver, but this time, he exhibited no hint of panic, instead displaying a demeanor of calm assurance. Clearly, his piloting skills had reached a new level. At that moment, the horn began to blare. Skillfully navigating the aircraft back home, he activated the horn. Zhang Fugue, Brother Lin, I have good news for you. The wheat is ready for harvest. Chapter 89. Aliens Who Speak Mandarin. Lin Mo paused, recalling that Zhang Fugue had mentioned the wheat would not be ready for harvest for at least a month. Yet, merely half a month had passed, and the wheat was already ready. So soon. I remember you said it would take 10 days to begin heading out. Zhang Fugue, Brother Lin, this is largely thanks to the fertilizer you provided. Coupled with ample water supply, the wheat has grown as if on growth hormones. Having headed out 10 days, it took just about 2 days for the ears to fill out and enter the final maturation phase. And now the wheat is completely ripe. Moreover, it looks like a bumper harvest. Hearing this, Lin Mo smiled and replied, That's wonderful. At this rate, I feel we could produce a substantial amount of flour next month. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fugue appeared somewhat melancholic. Zhang Fugue, Brother Lin, you may be disappointed. This harvest only yielded a few dozen ears of seed-bearing wheat, and due to land restrictions, I can't find suitable plots to sow them here. Lin Mo listened quietly to Zhang Fugue's lament, but thoughts began to stir in his mind. Zhang Fugue, Brother Lin, how wonderful it would be to have our very own experimental field. An experimental field? He slapped his forehead, recalling his expansive survival base. Not only did he have an experimental field, but he also possessed vegetable greenhouses and various biological laboratories. Zhang Fugue, Brother Lin, rest assured, I will take care of this matter. Even if there is no suitable land for farming, I will still manage to grow the wheat. Lin Mo, upon hearing this, smiled and inquired, Brother Fugue, has the sun set over there yet? Zhang Fugue looked puzzled. Zhang Fugue, it should still be about half an hour until sunset here. Brother Lin, why do you suddenly ask this? Let me ask you again. What are the characteristics of the surrounding environment where you reside? Zhang Fugue, there isn't much of a feature, but there's a very tall mountain nearby, taller than the 2,000-meter Old Crow cliff back in my hometown. Are there other mountains around? Zhang Fugue, no, just that one big mountain. At the base, there's a semi-frozen pond, and I have planted wheat and corn nearby. All right, wait for me. Zhang Fugue felt somewhat bewildered by Lin Mo's message, wondering what wait for me meant. Could it be that Brother Lin would come in person? Upon hearing Zhang Fugue mention the absence of surrounding mountains, Lin Mo activated the spaceship's engine. His observations of the bright stars in the night sky revealed a counterclockwise arc, indicating that the planet's rotation direction was similar to Earth's. Coupled with Zhang Fugue's mention of the sun still having over half an hour until it set, while Lin Mo's location had over an hour until sunset. It suggested that the two were not too far apart, perhaps differing by one time zone. Of course, the positions of the northern and southern hemispheres would also influence sunset timings. Now, combining Zhang Fugue's reference to the semi-frozen pond, temperature would help ascertain latitude. In cases where it isn't a hot spring, the latitude that forms a semi-frozen pond must be lower than Lin Mo's current location, indicating a closer proximity to the equatorial line. Thus, Zhang Fugue's approximate position could be determined. However, this was merely an estimation, he still needed to know the planet's size. Shortly after arriving, he had estimated it to be roughly 0.8 times that of Earth through free-fall distance measurement. With this information, the search range could be further refined, by integrating geological features and the spaceship's radar identification. Locating Jean Fugouet would not be overly challenging. Soon, the spaceship exceeded the speed of sound. Lin Mo utilized the position of the large survival base to establish a coordinate on the holographic sand table, subsequently inputting the details Jean Fugouet described. All matching locations were circled. He eliminated several temperature-incompatible options and headed straight for the two ranges that closely aligned with his estimates. As the spaceship reached Mach 2, the radar began to compile the surrounding terrain into the holographic sand table. He activated the dynamic map, marking valuable resources after approximately half an hour of flight. Darkness began to envelop the sky, and the sun set. Lin Mo initiated deceleration and lowered the flight altitude. This area was one of the two regions that matched Jean Fugouet's criteria. Unfortunately, after a thorough search, aside from a few larger meteorite craters, there were no naturally formed mountains. Most importantly, night had fallen. After upgrading to a small living module, even at several thousand meters high, one could still observe the light emitted by the small living module in the absence of other light sources. Moreover, with night vision equipment, one could still see it from 10,000 meters above. Relying on this information, he crossed the equator to another area that matched Jean Fugouet's description, before he could spot any lights. The silhouette of a mountain emerged within his view. He slowed down again and began to hover around the mountain. Soon, a glowing area at the mountain's base caught his attention at this moment. Jean Fugouet was dining inside the small living module. He casually opened the chat room to inquire about the status of the teams he managed. Jean Fugouet, Team 3, confirm everyone's development progress again tomorrow. If anyone is still lingering at level 2, team leaders and group leaders should hurry and do some work. You are all among the first batch of members. Don't let those from the second and third batches come and laugh at you. Jean Fugouet, also, when you kill alien creatures, don't forget to collect some plant resources, especially food crops. Virum! The thunderous roar of the engine startled Jean Fugouet. Jean Fugouet, all right, that's enough for today. I need to handle some other matters. The remaining time is up to each team leader to arrange. After sending his message, Jean Fugouet closed the chat room and pulled back the curtains to glance outside. Beyond the light of the living module, he could vaguely see a silhouette glowing blue, slowly descending. My goodness, if bugs were one thing. What are aliens doing here too? Jean Fugouet assumed it was an alien spacecraft and hurriedly donned his spacesuit. Grabbing his electromagnetic gun and taking cover behind the door to observe everything outside. Just then, his speaker activated. Thinking there might still be unresolved matters within the guild, he had no time to address it. Given the alien spacecraft outside, so he pretended not to see the speaker and prepared to confront the extraterrestrial beings. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, seated in the spaceship's cockpit, scratched his head. Was Brother Fugouet asleep? No, he had just seen a figure at the viewport. Could he have mistaken the location? He glanced back at the towering mountain and the semi-frozen pond beside it. This place was undoubtedly correct, but why wasn't he responding to private messages, with no other option? Lin Mo descended to the exterior of the living module. Noticing no threatening weapons, he knocked on the door. Brother Fugouet, it's me. Open the door. Jean Fugouet, hiding inside, was startled by the voice outside. How could this alien speak Mandarin? However, the tone sounded somewhat like Brother Lin's. Still in a daze, Jean Fugouet heard Lin Mo knock on the door again. Brother Fugouet, if you don't believe me, check your private messages. Private messages? At that moment, Jean Fugouet noticed that his speaker was flashing and quickly opened it to take a look. Lin Mo, Brother Fugouet, I'm outside your living module. Open the door quickly. Huh, could it be that the alien was disguised as Brother Lin? But that didn't make sense. If he were disguised as Brother Lin, he wouldn't be able to send me messages. Could it be true? Jean Fugouet was utterly bewildered. He leaned against the door, peering through the observation hole for a while before finally replying via private message. Jean Fugouet, Brother Lin, is the person outside really you? Indeed, it is I. I have come to help you find the wheat field. Upon seeing Lin Mo mention the wheat field, Jean Fugouet's eyes widened in surprise, and he promptly opened the door. Anyone who knew about the wheat field must indeed be Brother Lin. Lin Mo, who had waited outside for quite some time, couldn't help but smile wryly as the door finally opened. "Brother Fugaway, I didn't expect your vigilance to be so high." "Aha. Mainly, I didn't anticipate that, Brother Lin. You could find me here directly." Zhang Fugaway chuckled and invited Brother Lin into the living module. Lin Mo, however, declined to enter, glancing at the darkening sky. "That I won't go in, but you need to tidy up." Zhang Fugaway was still trying to wrap his head around everything. How had Brother Lin arrived here? And why did he want him to clean up? These questions swirled in his mind without any answers. "All right," Lin Mo said, patting his shoulder. "Stop dawdling. That I have some plant culture dishes with me. That let's pack the wheat and corn. And then you can bring your things and come with me to the spaceship." Spaceship? Zhang Fugaway, already feeling somewhat dazed, now had even more questions. However, realizing that Brother Lin must have a good reason for this, he nodded in agreement. "Oh, okay. Brother Lin, I've already harvested the wheat, and the cornfield is right next to the wheat that as he spoke. Zhang Fugaway led the way, while Lin Mo followed, handing over the culture dishes. In less than 100 meters, illuminated by the flashlight, a cornfield over a meter tall appeared before them. Zhang Fugaway took the culture dishes and said, "Brother Lin, look, this corn is growing even better than the wheat. I estimate it will be ready to harvest in about 20 days. Lin Mo took out a large lighting device, instantly illuminating the entire cornfield as bright as day, revealing how much better the corn looked compared to when he first discovered it. With the stalks appearing significantly thicker, it seems you truly put in great effort with the seeds, Brother Fugaway." "Brother Lin, I just know a bit about farming. It's nothing remarkable," Zhang Fugaway replied, skillfully transferring the corn plants into the culture dishes, quickly completing one row. Although this task only required holding the corn stalks and tapping the culture dishes a few times, Lin Mo was still left far behind by Zhang Fugaway's speed. By the time Lin Mo finished one row, Zhang Fugaway had already completed 2 rows, moving through the field with ease. With several hundred corn seedlings, the two quickly finished the task, after handing over all the filled culture dishes to Zhang Fugaway for safekeeping. Lin Mo went to the spaceship to wait for Zhang Fugaway to tidy up the living module. During this downtime, he opened the guild management chat room to surprise everyone. However, upon seeing the chat's content, the surprise one turned out to be him instead. "Song Jian, no way. Qinggang, are you sure you didn't misread that just now?" "Zada Hai, a blue insect that can fly, moving in astonishing speed. How terrifying is that?" "Wei Song, what are you guys talking about? Insects. Let me tell you, today I just killed a tiger-striped captain. Changgang, it's true that I've been researching those insects lately, but unfortunately, without a professional laboratory for validation, I haven't been able to present any new findings." Feeling a bit down, I decided to take a stroll, and to my surprise, I saw a blue insect flying across the sky. "Song Jian, but how can you be sure it was an insect?" "Qinggang, I'm not entirely sure, but it seems that only insects can fly that swiftly, so I suspect it might be one at this moment." Lin Mo found himself both amused and exasperated. Zhang Fugaway had just referred to him as an alien, while Changgang had likened him to an insect. However, what truly delighted him was that Changgang had spotted the spaceship, indicating that Changgang was near the route he had taken upon arrival. His initial plan was to wait until tomorrow to study how to bring Changgang over, considering that he was a biological researcher. Although his expertise might not lie specifically in botany, his understanding of plants was undoubtedly superior to that of him and Zhang Fugaway. Thus, it would be more effective to entrust the biological laboratory to Changgang, allowing him to guide and assist Zhang Fugaway with breeding directly, rather than merely conversing in a chat room. However, he had not anticipated that Changgang would discover his spaceship, which meant there was no need to wait until tomorrow. When he returned, he would simply bring him along like a tea that moment. Zhang Fugaway had already stored away the small living pod and stood at the entrance of Lin Mo's spaceship, his eyes wide with wonder. How is it that this aircraft hasn't even taken off yet remains suspended here? It's simply magnificent, and it doesn't emit any smoke. What could it possibly be powered by? Inside the spaceship, Lin Mo observed the information relayed from the main control center. Main control center. The spaceship has identified an unauthorized individual approaching. May I ask if entry is permitted? Grant permission and augment their authorization. Main control center. Understood. Zhang Fugaway, 240922. Authorization has been added. This individual may utilize external personnel privileges at the large survival base. Fuguwei, stop staring. We still need to go pick up Chang'e. Hurry up and get on board. All right, Brother Lin. Zhang Fuguwei reluctantly tore his gaze away and boarded the spaceship, though his eyes remained fixated on the interior. Once seated, he finally registered what Lin Mo had just said. Wait, Brother Lin, what did you just say? Lin Mo closed the hatch and replied, Fuguwei, make yourself comfortable, but ensure you wear the protective gear. We're going to pick up Chang'e shortly. Chang'e? Zhang Fuguwei nodded with excitement. But that's fantastic. We're about to meet the real deal, seeing that Zhang Fuguwei had already secured his protective gear to the spaceship seat. Lin Mo chuckled, hold on tight. With that, he pushed the power to 3 notches, and the entire spaceship jolted as it shot up into the sky. Chapter 91. All hands on deck. Chang'e's capacity to absorb information was somewhat superior to Zhang Fuguwei's. Upon hearing that the vessel was not an insect, but Lin Mo's spaceship, he merely responded with a nonchalant hum. However, once he boarded the ship, he was slightly taken aback. As a scientific researcher, his curiosity about the spacecraft propulsion system was piqued. Yet upon arriving at Lin Mo's large survival base, he was astounded by the sight before him. Brother Lin, this is your living pod? What level have you ascended to? Chang'e's eyes widened as he beheld the structure, which resembled a military base, with surrounding walls towering higher than his own living pod, bristling with weaponry. Little did he know, this was merely the surface level of the firepower. In the event of an insectoid assault, heavy machine guns would emerge from within every 5 meters, providing true coverage of the walls. Zhang Fuguwei, on the other hand, felt as though he had entered a grand garden, marveling at the ample lighting within the large survival base, darting his gaze around. Brother Lin, this is your living pod? It's so much larger than mine. Main control center. Identification successful. The armored vehicle garage has been opened. Garage. Zhang Fuguwei paused, astonished. Are you kidding me? The garage is even bigger than my living pod. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Zhang Fuguwei wandered off to explore other areas. Wow, this vegetable greenhouse is amazing. And what's this? An experimental field? What is this? An indoor cultivation center. Main control center. Identification successful. Hatch has been opened. Indoor cultivation center allows for direct breeding. So, does this mean we can transplant corn and wheat directly in here for breeding? I can't take it anymore. I have to start working tonight. With that, Zhang Fuguwei wasted no time waiting for Lin Mo to finish the tour and immediately began working through the night. Chang'e was similarly captivated. Upon seeing the biological laboratory, he too became engrossed, arranging his specimens and samples and diving into work. Lin Mo was somewhat speechless at the sight of these two workaholics. Surely, even if the electricity here were free, it was no reason to work through the night. Nonetheless, he knew he couldn't dissuade them, so he decided to return for proper rest and prepare to bring the others over the following day. Early the next morning, Lin Mo was awakened by the sounds of knocking. Brother Lin, we have results. Although the core chamber had granted the 2 partial permissions, certain key areas remained accessible only to him. When Lin Mo opened the door, he found the 2 of them standing there, dark circles under their eyes, clamoring excitedly. As he fully regained his senses, he learned that Chang'e had identified a factor affecting plant growth through the laboratory, while Zhang Fuguwei had been responsible for practical applications. Remarkably, they had discovered that the affected plants grew approximately 20% more than others overnight. This significant finding had left both of them so exhilarated that they couldn't sleep, ultimately waking Lin Mo at dawn to share their excitement. Lin Mo was equally thrilled. He inquired whether, with the addition of fertilizers and an irrigation system, they could harvest a crop within a month. Chang'e, being meticulous, cautioned that this was still experimental data and required further large-scale validation. After sharing a simple breakfast in Lin Mo's core chamber, Zhang Fuguwei and Chang'e exhibited no signs of fatigue. There was no remedy for it. Them. Lin Mo's large survival base was akin to a child receiving a brand new toy, and their excitement had yet to wane, observing that they were still eager to work. Lin Mo offered a gentle reminder. The laboratory and those vegetable greenhouses won't run away. You two should rest for a bit. When you set up the living pod, try to position it closer to the walls. There are insects in this vicinity. Understood. Seeing that their responses were somewhat dismissive, Lin Mo could only shake his head and allow them to continue. Meanwhile, The chat room was buzzing with activity. Zada hi. Wei Song. Did you hear? Fugu Wei told me that Brother Lin's garage is even larger than our living pods, and there are various laboratories. His living space is 5 stories tall, and the cannon barrels up there are thicker than his waist. Wei Song, I saw that too. These two fellows have been awake all night, still busy with their plant nonsense, keeping me wide awake. Zada hi. Ha, after hearing that, I can't sleep either. I heard Brother Lin is coming to pick us up today. I'm starting to feel a bit excited. Wei Song. The more people, the better. We'll have greater strength against the insects. Song Jian. You all woke up pretty early. Huh. Have you finished handling the internal affairs of the guild? Zada hi. Song Jian. You're such a buzzkill. Wei Song. Come on, Song Jian. Aren't you looking forward to Brother Lin taking us to his large survival base? Song Jian. Of course I'm looking forward to it, but we still need to do our jobs well. I plan to gather those on the same planet once the guild members stabilize and form an insect extermination team. That moment. Lin Mo was aboard the spaceship heading to their location. Observing the chat messages, he replied, I think that's a good idea. First, we should develop the miners on the planet to curb any gang formations, and then gather personnel to establish an insect assault team to completely eradicate the insect swarm on this planet. Wei Song, Brother Lin, you're here too. Where are you? I'm still in the cave. Can you find me? Don't worry, Lin Mo joked, if I can't find you, I'll just blast your cave open. Wei Song, stop joking, following their late-night discussions in the chat room. It turned out that among the remaining individuals, Wei Song was 2 time zones away from Lin Mo, while Zada Hai was the farthest, at least 20,000 kilometers away by ground distance, operating at full speed of 3 Mach. Lin Mo's spaceship would still require 6 hours to reach them. Thus, by the time he brought all 3 individuals back to the large survival base, it was already well into the night. Of course, there were still 2 seats available in the spaceship, and he picked up 2 more members along the way. These 2 were early members of the Interstellar Alliance, with one serving as a captain among Zhang Fugui's first batch of members, while the other had been sent by Song Jian to assist in managing the recruitment of new members. Although they had prepared themselves mentally prior to arrival, the sight of the survival base still left them astounded. Zada Hai couldn't help but exclaim, My goodness, how vast is this base? I feel like I need to drive around just to explore it. Wei Song was left utterly speechless, taking in the surroundings as Lin Mo led them on a tour, eventually stopping at the armored vehicle garage. Knowing that Wei Song had previously operated armored vehicles, Lin Mo decided to bring one out for him to drive. The 2 new members, filled with curiosity, joined them for a ride to experience the grandeur of the base. Zhao Dahai, with a countenance full of wonder, trailed behind Lin Mo as they strolled into the core chamber. Upon discovering the kitchen, he was eager to showcase his culinary skills to the group. In the end, only Song Jian remained to inquire about Lin Mo's intentions. Brother Lin, what are your plans? I intend to establish a small team as you suggested, and once everyone has developed sufficiently, we will create additional outposts beyond our current region, ultimately striving to eradicate the entire insectoid menace from the planet. Lin Mo replied. Chapter 92. The current situation of the 1st Brigade. Chatroom 12. Boer. Esteemed Senator. We have had no business for over half a month. You must devise a solution. Snyder. Indeed, Senator, after the automatic of the blockade against the Interstellar Alliance, all the miners supplying us have shifted their allegiance to the Alliance. We currently have no transactions at all. Wilson. That damned Lin Mo, is he attempting to drive us to the brink of extinction? Snyder. Precisely, those wretched Alliance scoundrels, do they wish for us, the noble members of the 1st Brigade, to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the insects, just like those lowly miners? Boer. Exactly, Senator. Please reinstate the blockade against the Interstellar Alliance. Chatroom 12. Blockade. My foot. Do you think the members of the 1st Brigade, including the Senator and the Chairman, can be dictated to by you? Chatroom 12. I am currently relying on the resources accumulated in the early stages to survive, let alone you. And do you think I desire for you to have no business? Boer. But we truly have no business now. Are we to beg for alms from the Interstellar Alliance? Chatroom 12. I have yet to settle the score with you over the previous blockade issue, and now you dare to speak back? Chatroom 12. Get out of my chatroom immediately. Do not speak in my chatroom unless it is of utmost importance in the future. Once the chatroom emptied swiftly 12 turned and entered the internal chat room of Chairman 3. Chat room 12. Honorable Chairman, our business has been seized by the Interstellar Alliance, and we are left with nothing but to endure the harsh winds. You must help devise a solution, or the people below may soon rebel. Chairman 3. Rebel? That would be quite beneficial. It would save us from their incessant disturbances. Chatroom 12. While your words ring true, these individuals have indeed accomplished a great deal for the 1st Brigade. If they do not resume operations soon, I fear I may become a mere figurehead. Chairman 3. Ultimately, it boils down to a lack of business. But why does the Interstellar Alliance have business while the 2nd Brigade does? Why is it that you have no transactions? Chatroom 12. Well, Chairman, while your reasoning is sound, the men below still need to eat. That we cannot expect to purchase resources at the same price as the Interstellar Alliance. Can we? Chairman 3. Do you consider the miners fools willing to sell their resources to you at a low price? Chatroom 12. But wasn't that how we operated before? Chairman 3. That was then. Our current adversary is the insects that if you are unwilling to utilize the weapons sold by the Interstellar Alliance against them, then feel free to proceed with the blockade. Chairman 3. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can actually manage to enforce that blockade. 12 was left utterly speechless by the last remark from Chairman 3. After all, he had gained a general understanding of the Interstellar Alliance. It appeared to have only 30,000 members, a stark contrast to the millions under the control of the 1st Brigade's 1,000 members. Yet in reality, the reserve chatroom members of the Interstellar Alliance had long exceeded 100,000. Moreover, the total number of individuals connected to chat rooms across various planets likely surpassed the number the 1st Brigade could manage. Acknowledging this sobering reality, 12 could only return to inform those below. Those who wish to survive must directly align themselves with the members of the 2nd Brigade or the purchase prices of the Interstellar Alliance. However, the individuals below were unlikely to accept such terms easily. They had previously enjoyed a 70-30 split, with those retaining 70 being considered magnanimous, treating the miners as mere commodities, purchasing titanium or as if it were iron, having grown accustomed to such favorable conditions. They would find it nearly impossible to relinquish their profits to align with the Interstellar Alliance. Of course, whether this was feasible or not, they had no grounds to refuse. After conveying his message, 12 departed, leaving the decision to execute it up to them. Those wishing to continue their operations would have to adhere to the standards set by the Interstellar Alliance. For the moment, their outcry was merely a reflection of their remaining resources. Those lacking any reserves would inevitably face the harsh truth. In this scenario, Boer's position appeared particularly precarious. Boer and Lin Mo were situated on the same planet. An incident involving the acquisition of 30 units of iron for what was then worth over 1,000 units of iridium, or it spread like wildfire across the planet. With an entrance fee of 5 units of iron and a 2-unit interest charged after 5 days, those failing to repay were forced to toil for Boer like beasts of burden. Given that the main base of the Interstellar Alliance was located on this very planet, even if Boer offered the same prices as the Alliance, he would likely find no sellers, not to mention that he himself was unwilling to pay high prices to those miners he had previously treated as mere livestock. It was impossible for him to bow to the miners who had once groveled before him. Regardless, he had amassed a considerable amount of resources through early plundering. He could afford to bide his time. He planned to wait until the crisis posed by the insectoids had passed, confident that the 1st Brigade would not let the Interstellar Alliance off lightly. However, his subordinates were growing increasingly impatient, seeking to negotiate a truce with the Interstellar Alliance in private, while externally, their purchasing prices had leveled out or even risen in order to earn a meager profit amidst the chaos the situation developed. Those lower-tier miners who had not joined the Interstellar Alliance began praising it, claiming that the higher acquisition prices they received were a result of the Alliance's influence. Meanwhile, the Interstellar Alliance continued to promote the development of its members. By the next week, when recruitment was expanded once more on the 24 planet where Lin Mo resided, apart from the 50-odd individuals steadfastly following the 1st Brigade, all remaining lower-tier miners had joined the Interstellar Alliance. At the large survival base, Lin Mo trained Song Jian and Wei Song in piloting spaceships and armored vehicles. Song Jian began to rally a team to combat the insectoids, specifying that the coordinates were on the 24 planet. Immediately, over 500 miners who had already advanced eagerly signed up. However, Song Jian only recruited 100, selecting those who had previously proven their mettle in the 2nd Brigade. Over the following days, they utilized Lin Mo's spaceship to gather individuals, while Wei Song drove the armored assault vehicle, familiarizing the arriving members of the expeditionary force with the battlefield. Recently, they had acquired electromagnetic rifles and machine guns. And after facing 1 or 2 insectoid creatures, they felt it was not so daunting. But when Lin Mo marked the remnants of the Scorpion Tail squad that had previously failed to capture him, they realized that fighting the insectoids was far more complex than they had anticipated. Wei Song found a high slope in a meteorite crater to park the armored vehicle, then gestured to the co-pilot's seat beside him. From here on, you will take the wheel. The rest of you, follow my orders and be prepared to open fire at any moment. Yes, Commander. As the armored vehicle accelerated, several insectoid creatures suddenly charged out from behind the meteorite crater. Immediately, the newcomers on the vehicle tensed up. Wei Song furrowed his brow, but refrained from giving the command that it was only when a Scorpion Tail elite was struck and oozed bodily fluids that he finally called out, "Open fire." Target the joints of the Scorpion Tail elite. The armored vehicle slowed down rapidly, and the doors swung wide open. The 2 closest to the door rolled out, quickly followed by the next 2. Rat-tat-tat. At that moment, the armored vehicle turned, and Wei Song disembarked to join the fray. After a rain of bullets, all the insectoids of the Scorpion Tail squad were reduced to mere fragments, but a smile crept onto Wei Song's lips. And he almost exclaimed in praise, but ultimately held back his words. Given that this is your first encounter with the Scorpion Tail squad, I will refrain from reprimanding you. However, there are certain details I must discuss with you, as these nuances could very well cost you your lives when faced with a large swarm of insects. The members of the expeditionary squad responded in unison. Yes, Commander. Chapter 93. Outpost 4 under attack. Report to the 2 commanders. Song Jian sat in the assistant seat of the 5-story command center and gestured to a captain who had come to report. What is it? Just now. Outpost 4 transmitted a message indicating that over 7 Scorpion Tail squads are launching an assault on the outpost. With the establishment of the 1st Expeditionary Squad, the remaining members of the Interstellar Alliance on the 24 planet also organized their own outposts, according to proximity. Each outpost typically consisted of around 50 individuals, managed by a leader and 5 deputy leaders, with 1 deputy leader overseeing 10 people, while the leader led a team of 4. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo turned his head to inquire, "Are there any casualties?" The captain who came to report responded. Fortunately, the group leader responsible for the outpost was leading a team to clear a nearby insect nest. Only 1 deputy leader was left with a team of 10 to guard the outpost. Upon noticing the impending insect swarm, they immediately engaged in a defensive maneuver, and when surrounded, they promptly retreated using the armored vehicle. As long as the personnel are unharmed, that is good, Lin Mo nodded. Typically, outposts were situated near mining points and were equipped with 2 ordinary armored vehicles provided by the Interstellar Alliance, also serving the purpose of clearing nearby insectoid creatures. Song Jian then inquired, "What about the material losses at the outpost?" The solar power system and small fire points sustained severe damage, making it difficult to repair. Additionally, the intermediate mining equipment was corroded by the acid emitted by the Tiger Skin squad leader, and several members' living quarters were damaged, though none of it is severe. Song Jian pondered for a moment before asking, "Have we regained control of the outpost?" The report, Commander, came to response, indicates that the outpost has already been reclaimed by the team led by the head of the pest control unit. They are now requesting the allocation of a new solar power system, a small fire support point, and additional materials for equipment repairs. That is only proper. Retrieve a set from the base warehouse and personally deliver it to them aboard the ship. Additionally, take the opportunity to verify the veracity of their report, he instructed. Understood, Commander. If there are no further orders, I shall take my leave, the team leader replied, preparing to depart when Lin Mo suddenly called him back. Wait a moment, I will accompany the extermination team this time. The number 4 outpost has faced multiple incursions from swarms of pests that I suspect there may be a large nest nearby. Consider an opportunity to assess the extermination team's capabilities. Yes, President, I will make the necessary preparations. Once the team leader exited the command center, Song Jian turned to Lin Mo and inquired. Such matters should be adequately handled by Wei Song's extermination team. Why do you insist on joining them? Have you been deprived of engaging with weaponry for too long? Lin Mo let out a wry smile. You've caught me that I'd hoped that by bringing in some brothers from the Interstellar Alliance, I could enjoy a leisurely time piloting the ship in search of mineral resources, gathering supplies for my level 6 functional hammer and small survival system. However, due to Song Jian's daily reports, I have not left the survival base for over half a month. I had anticipated that the remnants of the previous pest assault could provide some action, but Wei Song's training with the extermination team has thoroughly cleared the entire 200-kilometer circular mountain. They left no stone unturned, even eliminating large extraterrestrial creatures, resulting in sufficient threat indicators on my dynamic map. Now, seeing the pests repeatedly assault the number 4 outpost, I can no longer contain myself. I must escape the confines of the large survival base. Otherwise, I will grow weary from sitting in the command center all day. In truth, the number 4 outpost was not far from the circular mountain, merely a couple of time zones away, making it the closest outpost to the large survival base. Therefore, Song Jian had no objections and watched as Lin Mo made his way to the small craft's landing pad. 10 ships stood in a neat line. With Lin Mo, the chief of the extermination team Wei Song, and the team leader responsible for inspecting the outpost boarding the first vessel. The remaining members of the extermination team were led by their respective squad leaders aboard the other ships, which then took off in sequence. The distance of 2 time zones meant the journey would take approximately an hour. During the flight, Wei Song inquired about the situation at the number 4 outpost, then unfolded a holographic map within the ship to prepare a strategy for the impending pest eradication. Lin Mo provided a brief overview of the circumstances and summoned the reporting team leader. There are 2 large caves on the west side of the outpost. They had previously been cleared by the outpost leader's team, who eliminated a squadron of scorpion-tailed pests after a week of tranquility. Pests attacked the outpost again, and their numbers have been increasing with each assault. This time, 7 elite scorpion-tailed squads emerged simultaneously, which indeed suggests, as you mentioned, that there may be a larger pest nest in the vicinity. As Wei Song listened, he marked the 2 caves on the map's west side and called over 2 subordinate team leaders who were aboard the same ship to jointly assess the situation. According to your report of 7 scorpion-tailed squads, that equates to over 100 pests in total. For a nest to launch such a substantial attack, there must be at least 10,000 pests in the vicinity. These 2 caves could potentially accommodate 5,000 each. That we should head directly to the caves and annihilate the pests completely. Wei Song turned to Lin Mo. What do you think, President? Lin Mo scanned the map again. The 2 large caves on the west side were indeed prominent, but determining whether they could house a fighting force of 10,000 pests was somewhat difficult based on the terrain. From his prior experiences, a nest capable of housing that many pests would typically require a crater of at least 100 meters in diameter. These 2 caves seemed somewhat smaller. Yes, he continued to search. He soon discovered a cliff to the south and marked it with his hand. Old Wei, don't rush. According to the outpost leader, the 2 caves have already been cleared, so given the pest sensitivity, they are likely preparing to relocate rather than expand within those caves. Wei Song nodded in agreement, as he too had harbored that suspicion. However, he noted that there appeared to be no suitable environment for the pests to inhabit in the vicinity. Glancing at the mark point Lin Mo indicated, which was a cliff, he remarked, President, are you suggesting that the pests may be able to traverse up from beneath the cliff? Lin Mo nodded. That possibility cannot be dismissed. Beneath the cliff lies a dark gorge, which, due to its angle, rarely sees sunlight throughout the day. This environment is quite conducive to the pest's habits. Moreover, I have a strong premonition that this mission may prove to be a formidable challenge for your extermination team. Wei Song responded with a grin. A formidable challenge is precisely what we need. The members of the extermination team have enjoyed several victories and have grown rather arrogant, believing there is no pest they cannot handle. It will be an excellent opportunity to teach them a lesson. At that moment, the ship began to approach the number 4 outpost. In order to validate his suspicions, Lin Mo discreetly activated the dynamic map for observation. Sure enough, beneath the cliff, a multitude of dense red markers covered the area. Chapter 94. Arrival at the cliff. Upon seeing this, Lin Mo refrained from making any immediate declarations, as they still needed to assess the damage at the outpost. Once they arrived, the 10 ships landed in formation, and the outpost leader was already present, overseeing the cleanup. Upon spotting the ships, he promptly approached with several deputy leaders to report on the situation. After relaying the complete account, Wei Song inquired, "So you're saying that you have inspected the caves and found no signs of pest activity?" Indeed, however, there were numerous signs near the cliff. Unfortunately, the rocky terrain within 100 meters of the cliff obscured the tracks. So I did not dispatch anyone for reconnaissance. Upon hearing this, Wei Song exchanged glances with Lin Mo, both understanding that this crucial information had drawn their attention to the area beneath the cliff. Lin Mo felt relieved, as he would not need to exert effort to lure them toward the cliff. The evidence already pointed in that direction, allowing them to prepare for action. After their silent communication, Wei Song spoke again. "You did well. Areas with such significant risks should never be investigated without your team leader's approval." He then glanced at the assembled extermination team members behind him and instructed, "Now that we are here, I need you to assign a squad of 10 experienced fighters familiar with the terrain to act as our guides, along with a deputy leader to coordinate. Report any issues directly to me." The team leader promptly acknowledged, "Yes, Commander." He then called out to the team members clearing the battlefield. Squad 3's deputy leader will lead the way for the extermination team. The rest will continue with the cleanup. Upon hearing they would not be involved, the cleanup crew sighed and began to grumble. However, the 10 members of Squad 3 sprang into action, quickly gathering for assembly. At that moment, Wei Song smiled at the outpost leader and Squad 3's deputy leader, gesturing toward Lin Mo behind him. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Lin Mo, the president of our Interstellar Alliance." The outpost leader was taken aback. Initially, he assumed Lin Mo was merely one of Wei Song's subordinates, given his position behind Wei Song, but he was astonished to learn that he was, in fact, their superior. The cleanup crew, hearing the mention of the president's arrival, could not contain their curiosity and excitement, peering out to catch a glimpse of the legendary figure who had led them to success. "President, since the establishment of the extermination team and various outposts, Lin Mo had grown accustomed to such scenarios. He patted the outpost leader's shoulder and replied with a smile, "Wei Song is right. You have done an admirable job that, if I recall correctly, your outpost is one of the few that has reported no injuries." The outpost leader nodded eagerly, responding, "If it weren't for the president bringing the laborers from Planet 24 into the Interstellar Alliance, we might still be mining somewhere." He expressed his gratitude toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo waved his hand, smiling, "Enough with the pleasantries. That I am here to assist Wei Song in resolving your pest problem once and for all. Later, you will need to oversee the reporting of damage and the receipt of equipment and resources, so I won't delay you any longer." "Yes, President." Lin Mo nodded to the accompanying team leader to facilitate the handover. Once the exchange commenced, he moved beside Wei Song to listen to the deployment plan for the eradication of pests at the outpost, which was similar to their discussions aboard the ship. "All right, our primary objective for this mission is reconnaissance. That if we encounter any hazards, we will retreat immediately. If retreat is not possible, we will implement the Plan B counterattack as I previously outlined. Is that clear?" "Crystal clear." Wei Song then issued the command, "Good. Let us proceed." With that, several armored assault vehicles were deployed, and the extermination team members skillfully boarded. Lin Mo, Wei Song, and the deputy leader assigned as their guides settled into a command vehicle as they set off toward the cliff. The cliff was situated over 20 kilometers from the outpost. If they were to use the ships for reconnaissance, it would risk disturbing the pests, so both Lin Mo and Wei Song agreed to approach the site using armored vehicles. After a journey of approximately 10 minutes, the deputy leader, tasked with guiding the group, pointed towards the barren cliff ahead and remarked, "President, the cliff you see before you is where our team first detected a concentration of insectoid biological traces in the vicinity. Approximately 50 meters from the precipice, several armored vehicles came to a halt. The deputy guide led Wei Song, Lin Mo, and the captain of the expedition team in a circuit around the cliff. Lin Mo was acutely aware that the dynamic map indicated the swarm was nestled within the cavern below the gorge, and it appeared to be quite expansive, aligning with Wei Song's assessment of roughly 10,000 insectoids. Meanwhile, Wei Song, peering through an infrared telescope at the cocoon-like formations clinging to the cliff, furrowed his brow. The mere presence of these cocoons confirmed that the area below was undoubtedly the lair of the insectoids. However, Their existence hindered further observation of the gorge beneath the T that moment. The deputy guide eagerly volunteered, "President, I can lead a team down to gather intelligence." Wei Song waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Our expedition team is not lacking in the brave. Let us diligently search for a route that circumvents the gorge." Before Wei Song could finish, Lin Mo realized it was finally time to voice the thoughts he had been suppressing. "I know of a path," he said, pointing towards the gentle slope to the east, which led northward. "There is a circular hill with a gradual incline that conveniently allows us to circumvent the southern gorge." Wei Song paused, momentarily taken aback by the president's words, which seemed astonishingly accurate. Not only was the expedition team beside him astonished, but the deputy guide also stood in shock, albeit with an expression of disbelief. "President, how did you know there was a circular hill with a gentle slope? Only those within our stronghold would likely be aware of that." Before Lin Mo could respond, Wei Song's eyes widened in astonishment. "Are you suggesting there is indeed a route into the gorge? Whether we can access it, I am uncertain," the guide replied, scratching his head, "but the gentle slope of the circular hill is indeed real." Upon hearing this, Wei Song swiftly turned to Lin Mo, prepared for this moment. Lin Mo smiled and said, "Why do you think I was merely sitting in the spaceship? I took a careful glance before we landed. And that slope connects directly to the gorge. The armored vehicles should have no trouble passing through. We can drive the armored vehicles over and disembark for reconnaissance within the final kilometer of the gorge." Wei Song sighed in resignation, pondering that he too had observed, yet who could have known that the insectoid nest lay directly beneath the gorge? Soon, the convoy of armored vehicles made their way toward the gorge. Just as they departed, a tiger-striped captain stealthily crawled up from below the cliff.